Ryu Youngjun, a scientist at the pharmaceutical giant Gen, trudged down the hallway, his exhaustion weighing on him like a physical burden. His phone buzzed. It was Park So-yeon, his girlfriend. Did you really get disciplined? Suspension and a transfer, she asked, her tone sharp. Yes, he replied flatly. How long is the suspension? A month. You're not quitting, right? I can't. If I do, my family won't make it financially. My parents would be out on the streets. She sighed. Then, after a pause, her voice turned colder. I think we need a break. This relationship, it's too much. What? I can't handle the whispers at work, the judgment. Dating you has put me in an impossible position. But I didn't do anything wrong. I stood up for ethics. In this world, being part of society means sometimes looking the other way. Her words pierced him, and when she hung up, Youngjun stared at his phone, his hand trembling. His anger boiled over, but even in his rage, he stopped himself from throwing his phone. He couldn't afford to repair it. In the dim corridor, he slumped against the wall, burying his face in his knees. Gen, a global pharmaceutical powerhouse, was a titan in everything from cosmetics to gene sequencing. Youngjun, an elite 29-year-old doctor, had been a rising star in the anti-cancer drug research department, earning respect for his skill, passion, and network. He even started dating the beautiful Park So-yeon from the mobile diagnostics division. But everything changed a year into his tenure. It started with a report about Chelicure, a groundbreaking liver cancer drug developed by a small venture company. Youngjun's tests confirmed its superiority over Gen's flagship product, Elo. When Gen bought the rights to Chelicure for 10 billion won, Youngjun was hopeful. Finally, a chance to bring a better treatment to patients. But months passed, and no clinical trials began. Frustrated, he confronted his department head, Director Kim Hyun-taek. Why aren't we moving forward with Chelicure? Because it's too good, Hyun-taek replied with a smug grin. What? It cures faster and with fewer side effects. Do you think that's good for business? Elo takes 5 years of treatment, Chelicure takes 2. Which do you think is more profitable? Youngjun froze, his beliefs crumbling under the weight of those words. We didn't buy Chelicure to develop it, Hyun-taek continued. We bought it to bury it. The room spun. Everyone knew his colleagues, his mentors. They'd all turned a blind eye for the sake of profits. You're all frauds, he whispered, his voice trembling with rage. What did you say? You heard me. You're not scientists. You're businessmen masquerading as researchers. He stormed out, his anger boiling over. 4 days later, the disciplinary action arrived, a suspension and a transfer. Sitting in a quiet corner of a columbarium, Youngjun gazed at his sister Sae's photo. She'd died of pediatric liver cancer 7 years ago. I'll fix this, he vowed. For you. For everyone. But deep down, he wondered, how do you fight a system designed to crush the very ideals you stand for? The 1-month suspension passed in a haze for Ryu Youngjun. For 27 days, he drowned his disappointment in bottles of chamisol. His tolerance for alcohol was low, but the bitterness of betrayal drove him to drink 3 bottles daily, totaling several cases. On the 28th day, an excruciating pain in his abdomen forced him to visit the hospital. The doctor's diagnosis: hepatitis. If you don't stop drinking, you'll risk cirrhosis and death, the doctor warned. Life is terrible, but not enough to throw it away, Youngjun thought. His parents and younger brother depended on him, so he resolved to pull himself together. The next morning, he reported to his new department, the Life Creation Department. Hello, I'm Ryu Youngjun from the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department, he introduced himself upon entering the office. The only response came from a man sprawled in his chair, jacket covering his face. He didn't stir, even as Youngjun moved to inspect the lab. The workspace was pristine, with centrifuges, freezers, reagents, and pipettes neatly arranged. On one bench, a small tube labeled Rosaline V4.87 was reacting on a heat block. Intrigued, Youngjun retrieved the sample, examining it under a microscope. Cells appeared briefly before vanishing. He instinctively added 10x PBS, hoping to stabilize the membrane. It didn't work. As he moved the sample, a sharp sting on his finger made him wince. Ouch. He'd cut himself on broken glass near the microscope. Glancing at the bloodied tube, he muttered, my blood didn't get in there, right? Back in the office, a few more people had arrived. Hey, we've got a newbie, the previously sleeping man greeted. Ryu Youngjun, he introduced himself again. I'm senior scientist Park Dong-hyun, the man replied, shaking his hand. You know what this department really is, right? A place to create life. No, Dong-hyun smirked. It's a graveyard for outcasts. The company sends people here to make them quit. Creating life? It's impossible. Just a facade. Why haven't you quit, then? My wife and kids, Dong-hyun sighed. But you're young. You should leave before this place destroys you. There's no future here. Before Youngjun could respond, dizziness overcame him. Dr. Ryu, are you okay? Dong-hyun asked, concerned. Everything blurred. The world went black. Youngjun woke in the hospital. The doctors were perplexed despite his unconscious state. His reflexes were sharper than normal. Do you have any chronic illnesses? One doctor asked. Hepatitis, Youngjun muttered, his voice weak. The doctor nodded. We'll run more tests to be sure. But Youngjun wasn't listening. His gaze was fixed on something only he could see, a turquoise, translucent window floating before his eyes. Creating life is God's domain. You have created an artificial cell and become the first ever player of life in human history. What is this? He whispered, his voice trembling.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
What can you see? The doctor asked. Some weird letters, Youngjun answered. What does it say? I don't know. Youngjun found this too absurd to explain, and he also felt a little embarrassed for some reason. Are you hearing things as well? No. Ring? A notification popped up as soon as Youngjun answered. The artificial cell has recovered your body. Then, a Siri-like voice read him the message. I am hearing things. What are you hearing? It keeps beeping, like notifications or something. Ringing, the doctor wrote down a few more things on his chart. In the meantime, Youngjun tapped the message windows with his hand with caution. With the sound of paper flipping, the windows disappeared immediately. The doctor asked, I think it would be best for you to go home today and then be evaluated by neuropsychiatry tomorrow. Would you like me to make you an appointment? Yes, that would be great. Do you feel discomfort anywhere else? Youngjun opened his hands and slowly examined his body. It didn't seem too bad. I'm okay. All right. I didn't see any major issues when I was examining you either, so let's have you booked in for tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, Youngjun replied and got up. The admission office is that way. Youngjun walked in the direction the doctor pointed toward and paid his bills. It was already the evening when he exited the hospital. As Youngjun pulled out his cell phone to see if he had missed any calls, a nurse ran out and called him. Sir. Youngjun did not know this, but she was a new nurse. She had promised herself that she would be as kind as she could be to her patients among her scary and picky superiors. All she would have to do was do the little things that no one really noticed, such as keeping her patients' contact lenses safe and returning them. Yes. As Youngjun turned when he heard her, the nurse approached him with his contact lens container. These are your contact lenses. Oh, Youngjun took the case. Get home safely. The nurse smiled and walked back into the hospital. However, Youngjun just stood there, staring into space. Contact lenses? So, I'm not wearing them right now? And I can still see clearly. Youngjun tried to calm the thoughts that were racing through his head. Now that he thought of it, he did feel better. He just assumed it was temporary from getting some fresh air after being in the hospital for so long. But he wasn't mistaken. He was full of energy, and he could definitely feel that he was healthier. His vision wasn't the only thing that was better. His chronic lower back pain he had acquired from getting his degree in graduate school was completely gone. His bad and forward head posture he gained from having a job where he had to stare at a screen for 8 hours a day was fixed. Youngjun could feel it. His neck didn't hurt anymore and all the joints in his body were flexible. The pain in his upper abdomen he had even before being diagnosed with hepatitis was gone. His gut felt fine, and even the lower belly fat he had gotten from putting on a little weight in graduate school was gone, too. Youngjun's body felt light. He felt like he had gone back to his body in his 20s, flexible, toned, and full of energy. Youngjun took a deep breath. He could feel the oxygen fill his healthy lungs. His strong heart was beating fiercely. Youngjun took out his phone again and went through it. He saw 2 missed phone calls and a message. Dr. Ryu, it's okay if you come in late, so rest well. Call me when you are feeling better tomorrow. I hope it's nothing and you get better soon. It should be fine, right? Youngjun thought he could just get treated at the hospital again tomorrow morning if there was anything wrong. ******. A little while later, Youngjun returned to his house, where he lived alone. I should take my medicine first. Youngjun took out the medicine he was prescribed from the hospital and swallowed his evening's worth. Bleep. He heard a sudden sound. Then, something popped up in front of his eyes. The artificial cell is beginning to break down the orally administered drug. Has broken down 30 milligrams of prednisolone. Has broken down 400 milligrams of pentoxifylline. What is this? Youngjun stumbled in confusion and flopped onto his bed. The message window followed him consistently as if it was at a certain fixed distance from his eye. He swatted at it, but nothing changed. Looking closely, Youngjun could see 2 buttons on the side of the window. Status window. Message window. Status window. Youngjun tapped the status window button with his finger. With the sound of paper flipping, a brown, translucent status window appeared in front of his eyes. It was like something that would happen in a fantasy novel. Even though the status window was in front of Youngjun, it was not his status that it was displaying. Artificial cell LV1. Metastatic status, heart, 2%, liver, 46%, brain, 7%, kidney, 13%, spinal cord, 4%, synchronization, 3%, cell fitness, 1.3, gene expression control, suppression of CYP2E1 expression, 44%. What the hell? What is this? Youngjun could see the status window clearly no matter how many times he blinked. Seeing that it didn't go away even if he swatted at it, it wasn't an actual object floating in the air. Are those letters engraved in my retina or something? As Youngjun stared at the letters blankly, he began to wonder what would happen if he pressed the message window button. He pressed the button that was below the status window. Loading unread messages. Congratulations, creator. The artificial cell has become synchronized to your body. Improve the metastasis and synchronization to increase the level of the artificial cell. Your recovery speed and total amount of fitness will increase as the level of the artificial cell increases. You, the owner of the artificial cell, can consume cell fitness to gain insight into processes of life or control the expression of genes. What is this bullshit? Youngjun rubbed his eyes. I became what? The current message and status window is created by the artificial cell manipulating your cerebral cortex. It analyzes the memories in your hippocampus and presents information to you with the UI design most familiar to you. I will remind you of the moment when you created life. A new message popped up. At the same time, light flashed in front of Youngjun's eyes and he saw a hallucination. There were artificial cells on the small container that was on the stage of the microscope. To be exact, it wasn't a living organism yet. It was still not living even after Youngjun added salt to it with 10x PBS. However, a miracle happened when a few microliters of blood fell into it as he cut his finger. As Youngjun's blood cells died from entering a new environment, they released a large amount of ATP. That ATP entered the artificial cells and created a large amount of energy, which stabilized the cell membrane. Then, the artificial cell rapidly rose to the surface. That was the unique characteristic of this cell, the ability to move into the air from the culture medium, the ability to float through the air. The artificial cell entered his body through the cut on the tip of his finger. It traveled through his capillaries and veins and reached his heart. Ack! Youngjun screamed and shook his head. The artificial cell is now within you. Creator, please name the artificial cell n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. FXXK, W, what? Would you like to name it, FXXK, W, what? No, this makes no sense. Would you like to name it? No, this makes no sense. Youngjun thought about it for a little while, then said, Rosaline. It was the name that was written on the sample tube in the lab. Creator, you have given the artificial cell the name Rosaline. You can see everything about Rosaline by calling this name, and Rosaline forever belongs to you. Also, life creation is an event that can only happen once. Remember that life will not appear even if you try to recreate Rosaline the same way. With this last explanation, all the message windows disappeared at once, and so did the strange-looking status window that read Artificial Cell LV1. Youngjun rubbed his throbbing temples and calmly called, Rosaline. Flutter, Rosaline LV1. Metastatic status, heart, 2%, liver, 46%, brain, 7%, kidney, 13%, spinal cord, 4%, synchronization, 3%, cell fitness, 1.3, gene expression control, suppression of CYP2E1 expression, 44%. The same status window as before appeared. However, the name had changed from artificial cell to Rosaline. Okay, be calm. Every strange phenomenon had a scientific explanation. The way Moses stained the Nile River with blood had a scientific explanation, a red tide. The way that this artificial cell was created was nonsensical, to be honest. It only seemed intuitively plausible because of the hallucinations and knowledge forced into his brain, but it was actually outside of the capabilities of current science. Let's think about that part later. If Youngjun believed that a magical cell called Rosaline was actually created and if everything that he saw was true, then is the change in my body because of this, too. Youngjun focused on the part that was bothering him as he read the status window. Liver, 46%. It was a particularly prominent value in the metastatic status category. The human body was made up of 37 trillion cells, and since 200 billion of them formed the liver, it meant that about 100 billion Rosaline cells were covering his liver. What was the liver? It was the cause of fatigue. No, it was the biochemical factory in the human body that detoxified all the toxins that occurred in the human body. This was the reason people got hepatitis, liver cirrhosis, or a fatty liver if they drank a lot, as the liver was the organ that broke down alcohol. The more alcohol one drank, the more they used the liver, which led to problems. The condition of Youngjun's liver was terrible. Having hepatitis meant that his liver cells were being destroyed and were dying from the infection in his liver. If it progressed further, it would turn into liver fibrosis and eventually liver failure. Youngjun opened the message window again. As he scrolled through the unread messages, he saw something surprising. Starting normalization of the body. Detected a widespread infection reaction in the liver. Starting suppression of the infection and recovery of the organ. Prioritizing metastasis to this region. Discovered large amounts of lipids. Attempting lipase activation and removal of lipids. Detected overexpression of CYP2E1 in large amounts of the liver cells. Suppressing at 57%. Detected spinal disc herniation between L4 and L5. Controlling expression of steroid hormones. 27% overexpression. 1. Attempting reinsertion of the herniated disc. Starting recovery of nerve damage and contraction of muscle fibers. Detected scalp fascia contraction due to nerve damage. Starting muscle relaxation. Detected possibility of a posterior herniation of the spinal disc above C2. Degree of deviation, 71. Attempting to strengthen cartilage and recover nerves. 2. Initiating myocardial cell regeneration. Youngjun's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. What is happening to my body right now? There were about 80 messages piled up. At the end of all those long messages, he could find these messages. Body normalization complete, 3h44 minutes. All organs have been normalized to their optimal condition. The expression level of CYP2E1 will be controlled continuously for 3 days. Rosaline has broken down and destroyed the remaining 1.7 mg of prednisolone and 22 mg of pentoxifylline. The liver is in optimal condition and does not require treatment. This was everything. Youngjun read all the messages, then closed all the windows and just left the status window open. He was confused, but he decided to focus on one category of the status window first. Gene expression control, suppression of CYP2E1 expression, 44%. One cell in the human body contained around 20,000 genes, and CYP2E1 was one of them. It was a gene that was involved in the detoxification of alcohol. If this gene worked well, alcohol could be broken down rapidly. Youngjun's liver had overworked this gene to detoxify the large amount of alcohol accumulated in his body due to drinking 3 bottles of soju every day during his 1-month suspension. Much like one's arm muscles would grow if they lifted weights every day, a gene would also grow into a monster if it was overworked. The CYP2E1 gene in Youngjun's liver had become too powerful, and something being too powerful meant that it was harmful to the body. For example, someone who was using this gene too much could suffer a hemorrhage in their liver after taking a few tablets of Tylenol. In fact, Antonio Benedict, from the Bush administration, who drank a glass of wine every night, had almost died because of that. He had fallen unconscious for a few days after taking the appropriate amount of Tylenol for his cold. That was why Rosaline had suppressed this gene. Youngjun could have died after taking Tylenol because of a headache. Chills ran through his body now that he thought of it that way. Let's look at the messages again. The next message after everything about the levels and stuff. You, the owner of Rosaline, can consume cell fitness to gain insight into processes of life or control the expression of genes. I can consume cell fitness to gain insight into processes of life or control gene expression. Youngjun glared at Rosaline's status window. Cell fitness, 1.3. Looking closely, Youngjun could see a small gauge beside the number. The bar in the gauge kept getting longer, then returned to 0 as soon as it reached the end. Cell fitness, 1.4. The fitness increased. The cell fitness value indicated how healthy the cell was, how strong the cell membrane was, whether the digestive organelles inside the cell were working properly, and if it was properly adhered to the plate if it was an adherent cell. You're saying I can use this fitness level. Youngjun tried to find out how he could use it, but it wasn't easy. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Cell fitness, 1.5, max. Soon after, the fitness of the cell reached 1.5. The bar did not increase anymore. It seemed like the maximum amount of the cell fitness was 1.5. Sigh. Youngjun thought his head was going to explode from the amount of stress he had been under. Am I mentally ill? Youngjun was a scientist inside and out. The most reasonable explanation for this situation was that the extreme stress he was under had created some sort of disorder in his brain, causing him to go crazy. It was definitely a possibility. With the betrayal of his company and colleagues, a month of suspension and departmental transfer, the dreadful burden of his debt, and extreme depression, he must have felt like he deserved something after all this. His reward system was probably in play right now. Wanting compensation for his recent troubles was probably what was creating these hallucinations and fantasies. I am going to get a close examination tomorrow morning. I'm sorry. I will return as soon as possible. Youngjun sent a text message to Park Dong-hyun. *****. On Tuesday morning, Youngjun visited the psychiatric ward. Although it had only been about 30 minutes after they opened, there was already a patient waiting. He was in very thin clothing for the cold winter weather. He was pale and drawn, but he was a large man. He was quite chubby and looked to be about 190 centimeters. Youngjun stood behind him and waited for a little while before checking in. I can't even see the nurse's face because of this guy, as trivial thoughts were going through his head. Schizophrenia. A message window suddenly appeared in front of the man's back. Schizophrenia. It was commonly known as the mind-splitting illness. It was one of the worst and most horrendous mental illnesses, even being nicknamed the cancer of the mind. It caused endless auditory and visual hallucinations, and people who suffered from it were known to do a variety of things when they were unconscious. I keep seeing hallucinations of these messages. Do I have schizophrenia? Youngjun smiled bitterly. After waiting a little while, it was Youngjun's turn to check in. Hello, have you been here before? The nurse at the counter greeted him. Youngjun could tell that she had a cold because of her nasal voice, seemingly caused by a stuffy nose. The nurse has a cold and this patient has schizophrenia. It's truly a general hospital. It's my first time here. Youngjun answered. Please fill this out. Sniffling, the nurse handed Youngjun a small piece of paper. It had spaces for him to write his name, phone number, address, and a short medical history. As he was standing at the counter, filling it out, the nurse took out some cold medicine and swallowed it with a glass of water. Bleep. All of a sudden, a message popped up in front of his eyes. You can gain insight into the molecular biological phenomena using synchronization mode. Synchronization mode. Would you like to gain insight into the cold medicine? Fitness consumption rate, 0.1/second. Youngjun squinted his eyes. The button on the message was blinking as if it was prompting him to press it. Alright, I'll keep note of this and tell the doctor that I'm having hallucinations like this when I see him. However, at the same time, Youngjun was intrigued. Then, he poked the synchronization mode with the tip of his finger. Activate synchronization mode, gain insight into the cold medicine. A message popped up. BZZZ? Ugh. Youngjun groaned. He felt like electricity was running through his head. Fitness is quickly consumed in synchronization mode. You can observe things happening in the micro world in units of ngstr, m, Dalton, de, and picoseconds, ps. 1. You can call upon any molecular biological phenomena and understand it intuitively in synchronization mode. Young Jun could see an image of the cold medicine traveling into the nurse's stomach. This medicine was an all-in-one cold medicine. It contained a number of different drugs to control the various reactions that would occur while removing the cold virus from her body. Ibuprofen, a type of fever and pain medicine, began circulating in her body. Her fever would come down soon. Her body temperature was at 37.4 degrees Celsius, a mild fever. The white blood cells in her body were tracking the cold virus and removing it. However, her body temperature would fall 1 degree when the fever medicine began to work, and soon, the efficiency of her white blood cells would decrease by 28%. It also contained carbocysteine, an expectorant, and an anti-inflammatory. It would remove phlegm and alleviate the pain from the cold by suppressing the reaction to the infection. Next, it contained chlorpheniramine maleate, an antihistamine. It suppressed nasal blocking and mucus. Lastly, it contained dihydrocodeine phosphate as an agent for airway dilation. It was good for stopping coughs. However, Young Jun could see more than that right now. The codeine was turning into morphine in the nurse's body. Morphine. It was a type of addictive drug. Bleep. You have consumed half of your fitness. A message appeared. Young Jun flinched, startled, then raised his head. Synchronization mode finished. Then, the analysis of the cold medicine came to a stop automatically. Have you finished? The nurse asked. Oh, give me a second. Young Jun wrote the remaining information with a trembling hand and sat on the couch provided for patients to wait. He was lost in thought for a little bit, then chuckled. Codeine turning into morphine. That makes no sense. Of course, I am crazy. Then, Young Jun pulled out his phone and googled codeine. Dihydrocodeine medicine. Why, there was a news article about it. Thinking that there was no way, Young Jun clicked on the article. The European Medicines Agency has banned the use of codeine-containing medicine in children. Following the recent discovery that codeine turns into morphine inside the body, there is no way of telling what kind of effect it will have on children. It's true. Young Jun was bewildered. It was something that he did not know, but he had figured it out after taking one look at the cold medicine. Wait, I still can't believe it. Young Jun looked around. He wanted to try it one more time. If he could activate this synchronization mode anywhere he wanted. Schizophrenia. Young Jun stopped when he reached the schizophrenia patient. Synchronization mode. Would you like to gain insight into schizophrenia? Fitness consumption rate, 0.2/second. Young Jun pressed the synchronization button. Click. The auditory hallucinations that the patient could hear began ringing in his head as well. Elvis ended up hitting Sammy at last. It is because you acted like an asshole. Hehehehe ha 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 ha. -5, 23, 7, 6, 40. I'm behind you. No, not there, but beside. Yes, there. There's a murderer there. I miss you so much. I always think of you when I pass the cherry blossom tree and the lake we walked beside together. Cats. Books. The sole of a shoe. It's stained. It's dirty. Cat spit. Books. Ripped books. The sole of a shoe. It's dirty. How did you find me? You're looking inside my head right now, right? How did you get in? Thud. Danger. Synchronization mode terminated. Young Jun's heart was pounding hard. Wheeze. Wheeze. It was shocking. Young Jun had learned that this was the state that schizophrenia created. The sentences did not make sense at all. It was a completely random word vomit, but some of the thoughts made sense by chance. Hearing auditory hallucinations like that would make a normal person go mad in a few days. Young Jun calmed his breathing and read the message in front of him. You are a novice in using the synchronization mode. Rosaline is guiding you with your safety as the priority. You heard the auditory hallucinations of a schizophrenic patient. Your heart rate increased significantly from experiencing too much of a new kind of stress. Rosaline has stopped synchronization mode in concern for your health. Press the button if you wish to resume. Young Jun gulped and pressed the button. He could hear auditory hallucinations once again. In addition, he could now see other things as well, such as the patient's brain. They were things that he could not pay attention to before because of the auditory hallucinations. Young Jun took a closer look. He could see that dopamine, a neurochemical used in signaling between neurons in the brain, was not functioning properly. The patient was currently unconscious. He was epileptic and his hand was trembling. Too much neurotransmitter was being released from one part of his brain, including the temporal lobe, and it had paralyzed the brain. It was similar to when a city experienced a power outage due to a sudden surge of electricity. Young Jun was a scientist, not a doctor. He did not have the necessary knowledge to diagnose the man's condition. However, all doctors did was produce diagnoses based on things like seizures and EEG data and treat what they thought was the problem. What Rosaline showed him was something much more clear and specific than that too. A straight line is the closest distance between two dots. It was something that could be understood intuitively. Just like one did not need a mathematician to prove this axiom, Young Jun also did not need a doctor to tell him what was going on. This patient is in danger. 1. The ngstr, m, is a unit of measurement equal to 1/10 billionth of a meter. A Dalton, de, is a unit of mass equal to 1/12 of the mass of one carbon atom, and a picosecond, ps, is equal to a trillionth of a second. So, extremely small. 2EEG is an acronym for electroencephalogram, a test that measures electrical activity in the brain. It is used to measure the communication between brain cells. Youngjun walked up to the counter and spoke quietly to the nurse. Excuse me, sorry. What does that patient over there have? Pardon. The nurse asked with a look of confusion. I cannot disclose any patient information. The nurse told Youngjun. I'm a doctor, too. It's just because that patient does not look good and I'm worried for him. It could be an emergency. Youngjun was lying when he said that he was a doctor, but he felt like he needed to say something like this in order for this to work. I'm sorry, the nurse replied. It's schizophrenia, right? Youngjun asked again. I can't tell you. The nurse adhered to her ethics. However, she could not hide her brief look of surprise. She was still human, after all. In fact, that man was a patient who had been treated here multiple times, and the nurse knew his face. The patient did have schizophrenia. Everything that Rosaline had determined was true, meaning that the patient was unconscious, hearing auditory hallucinations continuously, and was in a state of extreme anxiety, nervousness, and panic. Hurry up and call a doctor. That man looks like he's in a dangerous condition. Youngjun told the nurse. However, the nurse dragged her feet to call someone as she stared at Youngjun in doubt. Wait here for a moment. It was the moment she stopped sitting on her hands and stood up to go get someone. Arg. Suddenly, the schizophrenic patient suddenly got up and began screaming. Kaya! As the nurse screamed in surprise. Thud thud thud. The patient began running with his feet stomping on the floor. He was headed towards the window. He was trying to jump out. No. The moment the nurse shouted, someone grabbed the patient from behind just as he was about to jump. The man was huge, about 190 centimeters and around 100 kilograms, but Youngjun had an average height and weight. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to grab and control the patient by himself, but Youngjun had another power. Accepting specific stimulation to myofibroblasts of the brachioradialis, biceps brachii, triceps brachii, and extensor digitorum. Emergency situation. Fitness consumption changed to autonomic consumption. Overexpression of adrenaline. Activation of actin. With those messages, Youngjun felt a burst of strength in his arms. Thud. Youngjun tackled the patient onto the ground and held him down. The man struggled, but he could not overpower Youngjun. What is it? At last, a doctor ran out, surprised, with a few male nurses. The chaotic situation quickly calmed down. The doctor gave the patient a sedative and tied down the patient. Phew. The nurse at the counter sighed in relief as everything went back to normal. There could have been a dangerous situation if the man who said that he was a doctor did not act fast. The nurse looked around the waiting room for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? She looked back at the chart he handed her. Ryu Wonjun. 010-1111-1234. Hospital room number 101, 50-27 Jungyunaro, Sudamungu, Seoul. The nurse did not notice it before when she just quickly scanned it, but reading carefully now, she could see that all the information that man wrote down was false. There was no way a phone number like 1111 to 1234 existed, and Jungyunaro only existed up to 37 to 1. Considering this, the name he wrote down was probably false, too. Who is that guy? ******. Youngjun left the hospital. He had gone through a truly shocking incident. Rosaline is real. He had a brilliant source of knowledge that could understand molecular biology at the atomic level in his head. Youngjun even saw the structure of dopamine in the schizophrenic patient's head. Maybe he could develop a cure for schizophrenia. Also, how amazing was it that he figured out that codeine, a common ingredient in cold medicine, turned into morphine in the body. This ability that allowed him to understand those processes in the blink of an eye without any kind of experiments was an ability for a scientist. How can I use this? Endless possibilities filled his head. Bleep. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Then, another message popped up. Rosaline's fitness is currently low. Rosaline has found out the following things while recovering her fitness. There is currently an imbalance of microbes in your gut. Rosaline requires the following in order to recover this. Probiotics. Reward, 0.8 fitness. Probiotics. Normally, probiotics referred to a mixture of live bacteria or yeast for your body. It was basically just lactobacillus. It gives me fitness as a reward, huh? He was intrigued. Youngjun walked to the pharmacy on the first floor of the building. Hello. The pharmacist greeted him as he entered. She was a young pharmacist who was quite pale and pretty. Youngjun had come to this pharmacy, which was only about 10 minutes from his house, often ever since he was a graduate student. It used to be run by an elderly woman, but Youngjun was a little surprised as he saw someone unfamiliar. Can I have some probiotics, please? Youngjun asked when he approached the counter. Yes, just a moment. The woman rummaged through the shelves about the counter on her tippy toes. The name tag on her chest caught Youngjun's eye. Pharmacist Song Ji-hyun. Does someone else run this pharmacy now? Youngjun asked. Oh, it was actually run by my aunt, but she went on vacation. Since I also took a leave of absence from my company as well, I told her I'd run it for a bit. Song Ji-hyun answered with a smile, then put something on the counter. Here. Probiotics. Song Ji-hyun pushed a box called Active Lactobacillin toward Youngjun. If you're a pharmacist and you worked in a company, I'm assuming it was a pharmaceutical company. Youngjun asked as he ripped the box open. Yes. It wasn't a big company, just a venture company. I see. Then, is this product from your company? Haha, no, it's not. Our company also works with probiotics, but we don't have a product yet. The reason I gave you that one is because it's the best one out there. I take it as well and it's quite effective. It should be reliable if pharmacists take it too, right? Youngjun checked the back for the manufacturer. Roche. Yes. It's from a company as big as A. General. They have good processing technologies and it also has a variety of bacteria in it. It's also the benchmark that we aim to achieve. Youngjun read the component label on the back. It has a lot of Bifidobacterium lactis in it. It seems like a type of bacteria. What does it do? Song Ji-hyun blushed a little. It's good for constipation. I see. Thank you. Huh. Youngjun tilted his head in confusion as he ripped the rest of the box. What is it? Oh, nothing. Youngjun gestured with his hand. However, there were incredible things in front of his eyes. Lactobacillus acidophilus at 0021, Lactobacillus casei at 0014, Lactobacillus bulgaricus at 0033, Lactobacillus rhamnosus at 0041, Bifidobacterium bifidum at 0051, Bifidobacterium breve at 0117, Bifidobacterium lactis at 0121, Lactococcus lactis at 0449, Enterococcus faecalis at 0511. The components list appeared in front of him automatically in their scientific names. It was definitely excellent, but it wasn't anything incredible as it was the same thing as reading the label on the back. Wait. He hadn't used synchronization mode yet, unlike when he gained insight into the cold medicine. Then maybe. Youngjun gulped and stared at the label. Won't I be able to know more about each component in this probiotic if I use synchronization mode? Bleep. Synchronization mode. Would you like to gain insight into these probiotics? Fitness consumption rate, 0.02/1 second. Activation of synchronization mode. The number of bacteria, their biological activation, and mechanism in the gut appeared in front of his eyes. Ugh. Youngjun stumbled, crushing the box of probiotics in his hand. Song Ji-hyun stood up in concern. Hey, are you okay? She ran out from behind the counter. She was worried that he would faint or something. However, Youngjun regained his balance in just a few seconds. No more fitness remaining. A message in red blinked in front of his eyes. Wheeze. Wheeze. Are you alright? Song Ji-hyun asked in concern. I'm fine. Youngjun swallowed the probiotics. You said that your company also studies probiotics, right? Pardon? Oh, yes. Is it going well? We were studying something good we found before I left. It will go well, I'm sure. Youngjun was immersed in thought after reading the data chart that was analyzed in synchronization mode. From about 2 years ago, there were many attempts from countless pharmaceutical companies to discover a new strain of Bifidobacterium. Most of them were still trying. Is it about Bifidobacterium? Pardon? Ahaha. Song Ji-hyun scratched her head like she was a bit embarrassed. Well, it is the most popular fiend right now. It's a well-known secret in the industry. Since it's been a while since my leave of absence, I'm not sure how advanced the study. It won't. Pardon. Finding a new strain of Bifidobacterium was meaningless as Rosaline was telling him that the strains that have already been developed have the most optimal conditions. Bifidobacterium is done. But people had to study a completely new strain of bacteria. All the pharmaceutical companies were all targeting a completely wrong type of bacteria. Chlorotinus limovitis. Youngjun thought about the secret strain of bacteria the synchronization mode showed him. What should we study if not Bifidobacterium? Song Ji-hyun asked. Beats me. I have no idea. Youngjun told her out of pity that they wouldn't find any gold in the empty mine they were digging at, but he wasn't going to tell them where the jackpot was. He grinned and walked out of the pharmacy. His heart raced in excitement. Youngjun organized all the thoughts that were racing through his head on the way home. Biology was a field of study that was relatively underdeveloped. Comparing it to navigating the world, humanity was just at the beginning of the age of discovery. Countless researchers were wandering through the sea of knowledge and drawing messy maps. However, Rosaline's knowledge was like a high-resolution satellite. It was powerful. Kim Hyun-taek. The new cancer drug, Youngjun mumbled. They were the ones who drove his career as a scientist to the ground. However, lotuses bloomed from muddy ponds. If he had hit rock bottom, the only thing left for him to do was to jump up and soar into the sky. Youngjun downloaded the form for submitting his 2 weeks' notice. He had already lost all loyalty to this place. He had nothing to give to an exploitative company like this that steals from the vulnerable. The only thing that bothered Youngjun was that he had left with Rosaline, the sample that the scientists from the life creation department had studied for over 10 years. To be honest, a normal scientist would not put his own blood into an artificial cell if they were reasonable and scientific. Rosaline probably wouldn't have been created in that lab for decades if he didn't accidentally touch the shard of glass. As such, Youngjun didn't really have to feel guilty for the creation of Rosaline, which was purely coincidental. The reason he was bothered by it was probably because of his strict morality. Park So-yeon also told me to let go of some, too. Should I really do that? Was Youngjun obligated to return to a gen with a powerful force like Rosaline and fill the pockets of villains such as Kim Hyun-taek and management just because he felt guilty toward the life creation department? Youngjun began filling out his 2 weeks' notice. Where am I going to go if I quit a gen? The most prestigious and monopolistic pharmaceutical company in the country was a gen, so all the other companies were trivial. There was nothing Youngjun could gain from going to places like that because they lacked the infrastructure for that kind of research. Rosaline did tell him the answers, but it was up to Youngjun to create that in the real world. Small companies did not have advanced equipment, such as a tool for flow cytometry, lattice light sheet microscopes, or high-sec sequencers. There would be a lot of obstacles to overcome when trying to obtain genetically modified organisms or human-derived materials required for experiments. It would be near impossible to be approved for a clinical trial. But there are a few companies that can compete with Gen in other countries. Huge pharma giants such as Roche, Pfizer, Johnson and Coulson were big enough to be able to fight against Gen. Roche, Pfizer, Johnson and Coulson. Youngjun, who was writing his 2 weeks' notice, stopped and took his hands off the keyboard. Wait, are they actually better than Gen? He started to remember all the bad stories he heard about them. According to the Independence's reveal on November 14, 2011, Pfizer and several other transnational pharmaceutical companies began a large-scale clinical trial in India after restrictions regarding clinical trials were eased in 2005. Youngjun didn't know just how recklessly they did it, but 1,730 people died in 3 years. Of course, the subjects in the clinical trial were poor people, but there was something worse than that. There were minors in the study as well. There were kids who didn't even know how to read yet. The compensation that people received for each deceased individual was 5.4 million won. Even though Independence exposed them, the pharmaceutical companies were not punished at all, they actually sued Independence instead. What about Roche? 5,000 AIDS patients in South Korea have been protesting against Roche over the past few years. It was because they did not sell Fusion, a cure for AIDS, in Korea because the determined price was too low. Even though the average income in the United States was twice the average income in Korea, Roche demanded the cure be sold at the same price. Also, it wasn't like Roche would suffer a loss if they lowered the price, as the manufacturing price was 1/100th of what they sold it for. Roche explained that the surcharge was because they needed funding for research, but Youngjun didn't really buy it. It wasn't that convincing considering that they brought in billions in profits every year just with Fusion. The profits of transnational pharmaceutical companies were incomparably higher compared to any other industry, finance, manufacturing, and even IT. There were only 10 pharmaceutical companies included in the Fortune 500, but their profits surpassed the rest of the other companies' profits combined. In a way, this was natural. They held the lives of people in their hands and had a monopoly on their drugs. No one could say anything, even when they charged 100 times more than the manufacturing price. Because of that, a fair number of AIDS patients in Korea died, lost their vision, or became paralyzed. At least Korea was able to protest because they were a developed country. Some lucky patients were able to receive a small amount of Fusion from international relief organizations as well. Africa, on the other hand, was a living hell. It was impossible for patients in Africa to buy treatment for AIDS, which was as expensive as their weekly living expenses. Because of that, they were using a replica drug that was secretly manufactured in India. Of course, a lot of African people died as the quality of the replica drug hadn't been verified. In the midst of all this, many pharmaceutical companies, led by Roche, fiercely protested against the African and Indian governments about the issue, and they even had legal disputes over it. They did all this while recklessly conducting human experiments in India. Moreover, these pharmaceutical companies concealed any negative results and data about their new drugs. They did this with a well-known flu medicine as well. This was basically a secret that everyone in the industry knew about. Would companies really want to develop amazing drugs in turn for 15 years of their frontline scientists' lives? Or would it be better for them to lobby the government officials who were in charge of the FDA approval? In this case, it was easy for mediocre new drugs, created by hiding data about side effects, to be approved for the market. Why were several countries in the Americas, including the United States, so ridden with substance abuse? People who thought that it was because poor black people or immigrants sold drugs were still naive about the pharmaceutical industry. Books that exposed transnational pharmaceutical companies as the bad guys were on every bookshelf in every bookstore. Gen was actually one of the better companies. Or so Youngjun thought since he saw what they did with the new liver cancer treatment. Sigh, Youngjun covered his face with his hands. He didn't like any of them. What if I start my own company? Youngjun was confident that he would not be swayed by Gen however. He would probably waste at least 5 years, as registering and setting up a new lab was quite a picky process. It wasn't easy to get approval from the government because they would be handling dangerous substances, and there was a chance of leakage. Let's change the plan. There were no good pharmaceutical companies. Since they were all corrupt, he had to do it himself. However, it would take too long to build a startup or a small company. Click. Youngjun deleted his 2-week notice from his computer. Let's go back to Gen. Youngjun was going to take advantage of the strong network Gen had already built and grow from there. He was going to give them amazing results, show them his potential, and launch an affiliate company. He could just build that company, but he could also go further. Couldn't I actually absorb Gen? It wasn't completely impossible. 7-11 had its headquarters in the United States, but the branch in Japan took over the headquarters, did they not? The amount of power Rosaline held in the research field was close to infinite. How sad would it be if all he did with his power was build a mediocre company and sell a few drugs? This power wasn't just going to end with curing things like cancer or AIDS, it was a scalpel that was going to remove the vile and materialistic politics that had infected the entire pharmaceutical industry. It was a guillotine that would behead fake scientists like Kim Hyun-taik. ****. Senior scientist Park Dong-hyun of the Life Creation Department was looking at the experimental data. He was used to being grilled by his superiors during the weekly project meeting. However, there was a far worse problem than that next week, the annual report seminar. It was a huge research meeting. All the scientists at AGEN participated, except for the interns. Here, each project manager had to report their performance and discuss the results. It was a hellish discussion that took 8 hours, and the atmosphere always turned hostile when it was the Life Creation Department's turn to present. Everyone ignored them or looked at them with a condescending look, and some of the lab directors even cursed at them. The worst thing they heard last year was, "Look at what you've done right now. You could teach a monkey to do that. Seriously, how could a monkey conduct an experiment?" They said things like that because all they came to do was break the Life Creation Department's spirits instead of giving actual feedback and discussion about their study. Of course, that was because the goal of lab directors was not to hear the Life Creation Department's presentation but to make them quit. Phew. Park Dong-hyun was frustrated that he had to go through that hell again. "Hello, I'm here." On Tuesday afternoon, Youngjun greeted everyone and sat in his seat. "Are you feeling better?" Park Dong-hyun approached him and asked. "Yes, they didn't find any abnormalities." "That's a relief." "Yes. Senior Park, our year-end seminar is soon, right? I think we should evaluate our current progress and discuss which result we should present." "All right, follow me." Park Dong-hyun and Youngjun went to the conference room together. As Youngjun made him a coffee and waited for a bit, 2 members of the Life Creation Department walked in. There were now 4 of them, including Youngjun and Park Dong-hyun. "Well, everyone knows Dr. Ryu Youngjun, right? He's the new one. The one that cursed at Kim Hyun-taek. Please welcome him." Park Dong-hyun introduced Youngjun to his colleagues. "Are you feeling better?" the woman with round glasses asked. It was the woman who called the ambulance when Youngjun collapsed. "Yes, I'm fine now. Take care of yourself. I'm Young Harim, and I'm a senior scientist. I was in the protein purification research department, but I was transferred here after some incidents. Welcome." After introducing herself, Young Harim glanced at the man sitting next to her. He was quite chubby, and it was a little embarrassing because he was wearing a tight shirt that showed all the lines on his body. He had messy hair, wore square-frame glasses, and had an innocent-looking face. He was extremely focused on a Japanese animation playing on his phone. "Koh Sunyal, we're going to have our meeting right now. You should introduce yourself since we have someone new," Young Harim said. Then, without even glancing at her, Koh Sunyal said, "There's still a minute left until lunch is over." It was 2 o'clock. Lunch. As Youngjun looked puzzled, Young Harim said, "Sunyal went out for lunch a little after 1 o'clock. Haha, you can tell why Sunyal is here, right?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Companies don't like people who clock out at the minute." Youngjun nodded. Apparently, he came here after confronting the executive manager about why he wasn't allowed to leave when his shift ended at 6 p.m., Young Harim said and shook her head. "Is your name Koh Sunyal?" Youngjun asked the portly man. "Yes, it is. Sunyal, can you please introduce your ak?" Koh Sunyal suddenly began ripping his hair out. He hugged his phone. "Sanago Kohaku Daimyo. 1. Pardon. Kohaku-chan is. Sana Heizu Wa Nai. 2. Young Harim poked his shoulder, but Koh Sunyal was already turning off his phone. He was like a robot who started working right at the hour. "My name is Koh Sunyal. Nice to meet you. Are you Japanese?" Youngjun asked. "I am Korean Japanese. But I'm currently a Korean citizen. I don't think I really need to introduce myself. Kek. Harim-chan already introduced everything about me, right? Whoa, is this guy for real?" Youngjun could clearly tell what kind of guy he was even without an explanation. He felt like he could guess what picture he had on his pillow cover. Young Harim looked at Koh Sunyal like she had given up. She said to Park Dong-hyun, "Then let's begin, Leader Park. I'm not the team leader, we have our executive manager Chan. But he's in Shannon right now, and I don't think he'll come back. You know what he was assigned this time, right?" Park Dong-hyun looked stumped as Young Harim spoke. He explained to Youngjun, "Actually, there are 2 more people on our team. There's principal scientist Shin Ji-myung, our team leader, and lead scientist, Bae Sun-mi. Are neither of them here today?" Youngjun asked. "You will see them sometime. You don't have to remember their names for now. I'll introduce them again once they're here." Park Dong-hyun opened the presentation file on his laptop. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. As you all know, we are the Life Creation Department, and our goal is to create a living artificial cell out of chemicals," Park Dong-hyun explained. "And ultimately, we are thinking of using this to create artificial organs that will not be rejected by the patient's immune system and using it in transplants. The creation and transplantation of artificial organs, it was one of the major issues of future medicine. Non-functional organs could be swapped out for functional ones, like swapping out a faulty or broken part in a car. Even if one was diagnosed with lung cancer from smoking 3 packs a day. Don't worry. We have a healthy pair of lungs right here. They would be fine after receiving a transplant for a new set of lungs. In current medicine, there had to be an organ donor in order to do a transplant. For example, patients with renal failure struggled on artificial dialysis to survive until there was a kidney donor. However, it would become a lot easier if an organ could be created as all they had to do was make it and put it inside. Another obstacle an artificial organ could overcome was rejection. In 1936, a person named Voronoi in Russia performed the first kidney transplant. Then, the recipient died, and the cause was rejection. The recipient's immune system attacked the transplanted kidney, causing an infection, and eventually killing the patient. Why was that? It was because the genetic material of the donor and recipient was slightly different. It was like someone wearing the wrong size glove and having it fall off while they were working. It meant that the recipient and the donor needed to have similar genes in order for the organ to work properly. Ultimately, even if there was a donor, a person with renal failure would die if the donor's genes weren't similar enough. This problem could also be solved if artificial organs were invented, as they just needed to use the same genetic material when making it. But do we have to start with an artificial cell? Youngjun criticized. Then, we can use embryonic stem cells. That's right. We do have something like embryonic stem cells, and it's also easier. However, those stem cells have a limit to how commercialized they can be. Youngjun nodded as he understood. Simply put, embryonic cells were made by injecting the patient's genetic material into an embryo created from a sperm and egg. Embryos had the ability to differentiate into any kind of cell. As such, these stem cells could differentiate into whatever tissue the patient wanted, such as the liver. There also wouldn't be any rejection from the patient as it was basically injecting their own genetic material into their bodies. If so, wouldn't people just have to make embryonic stem cells from the patient's genetic material, create a liver with that, and then transplant it into the patient? It would be the end of traditional transplants if that could happen. However, the technology wasn't advancing even though it had been a while since this concept was proposed. The reason was that the one thing they absolutely needed for this was an embryo. What this meant was that in order to treat a patient with renal failure with stem cells, the doctor had to go through a number of steps. Inject hormones into a healthy female volunteer for approximately 2 weeks to induce ovulation, check them with an ultrasound, and then harvest the eggs from their ovaries with a syringe. Collect sperm from a healthy male volunteer. Use an ICSI, an intracellular sperm injector, to fertilize the egg into an embryo. Remove all genetic material from the embryo. Obtain somatic cells from the patient to obtain their genetic material. Insert the embryo with the patient's genetic material. Transplant into the patient after growing it into a liver or as a cell. The doctor would have to do it all over again if even one step failed. This process was just incredibly difficult. Let's say a doctor and a highly trained technician who was extremely skilled successfully created a liver. Congratulations. You cured one patient. There were hundreds of thousands of similar patients waiting in line. They would have to start from step 1 to treat the next patient. It was completely different from stamping out cold medicine from factories. Who would be able to do such a crazy thing like that? Because of these obstacles, this treatment method was still deemed scientific fiction. Let's just say that somehow, the doctors and scientists were willing to go through that hell for each patient until everyone was cured. It would be for nothing if they didn't have a woman who would keep taking hormones for others and offer her eggs like Mother Teresa. A message suddenly popped up in front of Youngjun's eyes as he was lost in thought. Synchronization mode. Would you like to gain insight into how to revert a normal cell into an embryonic stem cell? Fitness consumption 2.0. This time, it didn't take fitness by the second, but it consumed 2.0 at once. However, the merit of gaining knowledge like that was incredible. Reverting normal cells into embryonic stem cells. If that was possible, they wouldn't have to go through the 7-step process. All they would have to do is swab the inside of a patient's mouth, modify it, and then plant it into the patient's body. Would there be a way to revert a normal cell into an embryonic cell? Youngjun asked. A normal cell? Park Dong-hyun said. Yes. You mean like skin cells or blood cells? Yes. Park Dong-hyun chuckled. If that was possible, it would be revolutionary. If we were able to make an embryonic stem cell from a normal cell, can we present that at the year-end seminar? It's a little different from our current project, though. Of course that's okay. It's not like it's completely different. Why? Did you hear something? Young Harim interrupted and asked. No, nothing like that. As Youngjun pretended like it was nothing, Park Dong-hyun smiled. Youngjun, if that happened, the Nobel Prize Committee would come and beg us to take the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Yeah, that's Nobel Prize-worthy technology. Young Harim agreed. Even if it's different from the work our department is supposed to do, some trivial lab directors won't be able to pick on us if we did that. But it's not feasible, Park Dong-hyun spoke. Young Harim added, once a cell differentiates, it can't go back. It's like how we can't go back to being an undergraduate student because we already completed our doctorate. KOH Sunyal also added, back in the day, you couldn't reset your skill tree in RPG games once you choose one. The cell system of the body is a pro that's been working for about 10 billion years. So, I don't think. Park Dong-hyun went back to opening the presentation file on his laptop. Well, we're trying to focus on creating an artificial cell. Let's work on this a little more for now. I'll catch you up on the current results we have. Youngjun stared at the blinking message in front of his eyes. Synchronization mode. Would you like to gain insight into how to revert a regular cell into an embryonic cell? Fitness consumption 2.0. Rosaline was telling him that it was possible. What kind of advancements would happen if this technology was invented? There would be no need to harvest eggs or sperm, and they would not have to make an embryo either. They also didn't need extremely precise microcontrol to replace genetic material. Since it was the patient's own genetic material, there would be no rejection. This was like a technological leap from the days when women used to wash their clothes with a washing paddle to using a washing machine. Click. Youngjun tapped on Rosaline's message. What are you doing? Sunyal tilted his head in confusion as Youngjun tapped into nothing. Just some dust. Youngjun made up some excuse. He pressed it, but as expected, nothing happened. You do not have enough fitness. The amount of fitness that Youngjun had was 1.5, this was the maximum. To get it higher, he needed to upgrade Rosaline. But how? Bleep? As Youngjun was lost in thought, a message popped up with a notification. Improve metastatic status or synchronization to upgrade Rosaline's level. The fitness limit and the recovery rate will increase with Rosaline's level. They were messages that he had read before. It was information he already knew. The problem was how he could improve the metastatic status or synchronization. Youngjun checked Rosaline's metastatic status. Metastatic status, heart, 2%, liver, 46%, brain, 7%, kidney, 13%, spinal cord, 4%. These values were the result of what Rosaline did in order to recover his body when he was an alcoholic. She had corrected his herniated disc, forward neck posture, fatty liver, and all kinds of small discomforts. Should I take some cyanide or something? As Youngjun was coming up with ridiculous ways, he heard Park Dong-hyun presenting. 4.87, the most recent version we tested, was destroyed because we could not get the cell membrane to stabilize. 4.87. Youngjun's eyes widened. He remembered that when he first obtained Rosaline, the artificial cell that was reacting in the lab was labeled V4.87. It was just a blob of chemicals that wasn't living yet, but Rosaline was born as soon as Youngjun's blood went into it. What happened? The ATP originating from my blood cells entered into V4.87. Maybe ATP is the source that Rosaline needs to grow. ATP was a very high-energy chemical entity. It was the fuel that was widely used in a variety of cellular functions in the body. And Rosaline, which was in Youngjun's body, had also reacted strongly to ATP before. Then, wouldn't her metastatic status or synchronization be improved with ATP? Does anyone have good ideas? Park Dong-hyun asked. However, Young Harim and Sunyal all avoided his gaze and lowered their heads. Park Dong-hyun sighed. It's all right. It's not your fault that our project isn't progressing. It's because this project is too difficult and unrealistic. How long do we have until our year-end seminar? Youngjun asked. About 2 weeks. Youngjun thought for a little while. It wasn't a terrible idea. It would cause huge waves in the scientific community if he could create embryonic stem cells from regular ones. If he presented this, it wouldn't be long before he entered stardom in the scientific community. It was a good way to gain some leverage at agn/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Another benefit was that this technology was fundamental. If he was successful, it wouldn't end there. This technology would require further, more advanced experimentation, such as growing artificial organs or differentiating cells into tissues and nerves, which were all difficult for modern scientists. The ball would be in Youngjun's court as he would also hold the key to solving those problems. If he used that, he would also be able to make a deal about the percentage of royalties. Youngjun had decided that he would not give any percentage of the royalties to the executives or shareholders. Why would he give them anything when none of them contributed? Youngjun would need a little deception after presenting the data, but he was confident he could do that. If he succeeded, the tables would be turned. He was determined to become the first author of the paper, the first inventor, and take the maximum share of the patent. Youngjun silently stared at Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim and Sunyal. I will study the differentiation of stem cells in the meantime. I'm telling you, you can't. Park Dong-hyun seemed irritated. But I think it might be fine to let him do whatever he wants since he's new. Sunyal told Park Dong-hyun, to which the latter nodded after some thought. All right. I guess it's not a great time to assign you new tasks because we're busy with the year-end report and you need time to get used to this place, too. Do whatever you want for 2 weeks. Thank you. I appreciate it. The meeting ended not long after. The department hadn't found an idea to use at the year-end seminar, but it didn't matter. Youngjun was confident he could make it himself. As soon as Youngjun returned to the lab, he searched for ATP. Found it. He took out a small reagent bottle from the -20 degrees freezer. Adenosine 5-triphosphate disodium salt hydrate. Without the disodium salt hydrate, it was called ATP, adenosine 5-triphosphate. Youngjun extracted about a milliliter of ATP from the reagent bottle. He sterilized it by filtering it through a 0.22 micrometer filter and then put it into a 5 milliliter syringe from the lab. Then, he disinfected the inside of his elbow with alcohol and injected the ATP into his veins. I can't believe that I'm conducting a clinical trial on my own body. To be honest, it was crazy. However, this much was definitely harmless to a healthy person. Even if it didn't affect Rosaline, it would end with no particular negative effects on Youngjun's body as well. Let's take a look. Youngjun opened Rosaline's status window and stared at it. Bleep. Rosaline has absorbed the ATP. Is this wrong? The moment Youngjun, who was disappointed, was about to try something new, the fitness of the cell will increase momentarily. Rosaline LV1. Metastatic status, heart, 2%, liver, 46%, brain, 7%, kidney, 13%, spinal cord, 4%. Synchronization, 3%. Cell fitness, 2.1, plus 0.6, for 21 hours due to ATP. Gene expression control, suppression of CYP2E1, 38%. A value of 0.6 was added to fitness from the ATP. It seemed like it meant that 0.6 would be added to his regular amount and that it would last for 21 hours. Whatever it was, his total fitness amount was over 2. Youngjun quickly opened the message again. Check how to revert a regular cell to an embryonic cell, fitness consumption, 2.0. Click. A solution appeared when Youngjun pushed the button. You can revert a normal cell into an embryonic stem cell if you modify a few genes. It is the most simple method you can use right now. Rosaline recommends the next 4 sets of genes. SOX2, CMYC, OCT4, KTF4. Overexpress these 4 genes in the cell. Whoa, Youngjun felt like he cheated off God's answers or something. How could someone discover that a normal cell could be reverted into a stem cell by modifying just 4 genes out of the 20 different kinds they have? If Youngjun were to pick genes randomly and experiment with them, this knowledge would be like hitting the lottery jackpot billions of times. Chills went through his spine again when he realized that Rosaline also knew all the numbers to hit that jackpot. Youngjun closed the message window and ran to his office computer. He searched and logged in with his ID. This website sold genes. They sold individual fragments of artificially synthesized genes. He could order freeze-dried genes and use them in his experiments after melting them in some water. Youngjun ordered those 4 genes right away. The genes were delivered 2 days later, but Youngjun needed to flesh out his experiment a little more. How was he going to put the genes into the cell, and in what cell was he going to add it? What was the right amount to add, and how long would he have to wait to observe it after inserting it? Normally, he would have spent a month figuring out the best conditions for each component of the experiment, but Youngjun didn't have to do that. Synchronization mode provided him with the optimal conditions as well. He gained new messages as he regularly used his cell fitness. Recommends you to insert the genes into a human embryonic kidney cell, HEC293. Click to see the characteristics of an embryonic kidney cell. Insert the gene using a retrovirus. Click to see how to produce viruses. Grow them using the same method of growing embryonic stem cells 3 days later. Click to see growing method. Youngjun consumed cell fitness every day and executed the experiment as per Rosaline's instructions. He grew embryonic kidney cells and produced gene-carrying retroviruses. A few days flew by while he was busy with his experiment. And on Friday morning, Youngjun finally infected the embryonic kidney stem cells with the retrovirus. Now, SOX2, CMYC, OCT4, and KLF4, the 4 genes Youngjun put inside the cell, were going to start being expressed. Now, all he had to do was observe. The experiment would be a success if this cell reverted back into an embryonic state. Anyway, it's so simple. Comparing it to cooking, what scientists were basically doing was collecting unknown ingredients and creating a new recipe. But following Rosaline's orders was just like cooking by following the prepared recipe. The difference in the level of difficulty was unbelievable. Finally, Youngjun plated the genetically modified embryonic kidney cells onto a special stow culture dish. If the cells flourished on this plate and differentiated, it would mean that these were artificially crafted embryonic stem cells. Is it really possible? What are you doing? Young Harim asked Youngjun from behind as he was observing the plate through the microscope. She walked beside him and looked at the culture plate. What is this? It's a stem cell candidate. Wow, it can be called a stem cell if it grows from this culture dish. I'll send you the details of the experiment by email. I hope it goes well, but honestly, I'm not expecting anything. It's lunch. Are you not going to eat? We're heading out right now. We came to ask you to come with us. Let's go. As Youngjun followed Young Harim out, Park Dong-hyun and Koh Sun-yeol were already waiting for them in front of the elevator with their jackets on. Youngjun asked, do you have to bundle up like that when we're going to the cafeteria? The halls are cold. And we also have to wait a while when we're getting our meal tickets, so bring your coat, Young Harim replied. I heard that the flu is going around. Your immune system gets weaker when you're cold, so be careful, everyone, Park Dong-hyun added. Eek, the flu, Young Harim shuddered. Yes, take your vitamins. And Dr. Ryu, our team usually has lunch together if there isn't anything special, Park Dong-hyun told Youngjun. Is that so? Yes. I told you before, right? We outcasts have to stick together at least. We won't last here if we don't do that. Young Harim and Koh Sun-yeol laughed. Park Dong-hyun went on. We couldn't have lunch with you because you were busy with your experiment this week, but let's have lunch together starting next week. Youngjun nodded. They actually asked him to have lunch together a few days during the week, but Youngjun turned them down because he had to work on a tight schedule if he wanted to have prominent results in 2 weeks. Now all he had to do was wait since he was finished with all the busy work, but for the past few days, he had brought kimbap from home and shoved them in his mouth. Youngjun wondered why they made such a fuss about eating together, but he was able to figure out why. Laboratory 6 was used by 7 departments in total. They didn't run into each other as each department worked with their own members, but everyone shared lunchtime and the cafeteria. Bleep. Youngjun's profile showed up on the small monitor as he scanned his company ID to get his meal ticket. Scientist Ryu Youngjun, Life Creation Department. At the same time, Youngjun could feel the scientists behind him stare with unfriendly gazes. Why are they at Lab 6 anyway? Someone behind him murmured. Our lab's performance falls because of them during the year-end seminar. I heard that Director Kim Hyun-taek from Lab 1 leads the anti-cancer drug research team by himself. But we have that department. Sigh. They probably have nothing again this year, right? Ha. Think about it. Do you think they would have anything to show? The atmosphere at the seminar is going to be bad, yet again. It always goes south when they present. It's because they are a collection of people that used to make things go south in their own department. When Youngjun turned his head to look back, Park Dong-hyun grabbed his shoulder. Don't give them any attention, Park Dong-hyun spoke. But still, they're talking so loudly that it's impossible to not hear them. It looks like they're doing that on purpose. One of the biggest reasons people don't last here and quit is because of that. But if you hear it for a month or so, you learn how to pretend like you don't hear anything. Park Dong-hyun smiled bitterly. Shugoi. 1. Suddenly, Koh Sun-yeol, who was standing in front of the line, exclaimed. Youngjun could hear him all the way from the back. So that's what happens when you get used to it. Youngjun nodded at Park Dong-hyun. Koh Sun-yeol turned to where they were standing and shouted, Senior Park? I told you the menu today is freaking good. Dokgangjong ita dokame suyo, too. Oh, okay. Eat up, Park Dong-hyun replied awkwardly and waved his hand. The cafeteria was like a buffet. Youngjun put a few different things on his plate and grabbed a beverage as well. As he scanned the tables, he saw Young Harim with her hand up. Everyone had gathered at that table except him. He walked over and sat down. Sun-yeol Sunbi, why didn't you get any dokgangjong? You were worshipping it, Youngjun asked. 3. It's not that he didn't get any. He just ate all of it, Young Harim answered for him. Samana na I couldn't stop myself because it was so good. 4. Even if you ate it all, there isn't any sauce left either. How did you eat it like this? Koh Sun-yeol propped up his glasses with his pointer finger and grinned. Haha, I guess I can't help it if I want to show this ninjan. Wait for me to bring some more. 5. He stood up with his plate and walked away. The cafeteria was a buffet, and everyone was free to have as much as they wanted, so it didn't matter if he grabbed more. He does that sometimes if there's something on the menu he likes, Young Harim told Youngjun, chuckling. Well, I also have more if there's something I like on the menu, but the place where he put his dokgangjong was clean as if he washed the sauce off. He licked it off. Well, Sun-yeol is a little strange, but he's nice, innocent, and smart. Youngjun nodded. Let's take our time while we wait for Sun-yeol, Park Dong-hyun said as he picked up his chopsticks. Clang! Suddenly, a loud sound of metal clashing together rang in the cafeteria. All three of them turned to the sound in surprise. Koh Sun-yeol stood there, flustered, and a young woman stood there, staring down at her shirt in shock and anger. Her white shirt had a big red stain on the front of it. I'm sorry. Damn it! What are you doing? The woman shouted while brushing off her shirt with her hand. You. What department are you from? Life Creation. This idiot, she mumbled under her breath. Scratching his head, Koh Sun-yeol looked like he didn't know what to do. I am sorry. But you bumped into me from behind when I was in front. Then, a middle-aged man who looked like an executive manager showed up behind her. What is it? Sir, look at this. This person bumped into me, the woman shouted with a piercing voice. The executive manager frowned. Getting up from his seat, Youngjun turned to face the table. We should go hell. Both Park Dong-hyun and Young Harim were not in their seats. They were already running toward Koh Sun-yeol. The health food department was in Agen, a pharmaceutical company, but they didn't make pharmaceutical products. Their main goal was to develop functional health products. Simply put, they studied things like Korean red ginseng. It wasn't like they were giving red ginseng to a patient in clinical trials to see its effects or anything. Rather, they developed and marketed products with vague functions, such as that it had health benefits, made people warm, increased metabolism, and more. Choi Myung-jun, the team leader of the health food department, was extremely confident in this year's annual seminar. They were about to commercialize a new product, which was made with pumpkin juice, bellflower juice, and pear juice, that was both delicious and nutritious. On top of that, the health food department was already a crucial department in Agen as it brought in a lot of profits from its probiotic product. It was obvious that the health food department was going to carry Lab 6 in the seminar again like last year, although it was unknown just how awkward the idiots at the life creation department were going to make it. Still, there was no way the health food department would be criticized as they had already finished their presentation files, which were filled with information about their excellent performance. The health food department was excited and relaxed recently as they were able to go home without having to do overtime. Seo Yoonju, one of the scientists on the team, was especially in a good mood, and she was even humming. She wore a white silk shirt, tights, and a tennis skirt to work because she was planning to leave at 6 p.m. sharp and go on a date with her boyfriend. She was in a good mood when she came out for lunch, but some fat otaku had ruined her day. Scientist Koh Sun-yeol from the Life Creation Department. Choi Myung-jun scoffed. You all. Why is it that you guys are always causing a scene whenever I see you? You'll be doing that in the year-end seminar that's taking place in a few weeks too, right? I am sorry. Koh Sun-yeol apologized repeatedly. So what are you going to do about it? Choi Myung-jun asked in an arrogant tone. See. Can I give you money for dry clean? Dry cleaning? You think some dry cleaning is going to fix the damage you did to this shirt? Seo Yoonju shouted back with a piercing voice. Then I will reimburse. Do you know how much this is? But, it's not like I bumped into you. You bumped into M. Sunyal. Young Harim and Park Dong-hyun hurried over to Koh Sunyal and stood beside him. What happened? I was waiting to get some more dakhaeng, but this person bumped into me while talking on the phone and dropped her plate. I bumped into you. Seo Yoonju frowned. It's true. You were holding your plate with one hand and then you trip. n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Trip, what? Seo Yoonju spoke in a demanding tone. Koh Sunyal closed his mouth and couldn't speak out of fear. What? Why aren't you finishing your sentence? Sorry. I'm not used to talking to 3D women. This damn otaku is pissing me off. Seo Yoonju glared at him in irritation. If you're done shoving food down your mouth, return your plate and go work. Trying to get more food like the pig you are. What? Young Harim looked shocked. What? Am I wrong? He finished his plate and then lined up again. I let him get his ticket first and came in a while after to not get close to him. Aren't you being too harsh? No matter who bumped into whom, it was a mistake, wasn't it? If it was Sunyal's mistake, he can give you money for dry cleaning or for the shirt. He even apologized, but is that the only kind of thing you can say to him? Are you in the same department? Seo Yoonju asked. Yes, I'm Young Harim from the Life Creation Department. Seo Yoonju smirked. How befitting as the troublemaker department. Did you all rush over here to protect your otaku? What? Young Harim asked angrily. Wait. Park Dong-hyun stopped Young Harim and faced them. Koh Sunyal is not a liar. To be honest, I think you're the one who bumped into him. If so, you should be the one giving him money for dry cleaning. There's some on his shirt, too. Dry cleaning? Do you even wash that rag of a shirt? I would just throw it away and buy a new one. Seriously, why are you speaking to him like that? Young Harim clenched her jaw in anger. To be honest, you all are just a nuisance to everyone during the year-end seminar. Can't you just stay quiet and not cause any trouble in the lab at least? Do you have to ruin someone's clothes and mood and then all rush over to pick a fight? Let's look at the surveillance footage, Park Dong-hyun said. There's a camera in the cafeteria. Didn't know that, right? It's over there, above the spoons. I think it would have bought in this area. Seo Yoonju frowned a little when he brought it up. Park Dong-hyun added, I know a lot about Lab 6 because I've been here for a long time. If we see that you bumped into him, you're going to sincerely apologize to us and give him money for dry cleaning. Why does it matter who bumped into who? Do you know how expensive this shirt is? Seo Yoonju said. So why would you wear an expensive shirt to the lab? And you're also wearing tights and a skirt. That's against the rules for using the lab. I told her she could. Choi Myung-jun, who was silently watching the situation, interfered. Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim, and Koh Sunyal all looked surprised. A principal scientist, who was the equivalent of an executive manager, was telling them himself that he allowed her to violate the rules. Choi Myung-jun shrugged. Yoonju isn't doing any experiments right now. Do you know why she isn't? Pardon. You probably don't. Since you guys don't prepare for the year-end seminar, right? Choi Myung-jun looked at them. Yoonju is the most talented person on our team. She has finished her experiments. She has exceeded this year's goals. She was the one who made most of our team's presentation slides. All Yoonju is doing right now is editing those files. Yoonju, how much is that shirt? 200,000 won. 6. You have to go to the store again to buy it, right? That means a crucial member of the health food department, the one responsible for Lab 6's performance at the year-end seminar, is losing that much time. And it's not like these employees in the life creation department can do what Yoonju has to do, right? Yes. Then, if these people have a conscience at least, they will reimburse you for the taxi ride to and from the store, right? You must be so sad that your outfit and your mood are ruined for your date today, huh? You should be reimbursed for that, too. Maybe about 400,000 won. Right. Young Harim clenched her fists. No way. You're going to make him pay 400,000 won for a used shirt that you bought for 200,000 won. Even Park Dong-hyun clenched his jaw. Even though you were the one at fault. We don't know who was at fault yet, Choi Myung-jun argued. If the Life Creation Department asked to check the surveillance footage, they would be harshly criticized for spending so much time slacking off when they had no results. Choi Myung-jun was basically threatening them to stop making this a big deal and crawl on the floor like the potato heads they were. I'll give it to you, Koh Sunyal said. Sunyal. Young Harim looked at him in surprise. So my Mason. I'll give you it right now, so please don't be mad. 7. There's no need. Young-jun showed up from behind. Everyone stared at him in surprise. You said that you didn't do anything, Sunyal. But why are you giving her anything? But, who are you? Seo Yoonju asked. My name is Ryu Youngjun. I came to the Life Creation Department a week ago. Oh, the one who cursed at Director Kim Hyun-taek. Choi Myung-jun laughed. Yes, that's me. I cursed at a lab director and executive. I can do a lot more if the other person is in a lower position, Youngjun said. Choi Myung-jun flinched. Are you threatening me? You're going to punch me or something? Choi Myung-jun said. No, of course not. But let's look through that surveillance footage. You have to apologize if it's your fault, Scientist Seo. I think I told you to do some experiments if you have to go through that. Don't worry. I am already doing an experiment. You have something to present at the seminar. Choi Myung-jun smirked. Yes, we do, Youngjun spoke confidently. The three people beside him, including Park Dong-hyun, looked shocked. We have something. Park Dong-hyun whispered quietly. Youngjun spoke firmly, health food? Whatever results your department presents, I'll show you something that is double that. One Japanese for amazing or great, haha. Choi Myung-jun laughed out loud. Oh, did you really create life or something? Ahahaha. The scientists who gathered around to watch the situation burst out in laughter. Well, actually, I really did create life, but that's different since I can't prove it. I will do that for you next time, Youngjun said. If the life creation department didn't create life, what are you so confident about? We will win the award for exceptional performance at this year's seminar. Everyone went dead silent as if someone had thrown cold water on them. Even Choi Myung-jun was dumbfounded at how confident Youngjun was. It would be surprising if they won something just within Lab 6, but he was saying that the life creation department was going to present the best results among all the labs at HN. Are you serious? Choi Myung-jun asked Youngjun. Why would I bluff when I have to show what I have in 2 weeks? Did something go wrong in your brain because of what happened in the anti-cancer drug research department? You'll see for yourself in 2 weeks at the seminar. Huh? Alright. I look forward to it. You can't just end it there. Get the footage and apologize. You already know that this isn't about the spilled food anymore. See you in 2 weeks. If you really win something, we will apologize and give KOH Sunyal money for dry cleaning. Youngjun glanced at KOH Sunyal's shirt. To be honest, it looked like something he would have bought for 5,000 won at the flea market or something. Sunyal, this is from Comme des Garçons, right? Youngjun asked. Seo Yoonju's eyes widened in bewilderment. What are you talking about? How is that Comme des Garçons? It looks like something he pulled out from clothing donations or something. Plus, it doesn't even have the brand logo. It fell off because it was a limited edition that was released with a vintage concept. The logo was barely sewn on. Even a worn one costs 200,000 won, right? Although none of it was true, Youngjun kept going. Poor Sunyal. You probably won't be able to buy the same one since it was limited edition. You're going to have to do the legwork to buy something that looks similar. It would be a huge loss to our team if a highly valued employer like scientist KOH Sunyal were to get tired after looking for that shirt. Sunyal, you should get like 400,000 won, right? Ha ha ha. Choi Myung-jun burst out in laughter. He said, I heard that the life creation department was weird, but a really strange person joined the team. Huh. Well, I wouldn't have cursed at Kim Hyun-taek if I was ordinary. I am quite extraordinary. Dr. Ryu Youngjun, was it? I'll remember your name. Let's do what you said. We'll give you 400,000 won if the life creation department wins the grand prize. Alright. Let's do that. We'll see. Let's go, Yoonju. Choi Myung-jun took Seo Yoonju and walked away. As the crowd dissolved, Park Dong-hyun grabbed Youngjun so strongly he was basically holding him by the collar. Are you crazy? Why did you do that? Young Harim also shouted. What are you going to do, Youngjun? All Youngjun did was smile. Just wait a little bit. Trust me? No. Whether you are good or not, Dr. Ryu, how can you yield results when you've only been here a week? How can we trust you? Park Dong-hyun shouted in frustration. The Nobel Prize. What? You said it was Nobel Prize worthy, Youngjun said. If I present results like that, getting the award for exceptional performance should be a piece of cake. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was Saturday morning. Youngjun was working on Rosaline's status window. During the week, he used his cell fitness for his embryonic stem cell experiments, but he had no use for them during the week as he had done everything he had to do. However, Youngjun had no intentions of wasting time with his fitness fully charged. He increased his maximum cell fitness value to 2.1 by injecting ATP into his veins, but it didn't change the fact that Rosaline's maximum fitness value was 1.5. As such, he decided to investigate all kinds of diseases within the range of 1.5 during the weekend. He was thinking about developing an important drug unrelated to HN. The way to develop a new drug without HN's help in a Goshai one with no lab equipment, let alone a TV, one all Youngjun had to do was commission an agency that did experiments for the customer. He could create the drug by commissioning it to a chemical company, show its effectiveness through animal testing, and then patent it. Youngjun was thinking of selling it to another pharmaceutical company. He would get billions of dollars at the least. This was to get some money quickly as it would take too long for him to earn money from stem cells. He didn't have the option to sell stem cells as they were too valuable to waste like that and because the only company in the country with the infrastructure to do stem cell research was HN. I will put an end to my poverty by this weekend. The reason he limited it to the end of the weekend was that he was going to be busy with his stem cell experiments and preparing the presentation from Monday. Tell me how to cure liver cancer, Youngjun ordered as he stared at Rosaline's status window. You do not have enough fitness. Liver cancer is too complicated to analyze at once. Then lung cancer. You do not have enough fitness. Lung cancer is too complicated to analyze at once. Maybe it's too much to target cancer. Cancer was such a complicated disease. It was like a puzzle, as there were too many causes and variables intertwined. What would be easier, curing every type of cancer or curing all diseases except cancer? Personally, Youngjun thought it was the latter. It would be a different story if Rosaline's maximum fitness increased as she leveled up, but it didn't seem like cancer was something he could do with how much power he had right now. I wish I could increase Rosaline's level or something. Bleep. Rosaline's status window suddenly rang. Rosaline requires the following nutrients: vitamin B6 0.7 mg, zinc 3 mg reward, 0.8 fitness. Currently, Rosaline's fitness was at 1.5, the maximum value. That was why Youngjun was intrigued. What would happen if I didn't use any fitness and took it? He could ingest vitamin B6 and zinc through food, but it would be difficult to measure the quantity like that, and he didn't know when he would get another message like this. Maybe I should get a multivitamin supplement from the pharmacy. *****. Ring. The bell on the pharmacy door rang. Hello. Song Ji-hyun shouted with a friendly voice. She recognized him when Youngjun approached the counter. Oh, you were here last week, right? The probiotics. Oh, yes, that's right. Could I have a multivitamin supplement with vitamin B and zinc? Youngjun asked. Give me a moment. As Song Ji-hyun walked over to the shelf and grabbed a bottle, she asked, the probiotics you mentioned before. How did you know that stuff? I work at a pharmaceutical company. I actually asked the scientists at our company after what you said. They told me that there have been no advancements since I stopped working. They thought that bifidobacteria wasn't working very well. Is that so? It was just as Youngjun expected. But there are still a lot of pharmaceutical companies that are going after bifidobacteria. The fact that it doesn't work seems to be pretty important information, so why did you tell me that? Isn't it a company secret? Well, I don't know if it's important information or a company secret. I'm not part of the probiotics department anyways. Then, what is your department? It's related to stem cells. Stem cells? That's a totally different field from microorganisms. Yes, that's right. Then how do you know so well about probiotics? Youngjun pulled out his credit card and made up some excuses as he completed the transaction. Well, it was just a thought that came to mind as I was reading some papers. Youngjun took out a pill from the bottle and popped it in his mouth. Vitamin B6 and zinc supplemented. Rosaline's synchronization plus 1%. Rosaline has leveled up. The maximum fitness value has increased. 1.8. The vitamin B6 is pure. Fitness is additionally increased. Rosaline fitness, plus 0.1. Cell fitness, 1.8. Youngjun looked satisfied as he read the unexpected messages. Where are these vitamins from? I like them. These are from Dongkwang Pharmaceuticals? Benefit Alpha. Yes. Doesn't Agen have the best product in the vitamin market right now? I thought you would give me Power Nature. It's advertised a lot, too. There are a lot of people who come for that. But it has virtually the same ingredients as Benefit Alpha. But it's twice as expensive. I can give you Power Nature if you want it. Oh, that's alright. And I don't like Agen anyways. Really? Song Ji-hyun tilted her head in confusion like she didn't expect it. Youngjun said, like you said. Power Nature is expensive because of the brand name. It's not made out of anything amazing. Yeah, I agree. I don't like Agen either. But it doesn't affect what I prescribe or anything, though. Song Ji-hyun agreed. Really? Why don't you like Agen? Their management is terrible, but they are good at what they do. They're not too bad from a pharmacist's perspective. No, that's right. But I don't like them as an employee from another pharmaceutical company. Agen is good at doing bad things, too. Bad things. Like making a competitive drug from a venture pharmaceutical company vanish. Youngjun was so shocked that he almost choked. They did that to our company, Song Ji-hyun said as she stared out the window with a bitter face. No, it can't be, right? What if? Youngjun sent a report on a new drug for liver cancer when he was part of the anti-cancer drug research department. And Kim Hyun-taek, the lab director, and Agen's management bought it to destroy it. It was Chelicure, the new liver cancer treatment drug from Celigen. Are you? As Youngjun was about to ask Song Ji-hyun about her company. Ring? An old man entered the pharmacy. He was wearing several layers and was very pale. Achoo, the old man sneezed quietly. Zing? Ack. Youngjun's head throbbed. He grabbed his head with both his hands in extreme pain. Danger. A message blinked in front of his eyes. The saliva droplets that the old man spat out when sneezing came into his view. Youngjun was dizzy. He could barely hold on to his consciousness as his head was throbbing with pain similar to very intense anemia. When Youngjun opened his eyes, everything looked white, as if it was covered in snow. Song Ji-hyun greeting the old man sounded like static from an old radio. But Youngjun couldn't see her face, everything was white as if he had cataracts. Crinkle. Youngjun heard the sound of paper crinkling from somewhere. His eyes hurt. Then, his focus returned but was slowly drawn to a black dot in the middle of his view. It was weird, it was as if he was looking through an extremely precise microscope. He saw a circular structure in front of him that had several receptors protruding from its shell. Flu A virus. A message popped up. Ack. As Youngjun covered his eyes and screamed, Song Ji-hyun and the old man stared at him in surprise. Wheeze. Wheeze. Youngjun felt like blood was now getting to his brain. He could see clearly now. Oh my. What did I just see? The flu virus. A virus? Like the virus that I know. A virus was about January 2000 of the width of hair. Some thought it was similar in size to bacteria, but it wasn't. If bacteria were elephants, viruses would be mice. That was how small viruses were. Because viruses were so small and simple, it was confusing as to whether they were living things or not. It was true that the scientific community hadn't decided if viruses were living beings or not and that they were withholding their decision. Viruses were primitive and dust-like, making it difficult to observe a virus, even through a microscope, if the scientist wasn't skilled enough, or if the lens was flimsy. But I saw it with my own eyes. Youngjun tried to comprehend this insanity. Cell fitness, 1.7. His fitness fell by 0.1. Damn it. I didn't even want to see what the flu A virus looked like, but it showed me it by using 0.1 fitness. Was Rosaline reacting with some defense mechanism because Youngjun was exposed to this virus from a sneeze? Are you okay? Song Ji-hyun asked. I'm fine. Youngjun shook his hand. Song Ji-hyun tilted her head in confusion. The old man let out some air through his nose and said to her, please give me some cold medicine. Song Ji-hyun glanced back at the old man. What are your symptoms? I have a cough and a stuffy nose. What about a fever? A little, I think. Youngjun stared at the side of the old man's face in bewilderment. He can't get normal cold medicine. Some people thought that the flu was just a bad cold, but they were strictly different diagnoses. Let's see your temperature. Song Ji-hyun took out a thermometer from a drawer and put it to the old man's ear. It read 37.4 degrees. You have a mild fever, Song Ji-hyun said. How long have you been sick? About 5 days. Cough. The old man coughed at the end of his sentence. And you haven't been to the hospital? Yes. I had a fever, but it came down. I am coughing a lot, and I have a lot of phlegm. Then I'll give you some regular cold medicine. Some expectorant and... Wait. Youngjun shouted instinctively. Song Ji-hyun and the old man stared at him in surprise. How do I explain this? Youngjun couldn't just say that he saw the influenza A virus in the saliva the old man spat out as he sneezed. If it's been 5 days, shouldn't most cold symptoms go away? Youngjun stammered as he asked Song Ji-hyun. If you're still really sick, then, the flu is going around now. Maybe you should go see a doctor. Seeing a doctor would give you the most accurate results, Song Ji-hyun told the old man. But if it has been 5 days, it's too late to prescribe something like Tamiflu, even if it is the flu. You probably won't get an antiviral drug even if you go to the internal medicine department above us. It's too late to use Tamiflu. Youngjun said. Yes. Youngjun was a little flustered. This was the difference between a scientist, who developed drugs, and a pharmacist, who prescribed them. A scientist knew the detailed mechanism of the drug, as well as endless experimental data that most pharmacists and doctors have never seen. They also knew other competitive drugs as well. However, their knowledge about a drug drastically declined if it wasn't in their field. They basically knew a little more than average. And Youngjun, a biologist, knew almost nothing about something like the effects of Tamiflu, a new, synthetic chemical drug, as all he knew about it was what he learned about during his biochemistry class in university. Youngjun's major was in synthetic biology. Tamiflu is only effective if it is given within 48 hours after infection. It's when the virus is actively replicating in the cell and causing high fevers, Song Ji-hyun replied. If someone recovered to a mild fever of about 37 degrees, prescribing Tamiflu is meaningless because it means that the person has already recovered to some extent. She gave the old man the regular cold medicine she was initially going to prescribe him. I'll prescribe you something that will help with the pain you're experiencing from the immune response. It's an antihistamine and an expectorant. Take this 3 times a day, 2 after each meal. And this one. Youngjun was a little embarrassed as he watched Song Ji-hyun prescribe the medicine like an expert. While he was reflecting on how he interfered so presumptuously, the old man took the medicine and walked out. Have a great day. It was just Song Ji-hyun and Youngjun left in the pharmacy again. You, a stem cell major, knew so much about probiotics, but you don't know so much about new synthetic drugs like Tamiflu. Song Ji-hyun snickered. I'm no good at chemistry. Youngjun also chuckled. You only do bio, then. Yes. New biological drugs. It has huge potential. Really? Of course. The bio industry will turn the pharmaceutical market upside down. Hey. I've heard things like that ever since I was in high school, and it's been 4 years since I got my doctorate. The future has just yet to come. I wonder why. Song Ji-hyun asked with her arm on the counter and her chin resting on her hand. Our principal scientist said that it's because there hasn't been a revolutionary genius in the biology field. A revolutionary genius. Youngjun tilted his head in confusion. Yes, there were amazing biologists, but there were no geniuses who broke through all the frustrating problems in the field and brought out the potential. Someone like Einstein, Song Ji-hyun replied. What's the point of us scientists at pharmaceutical companies making flu vaccines every year? The flu virus evolves every year, making the previous vaccines useless. That's true. Youngjun agreed. Did you know? Theoretically, we could eradicate the flu with the current flu vaccine, Song Ji-hyun said. Youngjun nodded his head. If we had enough vaccines and manpower, Youngjun replied. If 7 billion people, the entire world's population, got the flu vaccine all at once, the flu virus would not be able to infect anyone as everyone would be resistant to it. Viruses could only replicate by infecting people, but what would happen if they had no one to infect? Extinction. Just like how the African black rhinoceros were wiped out, all populations of the flu A virus would disappear from the earth forever. But why were new vaccines made and administered every year? It was because 7 billion people could not get vaccinated all at once. For example, if people began to vaccinate people in Asia after vaccinating people in the Americas with the newly developed vaccine, the flu virus in Europe would have already evolved. The vaccine wouldn't work on the newly evolved virus, so by the time they finished vaccinating Asia and starting in Europe, the new flu virus would begin to circulate in the Americas. Simply put, the reason why humanity could not eradicate the flu virus was because the speed at which the virus evolved was much faster than the speed at which people got vaccinated. We need a solution that addresses the root of the problem, Song Ji-hyun said. Maybe an ingenious biologist will show up and revolutionize the concept of vaccines. Eradicate the flu just like that or something. Song Ji-hyun's eyes sparkled in excitement. Eradication of the flu, Youngjun said. Like how humanity eradicated smallpox and anthrax a long time ago. 1. Should I open something about the flu in Rosaline's status window? Oh, right. What pharmaceutical company do you work for? Can I ask? Song Ji-hyun said to Youngjun. What about you? It's a company called Cell. Just what I thought. Cell was a small venture pharmaceutical company that only had about 30 people. People in the industry were shocked because they created an amazing treatment for liver cancer that passed stage 1 of clinical trials. Of course, Kim Hyun-taek was one of the people who were shocked, and he had somehow made Cellgener's management do what he wanted and bought the drug. The drug Agen took from you. Was it a new drug for liver cancer? Youngjun asked. Oh, how do you know? Song Ji-hyun's eyes widened. She said, we worked really hard to develop that drug, but Agen took it and destroyed it. At first, we thought Agen was going to develop it and use it. We thought they would do it better than us because they have more experience and have a good production pipeline. Although, there was also pressure from Agen's management, and money problems, too, Song Ji-hyun said. We were naive. Agen bought that drug to destroy it. If we knew that, we would have done anything to stop our company from selling it. I see. Song Ji-hyun thought for a moment with a reminiscing look on her face, then said, phew. I can't believe I'm talking about something like this with a stranger. I'm sorry, it was stupid. She chuckled. No, it's all right, Youngjun replied. So what about you? Where do you work? Youngjun could not answer. How could he just say that he goes to Agen in this situation? Even worse, he was the one who was responsible for the liver cancer drug. It all started with him giving management a report that a new competitive drug was developed. Should he talk about cursing at Kim Hyun-taek and getting transferred? That whole ordeal. Youngjun couldn't open his mouth. The fact that Cell was a small company with about 30 people but still developed such an amazing anti-cancer drug suggested that most of the people there would have worked extremely hard to create it. And Song Ji-hyun would have been one of them. Where is it? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Actually, just as Youngjun was about to tell her, the pharmacy doors swung open, and a bunch of patients came in. There were 4 old women who had come down together after visiting the internal medicine department above. Wow, the pharmacist here changed to a young lady. Whatever happened to the one before? They all rushed over to the counter and pushed their prescriptions towards Song Ji-hyun all at once. Just one moment. I'll make each one in order. Song Ji-hyun took all the papers and went into the production room. Youngjun had already left the pharmacy when Song Ji-hyun was done making the patient's cold medicine. ******. BZZZ. Youngjun's phone rang on his way out of the pharmacy. A new article about the issues he had set notifications for sent him a message. The seasonal flu is going around. Vaccination. Youngjun only read the first sentence of the article on the preview screen, but he remembered what happened at the pharmacy a little while ago. What if I cure the flu? Youngjun remembered how much money the inventor of Tamiflu made. After returning home, Youngjun turned on Rosaline's status window straight away. I want to cure flu A, he said. Microworld focus, would you like to gain insight into influenza A? You have the following choices. 1. Biological mechanism of flu infection. Fitness consumption rate, 0.05/second. 2. Cure for influenza A. Fitness consumption, 0.9. 3. Strategy for eradicating influenza A. Fitness consumption, 1.5. What? Youngjun's eyes widened. Eradication. Youngjun thought for a bit. Even if he selected the third option, there was a high chance that it would be something that he was incapable of doing. He didn't have to use fitness on the first option because he could find that information by searching it on the internet. Should I go with the second option? However, he was too curious about the strategy to eradicate the flu, and his fitness was recovering 0.1 every half an hour. If things didn't work out, all he would have to do was save some fitness without using it for an afternoon or so. After giving it some thought, Youngjun selected the third option. Bleep. With a ring, Rosaline sent a message to Youngjun. Rosaline searched for current methods you can use. Recommends eradicating influenza A by using the new flu virus. What? Getting rid of the flu with the new influenza virus? The word flu literally meant influenza, meaning that the new flu virus was the same thing as the new influenza virus. Eradicating the flu with the flu? What kind of pseudoscience is this? It's like fighting fire with fire. Youngjun was bewildered. There is a tendency for the seasonal flu virus strain to become wiped out when a new flu virus begins to circulate. An explanation popped up on the window. The new flu virus is highly contagious and can quickly infect the world's population. And the new flu virus contains the gene of the existing flu virus. The people infected with the new flu virus will also gain resistance to the existing flu virus. It will have the same effect as vaccinating the entire world at once. If the entire world is infected with the new flu virus, the seasonal flu virus will not have a host to infect, therefore going extinct. Holy crap. Well, Rosaline wasn't wrong. In fact, there was some research that stated the past seasonal flu virus went extinct after something like the Spanish flu went around and killed 1 million people. Rosaline's messages kept popping up. Rosaline recommends synthesizing a new flu virus based on a rhinovirus. Rhinovirus. They were just pathogens that caused the common cold. It was much less virulent compared to the flu virus. With this, you can create a pathogen that has the virulence of the common cold and the contagiousness of a new flu virus. Bleep. Make this into an aerosol and spray it in many populated areas around the world. All of humanity will gain resistance to the flu virus in 6 months, and the virus will die. Bleep. With an alert, a window of options came up. Select to see how to create a new rhinovirus-based flu. Select to see how to create it into aerosol form. Select to see target locations to spread the virus. This is completely insane. Youngjun screamed. This isn't spreading a cure, it's spreading a disease. Are you crazy? The rhinovirus is just a normal cold virus. The new flu virus suggested above is not dangerous. A message popped up as if it had heard Youngjun talking to himself. What? It can also answer me. Rosaline is currently at level 2. She is capable of simple conversations for options that consume more than 1 point of fitness. Youngjun gulped. Whatever. I can't do this. Even if it is a rhinovirus that has low virulence, people who are immunocompromised could die. However, it is below the number of deaths caused by the flu in 3 years. It is past the break-even point. Breaking even with human lives? What kind of thinking system does this lunatic have? And since seasonal flus will disappear forever, it is the most useful and effective method considering the risk and cost. It is also the only method you can choose. Ryu Youngjun. Enough. I can't do that. That's something a mad scientist would do. Ryu Youngjun. I have watched you create embryonic stem cells. It was unexpected that you would use Rosaline's power on something so trivial. What? You are not a scientist of a pharmaceutical company, but a player of life. If you have a target you want to catch and you have a gun in your hand, I don't understand why you are trying to catch it by hitting it with the buttstock when it's much easier to aim and pull the trigger. Then are you saying that there's an easier way to make stem cells? No, I am saying that there is no need. Explain. You do not have enough fitness to analyze complicated life processes. Rosaline's level. Ugh, are you kidding me right now? Rosaline can only provide data within the fitness level. Increase your level. Ryu Youngjun. The creation of life is a one-time event. Even if another scientist does what you did in the Agen Life Creation Lab, Rosaline will not be created. I know that. You are the first player of life in humanity, but also the only one. I hope you take responsibility for your luck and use your powers wisely. Even if you say that, I'm not doing something as crazy as spreading a cold. That's a biote error, not vaccination. Shut down. The messages about the synthesis of the new flu virus were minimized. Shut down? Hey, no answer. Damn it. Youngjun sat on his bed and quietly stared at Rosaline's status window. Rosaline LV.2. Metastatic status, heart, 2%, liver, 46%, brain, 7%, kidney, 13%, spinal cord, 4%, synchronization, 4%, cell fitness, 0.3, gene expression control, none. The gene expression control category had changed without Youngjun noticing. Rosaline had said that the expression of CYP2E1 would continue for 3 days. Youngjun searched the internet for flu treatments while recovering Rosaline's fitness. Other than Tamiflu, there were other new drugs like Janamiver and Flu-Free. It took Youngjun about 3 hours for Youngjun to investigate their properties, chemical structures, and usage. Cell fitness, 0.9. Rosaline's fitness had reasonably recovered. Youngjun opened the information about the flu from Rosaline's status window. 1. Biological mechanism of flu infection. Fitness consumption rate, 0.05/second. 2. Cure for influenza A. Fitness consumption, 0.9. 3. Strategy for eradicating influenza A. Complete. Youngjun was now able to open option 3 without any requirements. He pressed the second one this time. A single cell in the human body had 20,000 kinds of genes. Then how many kinds of genes would a flu virus have? Barely 10. Right now, the products of the 10 genes from the virus were interacting in front of Youngjun's eyes, like a car. Youngjun had to find the weakness in the huge, complicated machinery. A car could be stopped from accelerating by putting a small, heavy piece of metal on its brakes, and this was how new drugs were developed. He had to find a chemical substance that capitalized on a biological substance required for the flu virus. Blink. The molecular structure floated in front of Youngjun's eyes like a haze. Found it. Youngjun quickly copied the shape onto his notebook. It was similar to Tamiflu, but it had a benzene ring attached to it on the right side with a distinct motif. It was a drug that blocked the activation of a certain protein of the flu virus. In a way, the flu virus market could be as large as the stem cell treatment market. Like Rosaline said, the flu was so contagious that the new flu could infect the entire world. And considering that the Spanish flu killed over 1 million people, the fatality rate wasn't low in patients with poor immunity. Whether it was a new flu or a seasonal flu, it would be used widely in the medical field if it was a drug that could prevent the multiplication of a virus by administering it right after the infection. Tamiflu was also very famous when it first came out, but Youngjun had developed a drug similar to it with a few minutes of meditation. The problem is that I have to test this drug. Rosaline's status window gave him the right answer, but it was up to Youngjun to prove to others that it was the right answer. He had decided to use Agen with the stem cells because he couldn't do it alone. But for this one, he was thinking of proving it through another company. He would monopolize the patent and then quickly sell it without going to clinical trials. Youngjun opened a new tab on his computer and searched for a company that would do his experiments for him. Reaction chemistry. Cell bio. Reaction chemistry was a company Youngjun used often when he was in the anti-cancer drug research department. They manufactured chemicals through organic synthesis reactions. They were quite good. They had also succeeded in creating a substance that Agen's organic synthesis department had failed to make. Cell bio was a company that specialized in biological experiments. If a customer sent over a few potential drug candidates, they did cell and animal testing for them. The problem was the money. He would need a lot of money to commission these kinds of experiments, and applying for a patent would also cost quite a bit of money. He thought that he would need at least 10 million won to do it. But where would he get that kind of money? Should I call the loan company for more money? Youngjun already had some debt. He thought that he could take on some more debt since this was an investment that would have a high return. He was lost in thought, then felt his stomach grumble. Let's get some food first. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but he still hadn't eaten lunch. He decided to go grab some food. Click. Just when he opened the door and was about to leave, Youngjun saw a familiar face standing in front of the door. Huh. Whoa. It was a nice-looking man who was wearing a suit. He was Youngjun's friend whom he had known for 20 years. Park Ju-hyuk. I was just about to ring the doorbell. Park Ju-hyuk pulled Youngjun by the shoulder and hugged him tightly. What? Why did you come here without telling me? It was a surprise visit that you're supposed to be moved by. Why are you here? I was worried if my little Youngjun was doing well, if you were eating well, and if your ugly face got better. It's been a while since we met, and you're already spewing nonsense. Did your probation period at the lawyer association or something end well? Of course. I am a real lawyer that can be appointed. Lucky. If I punch Kim Hyun-taek by accident at work or something, please defend me. Is Kim Hyun-taek your lab director? Not anymore. I got punished and got transferred. I'm at another lab. Because of you cursing at him. Yeah. Is it something that this righteous lawyer should step up for? No. You don't have to do anything. I'm going to crush him with my scientific career. But Ju-hyuk, do you have some cash? Why? I don't have any since I'm not working yet. I need about 10 million won. Park Ju-hyuk's jaw fell to the floor. Did you get into some trouble after juggling your credit cards? Youngjun's family had been poor ever since he was young. His parents had retired, and they had 200 million won in credit card debt. They did not have a car or a house. Youngjun also had school loans, credit card loans, and other debts. And Park Ju-hyuk knew this because he was an old friend of his. However, Youngjun never asked Park Ju-hyuk for money once, even if he had to starve, so Park Ju-hyuk was surprised when he asked for 10 million won. No, it's nothing like that, Youngjun said. If it's not anything like that, why do you need that much money? You didn't get a loan from loan sharks or anything while I was busy during my probation period, right? No. Phew. I went to the loan sharks before you went into your probation period. Holy shit. How much? 30 million won. 30 million. Park Ju-hyuk said in shock. You have debt other than your student loans? Debt? And you're seriously talking about loan sharks? What did you use it for? I had my mother's debt as well as my father's. I juggled around loans to pay those off, and that's how I ended up like this. It is from loan sharks, but the interest rate isn't that bad. Although my credit score is pretty low. Shit. But that's not the reason why I'm asking you to lend me money. There's somewhere else I want to use it. You have somewhere else to use 10 million won when you're in debt for 30 million, idiot. You should pay off some of the principal if you have that kind of money. I'm doing it to pay it off. Are you going to go to a casino or something? Or pouring it all into stocks? No, I don't think so. Sigh. Remember when you were playing Lineage in middle school, and you dropped a super expensive item or something? You bought 20 random boxes with your allowance to get it again, and what did you get? 1. Hey, that was a long time ago, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You don't think I know you? I'll help you pay off your loan when I get paid after I get into a law firm, so don't think about doing anything stupid and just save so we can pay it off. Stop it. You gave some of the money you earned from working part-time and gave it to my father, right? Hup, Park Ju-hyuk was flustered. You didn't think I would know? My father told me a long time ago. I kept telling him to not tell you. Well, even if it was your father, I've known him since I was a kid. It's enough that you used the little money you earned while scraping grills and studying for the bar to pay off your friend's father's debt. You don't have to take on my debt, too. You're not a charity worker. It's fine. Then, what are you going to do with 30 million won of debt? I'm going to make a drug. A drug. Just watch. I'm going to be able to buy a building if this works out. Park Ju-hyuk squinted and stared at him in doubt. One of the legal cases I read had a graduate student who was caught for producing and selling addictive drugs. Seriously, it's nothing like that? It's a new and legal drug. Are you serious? Park Jun-hyuk asked. Yeah, Youngjun replied. Making a new drug? At Agen? Are you leading it? No, I'm not getting any help from Agen, I'm doing it on my own. I'm going to patent the drug and sell it. Nope, not going to happen. Your company is going to take it because it's an employee invention. You'll get some compensation, though. It doesn't involve Agen. Even if you don't use their facilities, you can't do it because it incorporates the knowledge and ideas you gained from Agen, dummy. If you do experiments about anti-cancer drugs at work, the drug you make outside of work is the company's. It's not an anti-cancer drug. It's for the flu. The flu. Park Ju-hyuk stared at him with squinted eyes. Youngjun explained, yeah. It doesn't fit the conditions of employee inventions because it's out of the scope of my work, right? Just because a microbial researcher improves a microscope, doesn't mean it's the company's, right? This damn scientist is giving me a headache. It's not outside your scope of work, but your job. In this case, it falls under inventions anyways. So is it mine or not? I don't know, man. It depends on your contract. But there is a case where the Supreme Court acknowledged an employee's invention as their own when the company supported them and funded their patent. The law protects the individual's right for inventions a lot, so I guess it can be defended, right? And I'm part of Lab 1. They don't even work with the flu there. I don't know how it looks to an arts person like you, but a drug for the flu and cancer are very different. Really? Then you'll probably be fine. Just in case, did you go to any seminars about the flu or see any data on developing a drug for the flu at Agen? Never. Okay, then. But personally, I want to stop you. If Agen sues you, and even if you can win, an individual going up against a company like that, Park Ju-hyuk will defend me for free, right? How did someone like you become my friend? Oh, but you have to do experiments and stuff like that, right? Can you do that yourself? Park Ju-hyuk asked. That's why I need 10 million won, to request for experiments to be done on my behalf. I don't know, man. You're not doing weed or anything, right? Stop talking nonsense. Let's stop talking about this if you're not going to lend me the money. Since you came all the way here, buy me something good before you go. How did you manage to put a plot twist on a sentence so short? I thought you would tell me that you were going to treat me. I have no money. Park Ju-hyuk ruffled his hair, then nodded. Let's go. Meals always come first. Let's talk about it over lunch. Youngjun and Park Ju-hyuk ordered a rice set meal from a restaurant nearby. Even as they were eating, Youngjun was looking through his contacts to see if there were people whom he could borrow money from. Watching him, Park Ju-hyuk asked, can you really buy a building if you have 10 million won? Yep. What's the drug you're making? It's a new medicine for the flu. It's like Tamiflu, but more effective. Plus, storage and production will be much easier, too. And you're going to develop it on your own by commissioning the experiments to another company to make it unrelated to Agen? Then, you're going to patent it. Yeah. Well, it makes legal sense, but can you make that much money if you develop and patent it yourself? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Do you know how much Tamiflu makes in a year? How much? 3 trillion won. Park Ju-hyuk squinted his eyes in disbelief. 3 trillion. A pharmaceutical company called Roche is selling that right now, and their annual international sales is 3 trillion won. And about 5% goes to the patentee in royalties according to the contract. Park Ju-hyuk was lost in thought. Looking at him, Youngjun said, hey, if you can lend me the money, just trust me and invest. I'll give you 5 times what you lent me. If you develop a drug, you're going to have to do years of clinical trials before commercializing it. How are you going to earn anything in a year? I'm going to show its effectiveness with animal testing, then sell it to a pharmaceutical company as a prototype. I don't want to live poor for a few years while developing it, no matter how successful it might be. I'm thinking I'll get about 10 billion won if I sell it as a prototype. Park Ju-hyuk had some seaweed soup, then sighed. Man, I still think this guy is shitting me right now. Ju-hyuk, I told you everything because it's you. I already know the structure of the new drug, and I have a sense of its effectiveness. I just need to experiment with it and prove it. Alright. I'll lend it to you, Park Ju-hyuk replied. I thought you had no money. I only have 5 million won. I'll borrow the other 5 million and lend it to you. Are you crazy? That's not what I meant. Let it go if you don't have the money to. I'm not going to pretend I don't know you after I succeed just because you don't lend me it. You don't have to get a loan. What are you going to do if I don't give it to you? You have a terrible personality and anger issues, so you don't have many friends other than me. Where are you going to borrow it from? Loan sharks? Again. Youngjun flinched. Park Ju-hyuk scoffed as Youngjun lowered his head. This bastard was really going to go to loan sharks again. It's fine. I'll get it for you. Park Ju-hyuk grabbed his phone and called someone right away. Hello? Yes, big bro? It's me, Ju-hyuk. Yes. Park Ju-hyuk then made some small talk, explained that he needed 5 million won urgently, read him his bank account number and hung up. Who was that? Youngjun asked. A colleague from law school. He's rich. How rich is he that he can just lend you 5 million won on the spot? He's a third-generation chaebol. Wow. But just because they are a chaebol doesn't mean that they spend and lend money thoughtlessly. Rich people are actually more picky when it comes to spending. But I'm a lawyer now, and unlike Ryu Youngjun, the loner from Yungyun University, I have a huge network of people and great credit because I was always popular. I can get 5 million won. Ring. There was a message on Park Ju-hyuk's phone. The money came in. I'll send it to you. Thanks. I added 100,000 won. Don't starve to death. Are you done? Let's go. I'll buy you coffee with the 100,000 won you just sent me. Youngjun and Park Ju-hyuk left the restaurant together and ordered some coffee from a nearby coffee shop. For here or to go? The worker asked. To go, please. Hearing Youngjun's words, Park Ju-hyuk tilted his head in puzzlement. Are you going somewhere? The pharmacy. Sorry, I need to call someone. Youngjun called manager Kim Ji-chul of Reaction Chemistry. Hello, sir. Hello? It's been a while, doctor? Kim Ji-chul greeted him with a cheery voice. Have you been well? Is there something you need to synthesize? Yes, I'll send over an email with the structural formula of the chemical to be synthesized right now. Youngjun sent an email with the structural formula of the flu cure that was saved in his cloud. Yes, I got it. I'm going to have to think about how to synthesize this. The synthesis mechanism is there, too. I attached a PDF file as well, right? That's the synthesis mechanism. The synthesis mechanism? Yes. There was no way a biologist like Youngjun knew the synthesis mechanism of organic molecules. The two were as different as painting and music. Youngjun had requested for synthesis a few times at AGEN, but he had never commissioned it like this. But he was confident as it was the synthesis mechanism that Rosaline gave him. This is what I should get for spending 0.9 fitness. ******. Organic synthesis was kind of like a game of Go, just like how the flow of the game changed depending on where the next stone was placed, the chemical structure changed as well. Like herding sheep, they had to protect against the undesirable mechanisms using defense mechanisms and induce the reactions wanted. Of course, it wasn't simple, and even experienced chemists had to carefully design the synthesis with the final structure in mind. It cost quite a lot of time and money. However, it was much easier if they had the synthesis mechanism. It was easier than that if they had the starting materials. I also have the starting materials for the synthesis mechanism I sent you. I'll ship it to you, Youngjun said. You have the starting materials? Kim Ji-chul asked like he was excited. Starting materials referred to the chemical molecules that were present at the beginning of the organic synthesis. In terms of Go, it was like letting a novice place a few stones beforehand. Synthesis was generally much easier to do if they started at defined points in the mechanism. Yes. I'll also send over the structure of the starting materials by email right now. Please look over it. All right. The starting material Youngjun was talking about was Kuzal, a regular cold medicine that was sold at the pharmacy. He saw that the structure was very similar, so he thought it could be the starting material. Oh, if this is the starting material, it should be fairly simple to make. Kim Ji-chul spoke in a slightly delighted voice. How much of it do you need? About 10 grams to be safe? All right. How much would it be? It would have been around 3 million won if it was just the synthesis, but since you gave us the synthesis mechanism and the starting material, it will probably be around 2 million won. One bottle of the cold medicine cost 4,000 won. Even if he bought 10 grams, it was probably within 40,000 won. Youngjun had actually profited from this. All right. I will send over the money to the company's account. I will send the starting material within this week. Okay. I'll send over the final product to your company after synthesis. Ward B1 of Lab 1. No, Youngjun stopped him. I'll give you another address. Okay, I'll write it down. Youngjun was about to read him 77-14, Jungyunaro, Sidamungu, Seoul, but stopped. Maybe his address up to this point was fine, but the other part was Hyundai One Room Suite B101. Nothing was wrong with it, but he was worried they would think it was weird. What kind of scientist sent the results of a chemical experiment to his own house? Wait, I'm going to send it to Cell Bio anyway for cell experiments. Can you just send it to Cell Bio? Cell Bio? Yes. That drug isn't going to be tested at AGEN. The cell experiments will be commissioned to Cell Bio. All right, I'll send it there. Should I put the package in your name? Yes, please do. It didn't really matter as Youngjun would just have to tell Cell Bio that a package in his name would be arriving. When will the synthesis be done? It will take about a week from the day we receive the starting materials. All right. Thank you. Youngjun hung up and turned to look at Park Ju-hyuk. Their order had come out as he ended the call. Holding his Americano, Youngjun said, well then, let's go and get the starting materials, shall we? There were 8 tablets in one small paper box. Since one tablet was 500 milligrams, he would need at least 3 boxes to get 10 grams. He was a little uncomfortable with meeting that woman who worked at Cell-Igener, but there was nothing he could do. A little while later, Youngjun and Park Ju-hyuk arrived at the pharmacy. Song Ji-hyun was running. Ring. As they entered with the bell ringing, Song Ji-hyun greeted them. Hello. Park Ju-hyuk suddenly gasped. There were a few customers in the pharmacy, and they were lined up at the back and waiting. Hey, did you see? Park Ju-hyuk whispered, nudging Youngjun's waist. I went to law school at Yungyun University, but to be honest, everyone at our school just studied. Everyone was so boring like you that there was an 80% chance a pub would shut down within 3 years of opening. But I didn't know a fairy like that existed in our town. She's the niece of the old lady that used to run this pharmacy. She went on vacation and she's just running it in the meantime. How do you know? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Because I asked her before, Youngjun replied. Do you know her name as well? She has a name tag. Song Ji-hyun. My god. You already hit on her? Do you have her number? What are you talking about? Have some manners. You already hit on her when I was reading those stupid cases. I think you're even crazier now that you've become a lawyer. You were pretty high before, but do you guys all do drugs at law school? You're not interested in that pharmacist, right? I can barely take care of myself right now. I don't have the money or desire to. Okay, then I'm getting her number, Park Ju-hyuk declared. Woohoo. I'm cheering for you. The number of customers in front of them quickly decreased as they were having a meaningless conversation. How can I help you? Song Ji-hyun asked. Could I have 3 bottles of Kuzzle? Song Ji-hyun grinned. You're here pretty often. With probiotics and vitamins, now cold medicine. She grabbed 3 bottles of Kuzzle from under the counter and pushed them toward Youngjun on the counter. Nov, L, B / JNN. It's 12,001. Swipe. After swiping Youngjun's card in the machine, Song Ji-hyun gave it back to him along with the receipt. Are you working on a new drug based on Kuzzle? Song Ji-yoon asked Youngjun as he put the Kuzzle in a bag. Well, it's something like that. Then I can find out where you work when a company releases a new cold medicine for clearing your sinuses, right? Haha, maybe. Youngjun glanced at Park Ju-hyuk. I thought he was going to get her number. He's just frozen. Since they couldn't just stand there and block the counter, Youngjun grabbed Park Ju-hyuk and left. I thought you were going to get her number. I can't say anything. Youngjun nodded his head. Park Ju-hyuk had no talent in getting girls' numbers and things like that. Youngjun went to the convenience store with Park Ju-hyuk. He bought a zipper bag and put all 3 bottles of Kuzzle in it. He bought a box and shipped it to Reaction Chemistry right away. However, he still had things to do. Hey, can you also file patents, Ju-hyuk? Youngjun asked. Well, I can if you want. You want to file a patent? Park Ju-hyuk asked Youngjun. Yeah, right now, if I can. I can't do this because I need to work my actual job during the weekdays. You want to do it right now? Yeah. Didn't you just send a package to make a new drug? Am I hallucinating or something? How are you going to file a patent when you don't even have a drug? I guess this lawyer in front of me doesn't know the law very well, Youngjun said with a chuckle. You can revise a patent a year after filing it, Ju-hyuk. I know that, but that's just a revision, isn't it? The details aren't revealed when it's filed, so you can file it with just the concept and without any data. Shit. So that's why you file it first, revise it with the experimental data, and then register it after going through an evaluation. Oh my. It looks like something bad like cutting the corners, but it's not. But there's fierce competition for a great concept in this field. And you have to declare the concept first so that other researchers don't bark up the wrong tree with a similar experiment. I guess. And it's okay since you automatically lose the details in the patent if you don't get it done in a year. So, I'm going to file it just with the concept and without the data. That way, I can file it quicker. Sure. Lawyers can also file patents, but it will be better for you to talk to a patent attorney. Do you know a patent attorney? Give me a sec. Park Ju-hyuk pulled out his phone and looked through his contacts. Lee Ha-won, batch of 12-1. *****. Patent attorney Lee Ha-won majored in law and minored in biology at Yungyun University. Youngjun was completing his master's degree in graduate school when she entered university, and Park Ju-hyuk was in law school. Youngjun, who was much older than Lee Ha-won, wouldn't normally have any reason to meet each other, but Park Ju-hyuk, the legendary social butterfly of law majors, would sometimes show up at the law majors lounge and treat his juniors. Some said that he was being extra, considering how old he was, but Park Ju-hyuk's humorous and cool personality made him quite popular amongst his juniors. One of Park Ju-hyuk's juniors during that time was Lee Ha-won. She was quite close with Park Ju-hyuk. Some of their fellow students were suspicious of their relationship, but they were really just good friends, although he couldn't see her for a while because she locked herself up in a Goshai 1-2 to study for her patent attorney exam. She got her license as an attorney, and Park Ju-hyuk became a lawyer at around the same time. The only way that a novice patent attorney could catch up to her seniors was to bury her face in past cases regarding patents. People who had studied with her called her unbelievably tough, and Lee Ha-won ended up getting to know everything there was to know about past cases regarding biodrug patents. Lee Ha-won had her own patent filing business now, but to be honest, she barely got any clients. Why was that? If someone was the executive manager and had to choose someone to file a patent for a new drug prototype that had an expected value of 3 trillion won, would they choose a man in his 50s who had lots of life experience or a young lady in her late 20s? Usually, people picked the former. Most of the customers asked if there was anyone more experienced, and when Lee Ha-won shook her head, they left. Should I go into a patent law firm and gain some experience? Lee Ha-won was thinking the same thing she had been contemplating for the past few days. A patent filing office was an individual business, but a patent corporation established by a few patent attorneys was like a law firm. BZZ. Lee Ha-won's phone rang. Hello. She picked up. Hello. My name is Ryu Youngjun. I'm a scientist at AGEN. Yes, hello. I got your contact information from Mr. Park Ju-hyuk. Would it be possible to set up a meeting about filing a patent? Lee Ha-won glanced at her Google Calendar that was on her computer. It was basically empty. I am free, but Thursday and Friday between 1 and 4 o'clock would be best this week. I'm sorry, but could we meet on the weekend? I can only do it on the weekends. The weekend. Tomorrow, if possible. Lee Ha-won took a second to think about it, then replied, all right. I'll schedule a meeting for tomorrow. Is 1 o'clock good? Sure. What's the address? It's Ha-won International Patent Office, in Hundong, Gwanak-gu. That wasn't too far from Youngjun's house. All right. I'll see you then. Youngjun ended the call. There were 2 reasons why he was moving up the date so quickly. The obvious reason was that the faster he did this, the faster he would be able to earn money. The second reason, although it would never happen, was to prevent anyone at Reaction Chemistry or Cell Bio from stealing his drug, as it was safe if he filed a patent beforehand. As Youngjun put his phone in his pocket, Park Ju-hyuk, who was sitting beside him, asked, what did she say? We're meeting tomorrow. Let's go together. Why? I need to translate legal terms for a STEM nerd like you. She will probably do it. No. It's going to be a disaster if you talk to Ha-won alone. It's going to be as bad as the trade war between the US and China at the least. If you start rambling on and explaining, Ha-won's not going to be able to cut you off because she's nice, and she's going to be super frustrated. And you're not going to be able to understand what she is saying right away, either. When did I ramble? Youngjun asked. You remember when you went on a group blind date with the girls from Sihyun University, and they rejected both of us because you started explaining why the DNA double helix structure was more durable than RNA. Hey, why are you bringing that up now? When are you going to stop bringing that up? It's been 10 years. Whatever. Let's go together. Okay, be honest with me. You're not a lawyer, you're jobless, right? How does a lawyer have this much free time on his hands? It's only been 2 weeks since I finished my 6-month probation period at the Korean Association of Lawyers. I need to enjoy my freedom a little bit longer. Fine. Do whatever you want. But I'll take you. You should have mentioned that first. We have to be there by 1 o'clock. You're going to pick me up sometime in the morning, right? Okay. Park Ju-hyuk snapped his fingers and happily agreed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was 1 o'clock on Sunday. Hello. Youngjun entered the attorney's office. Hey, it's been a while. How have you been? Park Ju-hyuk greeted Lee Ha-won with a glad smile. Oh, Ju-hyuk oppa, you're here, too. 3. Lee Ha-won walked out with a cheery smile on her face. I came because I wanted to see your face, Ha-won. Oh, this is Ryu Youngjun. He's an associate scientist at the AGen lab. Nice to meet you. I'm attorney Lee Ha-won. Nice to meet you. My name is Ryu Youngjun. Then, shall we talk about the patent? Are you applying for a new drug? Yes, I'm developing a new treatment for the flu. It's one drug. I want to file a patent. Shouldn't we start by discussing the consultation fee? Park Ju-hyuk butted in. It's all right. I don't need a consultation fee, since you're a friend of Ju-hyuk oppa's. Can I ask what stage of development you are in? Lee Ha-won asked. I am synthesizing the new drug right now, Youngjun replied. Lee Ha-won tilted her head in confusion. So, there isn't any data about testing yet, she asked. But I can propose a molecular biological mechanism that shows its treatment effect as a biological formulation. I want to file a patent with the concept first. Add the data when I edit it. It is possible, but filing a patent for a drug could be done this way, but it only applied to when it was clear that the drug would succeed. People usually filed a patent for a drug after seeing some promising data from cell experiments and then added data after doing some animal testing, as there was almost 100% chance that they would fail if they had no data whatsoever. But if Youngjun was saying that he was just starting to synthesize the drug, it meant that he didn't even have cell experimental data. Where is he getting the confidence to file a patent, let alone think the drug will work? I can do it, right? Youngjun asked again as Lee Ha-won looked confused. Pardon? Lee Ha-won said. The patent. Yes, you can. But you need to have experimental data in a year if you just file it with the concept alone. If you don't, the concept will also be penalized a little. That's why you need to think about it. It won't take a year. I will have data in about a month n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. A month. Lee Ha-won exclaimed. I thought you were still synthesizing the drug. It's a very effective drug, so the experiments will probably succeed right away. So, I want to prepare all the paperwork beforehand so that we can edit and publish the patent right away once the data comes out. All right. I will give you the papers that you need. You have to write a short paragraph about the mechanism of the drug you are publishing, and there are other things you need to fill out. I'll highlight them. Can I fill some of it out while I'm here? Youngjun asked. He had nothing better to do at home, and it was better for him to be here so that he could ask the patent attorney right away when he ran into something he didn't know. However, Park Ju-hyuk butted in before Lee Ha-won could answer. A patent attorney is paid by the hour. You're going to go bankrupt if you sit here and fill it out. Haha, it doesn't matter. I have no customers anyways, Lee Ha-won said as she shook her hand. Youngjun glanced around. It didn't seem like this place was all that busy, looking at the amount of documents on the desks or shelves. How much will the attorney's fee be? Youngjun asked. Should we do 1,500,000? Lee Ha-won asked. Why are you asking me? Isn't it fixed? Youngjun replied. Lee Ha-won looked flustered. Oh, maybe. I actually haven't done this a lot. Youngjun glanced at Park Ju-hyuk, doubtful if he could trust her. Don't worry. She's good, Park Ju-hyuk said to him. But I guess she doesn't get a lot of clients. I really don't understand. He shrugged. It's because I'm young, I guess, Lee Ha-won said. How can they look down on you because you're young? You have better memory and better problem solving when you're younger. Everything's better. Most of the people who come here as clients are either senior or executive managers at their company. I guess I'm not that trustworthy to people that old, Lee Ha-won explained. When they come in, they ask if there's anyone more experienced, and then they leave. If this goes well, I'll keep giving you work, Youngjun said. Do you even have anything to give her? Park Ju-hyuk asked. New drugs will keep being developed as long as diseases still exist. I'm asking whether those new drugs will be yours. They will be mine if this goes well. Anyway, I would appreciate your help. Of course, you can count on me, Lee Ha-won replied with determination. Ring, Youngjun's phone rang. Hello, Youngjun took the phone call as he was filling out the documents. Dr. Ryu? Yes, who is this? Wait, we didn't exchange numbers? How come I have your number? It's me, Young Harim. Oh, yes, Sunbi. Is there something you have to tell me? How did you do it? Pardon. I came in today to make the presentation for the year-end seminar and I took a look to see if maybe, and Young Harim stammered. The cells you made grew from the culture medium. It really looks like embryonic stem cells. Is it? A batch refers to a group of students, typically university, that entered in a certain year. It is similar to the class of, but it refers to when students enter university, not graduate. Although Young Harim spoiled the big news, the life creation department was quite shocked when they heard that Youngjun's experiment succeeded on Monday morning. Park Dong-hyun saw the growth of the embryonic stem cell colony in the plate, and all he could do was admire it with his mouth wide open. He looked like a primitive person who had just discovered fire. Koh Sunyal, on the other hand, froze when he saw the dish and left the room, mumbling something to himself with his Kohaku statue in his hand. Then, he quietly whispered to Youngjun about an hour later when they ran into each other. Ryu Youngjun-kan, are you from the future? What? Are you from the future? So I was wondering if you're from 100 years into the future, but you rolled off a cliff or something and ended up here. I'm not. Although, Youngjun did have an all-knowing dictionary about molecular biology rather than future knowledge in his head. Youngjun gathered pictures of the embryonic stem cell colony. The pictures were automatically taken in 1-hour intervals over the weekend. It was good evidence for morphological changes in cells. However, he needed more evidence that these were embryonic stem cells that had de-differentiated from a normal cell line to an embryo cell line. Youngjun said to the team, "We're going to get really busy from now on. Could all of you help me? The presentation is on Friday, right? We have to get data to prove that these are really embryonic stem cells before then. What should I do? RT-PCR. Park Dong-hyun asked too. Yes. After I extract all the RNA from the cells first, could you reverse transcribe it and do exome sequencing on it? Then, I'll analyze the DNA methylation, Young Harim added. A bunch of technical terms began flying around in the room. Everyone began working together right away. These people hadn't produced any significant results for a while and were doing nothing but beating a dead horse, but it wasn't because they weren't skilled. All of them were experts. They all knew exactly what they had to do, and had the brains to do it. Youngjun nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. I'll leave it to you two. Then, I will work on differentiating this embryonic stem cell into a muscle cell. It's going to be perfect if we can do that. The cell was currently an embryonic stem cell, but it was originally a kidney cell. Youngjun had made it into an embryonic stem cell, and now he was going to differentiate it into a muscle cell, a completely different cell type. If Youngjun succeeded in doing that, no one would be able to object. It would be irrefutable data. However, Park Dong-hyun stopped Youngjun as he was about to begin his experiment. No, you need to make the presentation data, Dr. Ryu, and you have to file for a patent. Please go consult a patent attorney. Sunyal. All right. Koh Sunyal raised his head. Please differentiate this cell into a muscle cell. No one will be able to say anything if we succeed at that. Or Ni Makasiro. Koh Sunyal replied. What does that mean? Leave it to me. Thank you. Let's finish this and get the award for exceptional performance. Youngjun left it to Koh Sunyal and began working on the presentation material. Even if the experiment went perfect, he needed an explanation for it. He needed to be able to explain why he chose SOX2, CMYC, OCT4, and KTF4 as the genes for dedifferentiation and what their specific functions were. Of course, this wasn't completely necessary. Some anti-cancer drugs that people took had unclear mechanisms as well. They just took it because it was effective. Still, it was definitely better if the mechanism had a clear explanation. Youngjun began to write explanations for the 4 genes. Of course, he was using his fitness and just copying down what Rosaline's status window was telling him to do. The gene SOX2 controls the expression of another gene called DKK1 to control the WNT signaling pathway. It maintains the ability of an adult stem cell to differentiate. Youngjun left space for data that he didn't have yet and just wrote down the explanations. He added pictures of the cell colony and finished the slides one by one. For 3 days, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim and Koh Sunyal stayed late at work on their own. It was the process of completing the data of a successful experiment. It was hard, but thinking of how the lab directors and the executive managers of the other departments would react when they presented this crazy data at the seminar gave them strength. I got the methylation data. The first to come was Young Harim. She sent Youngjun an Excel file and ran over to explain every single detail to him. I compared the methylated areas of the DNA. The first data set is the data from actual embryonic stem cells made from an embryo in Japan 6 years ago, and the second data set is from the induced pluripotent stem cells you made, Ryu Youngjun. Simply put, it was a comparative analysis of data to prove that what Youngjun made were really embryonic stem cells, which had been created before. It's the same, Youngjun said to Young Harim. I know, right? Dr. Ryu? It's amazing? Everything lines up with nothing out of place. Insane. Young Harim shouted in an excited voice. Dr. Ryu. That was when Park Dong-hyun ran into the room. I got the data from the RT-PCR. It's a collection of the expression levels of genes. We analyzed 100,000 types of RNA made from 20,000 types of genes. How is it? Youngjun asked. I sent you an Excel file. Pull it up. When Youngjun opened it up, a graph showed up, just like what Young Harim sent him. I mapped it on the total RNA database, and look. The first data set is from embryonic stem cells from a real embryo, and the second data set is yours, Dr. Ryu. Exactly the same, right? Yes. You succeeded. Oh my. The three of them were silent for a moment. Park Dong-hyun gulped. Dr. Ryu, how did the patent filing go? For the past few days, Youngjun was preparing to file a patent while making the presentation material. He had already requested it to the patent law office that manages Lab 6 and finished the paperwork. I already did it. There's nothing for me to do at the moment, and I'm just waiting for a call from the office. All right. Dr. Ryu, what are you going to do? Park Dong-hyun asked Youngjun. Pardon. If you present an item like this, it's not just going to be the Exceptional Performance Award. You're going to be either promoted or transferred to a new department, probably the stem cells department. I won't transfer. I don't want to move since I just got here. Personally, I want to be promoted and get a bonus. I want to have a team dinner or something. AGEN does a lot of bad things, but they give a lot of bonuses to employees who show results. But from what I think, this technology is something that could change the trend of medicine in 10 years. I don't know how the management and lab directors of AGEN will see it, but I think that your bonus is going to be as much as your salary. Whoa, Young Harim exclaimed. Should we split it? Youngjun asked. Young Harim quickly turned over to Youngjun. What do you mean? You did everything, Dr. Ryu. The only reason I can present is because you guys made the data n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. You don't have to do that. Park Dong-hyun explained. The bonus is what you get individually, and another bonus will be given to our department separately. Really? Of course. Just organize the data well. Call me if you need any help on anything, Park Dong-hyun said to Youngjun. So, what happened to differentiating with the muscle cell? Koh Sunyal is practically living in the lab, Park Dong-hyun told the others. But I don't think it has worked. That's the hard evidence we need. *****. Friday morning, the grand conference room of Lab 1 in the AGEN headquarters was busy with preparations for the seminar. Usually, scientists wore casual attire at work. How could they carry out experiments while wearing suits and dresses? Shorts and tights were forbidden as they did not protect against hazardous reagents if they splashed onto them, but a lot of people wore t-shirts and jeans as well. However, everyone wore formal clothing today. The year-end seminar, it was the most important and the most tiresome day for the scientists at AGEN. Click. Kim Hyun-taek and the scientists of Lab 1 came in through the door. Hello, sir. Scientists from different labs came up to him and tried to greet him first. Kim Hyun-taek was acknowledged by others as the best scientist at AGEN, and he was extremely powerful. There was a good chance that he would become the next CTO when the current one, Nicholas Kim, retired. He was just a lab director right now, but everyone thought that he would rise to a position where he would control and manage all the labs of AGEN in a few years. Of course, the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department, one of the best departments in AGEN, was behind Kim Hyun-taek's success. They were AGEN's key players, like Messi or Ronaldo. They were responsible for all the achievements of Lab 1, and they carried all their other departments. The item that they developed this time was also incredible. In collaboration with the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department, they had created a diagnostic system that could diagnose stomach cancer early. With one drop of blood, it could analyze the DNA and determine whether someone had stomach cancer or not. It had an accuracy level of 92% and a sensitivity level of 96%. They needed to make it more precise, but it was still pretty efficient. They hadn't even presented yet, but the news spread. The Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department and the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department were receiving everyone's attention and envy. Oh, where did you get the coffee? Lead scientist Hyun Miju, who came in a little late, asked senior scientist Kim Hyun-sok about his coffee. It's at the entrance, Kim Hyun-sok replied. Is it good? I think they got it from Starbucks. It tastes like Starbucks. It's not my favorite, but I should grab a cup. There's a bit of time before the seminar starts, right? Lab 6 isn't even here yet. Go grab one. Hyun Miju ran into Park So-yeon as she walked into the conference hall. She was a scientist of the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department who dated Youngjun. She had a small and pretty face. She was called the prettiest one in her department from the moment she joined the company. She usually did not wear makeup when she worked, but she took her time to put makeup and perfume on today. So-yeon, you look nice today for the seminar, Hyun Miju said to Park So-yeon when she saw her. Haha, it's one of the only opportunities for me to wear a skirt. You contributed a lot when we developed the stomach cancer diagnosis system. I'm sure you'll be rewarded something big this time. I really hope so. But it only happened because you and the anti-cancer drug research department pinpointed the cancer gene markers well. Hyun Miju poured herself a cup of coffee. But So-yeon, do you know if Lab 6 is here yet? I'm not sure. Isn't Youngjun there? Is it awkward or anything when you see each other? It hasn't been long since you guys broke up, right? It's fine. It's not like I did anything wrong. The life creation department. I wonder how much they will get criticized today. I'm worried for them. Hyun Miju spoke with a chuckle. She was saying that she was worried, but it looked like she kind of enjoyed it. I just hope it doesn't get too hostile in there. But doesn't Lab 6 have a well-performing team as well? The health food department? They're Lab 6's hope. What do they do there? They do a lot of stuff, probiotics and vitamins and other things. But it's okay. Whatever they bring, it's not going to be as good as the stomach cancer diagnosis system. The Exceptional Performance Award is either going to go to anti-cancer or the diagnosis department. There's a rumor that the anti-cancer department has another card up their sleeve other than the stomach cancer diagnosis system. Hyun Miju covered her mouth and laughed as Park So-yeon asked. I wonder. I'm not too sure. Click. The main entrance of the conference room opened, and a group of scientists walked in. They were scientists from Lab 6. One Kohaku is an anime character from Dr. Stone. People usually gathered freely for the year-end seminar. If all the scientists at the lab were close to each other, they would rent a bus and go together. If the departments all worked individually without a lot of joint projects, they would go separately by department. It was the latter for Lab 6. Choi Myung-jun and Seo Yoon-ju of the health food department arrived at the conference and walked over to where the coffee was. They greeted Hyun Miju. Hey, lead scientist Hyun, it's been a while. Choi Myung-jun greeted her and shook her hand. Hello, how have you been? Hyun Miju asked. Great. Are there any outstanding achievements from Lab 1 this year? Haha, just wait and see. We have something huge. We did an important project with scientist Park's team over here, Hyun Miju said to Choi Myung-jun as she put her hand on Park So-yeon's shoulder and pulled her close. We also did something big with scientist Seo over here, too, Choi Myung-jun replied with a chuckle. Is that so? It looks like our departments have bright futures. You guys should get to know each other since you are both young scientists. Both of you will lead the company in the future. Haha, Yoon-ju here is already leading our team. She contributed a lot in creating this year's achievements. Is that so? Do you have something good? Hyun Miju asked. Similar to the year before. You said the anti-cancer drug research team made something important. Can you tell me in advance? Haha, you can see it when we present it later. The award for exceptional performance is going to be ours this year. Now that I think of it, a celebrity in our lab who has only been at AGEN for a year said that their team was going to get the award. Choi Myung-jun mentioned. Celebrity. The person who cursed lab director Kim Hyun-taek in the face. Ryu Youngjun. Yes. Ahaha. Hyun Miju burst out in laughter. Park So-yeon also covered her mouth and lowered her head, trying to keep in her laughter. Did Youngjun say that? Hyun Miju asked. Yes. That's what he said. Pfft. Well, Youngjun is good, but... Chuckle. Oh my, what should we do about that rascal? It's both funny and pitiful. How was he at your department? Choi Myung-jun asked. He was smart and was good at his job. He was fine, but the problem was that he was too uptight. People don't keep their mouths shut about the company being corrupt because they're bad people, right? It bothered people that he thought he was better than everyone else, going on and on about research ethics and whatnot. Phew, just an amazing scientist, really. Haha, he was kind of like that in Lab 6 as well. He had a little bit of conflict with Yoon-ju over here, and it took a weird turn. And no matter how great they are, it's still the life creation department. How would they get the award? We laughed a while about it, too. I was starting to get worried about his well-being. Ha ha ha. As the three of them were trying to calm their laughter, the main entrance doors opened, and the life creation department came in. Hello. Park Dong-hyun and Young Harim walked into the conference room and grabbed some coffee. Hello. Hyun Miju, Choi Myung-jun, and Park So-yeon slowly approached and greeted them. Hello, it's been a while. Park Dong-hyun returned the greeting. Where is Dr. Ryu Youngjun? Choi Myung-jun asked. He's on his way. The seminar is starting soon. Don't worry. He'll be here soon. KOH soon y'all isn't here either. I need my dry cleaning fee, Seo Yoon-ju said to them. Choi Myung-jun chuckled. See you inside, Park Dong-hyun replied. He grabbed his coffee and walked to their table. The life creation department's seats were at the very end of the conference room. They only had 5 chairs even though they had 6 people. One of the chairs was a cheap one without a back to it, which looked like something someone would bring with them for fishing. The organizers were purposefully trying to mess with them, but the life creation department wasn't very angry. You arrived before us. There were 2 more superiors in the life creation department. There were principal scientist Chun Ji-myung and lead scientist Bae Sun-mi. They had both been assigned to Chunan, but they were doing work completely unrelated to their department. They were helping the GMO development department by harvesting genetically modified winter spinach. AGEN just labeled it as helping the GMO development department, but it really was just a way to insult them. How would doctors who spent their entire lives reading papers and had 20 years of experience with experimentation feel if they were told to go harvest spinach in the middle of winter at a farm? It wasn't about thinking one job was more valuable or sophisticated than the other, it was about how insulting it was to suddenly assign a professional of a certain subject to do something completely unrelated to their field of expertise. They had to work outside, shivering in the cold, without proper equipment. And there was no way that other people would stay at a company if they were called slow or stupid while doing something they had never done before. However, they endured it. "We're glad you're back," Park Dong-hyun said. He glanced at Shin Ji-myung and Bae Sun-mi with pity. "We left a lot of unfilled gaps in our work because we left so suddenly, right? You did well, Dr. Park. How did the preparations go for today's presentation?" "Well, we finished making the slides n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Park Dong-hyun handed Shin Ji-myung a USB. Normally, it was the rule for the principal scientist from each department to present. However, principal scientist Shin Ji-myung didn't even have a chance to look at the presentation files yet, as they could not send it out of the company until this morning because of the security system, and because Shin Ji-myung was up until 1 o'clock in the morning harvesting spinach. Sigh. Park Dong-hyun explained it to him on the phone, but he wasn't confident at all. He added some more bad news. "There's one problem. The slides in this USB were made from data from 2 weeks ago." "What are you talking about?" Shin Ji-myung frowned. "We were really busy for the past 2 weeks with a different project," Park Dong-hyun replied. "Man, did you guys harvest spinach, too?" Bae Sun-mi asked like she felt bad for them. "It's nothing like that. The new member of our department started a new project on his own, but it hit the jackpot, so we were all over the place because we needed to get data for that." "Jackpot. I'm sorry for not telling you in advance. We got the data just a couple weeks ago, so I was doubtful at first, but I became really busy once it became clear." "What are you talking about? Where is that new member?" Park Dong-hyun hesitated. At 8 o'clock in the morning before heading to the seminar hall, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim and Young Jun were finalizing their presentation data at their office. They put data about Park Dong-hyun's life creation project first, then put the data about the embryonic stem cells Young Jun made after it. The goal was to quickly go over the first part, as it was easy for them to be attacked for it, and come down from the stage with a huge round of applause by emphasizing the later part. But as they almost finished editing their slides, Kiseki-yo, Koh Sunyal ran into the office all out of breath. "What is it?" Park Dong-hyun turned to face him and asked. "It differentiated into a muscle cell." "It differentiated." Young Jun and Young Harim shouted and shot up from their seats. "Wait." Park Dong-hyun quickly calculated the time in his head. It was too late to add that data to their presentation now, but it was evidence much too powerful to give up. Right now, the only data in their presentation was that they reverted a regular cell into an embryonic stem cell. But what if they were to say that they were able to differentiate that back into a heart muscle cell? That would complete the storyline of their experimental data. With this, they could argue that this technology could be used to treat patients who needed a heart transplant. Instead of looking for an organ donor and waiting, they could just swab the inside of a patient's mouth, grow a heart, and transplant that into the patient. A technology that only seemed possible in science fiction was now possible. "Sunbaz, this presentation will be worth half as much if the data that the cell differentiated into a heart muscle cell isn't included," Youngjun exclaimed. "You're right." Park Dong-hyun agreed and nodded. He added, "Let's do this. Dr. Ryu, stay here with Sunyal and organize the data to create a new part for the embryonic stem cell." Young Harim looked shocked as he told everyone the plan. "Are you crazy? We have so little time right now that we should be on a taxi headed to the conference hall right now." "I know, but we can't exclude that data. And our lab will most likely be the last one to present." She was even more shocked. "So are you saying that we should enter during the seminar?" "That's the best we can do. What if it becomes our turn before Youngjun gets there?" "That is why Harim, you, will go first to prevent that worst-case scenario," Park Dong-hyun replied. "We're going to give Manager Chen the data about the life creation experiment. If the situation you said happens, he will talk about the data from that experiment and buy us some time. I'll call Dr. Ryu and let him know. When that happens, you stop everything you are doing and call a taxi with the stuff you have done. It takes 20 minutes from here to the conference room, and Manager Chen can hold them off for more than 30 minutes. There was nothing but silence between the four people. "What do you think?" "I'm not forcing you, though. Even if we take out the data about the cell differentiating into a heart muscle cell, this can still be an excellent presentation. Then let's take it out." Youngjun was firm in his decision. Park Dong-hyun was surprised, as it was a bit out of character, considering Youngjun's personality. He thought that Youngjun would ask to go all in even if they were biting off more than they could chew. "Why? If what Dong-hyun Sunbi says really happens, I have to interrupt and come up onto the stage while Manager Chen presents." "You can. You can't even do that when you called Kim Hyun-taek human garbage right to his face." "I can do that, but how would that make Manager Chen feel? How bad would he feel if a new member ran the stage to present this huge accomplishment while he would have just been berated?" Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim and Koh Sunyal stared at Youngjun for a few seconds with their jaws on the floor. Park Dong-hyun suddenly began laughing. "Fa ha ha." Then, all three of them burst out in laughter. "Ah, crazy. Young Harim hit him on the shoulder, and Park Dong-hyun even wiped tears from his eyes. Why? Youngjun asked. Dr. Ryu, you are very kind. Park Dong-hyun replied. Chuckle. I'm trying. Manager Chen, you lived a good life. Even getting a subordinate that cares about you, Young Harim added as she also wiped tears away from her eyes. Thank you for worrying, Youngjun, but you don't have to worry about Manager Chen. I told you that I've been at Lab 6 for a really long time, right? And I can't even say that I'm good at ignoring them in front of Manager Chen. KOH Sunyal nodded and interfered. He has been in our department for so long, he's basically rotting. Youngjun, he may not look like it, but he spent 16 years at the life creation department. You don't have to worry about him, Young Harim added again. He's like a professional tanker or something. Ninja no name wa toftiso. KOH Sunyal added again. 1. Park Dong-hyun gathered up everything with a chuckle. And even if you got to the seminar early, you probably won't be able to explain the embryonic stem cell project to him. Either way, you have to get up there and talk about it yourself, Dr. Ryu. We don't have the confidence to explain it either. Of course, it's breaking the rules, but it's okay since our results are so good that it'll easily trump small problems like that. And Manager Chen was criticized in the company for 16 years. He would love it if his subordinate embarrassed the lab director. I'm actually worried that he'll giggle as he thinks about the embryonic stem cells while presenting and getting berated by them. Okay, let's do that, Youngjun replied. Good. The two of you should go now. Sunyal Sunbi and I will organize the data as quickly as possible and follow you. Park Dong-hyun grinned, took out the entire part about embryonic stem cells from the presentation files, and pressed save, saving the file as another name. You're saying he reverted a normal cell into an embryonic stem cell. Bae Sunmi's jaw dropped to the floor. Wait. Why am I set to play defense? Chen Jimyung asked, baffled. You're good at that, sir. Please help us out, Park Dong-hyun replied. Of course. I can even sing if you want. You need like 3 hours. Thank you. If you begin the presentation, you just have to drag it out until the newbie and Sunyal get there. Of course. Dr. Ryu, was it? Tell him to finish the data, go through it thoroughly, and bring it to me with a cup of coffee. Suddenly, loud applause and shouts came from the audience. Who? The MC for the seminar appeared on the stage. It was Kim Hyun-taik, the lab director of Lab 1. He stood up in front of the mic. The young ones are usually the ones to do this, but all the scientists in the room laughed as Kim Hyun-taik chuckled. Anyway, I will be your MC for tonight. First, the CTO would like to say a word. Please greet him with a warm round of applause. With Kim Hyun-taik's introduction, Nicholas Kim came onto the stage with loud cheers. Hello, my name is Nicholas. This long year is finally coming to an end. Have you all achieved the goals you planned at the beginning of the year? Nicholas asked the crowd. Personally, I made a goal to stop drinking and smoking and to work out every day for at least an hour. But I failed at all 3. Nicholas smiled warmly. He looked like the kind grandpa who lived next door, but he used to be a professor at Harvard. He was probably one of the most successful Korean Americans. He was also one of the best scientists of this time. However, I got my annual checkup, and luckily, I'm still healthy. I think this is what our goals and achievements are supposed to be like. You may fail to achieve your goals, that's what science is about. It's about looking for that bright light in a dark room, right? Nicholas took a deep breath. It's alright if we fail. We still have time. There are about 1,000 scientists gathered here. Everyone, there isn't any problem that we cannot solve if we work together. This seminar is also for us to cooperate. The crowd concentrated on Nicholas' speech. Everyone, it will become very intense when we begin discussing our performance. However, I want us to be kind to each other and provide constructive feedback to plan our next goals. Thank you all for your hard work. Clap, clap, clap. The scientists in the room gave Nicholas a round of applause as he finished his speech. The first to present will be Laboratory 1, Kim Hyun-taik said on stage. The presenter from the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department, please come up to the stage. Then, Kim Hyun-taik walked down to the front row where the other lab directors were sitting. Kim Joo-yeon, the principal scientist of the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department, came up to the podium. She opened the presentation file. I will present our performance for this year. First of all, we protected the sales of our liver cancer drug, ELO. When our sales were being threatened by Chelicure, a new liver cancer drug developed by a competitor, one of the employees in our department discovered this and reported it so that our management could take appropriate action right away. They cleverly omitted Youngjun's name, referring to him as an employee of their department. The political game they played to destroy the better drug from the competitor had become appropriate action taken by management. We are working on Chelicure, the drug we obtained, in our department, Kim Joo-yeon stated. However, she was lying. Chelicure, the treatment for early liver cancer developed by a venture company, was never going to see the light of day. The scientists of other labs who did not know what was actually going on just listened without any doubt. The performance of the anti-cancer drug research department that followed was incredible, which matched their reputation. Kim Joo-yeon first presented a new drug to treat the lesions in the affected area after resecting tumors in breast cancer. Then, she talked about the item they developed with the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department. It was their crucial weapon. And so, we are able to diagnose stomach cancer early with an accuracy of 92% and a sensitivity of 96%. This technology is very advanced, combining the molecular diagnostic proteins for stomach cancer discovered by the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department and the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department's system and kit. The scientists and journalists in the room stared at her with interest. They really are amazing, Choi Myung-joon commented. They are, Co Yoon-ju agreed. But if they split the achievement with the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department and theirs, they might not be able to win the award. However, the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department had another card up their sleeve. Even the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department did not know about this. Along with this, we have developed a new anti-cancer drug using the stomach cancer markers mentioned earlier, Kim Joo-yeon added. This new anti-cancer drug can precisely track the markers of stomach cancer cells. As such, when used on a patient, it can destroy only the cancer cells without touching the healthy stomach cells. Wow! This time, the scientists audibly exclaimed in surprise. It was a new drug for stomach cancer that selectively destroyed cancer cells. Drugs that worked like this were called targeted therapy. They accurately found the target and destroyed only the cancer cells to decrease the level of negative side effects. It was something that a lot of other pharmaceutical companies were aiming to develop. A variety of drugs had been developed already, but they were still lacking. The scientists stared at Kim Joo-yeon in awe as she presented the experimental data. The Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department was the first to present, but all the scientists in the room had already determined that they would be the department to win the award for exceptional performance. That is the end of our presentation. Are there any questions? There was nothing but silence. It was actually quieter because the presentation was so outstanding. Kim Joo-yeon, who came down from the podium with a round of applause, stopped by the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department table. Sorry that I was hiding a nuclear weapon up my sleeve. The award is ours, Kim Joo-yeon said with a chuckle. Congratulations. That is definitely enough to get the award. I can't believe you developed a new target therapy drug. The award for excellent performance will be enough for us, Song Ura, the principal scientist from the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department replied with a cheery smile. The next to present was the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department. They also came down from the podium with equally favorable comments. But they were both the best departments in AGEN. The lab directors began to attack the departments as they presented, starting with the Medical Device Department. What would you use that for? Does that even make any money? With that, they threw around technical terms and even bluntly asked them what the hell they were thinking doing experiments like that. The seminar always went like this. The atmosphere got more hostile as it went on. They don't even know the basics of science. Why is the precision of the affected area for that chemical important at all? You can just limit the delivery method locally. People like Kim Hyun-taek even shouted at people. Dr. Tae Jin-sung from Laboratory 5 came down from the stage. It was finally Laboratory 6's turn to present. But Young-jun still hadn't arrived. After the 4 departments of Lab 6 presented, Choi Myung-joon from the Health Food Department, the self-acclaimed MVP of Lab 6, began his presentation. Our department is about to launch a new product, which consists of a mixture of pumpkin juice, bellflower juice, and pear juice. A quick explanation of this product. Choi Myung-joon's presentation went on for about 15 minutes. It was a pretty good achievement, but the lab directors did not look very happy. Didn't Pfizer release a product that has pumpkin juice, bellflower juice, and pear juice? Kim Hyun-tae asked. Choi Myung-joon looked a little nervous as he stammered an answer. That's right. I'm thinking that they dominated the market first, but do you think it's beneficial to develop the same product in terms of efficiency? Our product has better nutrients. And the difference in the manufacturing method is that we obtain our pumpkin juice through low-temperature extraction, whereas Pfizer destroys their nutrients through their high temperature. I believe we can win against them in the market because our method makes the drink healthier. That's what you think. Kim Hyun-taek criticized. Low-temperature extraction or whatever, the public is not interested in the manufacturing method. I think I say this several times every seminar, but I want our scientists to have some sense of business. You are not researchers who research at universities. Don't focus on making a good product, focus on making a product that will sell. How high do you think sales will be from selling that pumpkin juice? Pfizer has a higher brand recognition than us in North America and Europe. You're going to beat Pfizer with low-temperature extraction? Do you think that makes sense? There was fear in the air. It was quite shocking and uncomfortable seeing a manager be berated by lab directors in front of young scientists. However, Kim Hyun-taek went on. Your probiotic sales are down as well, right? Your share in the market was taken little by little after Roche developed a new probiotic and put it on the market. Isn't that right? What percent are you at right now? 22%, Choi Myung-joon replied. And the year before, it was at 49%. At least you know that. But you did not develop a new product. We are working on it. Work on revolutionizing probiotics instead of making something stupid like pumpkin juice. The future industry of health foods will be probiotics. We will keep that in mind. Is there anything else to present? No, sir. Come down. Good work. Next. Lab 6. Who is it? It's the Life Creation Department. Oh Juntae, the lab director of Laboratory 3 replied. The presenter for the Life Creation Department. Come up. Do we really have to listen to this? One of the lab directors mocked. The other directors smirked. Principal scientist Shin Ji-myung slowly headed to the podium. Nov. L. B / JNN. We were criticized because of you, Choi Myung-jun quietly whispered as he walked by. There was a jinx that the atmosphere always became very hostile before the Life Creation Department presented. I will begin the presentation for the Life Creation Department. Chun Ji-myung opened the presentation file. A bunch of pictures of cells popped up on the first slide. What is that? Are those frog eggs? Lab 3 Director Oh Juntae asked in a mocking tone. Ha ha ha. The scientists burst out in laughter. It is artificial cell Rosaline 4.8. Alright, let's hear it. I wonder what kind of shitty data you will go on and on about this time, Laboratory 2 Director KOH Yoo-sung commented. Chun Ji-myung's presentation began. Like this, we tested from Rosaline v4.80 to v.4.87, and we created v.4.80 in the following way. Chun Ji-myung was presenting relatively well, but everything in his presentation was about failing and trying something, and then failing again. The lab directors sighed, but Chun Ji-myung paid no attention to it and went on. And if you look here at v.4.87, you can see that the organelles within the cell have stabilized. But the cell membrane was unstable and... Why is the membrane unstable? Kim Hyun-taek asked. We have tracked down that reason and are trying to alter our experiment accordingly. What do you think the reason is? We are predicting that it is an osmosis of some sort, and we are going to control the salt concentration within and outside the cell. Then you should have done that experiment and brought the completed data, KOH Yoo-sung said. I wanted to, but... Why didn't you do that experiment? Kim Hyun-taek asked. When our department was doing this project, I was in Cheonan for a month to help the GMO department with their work. Why does that matter? Lab 2 Director KOH Yoo-sung screamed. The GMO department was part of Lab 2. Even if you weren't there, you could have instructed the experiments by phone or email. You couldn't do that as an executive manager, so you are using your business trip as an excuse. Chun Ji-myung stayed silent for a bit. To be honest, this attack was completely forced. Even if he did the experiment he was talking about, they would have asked him what he thought about those results. If he didn't know, they would attack him for not knowing, and if he thought of a reason why, they were just going to attack him about why he didn't do that experiment. Instructing work by email from being away from the front lines of work for months at a time can cause problems in progress, Chun Ji-myung replied. The lab directors frowned right away. What? Is that his excuse? Kim Hyun-taek shouted. All our members did the best they could. We just needed more time to solve this problem. Dr. Chun Ji-myung, take a look at your data. As Kim Hyun-taek spoke, Chun Ji-myung turned to look at the screen. Do you think that data is good enough to gather all the scientists at AGEN and present at a year-end seminar, Dr. Chun? We cannot throw away any data. We may find something important in the data that we think is insignificant. Stop talking about such principles. We want to see output. What's in your presentation other than the fact that you failed, and then failed again at fixing it? I'm sorry. We were not good enough, Chun Ji-myung replied politely and briefly. As he did, he glanced at the clock. He had been defending for 20 minutes. From afar, Park Dong-hyun was sending him a signal. They're almost here. Why do you get paid if you're not capable? Kim Hyun-taek complained. Haha, I'm sorry. Instead, I didn't get a bonus for 16 years. How can you laugh in this situation? I'm sorry. The lab directors sighed. This was how Chun Ji-myung acted every time. He was always like this. Even if hurtful words were thrown at him, he just laughed it off and said everything he needed to while still being respectful. He did random assignments like harvesting winter spinach, which was meant to humiliate him, without complaining. No matter how much the lab directors belittled him, berated him, and pushed him away, Chun Ji-myung just endured it. Dr. Chun Ji-myung, Gil Hyung-jun, the lab director of Laboratory 6, called him. What kind of progress have you made in the life creation department in 16 years? We gave you a report every monthly meeting. In this case, one of our advancements was stabilizing the organelles in the artificial cell, and we think that it has potential if we are able to stabilize the cell membrane from breaking. Shouldn't you bring some tangible data instead of speculations? We will work harder next time. You say that every year? That's what's wrong with you people. Everyone in your team is an idiot. How many doctors do you have there? 5. No, we have 6 now. You have 6 people with doctorates, but you can't do this one thing in 16 years. To be honest, it's not that easy. It's something only the creator can do, right? You think that is something a scientist should be saying. I'm sorry. No, just look at your data. You found nothing. For 16 years. Can't you see how it is frustrating for us? Science is about finding that bright light in a dark room, so we might not get results if we're unlucky. Chun Ji-myung borrowed CTO Nicholas Kim's words. Ha! Kim Hyun-taek scoffed. Stop talking about those principles. We are the ones paying you. You are a doctor and have been a scientist for over 20 years, but doesn't it embarrass you to bring that kind of data every year? I really am sorry. But the thing about research is that. Just shut your mouth. Gil Hyung-jun slammed his fist on the table. You're being criticized by executives because of how crappy your data is. Stop talking so much and making excuses. That is. Click. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The doors of the seminar hall opened, and a young man entered. His hair was a mess from running, but he wasn't out of breath at all. Activating Rosaline, who has been metastasized to the lung. Rosaline is beginning to optimize breathing. Oh geez. However, the man who followed him inside was about to die. He was on the chubbier side. Manager Chen's on the stage. I think that he is still presenting, the chubby man said to Youngjun as he propped up his glasses. Thank you. Youngjun stared right at the podium. His eyes met Chen Jimyung's eyes. He had only seen him in pictures. Chen Jimyung grinned, and then gave him an okay sign with his hand. He was telling Youngjun to come up to the stage. Youngjun walked down the stairs and headed to the stage. What? Who is that? The scientists murmured. What do you think you're doing? Gil Hyungjun shouted. Who are you? Koh Sung also shouted. However, Youngjun ignored them and went up to the podium. My part is done. Dr. Ryu, it's your turn now, Chen Jimyung whispered into Youngjun's ear. Youngjun bowed slightly and grabbed the mic. I'm Scientist Ryu Youngjun. Youngjun introduced himself to the crowd. Scientist. Koh Sung tilted his head in confusion. Just a scientist? Isn't that basically an associate manager? The crowd whispered noisily. I have come up to the stage because I had something to present. I apologize for causing confusion with the abrupt interruption, but I had no choice but to do this in order to present important data from the Life Creation Department. Youngjun stood on the podium and spoke into the mic. What are you doing? Kim Hyuntae asked. Come down from there, Dr. Ryu. It's not a podium for someone of low rank like you, and we're in a meeting about the Life Creation Department's progress. The data that I brought is also our team's progress. How dare you interrupt when the lab directors are speaking? Oh Juntae shouted. Youngjun slowly looked down and stared at Nicholas, the CTO. He crossed his legs and made himself comfortable in his chair. Let's hear it, Nicholas said. The CTO's words were absolute. The lab directors still looked irritated but soon calmed down. Thank you. Youngjun inserted his USB, and as he opened the file, a picture of embryonic stem cells appeared on the screen. What is that? Kim Hyuntae asked. They are embryonic stem cells, Youngjun replied. Why is that here? It's because we made it. The lab directors tilted their heads in confusion while sitting in a cocky manner. He's crazy. They are really crazy now. Everyone in that department is crazy. Koh Sung drew circles with his finger beside his head. Youngjun ignored him and began explaining. The reason behind why we began this life creation project was because if we create an artificial cell this way, we would be able to transplant it into a patient or grow it into an artificial organ to fix faulty organs or tissue. Youngjun added, and the competitive technology of life creation is embryonic stem cell technology. It is much better and rewarding than our project. If we were to use embryonic stem cell technology, we wouldn't have to take the difficult route of creating life. Kim Hyuntae raised his hand. So, you're saying that you studied embryonic stem cells? You really are insane. Where did you get the embryo? You better have a good explanation. Unless it was donated, you used your budget at your disposal for another purpose that was not previously discussed. And if you bought it, you will not be able to avoid criticism of your ethics. The company's position on the issue has not been decided yet. As such, you should not have acted on your own. This is grounds for severe punishment. Youngjun stared directly at Kim Hyuntae. We did not use an embryo. The lab directors frowned. Did you use magic or something? Oh Juntae mocked him. These cells were originally human liver cells. We inserted 4 genes into the cells and reverted them into embryonic stem cells, Youngjun replied and went on to the next slide. SOX2, CMYC, OCT4, KTF4. With the names of the 4 genes, a picture of the initial liver cells appeared. Then, morphological pictures of the cells taken in 1-hour intervals after the injection of the 4 genes appeared on the screen. As time went on, they started looking more and more like embryonic stem cells. Silence. The crowd was dead silent like they had frozen. It was like they weren't even breathing. Scientists who knew a little bit about stem cells already had a look of extreme shock on their faces. The advancement of science was sometimes a huge leap in knowledge. Sometimes, a discovery transformed the world so greatly that a world without it was completely different from the world after it. For example, the invention of the phone, internet, and airplanes, or the establishment of the theory of evolution, proof that the Earth is round, and the establishment of heliocentrism. All the scientists in the seminar room knew what the information Youngjun was presenting meant. Clang! One of the people in the stem cells department broke the silence as they dropped their tumbler on the floor from their trembling hands. Stammering, Oh Juntae asked, wait. So that. Are you telling us to believe that? You made a normal cell into embryonic stem cells. We are certain, Youngjun replied. Surely, the morphological pictures look similar to embryonic stem cells. But I think we need more detailed evidence, Kim Hyuntae said. We have DNA methylation data and gene expression data as well. Please take a look, Youngjun replied. A comparative analysis of the data was shown on the next slide. The data from the real embryonic stem cells from actual embryos and Youngjun's embryonic stem cells matched perfectly. The lab directors were imagining the kind of impact this would have on future medicine. Of course, it still had a long way to go before it could go through clinical trials. Things like creating an artificial organ or transplanting a lesion and letting it multiply weren't simple things to do. However, those were things that time would solve. The important thing was that they had overcome a huge obstacle. This was a trendsetter for future medicine. The lab directors could already draw a huge blueprint for the new procedures large hospitals would be performing in the near future. Youngjun stated, embryonic stem cell technology has been forgotten for too long because of the huge con that it required an embryo, but we have broken through that limit. From next year, we are thinking of studying embryonic stem cells as a side project while keeping the life creation project as our main focus. Is there any evidence that it can differentiate into different tissues? Kim Hyun-taek criticized. There is. That's why we were late. Youngjun went to the next slide. Now, the embryonic stem cells were differentiating into muscle cells. These are cardiac muscle fiber cells. Youngjun added, we can make cardiac muscle if we grow these cells. There is still a long way to go, but it means that theoretically, we can make an artificial heart. Because the embryonic stem cell we made is exactly the same as regular embryonic stem cells made from real embryos, it can differentiate into any type of cell. Can you explain? Nicholas asked Youngjun. It was the first time he had spoken after his opening address. The scientists who were sitting near him glanced over. Can you explain why it turns into embryonic stem cells if you inject those 4 genes? Of course, Youngjun replied. It was a question Youngjun had predicted. He moved on to the next slides, and descriptions of the 4 genes began to appear one after another. The c-Myc gene acts to promote cell proliferation and phenotypic change, and binds to histone acetyltransferase. Suddenly, Youngjun began lecturing in the middle of the seminar. Among the technical terms that he was using, some of them were foreign to scientists in the same field as Youngjun. Even the lab directors could barely follow along. All 1,000 scientists in the room were staring at Youngjun. He scanned through all of them and continued his lecture. Park So-yeon. Youngjun's eyes met hers. She had long hair before, but it was short now. Park So-yeon looked quite confused. Youngjun looked away. Like this, the undifferentiation of the cell is controlled and completed by the endogenously expressed NANEG and OCT4 and is reverted into an embryonic stem cell state like an embryo. That is all. There was nothing but silence in the seminar room. All the scientists were frozen. The shock was stronger because they were fellow scientists. The more one knew, the more they understood. The members of the stem cells department were just in awe. Even the hot-tempered lab directors could not say anything. The excellent achievements of the anti-cancer drug research department made everyone's jaw drop, but the life creation department's overwhelmingly incredible and almost magical results made everyone shut up. In the silence, clap, clap, clap. Someone began clapping slowly. It was Nicholas, the CTO. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. It is truly a technology of the future, Nicholas commented. This is what revolutionary means. This is the advancement of technology and what science is about. I didn't think that I would see studies as exceptional as this at our company in my life. What did you say your name was? My name is Ryu Youngjun, a scientist, Youngjun replied. Nicholas got up from his seat. Scientist Ryu Youngjun. I guess things like this have disappeared nowadays, but when I was younger, attendees used to give a standing ovation if there was an amazing presentation at a conference or lecture. Nicholas added, as a fellow scientist who studies biology, regardless of the hierarchical relationship between CTO and scientist, I sincerely thank you. Nicholas began clapping. Surprised, other scientists quickly stood up and Begonagen's standing ovation continued for about 3 minutes. The clapping did not stop for a while even after Nicholas put his hands down. After it calmed down a little, Nicholas sat back down in his seat. It didn't really matter to him whether he stayed standing or not, but it was to let the other scientists who were worn out from presenting to sit. Nicholas asked, this is a completely different project than what the life creation department has done in the past. Be honest. You started this by yourself, didn't you, Dr. Ryu? Did you achieve this on your own? Yes, I did start this alone, but my department members were incredibly helpful. I wouldn't have been able to do this if I was alone, Youngjun replied. Youngjun wasn't wrong. It would have been impossible to create high-quality data such as this in that short amount of time even with Rosaline's power. To evaluate the members of the life creation department, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim, and Koh Soon-yeol were all incredibly skilled. They already knew what kind of data they needed in order to make the presentation logical even before Youngjun asked them, and they gave it to Youngjun in 2 or 3 days, perfectly organized. Even the anti-cancer drug research department, which was supposed to have the best scientists in the company, did not have people who were as good as them. Nicholas flashed a smile of satisfaction. I didn't know that Agen had such a talented individual like you. The bravery and insightfulness to start a project like this. Truly amazing. You look young, Dr. Ryu Youngjun. May I ask how old you are? I am 30. I look forward to your progress more because you are younger. Did you know this? Most of the Nobel Prize recipients started their work that got them their prize in their 40s. Youngjun smiled like he was embarrassed when Nicholas mentioned the Nobel Prize. Park Dong-hyun did mention that this was Nobel Prize worthy. Of course, they wouldn't give a young scientist like Youngjun a Nobel Prize since the years of experience were taken into account as well. However, someone may nominate him for the prize when he had more research experience. In that case, his induced pluripotent stem cells would become a powerful achievement that would support him later on. To be honest, it was something that made him so happy even just thinking about it in his head. Considering Youngjun's young age, his chances weren't that slim. He was the most likely to receive it among people in his age group, was he not? Nicholas also mentioned the Nobel Prize because he could see it happen. Usually, I would have to discuss it with the lab directors, but to be honest, there is nothing to talk about. The award for exceptional performance for this year goes to the Life Creation Department. Dr. Ryu Youngjun, it is because of you? Wait. Kim Hyun-taek objected as Nicholas finished his sentence. I'm sorry, but this is something that Dr. Ryu Youngjun, who was only transferred there about 2 weeks ago, started on his own. And it seems like Shin Ji-myung, their department head, doesn't even know about this project. How do you know that he doesn't know? Nicholas Kim asked. He didn't even know about the original projects either, Kim Hyun-taek replied in a sneering tone. He glared at Youngjun, then glanced at Nicholas again. This has to be seen as an individual's work. We should recognize Dr. Ryu's contributions, of course. However, the award for exceptional performance is given to an entire department. I do not think the life creation department deserves the award. Yes, the other scientists would have contributed to getting that data, but a scientist must do more than get data, Kim Hyun-taek said. We have the Revolutionary Scientist Award that can be given to the individual. I think that we should give that to Dr. Ryu and award the award for exceptional performance to another department. Is that so? Why don't you ask Dr. Shin Ji-myung yourself whether he thinks he deserves the award as the department head, Kim Hyun-taek said. Nicholas rested his chin on his hand and stared at Shin Ji-myung with interest. What do you think, Dr. Shin Ji-myung? As the head of the department, do you think you deserve the honor and privileges of being the leader of a department displaying exceptional performance? Youngjun secretly glanced at Shin Ji-myung like he was worried. Shin Ji-myung had no idea about this project until today before the presentation. However, because he was the executive manager, he automatically became the interim head of the project on paper, as the position was vacant at the time they submitted the project proposal. Youngjun couldn't even select his name as his position rank was too low for the system to have it. Shin Ji-myung could reject the award because of the pressure that he was the head of a stem cell project that he knew nothing about and the guilt from not being of any help to his members. That was also what Kim Hyun-taek was going for. Respected executives, I believe that you all know how greatly Dr. Ryu has contributed to this achievement. Therefore, his individual contributions must be highly appreciated. You should give him the Revolutionary Scientist Award, Shin Ji-hyung replied. Kim Hyun-taek scoffed. Then, the award for exceptional performance should. And I believe the Life Creation Department has the right to receive the award for exceptional performance, Shin Ji-myung said firmly. Youngjun barely held in his laughter as he saw Kim Hyun-taek scowl. Now that Youngjun thought about it, Shin Ji-myung has been the head of the Life Creation Department, which was where the troublemakers of Agen went, for 16 years. Right now, the debate about which department received the award for exceptional performance was not about evaluating the magnitude of the contribution and its appropriateness that had already been decided. Right now, he was engaging in political warfare with Kim Hyun-taek, and Shin Ji-myung knew this, too. Shin Ji-myung also knew that in this situation, the executive manager's job was not to back down for not knowing about the project and not being able to manage it but to win the award for his department members. And Shin Ji-myung had a strong enough backbone to be bold and declared that they deserved the award when Kim Hyun-taek was pressuring them. Nicholas was also chuckling with his head down. Dr. Shin Ji-myung, do you know anything about that embryonic stem cell project? Kim Hyun-taek attacked him fiercely. Yes, of course, Shin Ji-myung replied respectfully. As the project manager, I am guiding the future direction of this project. If we improve this technology, we will be able to cut out the stomach and implant an embryonic stem cell in its place to regrow it to treat advanced stomach cancer instead of using an anti-cancer drug to selectively destroy cancer cells. I imagine that will be easier and more effective. I am thinking of allocating the special research budget with an emphasis on developing this technology, and I am also considering creating a task force that will use the privileges from the award to cooperate with various departments in Lab 6. Although there wasn't much substance to what Shin Ji-myung was saying, he still kept talking. As he did, Kim Hyun-taek's face became red. The best accomplishment of the anti-cancer drug research department, the star of Lab 1 this year, was a treatment for stomach cancer that selectively worked on cancer cells. Shin Ji-myung had covertly attacked Kim Hyun-taek, saying that the Life Creation Department's creation was much better than his. Ahem. Nicholas cleared his throat and interrupted. He already really liked Youngjun and wanted to give him a bunch of things. He wanted to see what kind of things that young, ingenious scientist would be able to achieve if he had the privileges that came with the award for exceptional performance. Surely, an executive manager's job isn't to use a pipette to grow a cell. Dr. Shin Ji-myung, please allocate the department's budget like you said, and I hope you guide the project in the right direction, Nicholas said to Shin Ji-myung. Yes, sir. Thank you. Shin Ji-myung bowed towards Nicholas. Does anyone else have any objections? Nicholas asked as he looked at the lab directors. They were quiet. After a bit of time, Nicholas opened his mouth. Well, the award for exceptional performance has been decided. Now, we should choose what departments will get the other awards. Nicholas smiled and went up to the podium. Nicholas tested the mic and said, Scientists of Agen, good work. We have reached the end of the seminar. We will take a 30-minute break and then continue the award ceremony here. *****. Oh my god, this is insane. What should we do? We're really going to get an award. Jung Harim was jumping up and down, unable to control her excitement and joy. Good work, Dr. Ryu. Park Dong-hyun patted Youngjun on the back. Thank you everyone. Youngjun ran into Bae Sunmi as he thanked the other members. Like Shin Ji-myung, he had also never seen lead scientist Bae Sunmi before. She looked like a middle-aged woman in her 40s, and she had a warm, soft vibe to her. Hello, Youngjun. My name is Bae Sunmi. I'm a lead scientist. Hello, nice to meet you. Soon after, Principal Scientist Shin Ji-myung, who was greeting the heads of other departments, returned. Where is he? Our youngest. He looked around for Youngjun. Dr. Ryu. When Shin Ji-myung found Youngjun, he spread his arms wide and ran toward the young scientist. Such great work. He hugged Youngjun hard, then asked while letting go, seriously, where did this lucky charm come from? What department are you from? N/O/Vel/B//JN.C//OM. I'm from the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department. I see that Kim Hyun-taek made a huge mistake. Losing a scientist like you? Haha, just amazing work. Haha, you as well, sir. Did you see Kim Hyun-taek scowl? Did you see him get angry because Lab 1 didn't get it? Ahahaha, Shin Ji-myung laughed. I think that's because you talked about the stomach cancer drug, Park Dong-hyun said as he smirked. But what kind of actual benefit do we get for the award for exceptional performance? Youngjun asked. The benefit is huge. That's why Kim Hyun-taek was trying to do everything to stop us from getting it, Shin Ji-myung replied. Young Harim explained. First of all, the department that wins the award gets an extra 1.5 billion won added to their budget. And the superiors usually don't interfere no matter what kind of project the department chooses to do. They become sort of like an independent department that can work individually as well. On top of that, other departments can't refuse if the winning department asks for support. Really? Youngjun exclaimed. The last two aren't actual company policy like the 1.5 billion won, but it's kind of like a long-standing tradition. Of course, we don't know what it will be like for our department. We might keep getting ignored because our image was so shit in the past. Park Dong-hyun smiled bitterly. I see, Youngjun replied. Now that Youngjun thought about it, there was one person who wasn't here. What happened to Sunyal Sunbi? We have to go and get money for dry cleaning. The comme de gar, ons. Bae Sunmi stared at Young Harim with squinted eyes. She looked at her as if it was awkward having Koh Sunyal and comme de gar, ons in the same sentence. Young Harim burst into laughter and explained to Bae Sunmi what had happened. He left for the washroom a little while ago, Park Dong-hyun said. Oh really? I also have to go to the washroom. As Youngjun left the seminar hall, he pulled out his phone. Going to the washroom was just an excuse for him to make a phone call. He read the message he had gotten earlier. This is Cell Bio. We got the reagent that came in your name from Reaction Chemistry. We want to call you beforehand to confirm the experiment before we begin. Please give us a call when you have about 10 minutes. Youngjun pressed their number and called. Hello, this is Cell Bio. Hello, my name is Ryu Youngjun. I requested the experiment. Oh, yes. Hello, doctor. You emailed us the experimental design before, but we wanted to confirm it before we began. Yes, thank you. This is a new drug for the flu, correct? Yes. We use the bird flu virus H9N2 to infect MDCK cells, and then treat it with your candidate drug to see whether the virus stops multiplying, correct? Yes, that's correct. Please dissolve the candidate drug in DMSO when you treat the cells. 10 milligrams of the drug should melt at room temperature for 1 milliliter of DMSO. Alright. When can I get the experiment results? We were already doing a base experiment of infecting the multiplied cells with the virus before your candidate drug arrived, so we can treat it right away. You should be able to get data in about a week or so. Next week. This was why Youngjun liked Cell Bio. If he had commissioned it to a company that wasn't very capable, they would have started multiplying the cells and infecting them after Youngjun's drug had arrived. If so, it would have taken at least 3 weeks. It was a good choice that he commissioned it to Cell Bio. Thank you. Please tell me when you get the results. Youngjun ended the call. That was it. All that he needed to do now was add the experimental data on the patent attorney Lee Howon would have filed and get it published after evaluations. Then, he was going to sell the new drug to a pharmaceutical company. He could also sell it to Agen, but he would need to think about it. If he got to that point, he could escape this dim poverty for good. Let's think about what to do next with Rosaline's power after this. His father, who was working as security at an apartment, and his mother, who had hurt her knee tendon but was still working at a restaurant with a limp, would never have to work again. Youngjun could also tell Ryu Ji-won to stop tutoring part-time and focus on studying. Youngjun could pay off all his debt, give Park Ju-hyuk the money he owed him, and move out of a basement unit. Should I buy a car? Just thinking about it made him happy. When Youngjun usually thought about a great future like this, there was one woman who was always in the picture. Park So-yeon. Youngjun had seen her during his presentation at the seminar, and she had gotten even prettier in a month. I got worse because I was drinking all that time. Of course, Rosaline fixed it all, but he felt that it was a little unfair for some reason. Tap tap. Someone tapped on Youngjun's shoulder from behind. Hey, it was Park So-yeon. Yeah. Youngjun turned around and faced Park So-yeon. Seeing her face again roused a myriad of emotions within him at once, like the scum of love, betrayal, and anger. To his surprise, he wasn't glad to see her, nor did he miss her. Youngjun pushed those feelings down in his heart like he was compressing a full garbage bag. It's been a while, Youngjun said. Yeah, I think it's been about a month. How have you been? Park So-yeon asked. You think I would have been well? I'm sorry. Whatever. I feel like you changed a little. What? Before, you were sweet and kind, sort of like a puppy. Really? I was. Youngjun reacted like he was surprised. I was like a puppy when I was the one who cursed at lab director Kim Hyun-taek. Well, that was when you were really mad. You're not usually like that. You were wagging your tail and running around when you first heard that Agen bought that liver cancer drug from that venture company. Park So-yeon faintly smiled. Then maybe I am mad right now, Young-jun said. Yeah, you're kinda acting the same as when you swore at director Kim, Park So-yeon said. Really? Are you still mad? At me? Park So-yeon asked. What do you want? It was hard for me after we broke up, too. You did really succeed this time, but you will have to make peace with director Kim if you want to succeed in the company. Maybe. My seniors and I can help mitigate things between you and him. So, I'll help you out a lot, Appa. Let's date again. Young-jun silently stared at Park So-yeon. She was clinging to him like she was hung up on him, but there wasn't a hint of nerves or fear in her face. She was confident, and it was because Young-jun really loved her. Park So-yeon was someone who had always been on the receiving end of love. As foreign as this situation was to her, she did not think that she would be rejected. If you want to do something like a joint departmental project with your IPSCS, talk to our executive manager. 1. It's nothing like that. Young-jun shouted. Park So-yeon was startled. It's true. I regretted it a lot after we broke up like that, Park So-yeon said. Then why did you break up with me like that? Without even coming to see me. I thought it would be harder for me if I saw you. I have a dream at this company, but I had a lot of things to think about when you went against the lab director and had to leave Lab 1. Young-jun stared at her without a word. Park So-yeon could not look him in the eye. She lowered her head and fiddled with her clasped fingers behind her back. I can't trust you anymore, Young-jun said. And you told me to control my temper, right? It's not that I need to control my temper, but you need to have one. Young-jun added, be moral and have a temper. You're a scientist too, aren't you? The ceremony is going to start soon. I'll see you inside. Young-jun passed Park So-yeon and went back into the seminar hall. There were 5 awards given during the year-end seminar. The first prize was the award for exceptional performance, which was only given to 1 department. The second prize was the award for excellent performance, which was given to 3 departments. Finally, the third prize was the research award, which was given to 5 departments. These 3 awards were given departmentally. They were given a tremendous amount of research funding and a bonus depending on their position. The next 2 were given to individuals. One of them was called the Agen Scientist Award, and it was given to a total of 10 scientists along with a small bonus. It was usually given to young scientists, mostly to encourage them to work hard. The final award was the Revolutionary Scientist Award. It was given to one scientist who produced the most innovative results. It was the most honorable award for an individual in the Agen seminar. It was usually given to executives at a higher position than lead scientists, but not this time since there was someone who produced unbelievable results. The recipient of the Revolutionary Scientist Award is. Nicholas spoke into the mic. The winners of the other trivial prizes had already been announced, and the only 2 that remained were this one and the award for exceptional performance. Scientist Ryu Young-jun. Congratulations. Please come up to the stage. The crowd applauded and shouted. Scientist Ryu Young-jun. You are awarded this award for leading Agen's development and enhancing Agen's prestige. Presented by Nicholas Kim, the Chief Technology Officer of Agen. Nicholas handed Young-jun the plaque. Thank you. As Young-jun thanked him and was about to walk off the stage, Nicholas grabbed his shoulder. Take one more award before you leave n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The crowd laughed. Next, I will announce the award for exceptional performance. This award goes to the department that pioneered the future technology of Agen by producing the most exceptional results. This team developed a method to produce embryonic stem cells easily and proposed a new field for pharmaceuticals and medicine. The Life Creation Department of Lab 6, please come up. The crowd applauded, but much less than when Young-jun came up. Young-jun carefully examined each scientist from every department. None of them were actually congratulating them sincerely. Even though Young-jun caused a big scene by going up against Kim Hyun-taek, he had only been at the company for a year. Most people didn't really know who he was, and as such, they could congratulate him on receiving the Revolutionary Scientist Award without much concern. However, it was different for the Life Creation Department. Everyone in this seminar hall thought that the Life Creation Department was beneath them. They all just thought that they got lucky because a smart guy just happened to transfer there. The Life Creation Department was still looked down on by everyone. It's not that. From what Young-jun saw, everyone in the Life Creation Department was smart and very skilled. They just didn't have any results because the project they were given made no sense to begin with. They also accepted Young-jun, who came to their department after causing trouble, without any prejudice. But everyone was staring at these talented scientists with disgust in their eyes. However, Young-jun was sure that it was going to change from now on as he was going to use this department and its members a lot. Presented by Nicholas Kim, the Chief Technology Officer of Agen. Shin Ji-myung and Bae Sun-mi took the plaque together as Nicholas handed it to them. There was another round of applause, along with camera flashes. Those pictures were going to be put up on the company's official website. Park Dong-hyun stroked the plaque with his fingers in awe, and Koh Soon-yeol wiped under his nose with his pointer finger. Young-jun looked around for Young Harim and found her standing behind him. Why are you standing in the back? As Young-jun tried to drag her to the front, she tried desperately to stay where she was. And no. Sob. I'm going to get my picture taken. Weep. She was crying with her face buried in her hands. Now that Youngjun looked around, he could see that Chen Jimyang's eyes were wet as well. It was natural for them to cry as they had received the greatest honor in the company after 16 years of duration. It's actually nothing. Developing this kind of technology was as easy as counting numbers for Rosaline. The 1.5 billion won that would be allocated to their budget as a bonus wasn't a big deal as well. Youngjun was the primary patent holder on the IPSC technology, which was being drawn up in the patent attorney's office right now. He had written whatever he wanted on the share of the patent as well. Soon, the papers will be sent to Gil Hyungjun from the attorney's office, and he will hit the roof. But Youngjun had something in mind. The seminar was coming to an end as people were leaving one by one. A small proportion of them were returning to the lab, but most were heading home right from here. The life creation department had decided to go for a celebratory dinner. It was to welcome Youngjun to the team as well as to congratulate them for receiving the award for exceptional performance. Where should we go? Bae Sunmi asked. Of course we should go for meat. Right? Beef. Park Dong-hyun glanced at Young Harim like was asking for approval. I like meat, but beef is a little expensive. I'm okay with Korean Chinese food too. If we get like kanpukgai or something like that, Young Harim suggested while fixing her eye makeup too. How can we have something like kanpukgai on a day like this? Bae Sunmi said in shock. Then, Young Harim left the decision up to Koh Sunyal. What would you like? Sunyal SSI. Hamburgers. Oh my. None of you know how to use money the right way. Bae Sunmi scoffed. That was when Shin Ji-myung interfered. Our star should be the one to decide. Dr. Ryu, what do you want? I don't know, but can we use our bonus to pay for dinner? Of course not, Shin Ji-myung quickly responded like he knew that would lead to trouble. Then do we have expenses? Youngjun asked. We do, but not a lot. But I'm buying today, so choose whatever you want. Then should I get some from over there? Youngjun asked. Over there. Youngjun was pointing to the entrance of the Agen building. Choi Myung-jun and Seo Yoon-ju of the health food department were standing there. Choi Myung-jun crossed his arms. I heard, but I don't want to cause trouble with another department right away when Dr. Ryu saved our department's face like this. But they started it first, Park Dong-hyun replied to Chen Ji-myung. They looked down on our entire team, Young Harim added, and Park Dong-hyun agreed. To be honest, Sunyal SSI, I wanted to throw that shirt out for you, but the way they were talking was just so outrageous. Even if we don't get money, we should at least get an apology, Youngjun added. Alright, then I'll. As Chen Ji-myung was about to go there, Park Dong-hyun quickly stopped him. It's going to get weird if manager-level personnel go there. We'll take care of it ourselves. But they have an executive manager too. Shouldn't I go fight? Shin Ji-myung asked as he pointed at Choi Myung-jun. All of us have fought against manager-level personnel during our prime time. We also have someone who fought against a lab director who is said to be the next CTO. Park Dong-hyun glanced at Youngjun. Ah, right. I forgot that all my members were Shin. Shin Ji-myung nodded in understanding. Oh, over there. Koh Sunyal suddenly pointed. Haha, I saw that woman in front of the washroom before the ceremony. Seo Yoon-ju SSI? What did she say? Park Dong-hyun asked. That is, Koh Sunyal scratched his head. It was about 3 hours ago when Youngjun was talking on the phone with Cell Bio regarding his experiment that he had commissioned them. Seo Yoon-ju had called Koh Sunyal at the entrance of the washroom as he was about to go in. Koh Sunyal SSI. Or. Koh Sunyal asked as he pointed to himself. Are you really going to ask for 400,000 won if your department wins the award for exceptional performance? To be honest, it was all Dr. Ryu Youngjun. You guys didn't do anything, so why should you get that award and rip me off? Eto. The data at the end of the presentation that showed the cell differentiating into a heart muscle cell was from me. 3. As Koh Sunyal propped up his glasses, Seo Yoon-ju frowned. Still, this is wrong. How is that rag that you're wearing come to gar, ons? Yair, the point too is that you promised. 4. No, whatever. Play the CCTV tape or whatever, I don't care. Sue me if I was the one who bumped into you. Even if it's my fault and destruction of property, I won't be ordered to pay that much. No way that the rag that you are wearing costs 400,000 won. This is fraud. Just sue me because I can't just give that to you. Park Dong-hyun and Young Harim were shocked. She said that. Park Dong-hyun asked. Without even apologizing. Young Harim added. Bae Sunmi covered her mouth like she was in shock as well. She should first be apologizing, but she's telling you to sue her. Shin Ji-myung frowned. I don't understand. Still, we got the award for exceptional performance, Bae Sunmi murmured. They think we're the same old life creation department that's beneath them even if we get the award, Shin Ji-myung replied like this was a headache. Crack. Crack. Park Dong-hyun cracked his neck and warmed up his body. Ah, man. They're making my temper from my prime time come up again. As Park Dong-hyun walked toward them like he was about to destroy them, Youngjun stood in front of him. I will take care of it. What are you going to do? Young Harim asked. We can't be fighting them on a departmental scale right now. Probiotics is a field I want to study next year, so we have to use the health food department a lot. But we can't just let this slide. I will get them here and make them apologize, so just wait. Youngjun calmed the four people down and walked over to Choi Myungjun and Seo Yoonju. It's actually better when they apologize to me on their own like Park So-yeon. Rosaline LV.2. Youngjun pulled up the status window. He pressed on the message window and opened the data on probiotics. It had the analysis of Roche's probiotic product, active lactobacillin. 1 iPSC is short for induced pluripotent stem cells. 2 Kanpuggai is a Korean Chinese dish that consists of deep-fried chicken pieces in a spicy and sweet garlic oil sauce. 3 Edo is a filler word in Japanese, and it essentially means or umm. 4 Yair means well in Japanese, and point 2 is the Japanese pronunciation for point. Hello. Youngjun greeted Choi Myungjun and Seo Yoonju. Both of them were startled like they saw a ghost or something. Now, they could see Chen Ji-myung, Bae Sunmi, Park Dong-hyun, and Young Harim glare at them with fierce eyes from afar. Seo Yoonju gulped. She was extremely nervous. Youngjun stared at her for a bit and then said, "The happening at the cafeteria. You were in the wrong, right, scientist Seo." "Yes, that's right. I'm sorry," Seo Yoonju answered in a tiny voice. "Well, I've only been in the life creation team for a week, and the ones that you had trouble with were my seniors, so you don't have to say sorry to me. You just need to go talk to the seniors yourself. The reason why I came to see you wasn't to argue about that but just to let you know about something." "Let us know." Puzzled, Choi Myungjun asked with his head tilted. "Yes, a venture company in Korea is working on probiotics, and I think they are going to create a good product soon." Youngjun was talking about Celigener. Of course, the part about them creating a good product was a lie. "Which company?" "I can't tell you that. When it comes out, it will be better than Roche's active lactobacillin." "What?" Choi Myungjun was filled with shock. "Manager Choi, the health food department is the team working on probiotics at Agen, right?" "Yes. I heard that you got an earful because you let Roche steal your share in the market." "Yes, that's right. Even if Roche surpassed Agen, I heard Agen is ahead in markets in Korea and Asia. However, if a venture company in Korea develops a good product, their competition is going to be Agen rather than Roche, isn't it? Because they'll start with the market in Korea. If you do nothing, you might bleed a little from the criticism during the next seminar. Do you have a plan to solve this?" "We're working on it," Choi Myungjun said. "If you sit back and relax like that, Agen will keep losing its share in the probiotics market. It's a reliable item and the future industry, so we can't afford to lose it like that. I'm thinking of experimenting with probiotics since our department received the award for exceptional performance." "That's our department's responsibility," Seo Yoonju shouted in surprise. "I know, but there's a tradition of letting the department that got the award do whatever research they wanted for a year, and they have the budget to do that, too. And we're all Agen employees, aren't we? It's all of our loss if Agen loses the probiotics market. We should stop it if we can, no matter the department. I have a better item than the venture company, too." "What is it?" Choi Myungjun asked with a slightly quivering voice. "It's a secret." Stop bluffing. How can someone who's only worked with animal cells at the life creation department know about probiotics? Those are bacteria and microbes. Seo Yoonju shouted. "Lactobacillus acidophilus, Lactobacillus casei, Lactobacillus bulgaricus, Lactobacillus rhamnosus, Bifidobacterium bifidum, Bifidobacterium breve, Bifidobacterium lactis, Lactococcus lactis, Enterococcus faecalis." As if he was chanting a magic spell, Youngjun began listing the components of Roche's probiotic product. Choi Myungjun and Seo Yoonju couldn't see it, but a list of ingredients in Roche's product that he had seen before was floating in front of his eyes. "Those are the components in Roche's product." Youngjun added, "I can also tell you the biological mechanism of these bacteria. For example, Lactobacillus acidophilus usually use lactose, and they can suppress the growth of harmful bacteria by creating around 20 different types of chemicals and using those as natural antibiotics. When given to the intestines, it can help with the activation of the immune system and improve bowel movements. Do you need me to explain the others?" "No." Seo Yoonju gulped. "You really don't think I have a good item? Because it's weird that someone who worked with animal cells knows a lot about probiotics? But it's also just as weird for someone who developed anti-cancer drugs to work on stem cells," Youngjun said. "I want to borrow the health food department's equipment once I start working on probiotics. We can work together, right? Or we can make a task force team for probiotics. Of course, we would share some of the rewards with you." "Of course," Choi Myungjun replied with a bright face. "That's a relief. I was going to work with that venture company if you said no." Choi Myungjun and Seo Yoonju both flinched. Youngjun went on. "To be honest, the person who told me that the venture company was working on probiotics is actually my friend. Haha, they told me they wanted to do it together. It would look good if Agen and a venture company had a technology partnership, right? So I was thinking we should make a partnership with them and work together." Choi Myungjun's hand trembled slightly. Would you need to work with another company when you have a department that works on probiotics in the same lab?" Seo Yoonju mumbled. "Right? There's no reason to do that. Haha. I feel a little sorry for my friend, but I should give my item to the health food department, and give my friend's company something else, right?" Youngjun asked. "Of course. Oh, Scientist Seo, I heard that you met Sunyal Sunbi in front of the washroom during the break before the ceremony started." "Huh? Yes, we met." Seo Yoonju went pale as if all the blood left her body. I heard you guys talked for a little bit? I assume you apologized. Youngjun stared at her. Seo Yunju could not say anything. Or did you fight more? Youngjun asked like he was curious. That is. We're sorry. Choi Myungjun quickly interfered. We couldn't deliver a proper apology because we were so busy. We will apologize right now and provide compensation. Choi Myungjun put his role as the department head, a middleman, above being a scientist. He believed that his eye for people had become pretty sharp from working at a company for so long. From what he saw, Youngjun was not someone they should keep as an enemy. Choi Myungjun considered what kind of results Youngjun, a scientist who was only about 30, had shown. His bravery in setting up projects that seemed almost impossible in the life creation department, which was basically barren, in the face of pressure to get results. His determination, which drove the project forward when his department members would have disagreed on it, and his ingenuity, which allowed him to get results. The spirit and ferocity to go against Kim Hyun-taek without compromising his morals. This guy is dangerous. They were relatively autonomous in terms of research direction now that they got the award, and they also had received funding. What this meant was that there was no telling what this genius would do next. Youngjun was probably going to climb up the ladder quickly. He would probably become an executive soon since he was talented and also caught Nicholas' eye. He might even become the CTO when he became Choi Myungjun's age. If that happened, it would go in whatever direction Youngjun wanted, as AGEN was a research-focused company. There was no reason for Choi Myungjun to be afraid as Youngjun was still a scientist, but it was clear that he was someone they should not keep as an enemy. Let's go, Yoonju. Choi Myungjun quickly grabbed Seo Yoonju's wrist. Let's go. Youngjun grinned and led the way as if he was waiting for this. He came here, already knowing that this would happen. Choi Myungjun gulped. He felt like Youngjun, who was walking in front of them, looked like the devil. However, to KOH Sunyal and the other members of the life creation department, Youngjun looked like a wizard. They couldn't think of any other way to explain that situation other than Youngjun using magic, such as mind control. He's really bringing them here. Park Dong-hyun exclaimed in surprise. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Dr. KOH Sunyal. Choi Myungjun bowed to KOH Sunyal. We misspoke last time. We sincerely apologize. I'm sorry. I was the one who bumped into you. I will provide compensation. Seo Yoonju also apologized in a tiny voice. We're also really sorry to Dr. Young Harim and Dr. Park Dong-hyun. The two bowed toward them as well. Park Dong-hyun crossed his arms and stared at them. All right. I hope something this exhausting doesn't happen again. I will send you the money for dry cleaning. I'm really sorry. I will be careful next time. Seo Yoonju noted down KOH Sunyal's bank account number with tears welling up in her eyes. *****. Should we choose where to get dinner? Bae Sunmi asked after Choi Myungjun and Seo Yoonju left. The members of the life creation department were psychos who could not get along with people in other departments. However, all they did was not suck up and speak up in an authoritative Kondi environment. They were also people with common decency. Let's get beef. We can finish dinner at 9, and people who want to go for round 2 can go if they want. Drinking is optional as well, Chun Ji-myung announced. Is there anywhere near here to get beef? Park Dong-hyun asked and pulled out his phone to look up places nearby. I know a place. There's a good restaurant around here that has good beef, Bae Sunmi said. Oh, of course you do, Sunbi. You said you have a foodie blog for restaurants. Where is it? Young Harim brightly smiled. Do you know that they have black cows in Jeju? They call it Jeju black cow, and this place specializes in it. They cook it for you, and the taste. Bae Sunmi showed a thumbs up as she imagined it. Let's go already. I'm getting dizzy, Park Dong-hyun said. Follow me, everyone. Bae Sunmi led the way in excitement. The place she took the team to was a barbecue place behind the restaurant alley behind the AGEN building. You a fool if you ain't been here too. What a name, huh? As confident as Bae Sunmi was, the meat was absolutely delicious. The server grilled the thick cut of beef with mushrooms and onions. KOH Sunyal, who grabbed a piece, was shocked when he put it in his mouth. Ha, oishi? It's better than Weijayo. 3. I'm going to cry because it's so good. I want to subscribe to your blog, Young Harim said with teary eyes. It's really good. I'm going to come here with my wife next time, Park Dong-hyun added. Harim and Dong-hyun, you're going to drink, right? Sunyal doesn't drink. Chun Ji-myung asked. Of course. Young Harim shouted with a bright smile. Lead Sunmi isn't drinking too because she needs to watch her kid, Chun Ji-myung commented but was interrupted swiftly. No, I'm going to have some today. My husband is at home watching the kid because it was his day off. Aha, all right. Do you like alcohol, Dr. Ryu? Chun Ji-myung asked. To be honest, Youngjun could barely tolerate alcohol. He had it every day after being kicked out of the anti-cancer drug research department, but before that, he tried really hard not to lose consciousness during every company dinner. I'll have a little bit. We don't force you to drink or anything. You don't have to have any if you don't want to, Chun Ji-myung assured Youngjun. Ahaha, yes, thank you. Just a little bit, please. All right. Sunyal, you want Coke? I would like it if you got me Sprite. Sprite is good to have because it's refreshing, just like our win. Excuse me, could we get 2 bottles of Chamisol 4 and a bottle of Sprite? Chun Ji-myung ordered and turned his attention toward Youngjun again. How much can you drink, Dr. Ryu? About half a bottle of soju. No, you can't talk about your limit like that, Chen Jimyang replied. Dong Hyun, how should a scientist say their alcohol limit? He asked. Of course, in liters per hour, Park Dong Hyun replied. Haha, then I'm not sure. What about you, Dong Hyun Sunbi? Youngjun asked. My limit is 1 bottle per hour, but I can only have half a bottle because of my wife. Does she scold you if you have more than half a bottle? Youngjun asked as Park Dong Hyun suddenly brought up his wife. No, well, nothing like that, but... Haha, Dr. Ryu. Dong Hyun's wife has a good grip on him. Don't have a marriage like that, Chen Jimyang said, chuckling. No, I just really love my wife. She doesn't control me or anything. Park Dong Hyun shook his hand like it was nonsense. Is what he says, but he always calls her and reports the situation every hour when we have a team dinner. You'll probably see him do it today, too, Young Harim said with a laugh. Youngjun also chuckled and remarked, well, no matter the reason, it's good that you hold yourself back. Chen Jimyang poured everyone a glass once the server brought it to their table. The winter night deepened, and the life creation department kept drinking and eating. KOH Sunyal watched an hour of anime during dinner, and Park Dong Hyun made an excuse that he needed to go to the washroom and went and called his wife. No one forced them to stay, and yet, no one left. Everyone wanted to enjoy today's feelings a bit more. And after a few bottles of wine at a bar, they went for round 3. Dr. Ryu, I'm saying this not as your department head, but as a scientist who has done research for a lot longer than you have. I'm being sincere, and it's because I'm thinking for your sake. Chen Jimyang said with a slur. I want you to leave Agen. One Kondi refers to people who are usually authoritative and force their traditional and negative thoughts and beliefs onto someone else. These people are usually from the older generation. 2. This restaurant name is a wordplay, or black cow, is often used as, which means ripped off, because it sounds similar. The original name of the restaurant means that you're getting ripped off if you haven't been here. 3. Oishi is Japanese for delicious. 4. A soju brand? You want me to leave? Youngjun asked again. Yes. There's no reason for a talented person like you to rot here. Chen Jimyang grinned. Bae Sunmi and Park Dong Hyun also nodded slightly. Park Dong Hyun added, actually, I also thought about the same thing. Dr. Ryu, to be honest, our team will get berated again after you leave, but we're okay since we're used to it. We don't want to weigh you down. I agree. I only saw you for the first time today, but I really don't think you should stay here if you were really the one who made the IPSCS, Bae Sunmi added. Youngjun did not say anything and just fiddled with his glass. What's your dream, Dr. Ryu? Chen Jimyang asked. My dream. Is it a little weird to ask this? No, not at all. My dream is to save more people by curing more diseases. Chen Jimyang chuckled. What an innocent dream. Like a true scientist, KOH Sunyal said as he drank his Sprite. But we've forgotten all about that passion, Chen Jimyang said. Our only dreams, like me or lead Bae Sunmi here, is just to make sure our kids grow up nicely and make sure they get married. To be honest, Dr. Ryu, I think you're too good to stay at Agen, let alone our team, Park Dong Hyun added. But where else could I go? Youngjun asked. All the smaller pharmaceutical companies are under Agen's umbrella. Realistically, they lack the infrastructure. I can't set all that up and grow the company. Look at the IPSCS made. At Agen, I can get genes or viruses in a day if I request to buy it, right? It would have taken 1 or 2 weeks if I did it at a smaller company because they wouldn't have a good enough supply chain. That is true. And I have to now work on growing organs or differentiating it into different tissues, but there aren't any companies other than Agen that have those kinds of facilities or research support. There was a moment of depressed silence among the team. I guess there aren't any substitutes for Agen realistically, Chen Jimyang said. Youngjun would just buy a couple pieces of experimental equipment if he needed them. However, research infrastructure didn't just mean equipment, but also human resources. Something like that was difficult to solve with money alone. The only reason the life creation department had people like Park Dong Hyun, Young Harim, or KOH Sunyal was that it was a top-level pharmaceutical company like Agen. It was difficult to find scientists who could differentiate induced pluripotent stem cells into muscle cells, produce methylation data, or complete exome sequencing in just a few days. Reaction chemistry and cell bio were good companies, but they weren't this good. If Youngjun didn't have a technician, it meant that he had to do everything himself. For example, if he needed a genetically modified marmoset monkey, he would have to create, grow, and maintain it himself. All he had to do at Agen was call the Experiment Animal Resource Center. The biggest problem of all was that the CEOs of those small companies could be controlled by Agen, like Celigen are. No company would be able to function normally if the head was being controlled. If Youngjun was to start his own pharmaceutical company, he could stop it from being controlled by Agen, but he would have to take the long way around. First of all, he would have to apply to the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Health and Welfare to establish a biology lab. He had to obtain permission to use genetically modified organisms for each unit of the laboratory. There would be 5 documents needed to purchase every piece of lab equipment, and if he wanted to purchase experimental animals or a cell line, he would have to write a plan starting with the supplier and manager, and a written plan of the product's transportation, experimentation, and disposal. Management and regulation was picky because leakages could be dangerous. No matter how exceptional Rosaline was, there was nothing she could do about the examiners of the government. If Youngjun had to set up every single one of those components, it would take 5 years for him to start one experiment that he wanted to do. The executives would keep me from leaving after all the attention I get from the stem cells. Well, that would make me feel good, but there aren't any realistic alternatives, Youngjun replied. Maybe in Korea, but there are other companies just as big as Agen overseas, Park Dong-hyun said. There is. But they're not that different from Agen, you know that, Youngjun replied. If the management at Agen were Satans, the people in foreign pharmaceutical companies could make them retire. Their evilness was on a different level. It was common for them to do human experiments on minors in underdeveloped countries who hadn't been registered in the system, or hold human lives hostage and threaten governments because they wanted to make profits 100 times the manufacturing price. Even if they treated scientists better, Youngjun didn't want to work for a place like that. I interned at Conson and Colson, and you're better off not going, Young Harim replied. Some people say that a familiar asshole is better than a foreign asshole. Or just be a professor instead of staying at a company, Chen Jimyang suggested. He then added, with your talent and a paper on stem cells, Yongyun University will invite you to become a professor. But professors don't have a lot of power. All they can do is just produce basic technology. They can't make something that can be commercialized. I want to help the world. But if you work here, you'll only help the people at the top of Agen, not the world. I won't do that again since they did that to me in the anti-cancer drug research department. No matter how smart you are, you're an employee being paid by this company. Whatever you do will become the company's, and the executives and the shareholders own the company. They will never fill their pockets because of me. But isn't the patent of the IPSCS going to be distributed among the shareholders? No, it's not. There was a moment of silence. Bae Sunmi froze with her glass in her hand. What are you talking about? Do you think you can do whatever you want? All the patents that are developed at the company are theirs. To be honest, it irritates me that you are filling their pockets. The technology is the company's. I'm getting really anxious all of a sudden. How did you fill out the patent application? Chen Jimyang asked. I wrote my name as the primary holder of the patent. The secondary is Sunyal Sunbi. The next is Dong-hyun Sunbi and Harim Sunbi. I decided this based on the importance of the data. I know it's unfortunate, but Manager Chen and Lead Bae, you didn't get a share because you weren't at the company, nor did you do any experiments. I wrote whatever I wanted for the shareholding percentage. Clang? There was an obnoxious sound as Park Dong-hyun dropped his glass on the table. Oh sorry. My hands are trembling. Dr. Ryu, did you really write that? You wrote the shareholding percentage yourself? Chen Jimyang asked. Yes. Oh my. The way Agen published patents was unique. The scientist who was the primary holder developed the technology and then filed a patent application. At this stage, the primary holder was able to specify the shareholding percentage. This rule was actually invented when Agen was a startup company. They created this rule on the ideology that it was a scientist-centered company, but it actually didn't mean anything as the executives evaluated it after it was filled out in the attorney's office. If they didn't really like the ratio the primary wrote, they sent it back, or they called them into the executive's office, crushed them, and then made them change it. The employees had no choice but to follow as they had no power. When this kind of thing went on for decades, the fact that the scientist could specify the shareholding percentage became kind of a useless, dead rule. Nowadays, most scientists didn't even fill out the shareholding ratio when they filled out the patent, they just submitted it to the research support department. Then, the research support department would fill out the ratio per the orders of the lab director and send it to the attorney's office. The young scientists thought that was the rule. There was a reason why there wasn't much dissatisfaction among the scientists. First of all, most patents didn't really make much money as most of them weren't really commercialized, that's why no one cared. And in the case of commercializable patents that made money, which rarely happened, it took several years and dozens of scientists' days and nights to publish. This meant that patents that made money were destined to be large projects, so they consumed a lot of money, manpower, and time. If Youngjun started the IPSCS without Rosaline, how much resources would Agen have had to pour into them? The only time this kind of patent came out was when the company knew about the research project very well from the beginning and supported it fully. When it became like that, it became meaningless to split the share between the primary scientists. It was difficult to give everyone a share when over 200 scientists participated. Of course, a few of the prominent contributors received a share in the decimals, and the rest was compensated as a bonus. The rest of the share? It was either given to the company or split among the shareholders. No one had any complaints since it was also right in terms of research ethics. They could not ignore the contributions of the company, the lab director or the research support department for supporting them for one project over a few years. However, it was different in Youngjun's case. He could have done this because it was such an exceptional situation. Shin Jimyang broke out in cold sweat. You're crazy. You filled out the share ratio yourself. And you didn't put Gil Hyungjun, the lab director, or the CTO. And you sent it to the attorney's office. Dr. Ryu, you have to include the executives' names, Bae Sunmi said to Youngjun in worry. What are you talking about? Youngjun said with a straight face. Those people did not even know that we were doing that sort of work until I presented the results at the seminar. So why should they get a share? That's against research ethics. There was silence at the table once more. Hanmano, 1KOH Sunyal suddenly mumbled. Not just a picky person by the book, but this person is really Hanmano. Science should be done according to the rules. It is a field that is based on objectivity, and it should be the most pure, right? Youngjun asked. I agree, Chen Jimyang replied. But I don't know if Gil Hyungjun or the other executives will agree with you. Nicholas could be okay with it in this case since he's a true scientist and by the book like you, Dr. Ryu. You skipped the research support department and directly gave it to the attorney's office in charge of Lab 6, right? Bae Sunmi asked. Yes, Youngjun replied. Then, it will go to the research support department as soon as the papers are finished and then to Gil Hyungyun. He's going to hit the roof. I'll deal with it myself. You don't need to worry. Explain the royalty ratio in detail, Chen Jimyang asked like he was worried. I saw that no one individual could take more than 10% of a patent that had high potential. So, I took 10%, and Dong Hyun Sunbi, Harem Sunbi, and Sunyal Sunbi got 3% each, Youngjun said. We got 3%. Young Harem was shocked, as she didn't even expect to be given any shares. Of course. It's only right you receive a share since you contributed to the research. I would have even given Kim Hyun-taik a share if he did the experiment, Youngjun replied. Then what about the rest? Chen Jimyang asked. Since we used AGEN facilities to develop it, and since they will publish the patent, I gave AGEN and Lab 6 0.5% each. Then is that 80% left. There is a clause in the laws related to in-house patents that at least 80% of the share must be given to the company. So, I put the remaining 80% as funding for the life creation department. Department funding. By company, they mean AGEN as a whole or one of the 6 labs. I actually can't write it by department, but I did it anyway. I didn't want a department like Health Food using this money. I will write a separate contract to confirm that funding and get the final approval in my name. Youngjun-kun, did you come from the future? KOH Sunyal asked. I'm not. What do you even mean? It feels like a 60-year-old executive has returned in the body of a young man and is having his bloody revenge. Do you really think that's going to pass, Dr. Ryu? It's never going to happen since it's an invention on the job. Young Harem's voice was full of worry. Just wait and see. I have something in mind, Youngjun replied with a smile. Dr. Ryu, Chen Jimyang called Youngjun. If it is your dream to make another drug and save someone as soon as possible, it would be faster for you to give those shares up to the executives and ask for their cooperation. That's true. But fighting with management to get individual research funding and approval. It seems like you have ulterior motives. What is it that you want, Dr. Ryu? What do I want? I want to help you if it's something I can help you with. Well, I'll just tell you. I trust our members and other people will probably just scoff and brush it off if they hear it. My dream is what I told you before, Youngjun said. And I am thinking of becoming the chief executive officer of AGEN to achieve that goal. I will also become the largest shareholder in order to stabilize management. There was nothing but silence at the table. Does it seem a little outlandish? But that's the only way I can think of. There aren't a lot of companies that have better hardware than AGEN, even overseas. The problem is that the operating system here has a virus. I am going to format the hard drive and install a new one. Park Dong-hyun raised his hand. I'm not going to talk about how it's difficult, or it's not possible or anything like that. To be honest, the IPSCS were also sci-fi level stuff, right? And you got it done in a week? I am on your side, Dr. Ryu. You might be hired as a proxy executive officer, but it won't be easy becoming the largest shareholder. That's basically saying that you're going to become the owner of the company. You know that, right? Shin Jimyang asked Youngjun. Yes. Even if you have that much money, it's hard to buy that many shares. They'll stop it to protect their executive rights. Right now, sure. But a lot of things are going to change now. It wouldn't work if AGEN had been an ordinary company, but AGEN is a research-based company, right? I'm going to borrow AGEN's research infrastructure, start an affiliate company that can study IPSCS, and build that to take over AGEN. It would be good if it worked out, but realistically, Shin Jimyang scoffed. Dr. Ryu, when IPSCS become commercialized and get used to cure all kinds of different diseases, I think your reputation and wealth will skyrocket high enough for you to try for executive rights, Park Dong-hyun said. When that happens, please make me the executive manager of the life creation department. I'm sucking up to you in advance. Shin Jimyang glared at him like he was being ridiculous. Then what about me? Nov, L.B//JNN. It'll be in like 20 years, so you should retire and go down to the country somewhere. You know, harvest some winter spinach, watch your grandchildren sing and dance. He's insane, Shin Jimyang said. Youngjun chuckled. It won't take 20 years. I will get it done as soon as possible. All right. I will do everything I can to help if you are going to be able to do everything you want, Dr. Ryu, Shin Jimyang promised. Me too, Young Harem added. I can start right now. Dr. Ryu, what should I do? As Park Dong-hyun joked around, Bae Sunmi glanced at him. Dong-hyun is super upbeat today. Why is he so excited? It's just so exciting to think that Dr. Ryu will become the head of AGEN. Dr. Ryu, please reform this corrupt company and lead it. I have a love-hate relationship with this place now. Anyway, the thing we know for sure is that Gil Hyungjun will come to our department with a metal pipe in his hand around Monday after reading the patent documents. Shin Jimyang said. I'm guessing a hammer, Park Dong-hyun added. An electric chainsaw, Young Harim also added. Stop talking nonsense and let's drink. Youngjun raised his glass. One hanmano means the real thing in Japanese. The life creation team received an award at the seminar that finished off the year and drank into the night. On Saturday morning, Youngjun began his calculations. The amount of his bonus hadn't been decided yet, and even if it had, he would get it next month on his payday. However, his cash prize for the awards was given to him on the day of the seminar itself. He had received 100 million won from the Revolutionary Scientist Award and the Award for Exceptional Performance combined. It was 2.5 times more than his salary. He didn't get a lot of money from the Award for Exceptional Performance because he was only a scientist, but he was given a lot for the Revolutionary Scientist Award as it was usually given to lead scientists and above. I should send some to my family first. Youngjun wouldn't be able to fix his family's debt with this, but this would give them some room. Ring? Youngjun got a call as he was about to send money to his mother after sending some to Ryuji-won, his younger sister. Ryuji-won. What is this? Where did you get this money? Ryuji-won asked with a high-pitched voice as soon as Youngjun picked up the phone. I sent you some allowance, that's all. I think you put too many zeros on it. Do I just send it back? No, I sent you 1,000,000 won. That's correct. I got 10 million won. Oh, I sent you the wrong amount. Sorry. I'll read you my bank account number right now, right? You would have starved tomorrow. Youngjun could hear Ryuji-won snicker over the phone. I'll just send all of it back. I don't really need money right now. What would a student need money for anyway? Just give it to mom for our debt. I was going to give you 1,000,000 won and give the rest to mom. Ah, you just keep 1,000,000 won and transfer the rest to her. Are you serious? Of course. It doesn't matter whether I send it or you send it. No, I mean, are you okay with sending this much money? Yeah, I'm fine. I got a bonus from work. Holy. So have all of it. You can use all of it. Really? You're serious, right? It was really inconvenient not having a laptop. Can I buy one? No take-backs. Yes, you can. Thank you so much. You're the best. I love you. Youngjun hung up the phone and looked at the remaining amount. 90 million won. Youngjun called Park Ju-hyuk. Yeah, what's up? Park Ju-hyuk picked up with an indifferent voice. What are you doing? I'm gammon. You frustrating assholes, how could you not get that? These damn Ryu Youngjuns. Hey, hang up if it's nothing urgent. I have to go clean up their shit. I have to go do the team fight of the century right. Can you come out for a bit? What? Why? To pay you back. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Park Ju-hyuk came out wearing sweats and slippers. His hair was a mess, and he had gunk in his eye. Who could possibly think he was a lawyer? What do you mean you're paying me back already? You borrowed it a week ago. Park Ju-hyuk yawned and sat down at the coffee shop table. I got an award from Ajen. With the drug you made before. No, Ajen doesn't know about that. And that has nothing to do with them, so they won't give me an award for that. Then with what? It's called induced pluripotent stem cells. You insert a few genes into a human-derived kidney cell and revert the differentiation stage to the beginning. You can make it into a similar state to embryos and use it to make. Okay, that's enough. Alright, I get it. So you got a prize? How much did you get? Park Ju-hyuk asked. 100 million won. Park Ju-hyuk's jaw dropped to the floor. Seriously? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Well, I have a lot of debt to pay back, whether it's mine or my family's, but I can't pay back all of it with this anyway. I thought I should pay you back in advance because I owe you a lot, and I'll owe you a lot in the future as well. I said that I'll pay you back 5 times more, right? I'll send it to you right now. Park Ju-hyuk stared at Youngjun blankly and then said, no, 5 times more in a week is way over the legal rate of interest n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Are you from the Financial Supervisory Service? I want to give it to you, so what's the problem? Just pay me back 5 million won so I can pay back that Hyung. Won. You lent me some money too, right? Youngjun asked. Let's call it an investment. And I don't have a lot to spend on right now anyway. I want to see how the cold medicine you made turns out. It's not cold medicine. It's a treatment for the flu, whatever that is. Well, alright. It's good for me since I have a lot to spend on. Then I'll pay you back next time. Hey, Ju-hyuk, can you help me out? Help you out with what? I'm thinking of writing a contract related to the stem cell patent I developed at the company. Can you take a look at it? Youngjun pulled out his laptop. What is this? Park Ju-hyuk asked. I wrote something like this for splitting the royalties for the patent, right? Park Ju-hyuk read every line in the document in detail. So, how is it? Shut up. Let me focus. Youngjun remembered Park Ju-hyuk doing nothing every time he saw him, but it seemed like he was still a lawyer. It was quite nice to see Park Ju-hyuk focus hard on something that was similar to his job. And you made this stem cell technology by yourself? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Yeah, I used some of the facilities in Lab 6. Was there any information you got from Agen when you were developing this? Any papers published from other departments of Agen? No, and this technology can't have anything to reference off of. This advancement is on another level. And you did that. In 2 weeks. I think you're getting weirder and weirder, but alright. Okay, list me everyone who participated in developing this technology, even if it's a little bit. It's the people listed here, Koh Sun-yeol, Park Dong-hyun, and Young Harim. That's all of them. You don't want to give the executives or the shareholders any share of the royalties, right? As Park Ju-hyuk was Youngjun's old friend, he instantly read his mind. Yeah, what do you think of the contract? It's full of shit. All else aside, what is this thing about 80% of the royalties being used as funding for your department and you having the final approval of it? Did you write this thinking that your company's executives would sign off on this? Of course. Do you think that signature is your cause of death? Too, you told me your executives are hot-tempered. They might bash your head in when they see you. Don't worry about that part. I have a way to get past that. See if there's any risk of it becoming false later on. I think it will be fine if you can get over that part. Really? You developed anti-cancer drugs before, and these are stem cells, so they're different, right? They are? Then even if you used AGEN facilities, it's a small percentage. So you could take this to court by claiming you have the full rights over this as an off-duty employee invention. It's not ridiculous for you to claim 10%. Alright, good. And you gave 80% of the patent to the company, right? The problem is that you're trying to get the final approval, but I don't think your company will agree to this, but if you get them to agree somehow, it will be fine. Right. But they can sue you if those guys change their minds. Then it gets exhausting. It's really difficult for an individual to fight against a company. That's enough for me. I don't want it to go to a legal dispute. And the contract just has to be legitimate. What are you going to do? I'll make a deal with the superiors if they call me, whether it be the lab directors or management. Can you help me if I have to change the contract? I have a pretty steep rate as an appointed attorney. You didn't even get appointed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Youngjun was able to save a lot of money since Park Ju-hyuk didn't take the money. He was going to get a huge bonus in a month, and he would be able to escape poverty when he sold the flu treatment to an alright pharmaceutical company. Right now, Youngjun wasn't pressed for money. However, he decided to invest the extra money on a new drug rather than spending it all. Aside from AGEN, he was thinking of owning a large number of patents for new drugs, similar to the treatment for the flu. This was going to be his ammunition for when he was going to become the center of AGEN's executives. He was going to grow his reputation with stem cells and follow-up research, and then show his hidden card. Until then, he had to have as many powerful patents up his sleeve. There weren't any companies that could do a project as big as stem cells except for AGEN, but other diseases could be done with reaction chemistry and cell bio. The problem was his fitness. Rosaline was still at level 2, and his maximum fitness was 1.8. But maybe. Youngjun turned on synchronization mode and searched for the cure for liver cancer. You do not have enough fitness. Liver cancer is too complicated to analyze at once. And on an early Sunday morning, ring, Youngjun woke up to the sound of an alarm. Currently, you are not getting enough physical activity. Rosaline requires the following in order to recover this: 3 hours of jogging. Reward, 0.5 fitness. Youngjun was now wide awake. Before, Rosaline leveled up when he granted her request when his fitness was full. Youngjun quickly put on his jacket and ran outside. There was a pretty big park about 10 minutes down the road. Hup. Youngjun took a deep breath and started running. Pitter-patter. An appropriate amount of stimulation was going to be effective for Rosaline's development and fitness maintenance. As Youngjun was running and getting out of breath a few minutes later, he saw a message pop up in front of him. Activating Rosaline, who has been metastasized to the lung. Rosaline starts optimizing breathing. He had seen these messages before when he was running to the seminar hall. He wasn't feeling out of breath anymore. The amount of air an adult breathed in one breath was about 500 milliliters. Since 20% of that was oxygen, 100 milliliters of oxygen was basically being breathed in. But was all of that absorbed? No. 15% of the breath breathed out was oxygen. The lungs weren't all that efficient since they only absorbed 25 milliliters of oxygen even if they breathed in 500 milliliters. As Youngjun was running with energy. Oh, Youngjun almost ran into someone when they came out of nowhere. What are you doing? Youngjun shouted as he barely dodged them. He saw that it was Song Ji-hyun. She was also surprised to see him. Oh, the probiotics. My name is Ryu Youngjun. Oh, I'm sorry, but please help me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Song Ji-hyun had a golden retriever. It was a big dog, which could be difficult for a woman to take care of on her own, but she had taken good care of it until now. It was because she was very attentive to her dog and because Brownie, her golden retriever, was very gentle. Her dog was very calm at home if it got enough exercise and walks. Song Ji-hyun took her 5-year-old Brownie on a walk every morning. She thought it was weird that Brownie, who usually ran in front of her, panting in happiness, was slow and weak today. Then, Brownie stopped in the middle of the walk. Cack. Then, Brownie vomited and collapsed. Surprised, Song Ji-hyun tried to pick Brownie up and go to the nearby animal hospital, but it wasn't easy. Controlling a big dog by its leash and picking up an unconscious big dog was a totally different thing. So, Song Ji-hyun decided to ask for help. Not a lot of people were at the park this early in the morning, but there was one man wearing a hat who was jogging with incredible stamina. She had stopped him since he happened to be right in front of her. That was Youngjun. Where is the dog sick? Youngjun asked after hearing the situation. I don't know. Brownie just suddenly collapsed. The vet is just across the street. Can you help me? Youngjun took out his phone and looked at the clock. It's 8 in the morning right now. Do you think they're open? Oh, Song Ji-hyun went pale. What should we do? She looked like she was going to cry at any moment. Youngjun glanced at the dog. Synchronization mode. Would you like to gain insight into parvovirus? Fitness consumption rate, 0.04/second. Parvovirus. Youngjun remembered hearing about it during his virology lecture when he was an undergraduate student. It was a virus that infected animals, especially canines. I'm not a vet, but maybe I'll take a look. Activating synchronization mode. 1. Hyung is an informal way for a man to call a man older than him. 2. This is a Korean wordplay with hanja, Chinese characters used in Korea. San, or sign, is the hanja for cause of death and the short form of signature. Park Ju-hyuk is joking that this contract will be Youngjun's cause of death because it is so ridiculous. It was a globular substance with about 20 sides, and it had receptors on the surface that looked like small bumps. This light green virus entered this golden retriever through its mouth and caused white cell depletion, vomiting, and dehydration. And right now, Brownie was in very bad condition. If the dog wasn't treated within 6 hours, it would die. The animal hospital was closed, but there was still a way. Youngjun tracked down the structure of the chemicals that acted on the surface of the virus and the infected cells. He found 5 different kinds of treatment. Let's go to the pharmacy, Youngjun said. What? Song Ji-hyun replied. You can open the pharmacy right now, right? Let's go, hurry. Youngjun picked up the golden retriever and started running to Song Ji-hyun's pharmacy. Wait for me. Song Ji-hyun quickly ran behind him, but could not catch up to Youngjun, who was carrying a 30-kilogram dog. Of course, it was because of Rosaline. At last, they were in front of the pharmacy. Song Ji-hyun was still confused even as she was opening the doors with her keys. She had come here on a whim-complete panic as Youngjun strongly suggested that they come here. But is it okay to come to the pharmacy because the vet is closed? What can we do here? Song Ji-hyun's hand trembled, causing her to miss the keyhole several times. Stay calm. It will be okay. Youngjun comforted her. When Youngjun entered the pharmacy, he put down the golden retriever on one side and began rummaging through the shelves. His synchronization mode was on, so he could see the chemical structure of commercial drugs as soon as he opened the box. After making a little bit of a mess on the counter, Cleo, Youngjun found the drug he was looking for. To be more specific, he had found hydrocortisone acetate, a component of the treatment. It was a hormone that was secreted from the adrenal glands, and it was a strong anti-inflammatory drug. No one in the world knew this yet, but it also was able to stop the growth of the parvovirus. Youngjun squeezed the long end of the Cleo bottle. He squeezed out 2 bottles and fed it to the retriever. What are you doing? What are you giving him? Song Ji-hyun asked with wide eyes. It says Cleo on the tube. That's an ointment for cuts on people. Song Ji-hyun shouted in shock. That's right, Youngjun replied. No, are you insane? Surprised, Song Ji-hyun pushed Youngjun out of the way and hugged her dog, Brownie. She was shaking the dog's face and trying to get it to vomit out the treatment. The dog's name is Brownie? What a name. Song Ji-hyun did not reply and took out a bottle of hydrogen peroxide from the cupboard with an angry face. She ran to the water dispenser and got some cold water. As she was about to mix in an equal amount of hydrogen peroxide into the water, Youngjun grabbed her arm. You're trying to get Brownie to vomit, right? There's no need. Let go. What did you do to? Your dog is alive. Look. Youngjun pointed to Brownie. The dog still couldn't get up, but it was now conscious. It was staring at Song Ji-hyun. There was a look of shock on Song Ji-hyun's face. Whimper. Whine. When Song Ji-hyun got close, Brownie made crying sounds and licked her finger. Still, it's just a temporary treatment. Take her to the vet right away when it opens. It looks like it's a parvovirus infection, which doesn't have any kind of treatment. Well, it didn't exist until now. You're going to have to treat the symptoms and take care of it so that the dog can beat it on its own, Youngjun said. It didn't look like Youngjun would have to administer more Cleo as Brownie was getting better, according to what he saw through synchronization mode. Since it was a big dog, it would be able to heal on its own by getting enough rest and eating well. What on earth did you do? Song Ji-hyun asked in bewilderment. How did you know an ointment for human skin would be effective on a dog? Because Rosaline told me. But it was normal that Song Ji-hyun was surprised. Even drugs that were being sold could have unknown therapeutic effects or be toxic to specific patients or illnesses, but most pharmacists, doctors, and scientists did not know that. People were unexpectedly finding anti-cancer effects or antibiotic properties in vegetables like tomatoes, which people have eaten for thousands of years. It was the same for commercial drugs. They could also have properties that even the scientists who studied and commercialized them were not aware of. Recently, a study showed that minocycline, a widely used antibiotic, could delay the onset of dementia, which was surprising. Minocycline was already being sold as its own product, but no one had known that it had therapeutic effects on dementia. It was natural. How could someone imagine a toxin, which was used to kill harmful bacteria in the gut, could help prevent brain cells from being destroyed? There was no reason to experiment because no one would expect something like that, and so, its effects would never be known. Similarly, how could someone figure out that an ointment treatment for cuts could be given to dogs to suppress the growth of the parvovirus and infections? If it wasn't for Rosaline, nobody would have known it for 100 years. To Song Ji-hyun, who was a pharmacist very knowledgeable in drugs, it looked like Youngjun was magical. But I can't tell her that Rosaline is the one who told me. Youngjun made an excuse. There was some data related to this from our company. I used it because it was an emergency and your dog was in bad shape, but you can't go around talking about it, okay? I trusted you and used it because it was urgent. I couldn't let your dog die. Song Ji-hyun just stared at Youngjun in surprise. It seemed like she was still in shock. Anyway, go to the vet once it opens. I'll be on my way. I kind of want to take a shower since I exercised. Youngjun hurriedly made an excuse to leave. Wait. Song Ji-hyun quickly stopped him as Youngjun was about to leave. She looked a little flushed. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. If it's okay, could I get your number? Song Ji-hyun slowly gave her phone to Youngjun. Holy. I've never had someone get my number in my life. Youngjun took her phone and put in his number. You said your name was Ryu Youngjun? Song Ji-hyun asked. Yes. My name is Song Ji-hyun. I know, I saw your name tag that was on your gown. Oh, really? Anyway, I'll give you a call once Brownie gets better. Thank you. Alright. Take care. Youngjun bowed slightly and left the pharmacy. On the way home, Youngjun's heart was thumping with excitement from coming up with an amazing idea. He ran faster than when he was jogging and came home. Instead of hopping in the shower, he turned on Rosaline's status window first. I'm going to make new drugs for animals. This would allow him to bypass clinical trials as a whole since he didn't need to do them. Animal experiments were the alpha and omega of drug development. If he could prove that the drug had effects during this stage, he could commercialize it right away. It felt like he had taken a step down since he was making doggy drugs now when he made a flu treatment candidate that was worth 3 billion won, but it didn't matter. It was all about quantity. Since animal disease treatments have not been studied well, there weren't many drugs that had been discovered. For example, there were 5 different kinds of treatments that showed up when he looked into the parvovirus. And Youngjun would be able to patent it all since there was nothing that had been found before. He would be able to find dozens of potential drug candidates. One sophisticated drug that cured a complex disease was good, but gathering a bunch of patents with drugs that weren't time-consuming was also good when Youngjun didn't have any foundation yet. And since a lot of people were invested in pets now, the drugs would be pretty valuable. It would be on a whole different level if Youngjun expanded it to the livestock industry. There were countless animals that died every time the bird flu or cholera went around. They died meaningless deaths, and it was also a huge economic loss, even in Korea, where the industry wasn't very big. How worse would it be for places like the USA? It would have unimaginable merit. I'm done. Freedom. It was Monday past midnight. Patent attorney Lee Ha-won had just completed the papers necessary for the patent for Youngjun's flu treatment. It kept her busy for the entire week. She actually had the draft finished on Thursday, but she took her time and was thorough. She had put her effort into it since Youngjun was her first client after opening her own office, and since he had come here on Park Ju-hyuk's recommendation. Now, all she had to do was submit the documents and data. But she had to send them to Youngjun first as she had to cross-check with the patent holder. Ring. After sending Youngjun an email with the documents regarding the patent filing, she went on to Coupang and began to do some internet shopping. Now, let's have some fun. She saw that a portable hand warmer with a kitty character design that also worked as a charger was only 19,800 won. Lee Ha-won bought that, considering it a gift for herself since she worked until night on the weekends. I'm also out of water. She also ordered 6 2-liter water bottles. Lee Ha-won read a few news articles, then took some selfies and posted them on Instagram. It's a Sunday, but I worked hard. Hashtag late nights, hashtag patent attorney, hashtag patent, hashtag Ha-won International Patent Office, hashtag. As she was about to write hashtag new drug, a message notification popped up at the top of her phone screen. This is Youngjun. Please give me a call when you have time. Now is fine as well if you're awake. Lee Ha-won called. Hello. Sorry to bother you this late at night. That's fine. I just finished your patent application documents. Did you see the email I sent you? Yes, that's the reason I messaged you. Yes. I will proceed with it if you're okay with it. The experimental data just needs to be given in a year. That's alright with you. The cell experiment data will probably come out next week. It will take a little longer with the animal experiment data, though. Really? Lee Ha-won was shocked at how fast Youngjun finished the job since it usually took people around a year. I guess it was a very effective drug. Let me know when you get the data. We should discuss the data together and decide what parts to take for the patent. Yes, let's do that. And I have more drugs to file patents on. You have more? Yes. They are new drugs for pets and livestock. I want you to file them out. Youngjun looked through the patent application Lee Ha-won wrote, and it was quite good. Park Ju-hyuk had really recommended a good attorney. He decided to leave all of his new pet drugs to her. How many? Lee Ha-won asked. 122. Pardon. Lee Ha-won reacted as if she just doubted what she heard. I am going to file patents for 122 drugs for 34 different diseases. I will send them to you right now. Shocked, Lee Ha-won was at a loss for words. 122. Lee Ha-won was sure she heard Youngjun right, but she could not understand what he was saying. It kind of felt like a mukbang BJ saying that they were going to have a light snack of 30 Big Macs, 200 fries, and 3 liters of Coke too. 122 as in 100 in the Arabic numbers that I know, and 22 more than that. That's right. It's a lot, right? Lee Ha-won blanked out for a bit, then asked, 122? No, how? Relax, you heard me right. I'll send you all of them by email, so please take a look at them. What stage are the drugs at? They haven't been synthesized yet. Oh, so you're filing patents for the ones that will have therapeutic effects? No, they will all be effective. I should have results in about 3 months if I press reaction chemistry and sell biohard. Although, I will have to use some money. What would your rate be at? I haven't done anything this big before, so, does that mean I can't ask you? No, I'll do it? Leave it to me. Li Haiwan shouted with determination. ****n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. On Monday morning, Lab 6 Director Gil Hyungjun was shocked when he saw the documents that the law office sent him. It was because of the patent application Hyungjun filled out and the contract he electronically created. This crazy bastard. Gil Hyungjun threw the papers on the floor, fuming with anger. His assistant was standing near him and stared at him in surprise. Look at what this asshole wrote. He put his share as 10% and left the 80% as funding for his department. Is the company his f***ing playground or something? He slammed his fist on his desk. Call this bastard right now. No, I'll do it myself. I knew what this guy would be like from the moment he swore at Director Kim. He's a tumor to this company. Gil Hyungjun roughly grabbed his phone and dialed Hyungjun's number. Gil Hyungjun was about to press the phone number for the life creation department, but his finger wandered in front of his phone screen. He had memorized all the department phone numbers in Lab 6, but it was a little difficult to remember their number since he had only called that garbage department a few times. He asked his assistant, what was the number for the life creation department? 437. Oh, wait. Let's think about this. This bastard Hyungjun was one of the hottest celebrities within the entire Agen lab right now, and most of all, Nicholas embraced him as if he were his own. Nicholas liked Hyungjun so much that it looked like he wanted to adopt him. After the seminar, CTO Nicholas Kim had a company dinner with only the lab directors, and he had complimented Hyungjun so much that his lips almost fell off. But how did a scientist as talented as him go to the life creation department? Did he apply to go? Nicholas asked. He had some conflict with me. I had a talk with HR and transferred him there, Kim Hyun-taek answered. That's unfortunate. To have trouble with you out of all people. What happened? Nicholas asked. Well, there were just some things that we didn't agree on work-wise. He was talented, but also arrogant, so he didn't get along with others that well. I was going to fire him, but I didn't think he would make something like that. Nicholas took a sip of his drink. After some thought, he said, Director Gil Hyungjun, I assume you are going to leave them be for a year since they got the award for exceptional performance. Gil Hyungjun really hated that he had to do that, but he had no other choice. Yes, of course. Director, I really want to observe Dr. Ryu for a long time. Please try to go easy on them and look after them no matter what happens. Science is completed by one genius putting the last piece in a puzzle that 99 gifted scientists put together. Yes, sir. The whole world will laugh at us if we lose a genius like that. Hold on to him and keep him at the company at all costs unless he swears at your face or something. Kim Hyun-taek, whom Hyungjun already swore at, flinched. All right, Gil Hyungjun replied. Nicholas smiled with excitement. In the 7 years they had Nicholas on as the CTO, they had never seen him this happy. A world-famous scientist like Nicholas Kim was swooning over Hyungjun right now. Gil Hyungjun put down his phone. He thought it wouldn't be right for him to break his promise right on Monday morning after getting a request like that during his Friday company dinner. So, Gil Hyungjun read through the patent again. Fuck. Still, this isn't right. It was more ridiculous the more Gil Hyungjun thought about it. He could kill him or let it pass. He thought about it for a while until a good idea popped into his head. He could get someone else to do it if he couldn't handle it himself. Someone who could keep Nicholas in check and an executive who had power in another way. As Gil Hyungjun signed off on Hyungjun's document, he wrote down Ji Kwang-man for the next approval. Take this to management. Gil Hyungjun said as he gave the assistant the papers. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Ji Kwang-man was the division manager of management at Agen headquarters. The management division was where patent-related documents were finalized anyway. Usually, they were taken care of by employees lower than executive managers, but Hyungjun could put the division manager's name down since it was important. He felt like this patent was worthy of a division manager's approval since it was a patent for a technology that held tremendous value. Ji Kwang-man. He. Gil Hyungjun couldn't help but chuckle thinking about how he was going to berate Hyungjun. Ji Kwang-man was called the Madhound at the headquarters. He was huge, including his head, and he also looked vicious, making him look like a gangster. But his personality was respectable enough that he could be treated as the gang boss. One time, Ilsing Hospital only prescribed a certain drug after getting a rebate from Roche Korea. When Ji Kwang-man found out, he reported this to the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission. Of course, this was the appropriate response. But he didn't stop there. He hired a bunch of actors and sent them to Ilsing Hospital. They caused a scene in the lobby in front of the administration desk and exposed the hospital and their rebates. They screamed about simple and provocative stories, such as how their kid died from the hospital taking bribes and using worse drugs, in front of the patients. It was extremely impactful. Ji Kwang-man even had reporters waiting there so that they could report that. It ended up making the front page of the morning news. From the next day, Ilsing Hospital began prescribing Agen products. The funny part about it was that for the product in question, Roche's product was actually a little bit better than Agen's. However, the image of the rebate that was put on Roche made their product look worse, and Agen gained rebound profits. For a while, even other university hospitals used more of Agen's products compared to Roche's. That was the kind of person Ji Kwangman was. The government was slow, and it took a long time to sort things out legally. If Ji Kwangman took this path and Ilsing Hospital received punishment, what kind of gains would there be for Agen? Take the surest, largest, and fastest way when taking profit. This was Ji Kwangman's philosophy. Gil Hyungjun put his feet up on his desk with a smile on his face. Hyungjun, Agen's famous scientist with intermittent explosive disorder who cursed at Kim Hyun-taek, against Ji Kwangman, the mad hound of management. They were incomparable in terms of their rank in the company, but Hyungjun was a rising star that Nicholas embraced. What if, although it wouldn't happen, Nicholas accepted this insane patent application? If Nicholas supported him that much, this could become a battle between Nicholas and Ji Kwangman. Of course, whatever it was, Gil Hyungjun just had to sit back and watch. There were a lot of ideas about how Gil Hyungjun should screw Hyungjun up, but surprisingly, no action was actually taken against him. I can't believe it. Do you think Gil Hyungjun really accepted it? Jung Harim asked during lunch. But if he did, management would call him, saying that there was something wrong with the patent application that someone named Ryu Youngjun from your lab submitted, Chen Ji-myung replied. They will call us during the afternoon, Park Dong-hyun added. You know, management people start their work after eating lunch. They take such a long time with something they can get done by just submitting one document. It's frustrating. However, Park Dong-hyun's prediction was wrong. Instead of a phone call, someone came all the way down to the lab. It was manager Yoon Bo-hyun from management. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he went straight to the life creation department as soon as he got his visitor pass from the lab entrance. Hello, Yoon Bo-hyun said, standing in front of the office entrance. Who are you? Park Dong-hyun asked as he was about to enter the lab. I'm manager Yoon Bo-hyun from management. Ah, yes. Hello. Is scientist Ryu Youngjun here by chance? Youngjun. Park Dong-hyun called him over. Youngjun was sitting in front of his computer with an academic paper file opened, pretending to read it. He was actually tapping on Rosaline's status window, designing his next experiment with stem cells. Did you call for me? Youngjun looked up over the partition and asked. Here. Manager Yoon Bo-hyun is here to see you. Youngjun shook hands with Yoon Bo-hyun and moved to the small conference room. Dr. Ryu, how have you been? We've seen each other before, right? Yoon Bo-hyun made small talk with Youngjun as they walked to the conference room. Yoon Bo-hyun was right, he and Youngjun had seen each other before. They saw each other once, and it was a nightmare of a memory for Youngjun. Yoon Bo-hyun was the person who asked him to buy Iloa, Seligener's liver cancer treatment, and conduct a comparative experiment. He was an assistant manager then, but he had already become a manager. Youngjun didn't get a good vibe from him for some reason. Yoon Bo-hyun reached into his bag and gave something to him when they arrived at the small conference room. It was a can of coffee from the convenience store. Have it. I bought it at the GS25 near here, Yoon Bo-hyun said to Youngjun. 1. There's a coffee machine in here and a cafe downstairs as well. But canned coffee is so much better, don't you think? Do I just have cheap taste? Haha. Youngjun opened his canned coffee and took a sip. It had gotten a little cold, and it was now lukewarm. There's a rumor going around that you killed it at the seminar, Dr. Ryu, Yoon Bo-hyun said as he took a sip of his coffee. I did. A scientist interrupted a presentation with all the lab directors present and showed astonishing data. Then bam! I heard you received a standing ovation from the CTO. Well, I guess so. Wow, amazing. I thought it was some TV show, you know? If you get a call to shoot something here, call me. I want to see what goes on. Do you mind getting to the point? I have an experiment to run. What do you have for me? Youngjun asked. Oh right. We wouldn't want to keep our most expensive employee here. I'm sorry. Yoon Bo-hyun pulled out a bundle of papers from his briefcase. Patent application. Inventor, Ryu Youngjun, Park Dong-hyun, Jung Harim, KOH Soon-yeol. This includes the stem cell technology that dedifferentiated a normal somatic cell into an embryonic stem cell. Yoon Bo-hyun grinned. I don't know why someone as smart as you made this kind of mistake. The share ratio is especially weird. Yoon Bo-hyun asked. Everything written there is right. I am taking 10%, seniors KOH Soon-yeol, Park Dong-hyun, and Jung Harim get 3% each. The headquarters and Lab 6 both get 0.5%, and the rest go to the life creation department. I am thinking of having the final approval of those funds with a separate contract. Yoon Bo-hyun glared at Youngjun for a little bit. Dr. Ryu, share ratios like this are unheard of. They don't exist. We would be setting a good example. Why do you want the life creation department to have a share? Yoon Bo-hyun asked. There are a lot of things I want to study. The reason I have the final approval is to not let others use it. I trust our department members, but HR could transfer other people to our team, right? Since I am the one who invented it, I think I have that right. Well, it's not like I'm going to use it for personal use. I will write a proposal and leave it for evaluation as well. Sigh, this isn't going to be easy. This is just a completely personal question, but why did you put the 1% for the headquarters and the labs? Surely, you didn't seriously consider the company's sake when you wrote this insane patent application. I did genuinely consider the company's sake. I got help from the headquarters patent team in developing the technology and writing the application, and I used Lab 6's facilities too. To be honest, I thought it was like a 0.3% contribution, but I was easy on you. Consider it on the house. Are you going to fight the company or something? To be honest, I don't even understand why I have to fight. It was my idea, my results from experimentation, and the scientists at our department found the data to prove it. Didn't I give the company a lot more than it actually deserves? Management is hitting the roof over this right now. If this doesn't get taken care of here with me, you'll be summoned to the headquarters. And you must put Lab Director Gil Hyungjun's name on it. The first time I saw his face after transferring here was at the seminar. And do you think he would have allowed me to do this experiment if I told him that I was working on induced pluripotent stem cells before meeting him? No, he would have stopped me. He has no share. You have a unique way of thinking, including them because they are your superiors or supervisors. Putting them as the first author even though they didn't do anything just because they oversaw the project. I cannot allow those kinds of things. This is correct according to research ethics. You're not going to listen even if I keep talking, are you? Yoon Bo-hyun asked. Of course not, Youngjun replied. Then you will be summoned to the management headquarters. All right. I'll finish up the experiment I was doing and head there right away. Please make an appointment for me. As Youngjun was about to get up, Yoon Bo-hyun frowned. Dr. Ryu, sit. Do you have more to say? Thanks to you, the life creation department is finally starting to have a better image. But are you going to piss off the superiors again like this? Manager Yoon. Yes. Do you think I'd be in this department if I was scared of that? Please tell that to the superiors and let the patent pass as is. That's the best decision. Why don't you just come with me? Finish up your experiment and come back, Yoon Bo-hyun said with a smirk on his face. AGEN headquarters was in Yuksum. The headquarters did not have a lab, they only took care of the business aspect. Departments like the management division and the finance division were all there. Low-ranking scientists didn't really have any reason to go visit the headquarters. However, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Youngjun was there. The atmosphere in the building was tense. As Youngjun went into the division manager's office, Yoon Bo-hyun, who returned without any results, began chatting with executive manager Lee Hyun-woo. I failed. He's a complete lunatic. But our manager is also Lee Hyun-woo said in a worried voice. Well yes, but our manager is predictable since he only works for profit. But Youngjun, he kind of feels like a lunatic who has strong beliefs. He is devout to research ethics. From what I can tell, I bet he bows at Kant's grave 3 times before going to bed. Ji Kwang-man gave Youngjun a bottle of cold water. I heard that Yoon Bo-hyun was unsuccessful in persuading you, Ji Kwang-man said. Yes. What is it that you want, Dr. Ryu? It's to get this patent application finished. No, Ji Kwang-man said as he shook his head. I'm asking what you want to do in the future after getting this patent approved. I will further develop iPSCs and create a good drug. Ji Kwang-man just silently stared at Youngjun. Ji Kwang-man's face was twice the size of Park So-yeon's. His protruding eyes had an overwhelming weight to them. This is a direct defiance of orders, and you're interfering with management. What are you going to do if I refuse? Ji Kwang-man asked. Then I will give up patenting the current item, quit, and then go to the US. I will file the patent there again, and I will go to Pfizer with that same condition. Do you think that will work? That patent is ours, according to regulations regarding employee inventions. What will you do if we sue you? It's going to be hard to prove that part. My job responsibilities are about life creation, not stem cells. And actually, AGEN's facilities had a trivial effect. This is worth having a legal dispute over. Since Pfizer is money mad too, they are going to protect me to take the patent worth hundreds of trillions of dollars. If so, you will be making this an international battle. It doesn't matter if I don't win, AGEN would lose a tremendous amount of time, Youngjun said. He added, and in the meantime, I will finish the follow-up research with these stem cells at Pfizer and finish treating nerve damage in clinical trials. AGEN would lose priority in this entire field. 1GS25 is a famous convenience store chain in Korea. Bae Sunmi requested 24 retinal degeneration mouse models from the Experiment Animal Resource Center. And on the second day, someone from the research support department showed up with a cart that had 6 cages on it. Each individual patient's cells had to be used when making induced pluripotent stem cells, and this was the same for mice as well. Youngjun harvested fibroblast cells from 20 out of the 24 mice and dedifferentiated them into stem cells by inserting the 4 genes into them. But this was not all. Youngjun still had to differentiate those cells into optic nerve cells. He used the lentivirus to introduce a few new kinds of genes and grew them carefully for 10 days by controlling the expression level. On Monday morning, Youngjun opened the incubator and took out the nutrient broth. The broth contained hydrocortisone at a 5 micromolar concentration. It was also treated with EGF and dorsomorphin. He did it all according to what Rosaline directed him to do. The results were also exactly what Rosaline predicted. The stem cells differentiated into optic nerve cells. It worked. I made optic nerve cells. Youngjun felt chills down his body. He couldn't believe that he really made artificial optic nerve cells in just 10 days. Now, he had to inject this in the eyes of the retinal degeneration mice with a syringe. Lead Bae, could you help me? Youngjun asked. He went into the animal experiment lab with Bei Sunmi, gave each of the mice a number, then picked one up. This was the difficult part. Youngjun had to inject the optic nerve cells into the mouse's eyes. He needed to anesthetize the mice and then precisely inject into the subretinal part of the eye. He needed a very experienced and skilled technician for this, and Bei Sunmi was this technician. I'm a little nervous. It's been a long time since I've done this. Bei Sunmi gulped as she weighed the mouse. 270 grams. You're going to anesthetize them with ketamine and xylazine, right? Into their arteries? Youngjun asked. Yes, Bei Sunmi replied. The amount. Bei Sunmi tapped her calculator. 1.04 grams of ketamine and 248.4 milligrams of xylazine. Youngjun prepared the anesthetic. Carefully, Bei Sunmi pierced the needle into the mouse's artery and pushed in the anesthetic. After a moment, the mouse stopped moving. Bei Sunmi put the mouse on the operating microscope so that the light was focused on the retina of the mouse. Then, she drew the optic nerve cells with a microzi ring. Phew. Bei Sunmi's hands trembled a little. The end of the needle was right in front of the mouse's eye, but it could not go in. She tried a few times, then put down the needle. I can't do it, she said. It's been too long since I've done it. I'm sorry. I'll try. Youngjun sat in front of the microscope. Dr. Ryu, have you done animal experiments before? No. A scientist who has never done an animal experiment injecting something into the retina? It was no different from sacrificing one mouse, but Youngjun could do it. Synchronization mode activate. Synchronization mode allowed Youngjun to observe biological processes at the angstrom level. The angstrom was usually a unit used to determine the movement of atoms. To put it into terms the public was more familiar with, it was basically 0.1 nanometers. Of course, 0.1 nanometers wasn't a normal measurement used in everyday life. It was a rough estimate, but it was about 1/1,000,000th of the width of a single strand of hair. The end of the needle pierced above the iris of the eye. The nozzle, which smoothly followed the rim of the iris, stopped in front of the degenerated retina. Youngjun could hear the cells being dispersed from the nozzle as his senses were heightened because of his synchronization mode. The optic nerve cells were sticking to the retina of the mouse. Bei Sunmi was in shock at the extremely precise injection. What? Are you a robot or something? That should have been good, right? Youngjun asked. That was one of the most perfect injections I've seen. Let's do the rest of them quickly together. I'll do it, too. Bei Sunmi regained courage along with her skills from her prime time. With her, Youngjun anesthetized each mouse and injected stem cells into their retina. Of course, Youngjun was much faster. He did 7 mice in the time Bei Sunmi did 2, but that was it. No more fitness remaining. No matter how fast Youngjun did it, his limit was 7. My eyes are a little sore. I'll take my time doing them, haha. Youngjun made an excuse. Of course. Don't worry about it, Dr. Ryu. Bei Sunmi sped up a little. It's definitely much easier to have a technician like Bei Sunmi in the same team. Bei Sunmi injected optic nerve cells into the mice quickly and precisely. Now, all they had to do was wait for the mice to wake up from the anesthetic and recover their vision. Good work, Lead Bei. Youngjun smiled brightly at Bei Sunmi. If this succeeds, I'm going to write a new patent and a paper. Your name will be in it, too. Thank you. I'll have my name on a big paper thanks to you, Dr. Ryu. I look forward to your help on animal experiments. Trust me, I was the best scientist at the Experiment Animal Resource Center back in the years. Haha, thank you. Youngjun left the lab and opened his phone. He had an email. Your manuscript has been accepted. It was an email from the editor of the science journal. It said that the paper Youngjun submitted had been approved. *****. There were 3 major journals in biology, science, nature, and cell. They were the best scientific journals in the world, and every scientist's dream. Most university professors had never published any papers in these journals. It was natural as most papers in these kinds of journals usually had a very profound impact on the scientific community or provided extensive amounts of data through extremely strict experiments. Usually, most labs and researchers did not have the capital or facilities to do a project that big, nor did they have the ability to produce data like that. Then, which was the best, science, nature, or cell? Each of them differed a little in their specialties, but science was considered the best out of the 3 in terms of public image. It was a journal that had grown with the support of Thomas Edison and Graham Bell. It became a world-class journal as papers like Einstein's study on the gravitational lens, Hubble's study on the galaxy, the design and plan for the Apollo program, and early papers on AIDS. Samuel, the editor-in-chief of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the publisher of Science, was in shock when he read the paper that was sent to him. What the? 1. The paper was about how they dedifferentiated normal cells into stem cells. He had just read the first part, and it was insane. It was the most revolutionary paper he had seen in the past few years. Youngjun Ryu, the first author and corresponding author. Sunyal Koh, Harim Young, and Donghyun Park were the 3 authors after him. There were just 4 people. From Samuel's experience, a study like this had to be intensely studied for years by huge teams such as Harvard or Cold Spring Harbor. That would result in dozens of authors, and a few of them would probably be professors. Also, there would normally be 2 or 3 co-first authors, but this paper only had 1 first author and corresponding author. Youngjun Ryu. Who is this person? Samuel asked Jesse, an editor. He's a scientist that's working at AGEN. This is fake, right? It makes no sense that they did this with just 4 people, but the fact that this person is the only first author and the corresponding author means that they carried this project on their own. How did he? It's most likely true. They wrote the analysis of the process of dedifferentiation in the discussion part perfectly, right? Take a look. Gen is distributing press releases right now. Oh my god. Samuel was at a loss for words after he read all of the discussion of the paper. Put this on the front page of the journal release next month. And let's get an interview, too. We have an editor that can speak Korean, right? Or we can hire an interpreter, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. But you know the letter they sent to the editor? The one separate from the paper manuscript, Jesse said to Samuel. A letter. Samuel opened the letter attached to the back of the manuscript. If you read it, he asked us to not release it for a month and wait. Why? He said that he was going to differentiate the iPSCs back into optic nerve cells and get retinal degenerative mice to regain vision. What kind of crazy talk is that? He asked us to release it with this one as a special once the data comes out. Clatter. Samuel dropped his pen on the floor. These induced pluripotent stem cells alone were big enough to grab the attention of scientists all around the world. It was a paper that would be on the front page of Science, the best scientific journal in the world. After it gets published, a lot of universities would probably invite him to their school to teach. If he went to a conference, countless scientists would come over for a handshake and ask him to do a project together. But is he saying that it's not enough? He's going to achieve the next level of feats and publish it at once? Curing a retinal degenerative model by creating optic nerve cells? In a month? How can this be possible? It doesn't make sense. I have to send someone. Jesse, get some volunteers to meet Dr. Ryu to see the data in person and interview him. I have never heard of nor seen a scientist like him. I'll go? Jessie raised her hand up high like she was waiting for this. You? Samuel asked. Yes, but you can't speak Korean. I'll bring an interpreter. I've always wanted to visit Korea. I'm a fan of BTS. You're not going on vacation, you know. Of course. I'll get the job done. I'm a little fascinated by Dr. Ryu now, too. Jessie got off at the Incheon International Airport with her interpreter and went to Lab 6 of Agen. There were a lot of foreign scientists at the Agen labs, but Jessie was a woman who caught everyone's eye. The scientists in the lab all glanced at the beautiful blonde woman wearing tight jeans, a sweater, and a white coat whenever she walked by. Jessie went to the Life Creation Department's office on the 4th floor of the building when it was time. Hello. Jessie greeted Youngjun with a few lines of Korean she had prepared. Hello, my name is Ryu Youngjun. Youngjun shook hands with Jessie and went to the small conference room with her. She had brought her interpreter along with her, but she didn't really need him for her meeting with Youngjun since the usual language for science was English. Most papers were in English, so people wrote them in English as well. A lot of people did their meetings in English as well. Youngjun put the paper's data up on the screen in the small conference room and explained each one to Jessie. SOX2 controls the expression of DKK1 to suppress the WNT signal and maintains the ability of differentiation. Jessie's expression grew more and more ecstatic as she listened to his lecture. To be honest, she was a little doubtful at first because it was so radical, but now she had faith. Fantastic. You said you're going to publish this with a follow-up study, right? Jessie asked. Yes. We're treating the nerves by making stem cells from the fibroblast cells of the mice and differentiating them into optic nerve cells. Is that experiment going well? Would you like to see? Youngjun took Jessie to the lab. You can leave the coffee here. You're not allowed food and drinks in the lab, Youngjun said as he pointed to the cup of Americano Jessie was holding. They went into the animal lab together. A large box was divided into 2 rooms with a glass pane and black paper. The mice would be able to see the other room if Youngjun moved the black paper, but these mice were retinal degenerative mice. Normally, they should not be able to see anything. Number 1 to 20 are the mice that have been treated with stem cells, and mice numbered from 21 to 24 haven't. When Youngjun moved the paper, 20 mice that were numbered 1 through 20 were interested in the new space in the other room. As Youngjun placed a fake piece of bread that had no odor in the other room, the mice that had been treated ran toward the glass wall. The other 4 did not react. Oh my god. Jessie stared at them in shock with her hand over her mouth. These mice had their vision restored. We'll produce a few more pieces of data to prove it. I've already written the paper. I will send it after I add the data and organize it a little. Did you also do this, Dr. Ryu? Me and lead scientist Bae Sun-mi. The 2 of you? Yes. Koh Sun-yeol, Park Dong-hyun, and Young Harim, the 3 people who were in his last paper were not here. There was someone new called Bae Sun-mi, and again, the only first author and corresponding author was Youngjun. Just him. Jessie felt goosebumps all over her arms. She could just tell from how he explained the data that he had completely mastered this research. Induced pluripotent stem cells, the reconstruction of optic nerve cells and curing retinal degeneration in animal models, these great achievements that were going to be huge milestones in medicine basically had happened in the hands of this man. Does this make sense? Jessie couldn't even believe it after seeing it with her own eyes. Was this really possible? Could one single scientist yield results like this? These results would probably turn the scientific community as well as the entire medical industry upside down. It wouldn't be able to cure all eye diseases, but he would be able to rescue quite a large fraction of blind people. Jessie gulped. I will prepare clinical trials right after the publication, Youngjun said. Dr. Ryu, this is research that could get you the Nobel Prize. Maybe not right away, but you will definitely receive the award when you're older and more experienced. Is that so? I want to do an interview. I want to publish this as the cover of the next edition of Science and do a feature series on this. I want to put your interview and picture on the front page. Jessie knew that she couldn't let this go. This could be an interview more important than the huge paper on stem cells and optic nerve treatment. A new star of biology. The most revolutionary person after Darwin. Jessie knew that she could not lose him to nature or cell. Science had to be the first one to report that a genius like Youngjun took a giant step to advance science. 1 Samuel and Jessie, editors from the American Association for the Advancement of Science, are speaking in English. The interview did not take too long as Youngjun had already prepared what he was going to say. Jessie also thought that this interview may be more important than the paper itself, but Youngjun was sure it was more important, especially for his future. Youngjun had prepared for this interview a while ago. It was an interview that scientists all around the world were going to see, and countless reporters in Korea would fight to publish it first. For a moment, a massive amount of fame and honor would be given to him, and Youngjun could not miss that opportunity. However, he had to get the timing right as the deadline for his promise to Ji Kwang-man was getting close. This couldn't blow up too fast, and it couldn't be too late since all the excitement would die down. Youngjun was about to take a bold first step toward the goal of becoming AGEN's largest shareholder and CEO. When Youngjun finished the interview, it was time for him to go home. He thought it would be okay if he produced the data to prove the retinal degenerative mice regained vision a little slower. I'm heading out. Good work, everyone. Youngjun said goodbye to the members of the life creation department. Take care. Have a great weekend. Young Harim and Bae Sunmi waved. As Youngjun was going down on the elevator, he saw that he had missed a call from someone. It was from a number he didn't know. He pressed the button to return the call. Hello? It was the voice of a young woman. I called because I missed a call from this number. Oh, yes. This is Youngjun's phone, right? Yes it is. I'm Song Ji Hyun. From the pharmacy outside Yongyun University. Oh, yes. Hello. Haha, hello. Song Ji Hyun laughed as if she was a little embarrassed. Then, there was a moment of awkward silence. My brownie is healthy thanks to you. She's in the hospital right now, but they said she'll get better soon. That's a relief. But what did you call me for? Oh, did you get off work by chance? Yes, I just left. Again, there was a moment of silence. Then, do you want to grab dinner together if you haven't yet? We could grab drinks if you want. Song Ji Hyun asked Youngjun cautiously. Do you like drinking? I kind of want to today. Then, should we go somewhere like an izakaya? Sure. Do you want to meet me at the intersection in front of Yongyun University? There's a good place around there that I know of. I think I know where you're talking about. Late night Kioi. Yes? How did you know? Because I've lived there for 10 years. I think I'll arrive there in about 30 minutes. I'll meet you there. Youngjun met Song Ji Hyun at the intersection in front of Yongyun University, and she was shockingly beautiful. He did think that she was pretty, but she was even more beautiful when she was dressed up. How is your dog? It was Parvo, right? Youngjun asked Song Ji Hyun on the way to the izakaya. It was. And she's much better now. I thought something was going to happen to her when she collapsed, but she lived thanks to you? That's good. Do you have a girlfriend? No. That's a relief. A relief. As Youngjun stared at her, she said, surprised, oh, I just thought it wouldn't be right to call you out for drinks if you had a girlfriend. So, oh, okay. Kioi was a Japanese bar with rooms. The rooms weren't closed off with doors, but big curtain-like pieces of fabric with traditional Japanese drawings separated the room from the outside. Youngjun and Song Ji Hyun got a table and sat down. What would you like? It's on me, Song Ji Hyun said. Can I have something expensive? Of course. You saved Brownie's life. But why did you name a golden retriever Brownie? Don't you usually name them by their color? It's because I like brownies. Oh, you like sweets. Brownie's mom's name is whipped cream. Wow, you really like sweets. Do you eat sweets with alcohol, too? No, anything is fine. And is there anything sweet at an izakaya anyway? No. Should we get sukiyaki? Youngjun asked as he pointed to the menu. Song Ji Hyun smiled. Sure. What would you like to drink? Song Ji Hyun asked. Soju. What about sake? I guess you're loaded. Someone came to our pharmacy and got probiotics and vitamin supplements and 3 bottles of cold medicine. I made a lot of money thanks to him. I'll keep buying it from there when I run out of probiotics. I'll get the one with bifidobacterium, the one you said was good for constipation. The one that you take. That's not true. I don't take it because of that. After they exchanged a few jokes, Song Ji Hyun ordered the food and drinks. Then, she began to ask Youngjun a bunch of things from how old he was, to how his research on stem cells was going and how he found his work. But she did not ask where he worked. Youngjun was preparing himself mentally as he knew that Song Ji Hyun would not like it if he told her that he worked at AGEN. Then, he asked, Ji Hyun, why did you take time off work? Song Ji Hyun became noticeably downhearted. Song Ji Hyun's expression was so familiar that he almost asked her if she was punished after cursing at someone at her company. Our company, Cell-Igener, is basically a vassal of AGEN. Pardon. Youngjun's eyes widened. Agen invested a lot of money into Cell, and our management is being dominated by that capital. What are you talking about? I thought your company sold the liver cancer drug you made to Agen. We did. Then you would have some money. Why would you get someone like Agen to invest? We didn't get the investment after selling the patent to the new drug. Then what was it? The condition to sell it was an investment. What kind of bullshit was this? Didn't Agen pay them 10 billion won for the patent for the treatment? But that was investment. What kind of contract did you sign for that? So, they were taking the new liver cancer drug, this huge new technology, and on top of that, they are taking more if their investment is profitable. It's unfair. Why on earth did you sell your drug under those conditions? We were threatened. What? They said that Cell could be a huge pharmaceutical company if they accept this investment offer, but we would have to close our doors if we refused. That's what they said? Really? Word for word. I still remember a few of them. Their faces and their names and their position. Who was it? First of all, Kim Hyun-taek, the lab director of Agen, Song Ji-hyun said. Youngjun closed his eyes. It was Kim Hyun-taek again. Damn it. This damn old snake. There were a few people from management as well. This person named Yoon Bo-hyun was an assistant manager, and I remember him especially well. He was very smirky. Yoon Bo-hyun. He was an assistant manager at the time, but now he was a manager. It was because of Yoon Bo-hyun that Youngjun tested Chelicure, the liver cancer treatment drug from Cell. He had come to the lab from management and asked Youngjun himself to conduct an experiment with it. Youngjun also thought it was a little odd as scientists were usually assigned things from the lab director. It was weird that an assistant manager from management came out of the blue and asked Youngjun, who was at a lab far away from the headquarters. It wasn't about capability, but it was because management didn't usually do that, especially if they were only an assistant manager. He probably did it since Kim Hyun-taek approved it, but Youngjun was still suspicious of him. Personally, he predicted that the plan to destroy Chelicure started from Yoon Bo-hyun or someone close to him. But can Agen shut down another company, no matter how strong they are? Youngjun asked. You're naive. Song Ji-hyun smiled bitterly. Agen is not just any pharmaceutical company. They have a close relationship with people in politics, press, and key institutions and huge pharmaceutical companies outside the country. And since pharmaceutical companies have to close their doors if the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety doesn't approve, they are directly in the hands of politics. No, but still. It's just so shocking. They're not gangsters, but how? They are gangsters, Song Ji-hyun said, clenching her jaws. Even if they don't use the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, they could obstruct retailers, or cut off the supply of equipment and reagents we need to develop new drugs. They said that there are a lot of things that Agen could do. Oh my. So, the contract for the 10 billion won investment and transfer of the new drug ended with our CEO signing it. The investment itself wasn't a small amount of money for a venture company, and we really thought that the company would grow with things like technological alliances and sharing of facilities since Agen was going to develop us. At the time, of course. Song Ji-hyun added, but we were wrong. Since then, they suddenly were giving us subcontracts related to new drug developments. It was basically grunt work. Oh, they weren't supporting the research we were doing. They were giving us the difficult and hard things from things they were studying that weren't important. To be honest, our company is basically an accessory of Agen right now. Oh my god. Song Ji-hyun sighed. Cell is a really capable startup company. I'm not saying this because it's our company, but there are a lot of key players from big companies or famous universities. Of course. You wouldn't have been able to make a new liver cancer drug if you didn't have the skills to do it. Agen wanted those human resources and the technology. Agen almost wanted to make Cell into their 7th lab. They thought they could get a lot of output from here since there were a lot of skilled scientists. So was that why you took off work? Because that situation took a toll on you. Oh, we were talking about why I took off work, right? Song Ji-hyun laughed. I didn't take off work because it was hard on me. Everyone at Cell is like family to me. I couldn't just abandon them because it was hard. Then, I wanted to expose the terrible things Agen did. Since I have a pharmacist license, I was going to try to use the power of the Pharmaceutical Association to keep them in check. So were you able to? No. All I found was that the Agen cartel was much bigger than I thought. I didn't know it was that big at first, but Agen invests huge amounts of money to medical and pharmacy schools and hospitals in the country as donations. Oh, the association was full of Agen's people as well. Now, you could say that Korea's medical and pharmaceutical field is in the hands of Agen. I couldn't do anything. I see. Song Ji-hyun sipped her sake with a depressed face. Then what are you going to do now? Youngjun asked. I have to return to work. Song Ji-hyun let out a sigh. Actually, I go back to work next week. My aunt's vacation ended, so I won't be at the pharmacy if you come anyway. Youngjun nodded dejectedly. Youngjun. Yes. You work at Agen, right? Youngjun was surprised. How did you know? Haha, I thought so. You talked about Agen and stuff when you bought your supplements, Song Ji-hyun said. And after I told you about how Agen stole our liver cancer drug, it seemed like you didn't really want to tell me the name of your company. That's right. It's okay. Agen is a huge company, and you're part of the stem cells department, right? You probably didn't know that your management got rid of another company's anti-cancer drug. Youngjun felt his heart ache out of guilt. Actually. Oh, And about our company's probiotics. We made an important technology. An important technology. Probiotics are living bacteria, right? We have to coat them so that they can safely get to their destination safely without getting easily destroyed in the stomach. So we developed a coating technology based on Roche's product. But it's more advanced. Are you allowed to tell me information like that? Youngjun asked. I told you because it's you. Pardon. You told me your company's secret in front of me to save my dog. Oh. Song Ji-hyun was talking about how Youngjun fed Cleo, an ointment for cuts, to Brownie to save her. That's not actually a company secret. From the perspective of Youngjun, who had Rosaline, that information about Cleo was as valuable as the information that this sukiyaki had 2 pieces of mushroom in it. It was just common and simple knowledge. To Youngjun, it was as valuable as leaves on the floor. For some reason, I felt like I could tell you, and I wanted to. I wanted to level the magnitude of information. Song Ji-hyun rested her elbow on the table and stared at Youngjun with her chin resting on her hand. And it's not really a problem since I didn't tell you what that technology was specifically. She chuckled. Still, thanks for telling me. So, you have that kind of technology, right? Yes. Although, I am worried that Agen will take it from us again. Youngjun thought about the time he analyzed Roche's probiotic product with synchronization mode. At the time, Rosaline showed him the most valuable bacteria strain that could be used, but she did not show anything about the capsule coating to send it to the intestines. It could have been because Rosaline's level was lower, or it could be because Rosaline's analysis was limited to living things. The one thing for sure was that products that sent microbes to the intestines orally required not only an excellent strain of bacteria, but an advanced coating technology. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Wait. Couldn't I incorporate the capsule coating that Seligener developed, which was better than Roche, with Chlorotinus limovitus, the best microbe Rosaline presented? If Youngjun dominated that market by commercializing an overwhelmingly efficient probiotic and gave Seligener the share they deserved through a technological alliance, it would be enough for them to escape Agen's control. The fact that their company ended up like that started with Youngjun, did it not? Although he didn't mean for it to happen, and there were other people actually responsible for this, he was carrying this with him. Why don't you work with me? Youngjun asked. Probiotics and the Stem Cells Department. The name of my department is the Life Creation Department. Song Ji-hyun squinted. She thought, what kind of name is that? What does your department do? She asked. As the name states, we literally artificially synthesize life. But you said you were working on stem cells. That's true, we are also doing stem cells. But now, we want to try probiotics. Then are you working on a cure for AIDS or anti-cancer drugs? We are considering it. Song Ji-hyun was bewildered. She thought, what kind of ridiculous place is this? You're going to work in the food business in a few years then. Song Ji-hyun said jokingly. That's a good idea, too. There will be a food shortage in the near future, and it is up to biologists like us to prepare for that and solve it. We don't have to limit it to pharmaceuticals. Anyways, probiotics. If you're interested, give me a call so that we can set up a meeting with the CEO of Seligener, Youngjun said. If you work with me, Agen won't be able to interfere with your management anymore. Youngjun took his experimental data and went to the management headquarters at Agen. Is division manager Ji Kwangman in? We were supposed to meet now. Youngjun asked Yoon Bo-hyun when he ran into him in the management office. Yoon Bo-hyun frowned. Go inside. Thank you, Youngjun replied. After Youngjun went inside, Yoon Bo-hyun mumbled, that TMJ asshole. Something feels off about him. TMJ. Lee Na-rae, an employee sitting next to him asked. Too much justice. I came up with the name. Perfect, right. Lee Na-rae laughed with her hand covering her mouth. But Yoon Bo-hyun was still frowning. I don't think we should let him become more powerful. We need to step on him once. I created optic nerve cells with induced pluripotent stem cells and used them to treat retinal degenerative mice, Youngjun said to Ji Kwangman. There hasn't been anything uploaded as a performance report, Ji Kwangman said as he looked through Youngjun's data. Because I haven't uploaded the draft yet. Then why don't you do that? Why did you come to me first and tell me this? There is something I want to tell you in advance, division manager. Ji Kwangman rested his fat body on the back of the chair. He stared at Youngjun with suspicion. What is it? The fact that I have 90% of the royalties of IPSCS means that I have the key to all studies following it and whatever profits come from it. So, my studies are set to be published in Science. Not only the IPSCS, but the optic nerve cell treatment as well. People who don't really know biology won't really know what stem cells are, but they will be surprised if they hear that I will be able to open a blind man's eyes. The situation has changed now. When the paper is published, it will not only be the scientific and medical community that will focus on me. Investors will be interested, and so will the shareholders of our company. They were usually more focused on profits and their portion than what kind of drugs were developed, but it will be different this time. And they will be displeased when they find out that just some lowly scientist has most of the royalties of IPSCS. They will also be shocked when they realize that they will not be given a single penny even after publishing a patent as big as this. Youngjun added, since you are going to be the one approving my patent application request, you will also be held responsible. So, why don't you cooperate with me? Ji Kwangman silently glared at Youngjun. I will sell a portion of the 80% of royalties dedicated to the life creation department to the company. Then, you will be the best manager who got great results from encouraging a talented scientist while maximizing the shareholders' profit. How much do you want? I don't want money. I want shares of Agen. Ji Kwangman's eyes shook. He took a few sips of his hot tea and said, how much? You must give me 1% of the shares per 5% of the royalties of the original iPSC technology. How much will you buy? You're crazy. You think I will make a deal like that? Why can't you? That 80% is part of the company fund. It is not your own money. The shareholders will be displeased, but it's essentially money that will be invested back into the company. All we have to do is give that profit to the shareholders. That is under the assumption that I will produce results with the 80% of royalties given to the department. Ji Kwangman's eyes widened. What are you talking about? You are Agen's employee. Are you saying that you will purposely slack off with your own mouth? Who will be the one to decide whether I am slacking off or whether I'm not getting results even though I'm working hard? What? Is there anyone in the world who knows more about induced pluripotent stem cells, nerve differentiation, and nerve transplants than me? And if I become one of the shareholders, will they really dislike that? My name value will be different once the special on my paper is released in Science. Giving me shares of Agen and inviting me to the executives table will not be a harmful decision to you, division manager. It will help the development of the company, and the shareholders will like it. And if I give you some royalties, it's a win-win situation for both of us. Ji Kwangman bit his lip. Youngjun added, I will be generous. If you give me 4% of the company shares, I will give you 30% of the royalties. You can share that with the shareholders or do whatever you want with it. 4% is almost as much as we give to lab directors. And 4% of shares in cash is trillions of won. Considering the value of the patent, I am selling it to you at a very cheap price. I don't know if you will get a lot of money from this itself since it is a base technology, but the stem cell therapy market that will start from this will be worth trillions of won. No matter how expensive or cheap it is, do you think that I can just give you a share that big myself? You have to come up with the how, division manager. Personally, I think it is a realistic amount. Can I assume that you are acting this way because you want to participate in the management of Agen? Yes, Youngjun answered firmly. I mistook you. I thought you had no interest in company politics and management. I thought all you wanted to do was study stem cells. Research was everything to me. But the company used scientists' results on something different when I took no interest. I am not going to be used like that anymore. Stop. Ji Kwangman waved his hand. Dr. Ryu, the contract you gave me, that's nothing but a piece of paper. I haven't signed that yet, and we could discuss this again and do it according to the law. Do you really want to do it that way? That's unexpected. I trusted your word and completed differentiating stem cells into optic nerves and finished treating retinal degeneration in animal models, but you're not going to keep your promise. I think I told you before, but I am a businessman. I only act based on gains and losses. In this case, I think it's more beneficial for me to break my promise, have people say some things about me and be resented by you. I have no intentions of being swindled by you anymore. Go to Pfizer or don't go. Do whatever you want. I wonder. It won't be easy for you to do that. I already said I was getting 80%. To who? Knock knock knock. Division manager, it's Secretary Ju. Ji Kwangman's secretary came inside. What is it? We're in a meeting right now. Some reporter wants to do an interview. A reporter. A reporter from CNN. CNN. Ji Kwangman tilted his head in confusion. Not SBS or KBS, but CNN? CNN from the US? All of a sudden? Who are they interviewing? 1. You and Dr. Ryu Youngjun. No. Ji Kwangman felt his heart drop and his breath stop. Something was wrong. Youngjun was clearing his throat right next to him. I didn't know they would be here already. News travels really fast. The special from Science didn't even go out yet. What did you do? I did an interview with the Science Journal. What? I only told the truth. And I only said things that were good for the company. I didn't say any bad things like how Agen stole a small company's liver cancer treatment and destroyed it, or made a principal scientist harvest spinach to get him to quit. Don't worry too much. All I did was talk about the promise you made me in a more humanistic way. Youngjun smiled, which sent chills through Ji Kwangman's spine. He understood the situation right away. Being in this business for over 30 years, Ji Kwangman had been through hell and fought all kinds of psychopaths and lunatics to get to where he was. But he had never felt this kind of fear from someone, not once. Youngjun's smile looked like the devil's. The deal I offered you. Don't forget it. 4%. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Research papers that were published in Science had to be under 4,500 characters, but the papers Youngjun published were over 10,000 characters combined. Samuel, the editor-in-chief of Science, ignored all the rules and published all of it. This paper was unique and the only one on its subject in the entire history of the Science Journal. The number of characters wasn't a big deal. Chuckling, Samuel read the abstract of the paper again. Although stem cells have a great potential to recover damaged nerves and organs, they are limited in that they require embryos. In this paper, we dedifferentiated regular somatic cells and transformed them into stem cells. Furthermore, we succeeded in differentiating those stem cells into cardiac muscle and optic nerve cells. With those optic nerve cells, we were able to inject them into the retinal area in mice with end-stage retinal degeneration and recover their vision. It was a very short and straightforward abstract that was only filled with explanations about the data. Each sentence was like an axe to the scientific community. You didn't see this coming, did you, you nature assholes? The top biology journal is Science from today onward. Samuel smiled in satisfaction as he uploaded the manuscript. He thought that there was no paper to match up to this one in all of science's history other than the paper on the Genome Project. And there was something more important than this groundbreaking paper, the discovery of Dr. Ryu Youngjun, a biologist. They said that he was a young man, only 28 years old. He said that he was 30 in his country because Korea had this weird system where everyone became a year older when the year changed, but he was 28 in America. Jamie Anderson, the person who discovered the structure of DNA, was an elite who graduated university at the age of 16 and finished his doctorate at 24, but Youngjun was more than that. What kind of things will this genius discover and create in the decades of research years he has left? Youngjun said many things that would grab the attention of scientists and people in the medical and pharmaceutical industry around the world. The best part about the interview was the last part of Jesse's interview. Dr. Ryu, do you have plans for the optic nerve cells created from iPSCs to be used in clinical trials to treat actual patients? Jesse asked. Of course. AGEN will support our clinical trial. And we won't stop there. Then, induced pluripotent stem cells have the potential to differentiate into any tissue or nerve. And we have the ability to make that possibility into reality. Youngjun added, in a few years, we will put an end to all neurological disorders such as Parkinson's, spinal cord damages, strokes, epilepsy, dementia, multiple sclerosis, Lou Gehrig's disease, Refsum's disease, and more. It wasn't put on the interview manuscript, but Jessie almost screamed when she heard him. Is that possible? It will not take long. I will promise you right here. I am planning a major pharmaceutical project that will erase all kinds of neurological diseases. Like how no one suffers from smallpox in the 21st century, no neurological disorders will make anyone suffer in the future. Human medicine has already advanced to the next stage, and all humans have the right to not be in pain. They have the right to keep their bodies safe and be happy. Youngjun added, what we are declaring war on are neurological disorders itself, and the first target among them are eye diseases. I promise you that in 6 months, we will perfect a technology that will be able to cure all patients who have optic nerve damage. Jessie felt like she was suffocating, an emotion that she could not figure out filled her heart. She was someone who had finished her doctorate at MIT and had been a scientist. Research took years, and it was difficult, hard, and boring. And one day, she gave up on research. Instead, she found interest in introducing things other scientists discovered. After she became an editor at Science, she did not once miss the life of a frontline scientist. She was happy reading the newly published papers. Her intellectual thirst was quenched, and she took delight in watching knowledge that wasn't known to humanity before be discovered. That was the science Jessie was doing. As an editor, the science that she knew was the subject of admiration and entertainment. But today, she realized that science could be touching. The future that Youngjun was building was not a fascinating and fun future. He was not a scientist who found intellectual enhancement and entertainment in discovering beautiful and exhilarating truths and disseminating them to editors and the public. Youngjun, a frontline scientist, was like a warrior in battle. The battlefield he was in was not about the discovery of new cutting-edge technology or new scientific knowledge but about destroying diseases. Youngjun was a soldier of science who was fighting on the front lines of the oldest battle in humanity, the battle between humanity and disease. He knew that was his role, and he held to his values. Is AGEN funding the research? Jessie asked. Of course. AGEN is the best pharmaceutical company in the world. They give plenty of support to scientists as well. The shareholders didn't even take the shares of the iPSC. It was solely to reinvest into research. Really? Yes. If I succeed in this research, AGEN has decided to give me 10% of the royalties of the iPSCs, and they have agreed to leave 80% of the royalties for my department's budget and give me final approval of the allocation. They were being considerate and letting me do all the research that I wanted to do. Wow. They even left the remaining 10% of royalties for the frontline scientists. The shareholders did not take even a little bit of the royalties. Nov. L. B /JNN. Wow. Amazing. Do they have that much faith in you, Dr. Ryu? Not only that, they have high expectations for this research. That's the kind of place AGEN is. Instead of milking the results of research, they highly praise the frontline researchers and support them to encourage them to complete their follow-up research. Incredible. Your competitor companies like Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson must be both worried and nervous. They do not have to be. Why is that? They could have people close to them who are suffering from severe neurological disorders, or have family members suffer because of it. Patients are not separate people from us. Everyone can be in an accident and become paralyzed from the waist down. It doesn't matter whether I develop it, or Pfizer or Roche. All we have to be able to do is give hope to these patients. Scientists should not chase after money or prestige, but pursue the convenience and welfare of humanity. I see. Does the management of AGEN think so as well? They will, since they gave up all the shares that would normally go to the shareholders and fully supported me and other fellow scientists. 1 SBS and KBS are national broadcasting networks in Korea. The reporter from CNN who came to see Youngjun after hearing the leaked information from Science asked him similar questions to Jesse, and the reporter asked Ji Kwangman all the difficult questions. It probably wasn't an easy decision for the company to give their full support by awarding one outstanding scientist 90% of the patent shares. Ji Kwangman was pale. I can only think that like Dr. Ryu Youngjun, Agen's management has the same values, to cure all diseases as a true pharmaceutical company. Yes. I think that the Sciences special on the paper and Dr. Ryu's interview will be released in a few days. I think our interview will be released together as the main news for that CNN broadcast. We requested this interview because Dr. Ryu Youngjun mentioned in his interview with Science that you were the one who made the decision regarding the patent shares, Mr. Division Manager. Could I have a comment? Sir. Why, yes, that's right. I divided the shares as such. Because the goal of Agen is not to earn profit, but to destroy diseases, Ji Kwangman said with his fists clenched and trembling in anger. 4%? This crazy bastard. I've gone through hell with the CEO to be where I am right now, and I only have 3%. Ji Kwangman thought this greenhorn scientist was just some boring bookworm who was only interested in papers, but he was a player. This guy was dangerous. If Youngjun was left unchecked, he would climb to the top to claim the management of the company as a whole, and Ji Kwangman did not want to admit it, but Youngjun had enough power to do so. He was smart, acted fast, and had the boldness of a CEO of a venture company. The biggest problem was that he was capable enough to research everything there was to know about that stupid induced stem cell technology or whatever and turn the entire pharmaceutical and medical industry upside down. Agen was a lab-centered company. Sometimes, they played politics, such as buying competitive drugs from venture companies to destroy them or becoming the owner of small venture companies by controlling their stocks, but even so, the company was based on drug research. 1,000 scientists were supporting this company. What this meant was that Youngjun was like a fish in the water. More specifically, Agen was like a huge sea, and he was like a megalodon, someone who could destroy the whole ecosystem. All this time, I thought he was just a fat tuna with a lot to eat. If someone like Youngjun obtained as much company stock as a lab director, every one of his words would have a huge impact on the company. First of all, if a low-level scientist suddenly rose to the position of a major shareholder in the company, the scientists would be swayed, and he would become a star amongst them. People became jealous if someone they were similar to succeeded, but they admired them if they achieved unimaginably great success. It was possible that he could temporarily gain more support and respect than Kim Hyun-taek, the next CTO. Sigh. Ji Kwangman sighed in his head and continued the interview. He wasn't getting anything the reporter was saying. All he was doing was glossing over the subject and agreeing with them that Agen was a good company. What he was actually doing was thinking about the solution to this situation. But as time passed, he was no longer hitting the roof in anger. He was calm, and he was logical again. Wait. Now that I think of it, I'm not really backed up into a corner. The situation could actually become better if I use this situation to my advantage, right? I can just make Ryu Youngjun one of ours. Just like how Yoon Bo-hyun nicknamed him TMJ, it would be difficult to bring him in since he was so focused on ethics, but Ji Kwangman thought that was just because he was young. I can make him rot a little and turn him into an ally, right? Who in the world doesn't turn when they get money and power? Yoon Dae-sung, the current CEO of Agen, was brought to mind. He was the founder's son, and he had built this company along with his father. His family owned 14% of the company shares and was basically the largest shareholder. Also, Yoon Dae-sung and Ji Kwangman were close enough to be brothers and had been business partners for a long time. If he brought Youngjun into this group, no one would be able to touch them. On the way back to his office after the interview, Ji Kwangman called CEO Yoon Dae-sung. Sir, it's me? Yes, Mr. Division Manager. Have you eaten? The CEO laughed heartily as he did not know about the things that were happening under him yet. Sir, do you remember the person who received a standing ovation from the CTO during the last seminar? Of course. Dr. Ryu Youngjun, was it? The one that made induced pluripotent stem cells. I have some things to talk about regarding him. Could we meet right now for a bit? I will come to you. Ji Kwangman was walking, but suddenly paused. Oh, sorry. I will call you back in a minute. He saw Yoon Bo-hyun standing outside his office. Mr. Division Manager, I have something I would like to discuss, Yoon Bo-hyun said. Come in. Ji Kwangman opened the door and walked in. He opened the refrigerator and handed Yoon Bo-hyun a beverage. Yoon Bo-hyun opened the bottle and sat comfortably in the chair. He crossed his legs and stared at Ji Kwangman. What did you talk about with Ryu Youngjun? CNN suddenly came here, and you even did an interview, right? Yoon Bo-hyun asked. He said that he successfully turned iPSCs into optic nerves. And he said that he did an interview with Science as he announced his paper and talked about the patent royalties as if they had been confirmed. Did he put the nail in the coffin so that you couldn't go back on your word? You made a mistake. I agree. I thought he had no interest in power, and even if he did, I thought that I would be able to crush him easily. I knew from the start that Ryu Youngjun was that kind of person. I warned you many times, right? I told you he was dangerous. Ji Kwangman nodded. Mr. Division Manager no, Uncle Kwangman. Manager Yoon. Be careful at the company. You're not trying to spread the word, are you? I'm saying this not as the manager of Agen Management or as the heir getting management lessons, but because we are close. Are you perhaps thinking of turning him into an ally by including him in your group or something? Ji Kwangman thought for a bit. I only asked because I was worried, but I guess it was true. Uncle, don't overdo it. You won't be able to handle Ryu Youngjun. To be honest, there's some dirty corruption in our company, right? Knowing his personality, he will blow up the company if he finds out about even one of them. He has reset syndrome. The company will explode. We cannot let him become a part of our management. 1. Sai, what do you want to do? I think that we should step on him before he gets bigger. This is the Maginot Line. Do you have a way? Ji Kwangman asked. We have to go strong. First of all, let's rip up that shitty patent application request and contract, and give him something so that he cooperates. But if we do that, we'll become a national embarrassment after the science publication and the CNN news broadcast. Do you think we could handle that kind of smearing on our image? We will look like an insane company that is obstructing the future of a genius scientist who is saying that he could cure all neurological disorders. And we're basically giving a new pharmaceutical market worth trillions of won to America. Do you think that bastard will really leave? Did he say that he was going to go to Pfizer or Roche? It's all bullshit. Immigration isn't that easy. He completed elementary, junior, and high school here. He also got his bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in Korea. He's Korean inside out. Throwing away his home that he's lived in all his life and going to another country? It's not that easy. If we crush his spirits a little, spoil him with money and a promotion and swindle him, he'll stay. Don't get scared and be strong. You're not acting like yourself, Uncle. Sai. Bohyun. Never mind. We can't do that. I know that you learned a lot from CEO Yoon ever since you were little, but you are seriously mistaken. We can't poke Ryu Youngjun like that. Seriously? Stop being so frustrating. All he is a scientist, an assistant manager at best. How can we not handle someone like him? How can we be swayed by him and lose? That guy made iPSCs in a couple of months, differentiated it into optic nerve cells and cured blind mice with it. Ji Kwangman added, that is enough for him to bet on his talent and just ask for 4% of company stocks. He didn't have to make a deal with the royalties of his patent. If he threw a tantrum and said he was going to Pfizer if they didn't give him stocks, smart people like the CEO or Nicholas would just give it to him and let him be an executive. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. All of you are overestimating Ryu Youngjun, Yoon Bohyun replied. Of course, I acknowledge the significance of his results. He was so lucky that he would have hit the jackpot if he lived in the US, but that's all. Unless he has an alien locked up in his house and he's torturing it, there is no way he's going to succeed in everything he does. There were a lot of one-hit wonders in this field, right? And they all disappeared quickly. That's the scary part. Ji Kwangman shouted. There are definitely going to be shareholders that will think of him like that. They are going to think that he's just going to be a one-hit wonder, or they're going to wonder why we gave a mere scientist 4%. They're going to ask if that 30-year-old scientist is on the same level as lab director Kim Hyun-taek since he also has 4%. They are going to be angry. What? If that happens, he might not be able to get his shares. That's why he is making sure by giving me 30% of the royalties of the induced pluripotent stem cells. He's basically telling me to give the shareholders the royalties and convince them. Ji Kwangman wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead. He blocked my escape route with the interview with Science and made it so that everything went just how he wanted. He was making sure he would get the right to participate in the company's management. Ji Kwangman's hands trembled. And how would the directors who got the shares feel? They might not like Ryu Youngjun, but they will want to keep an eye on him. Then, from that point on, there will be people who like him among the board of directors. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. He's insane. That portion of the royalties isn't even his, but already part of the company. But he's selling it to the company directors like it's already his, and getting a seat at the management table while also getting stocks worth trillions of won for that? Is he Kim Sundal selling water from the Taedong River or something, too? Yoon Bohyun scratched his head. Ji Kwangman said, he's not just some talented and confident kid. Ryu Youngjun knows exactly how much value he has, and he is only acting in ways that match that. You want me to have some guts and tell him to go to Pfizer if he wants? He'll actually go. Honestly, what's he got to lose? But still, I am also telling you this as your father's friend who has known you for a long time, but be careful with Ryu Youngjun. He's like a landmine, so it will be your foot that flies off if you step on him the wrong way. If you want to inherit the business safely, you have to make him your ally. Leave it to me. But we can't let him into the board of directors. We have some corruption in our company, right? Some of them aren't even comparable to the liver cancer drug from Celigener, and if he finds out, don't worry about that part either. I will discuss it with the CEO and get it taken care of. You, don't worry about it anymore. There was an emergency board meeting. It was just before the publishing of Youngjun's paper and special in Science, and the release of the interview. Considering the time zone difference, a bunch of news and articles would come up on Friday morning. On top of that, AGEN stock prices would skyrocket. But before that, they would have to decide what to do with this matter. Since the situation was so urgent, management had informed the board of the meeting the day before and asked for their attendance. Still, most of the board directors had taken their seats, but the atmosphere was a little unsettled. 4%. It's too much for an individual to have. That's the same amount that Director Kim has, right? We cannot give 4% of the company stocks to an unverified kid like that. We don't even know who he's associated with. If we give him that, we will also have to give him an executive position. We're going to have to hold a temporary general board meeting. Koo-sun, what are your thoughts? Oh Juntae asked. After pondering for a brief moment, a frown appeared on Koo-sun Jin-gap's face and he answered, if we assume that everything that Dr. Ryu Youngjun does goes well, all of our stocks will skyrocket. If he is able to cure all those neurological disorders, the company could be a lot bigger. If we consider that merit, it could be a big mistake to refuse just because we cheap out on 4%. I can't believe this. I only have 2%, Go Yu-sung mumbled in irritation. Lab Director Gil Hyung-jun has 1%, right? Someone who was just a scientist suddenly is worth 4 times more than his own lab director. He's not just getting a seat at the table, now you basically have to serve him. Gil Hyung-jun had his eyes closed as if he was in pain. I told this idiot Ji Kwang-man to get a hold of Ryu Youngjun, but he's the one who got crushed. 4%? 4%? A 30-year-old rookie is going to take stocks worth trillions of won alone? This bastard is out of his mind. 4% was how much lab director Kim Hyun-taek had, and he was the one who did all the hard work with CEO Yoon Dae-sung and built the business back when it was just a mid-sized company. The only individuals who had more stocks than him were Koo-sun Jin-gap, CTO Nicholas Kim, and CEO Yoon Dae-sung. Let's give it to him, Nicholas said without hesitation. Like the Koo said, all of our stocks will rise if Dr. Ryu really succeeds. And as the Chief Technology Officer of AGEN, I am confident he will. But still, 4% is. Our company has about 12% of treasury stocks, right? Give him 4% from there. Dr. Ryu is a scientist valuable enough for that. Everyone, don't think of him just as a worker or employee of this company. We have to think of him as the elite who will win the bread for our company, Nicholas said firmly. One reset syndrome is when an individual believes that they could reset their life and what they've done in real life like they could do in games or on a computer. 2. Kim Sundal is a famous fraud that lived during the Chosen time period. His most famous fraudulent act was lying to merchants that he owned the Taedong River, which was an important water source for people as there were no wells in Chosen, and selling it off to them for a large sum of money. I am not against giving him stocks, Kim Hyun-taek said. The attention of all the board members was drawn to him. Kim Hyun-taek looked calm, but he had a lot of mixed feelings. Considering the performance Dr. Ryu showed, he will make the entire pie bigger if he becomes a major shareholder and executive. Koo-sun Jin-gap added, Director Kim is right. If the interview is released along with what he has shown thus far, the stocks of the company will rise. But if it becomes known that he has become a company executive and a major shareholder with 4% of the shares? If we say that we are promoting a scientist into an executive by giving them a huge portion of the company stocks and are extensively supporting him? Depending on how we play this, the increase in our stocks could be much more than 4%. Then is Dr. Ryu joining the board from now on? Kim Hyun-taek asked. There was a moment of silence. Dr. Ryu is too dangerous to let into management. His ideology is a little different from ours, and honestly, that part worries me. Let's give him the shares and put him as an unregistered director. Use that to stop him from coming onto the board of directors, Ji Kwang-man said. All eyes were drawn to Ji Kwang-man this time. Wait, division manager. Do you think he's going to be an unregistered director when he has as many shares as Director Kim? Go Yu-sung asked like he was bewildered. We have to gloss over it and convince him. We can go with something like because it's a unique circumstance. We won't be able to give him a vote on the board of directors since he is still young and inexperienced, but it's okay since he gets this much stock and has that much power amongst the shareholders, Ji Kwang-man answered. Do you think that clever bastard will accept it? What if he makes a fuss about joining the board too? From what I saw, he's like a beagle that chews through anything until it becomes a rag when it sees something that it doesn't like, Gil Hyung-jun said with a frown. The only condition he gave me was just the 4% of stock for now. If we give him that, he won't be able to say anything, right? He's not going to go that overboard. The directors were lost in thought. He definitely has to be a registered director if he is going to hold 4%, Kim Young-hoon said. Ji Kwang-man glanced at him with a gulp. Kim Young-hoon was one of the people that the SG Group had put on the board. The largest shareholder of AGEN was Yoon Dae-sung's family. Himself, his wife, his son Yoon Bo-hyun, and his older brother Yoon Dae-pyong had 14% combined. The entirety of the 14% distributed amongst them was actually being used in whatever way Yoon Dae-sung wanted. And Ji Kwang-man and Sun Jin-gap, who were both close friends with him, had shares as friendly shares. Although it seemed like things between Nicholas Kim and Yoon Dae-sung had become a little awkward, they still had a link as they attended the same school, and the lab directors still followed Yoon Dae-sung. Their shares were quite strong in defending the management rights. But there were other forces in the company as well. Aside from the National Pension Service, which had 11%, SG, a Korean company, had 6%. It was because AGEN had gotten investments from them when they had no money when they first started out. For the same reason, Berkshire, a foreign investment company, had 8%, which they had acquired when AGEN was building a few labs outside the country. Conson and Colson, who was interested in AGEN since they were a small pharmaceutical company, had 4% as well. The combined shares of the three exceeded the Yoon Dae-sung families. There hadn't been much contact between them yet, and there weren't any problems since Yoon Dae-sung had a lot of friendly shares. Furthermore, the main task of SG Electronics, the core of the SG group, was to make semiconductors. Even if they expanded their subsidiaries and dabbled in a few different businesses, they did not know enough about this field to interfere with Agen's management. But since a huge potential value of Agen was revealed along with the appearance of Youngjun, no one knew how the situation would unfold from here on. Ji Kwang-man, this bastard is trying to take him out of the board and work him. Kim Young-hoon thought as he stared at Ji Kwang-man. Outside directors like Kim Young-hoon, Berkshire, and Conson and Coulson had relatively less contact with Youngjun. If he wasn't part of the board, it became that much harder to form a connection with him. That can't happen. We have to make Ryu Youngjun the card to keep the Yoon family in check. Didn't you make the treasury stocks for the succession of management rights? Alex asked. He was someone from Berkshire. I'm worried if it will be okay to just give it out like that. It should be fine, Yoon Dae-sung replied. If you're going to give him shares, give him the right to attend board meetings. It does not make sense for him to not have a vote in board meetings when he has 4%, Kim Young-hoon said. But don't we have some problems in our company? Ji Kwang-man asked. If we let Dr. Ryu Youngjun have a seat at board meetings, we don't know what he will do when he finds out. He is no joke. He may find out someday if we give him 4% and let him be a director. We can buy some time before he finds out if we don't give him a seat in board meetings, but can that change his personality, too? Dr. Ryu said that he will give us some of his patent royalties. The directors suddenly changed. What are you talking about now? Gil Hyungjun asked. He took 90% of the royalties after complaining that he can't give any to anyone who didn't participate in the experiment, but he's giving it to us again? Does he have multiple personalities or something? He's asking us to use it to get his shares from the board of directors. It's proof that Dr. Ryu is also learning company politics. He's smart, so he will learn quickly. So, Mr. Division Manager, what you are saying is that he will be able to think from the perspective of management with time. Kim Hyun-taek asked. That's right, Ji Kwang-man replied. Let's take a break and gather again. I'm a little tired, Kim Young-hoon said. It was a Friday. During their lunch break, Youngjun and the Life Creation Department received everyone's attention as they stood in line in the company cafeteria. It wasn't this bad even when we got the award at the seminar, Chen Ji-myung said awkwardly. The reason everyone was like this was because of the publishing of the paper in Science. A huge 10,000 character paper was put on the front page. It was going to be a masterpiece that would be looked back on several times in the medical community and would boast a legendary citation index. After the paper, there was a special on Youngjun and his interview. The pioneer who is spearheading a new trend in medicine, Ryu Youngjun, Ph.D. In the eyes of a scientist, the paper itself was extremely shocking, but his declaration in his interview made their heads ache. We will put an end to all neurological disorders. In a few years. In the past, any scientist would have been laughed at and called a lunatic if they said things like that, but Youngjun had shown that he had the ability to make that happen. All scientists read scientific papers. Like the fathers in the 90s who read the daily newspaper that was delivered to their doorstep, they all put the main article of Science on their front screens on Friday. This morning, they had all read Youngjun's paper and interview. And since news travels fast, everyone was already talking about how he was an executive and had 4% of shares. You're Dr. Ryu Youngjun, right? N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. A scientist in his 50s approached Youngjun. Yes, I am. I am Ha Hun-wook, the department head of the Nerve Research Department. I read your paper, and it was interesting. He reached out and shook hands with Youngjun. Would you consider working with us when you start clinical trials for the optic nerves? He asked. Our department has been studying peripheral nerve regeneration for a long time, and we have a lot of hospital contacts as well. We also have experience in clinical trials as well. If you're okay with it, we'd like to join you in your clinical trials and use stem cell technology to treat glaucoma patients or retinal degenerative patients who have dysfunctional optic nerves. We will be a lot of help to each other. Ha Hun-wook handed Youngjun his business card. Please give me a call if you are interested. Yes, thank you. Youngjun took the business card and put it into his pocket. After Ha Hun-wook, a bunch of scientists began crowding in front of him as if Ha Hun-wook had started this. Dr. Ryu, are you also thinking of growing organ tissue with induced pluripotent stem cells? You're going to focus on spinal nerves after optic nerves, right? If you focus on brain diseases, you will have to work with the medical imaging team. Our department. Youngjun received 7 business cards even before he got his meal ticket. What was even more surprising was that they were all business cards from people who were heads of their departments. Wait, why do you have 7 cards when Lab 6 only has 4 departments? What lab are they from? Park Dong-hyun said in bewilderment. But is that true? Young Harim asked Youngjun. What is? That you're becoming an executive. Youngjun nodded his head. It's true. Holy. Oh my god. Park Dong-hyun and Young Harim's jaws dropped to the floor. Oh, Director Ryu. You came all the way down here to this humble cafeteria. We should have known in advance and brought you to a luxurious place. We are so sorry. Chen Ji-myung started joking around but was swiftly interrupted. Eek. Stop it. Youngjun stopped him as if it was burdening. You're Dr. Ryu Youngjun, right? 3 young people who looked very smart came and talked to Youngjun. Yes, I am. When Youngjun replied, the three of them hesitated a little. Are you going to propose a project? Park Dong-hyun asked. No. We work at the research support department of Lab 6. We were wondering if we could get your business card? My business card? Why does the research support department want my card? In puzzlement, Youngjun pulled out some business cards from his coat and gave it to them. As he did, one of them handed him a pen. Could I get an autograph on that as well? Dr. Ryu, you're already a celebrity, Bae Sunmi said. He's going to get the Nobel Prize in 10 to 15 years, the employees said as they got Youngjun's signed business card. We do science, but we can't propose a project since we're not scientists. But we wanted to get something like this since you're a big star that will be long remembered in the history of science in Korea. We're cheering for you. Go Dr. Ryu. Please become an executive, and I hope you'll come to Lab 6 as the lab director. The three of them said goodbye several times and left, giggling. Watching them walk away, Park Dong-hyun said, Dr. Ryu, do you want to take some pictures? Exchange some used things. Socks you wore, or I'm wearing guess underwear. What are you talking about? Youngjun shouted in disgust. But Dr. Ryu's reputation has definitely gone up a lot. How many project proposals have you gotten today? Chun Ji-myung said. What are you going to do next, Dr. Ryu? Young Harim asked. Well, I am going to start clinical trials with optic nerves, Youngjun replied. What's the next experiment with induced pluripotent stem cells? I'm not getting into that right away. I'm going to decide on a target later on. So are you just going to do the clinical trials? Chun Ji-myung asked. No, I'm going to do probiotics. We have to beat everyone to it since it's an important future market, Youngjun replied. The Health Food Department of Lab 6 had the best facilities and technicians to study probiotics, and they were linked to Agen's giant probiotics production complex. Youngjun was going to borrow their infrastructure. And Cell-Igener had a new coding technology for developed strains. He was going to collaborate with Cell-Igener and borrow it. Finally, he had the magic strain that Rosaline picked out for him, Chloridinus limovitis. It was one of the types of bacteria that Youngjun discovered when he gained insight into the probiotics from Roche Song Ji-hyun gave him at the pharmacy. The combination of the three would make a powerful item. They were going to each get a huge amount, even considering that one venture company and two departments were going to work together and split the performance. There was a high chance that they would have a monopoly in the probiotics department. There was a reason why that was important. The human body was made of approximately 37 trillion cells, and all those cells were the persons. It was part of themselves, something they had created by steadily dividing from an embryo in their mother's stomach. But actually, there was a huge number of immigrants living in this enormous biological republic, microorganisms that lived in symbiosis with the human body, like lactobacilli in the gut. How many of them were living in one person's body? Every paper had a different number, but the paper that was on the low end of the estimate predicted 39 trillion microorganisms. The paper that was on the high end of the estimate? There were papers that thought there were 10 times more microorganisms than human cells. Whether it be the former or the latter, it was embarrassing to claim that the body was human. It was unbelievable, but most biologists in the past almost ignored the huge number of bacteria living in the body. But as more research is done on microorganisms, more shocking facts are discovered. Microorganisms that live in symbiosis with the human body could make a person's skin smooth or keep them skinny. Conversely, if someone had more harmful microorganisms, they could get bad skin or become obese. It seemed unbelievable, but it was true. Furthermore, those microorganisms controlled a person's immune response, affected their mood, and played an important role in determining someone's biological age. Scientists would be able to tell how old a person is with an error range of +or-2 just by their gut bacteria composition. It was the biggest buzzword of healthcare in the 21st century. Probiotics, the item that the pharmaceutical industry was paying huge attention to. The next step of the genius who shook the scientific community with stem cells and optic nerves was going to be on the microorganisms market, something much different from before. What are drugs? If someone answered that it was to treat diseases, they would be half right. The concept of drugs encompassed the prevention of diseases as well. Youngjun was going to continue the line of research on the treatment of neurological disorders using stem cells, but he had to start something in the healthcare field now at the latest since this could take a long time. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The keyword in the center of healthcare was probiotics. There were almost 1,500 kinds of microorganisms living in the gut, and they had almost 150 times more genetic material than one person. The huge amount of biomaterials that are expressed from their genetic material are released in the form of microspores, then reabsorbed into the human body. They are sent to various places through the blood. It would be strange to think that they wouldn't have an effect on the body. It was pretty well known to the public that Helicobacter pylori, one of the microorganisms that lived in the stomach, could cause stomach cancer in some people. That was why Heiko, Ltd., a Korean Yakult company, made Helicobacter Project Will, saying that it was a probiotic drink that would destroy that. Helicobacter pylori was the most famous one, but there were reports about microorganisms in the stomach and cancer every year. One of the most recent papers found that Proteobacteria and Actinobacteria species could cause pancreatic cancer. It really showed that gut microorganisms could really drive or suppress cancer. It was not the only reason for cancer development, but it seems certain that it was an important reason. These discoveries hadn't been studied deeply enough or become widely known. That was why there weren't many people who bought probiotic products even when new ones were made, and it wasn't as good for profit from the company's perspective. Just in terms of money, developing a new anti-cancer drug could be better for profit short term. But shouldn't scientists who fight for the health of humanity show the potential of probiotics to the public and supply the market with an excellent product? In terms of preventing diseases, it could be an item that contributes more to human health than stem cells. And Agen's profit on probiotics has continuously gone down after the release of Roche's active lactobacillin, Youngjun said. 5 scientists from the Health Food Department, including Choi Myung-jun, cleared their throats in embarrassment as they read the chart Youngjun was presenting. A joint department meeting was happening in the meeting room of Lab 6. From the Life Creation Department, Youngjun, who proposed this meeting, Koh Soon-yeol, and Park Dong-hyun, who both have experience with probiotics, and department head Chun Ji-myung were in attendance. The Health Food Department was much bigger and had around 20 people, but there was Choi Myung-jun, Seo Yoonju, and 3 new people here as they specialized in probiotics. Youngjun said, "To be honest, I don't think it's the Health Food Department's fault that we lost our share in the market. There isn't much of a difference between our product and Roche's, right? It's more of a failure in marketing rather than the scientists. But we could have beaten Roche if we developed a better probiotic product," Chun Ji-myung added. "But probiotics have been developed to their fullest. There isn't much we can do now." Choi Myung-jun made excuses as if he was letting his frustration out. "Like Dr. Ryu said, our product is similar to Roche's, right? It's because we have developed it as far as it can go. The scientific community has analyzed 1,000 of the gut microorganisms in the body. There aren't any better products." Youngjun shook his head. "There are definitely problems in our existing product. If we find a solution to that, it will become a better product." "What problems?" "First of all, the biggest problem, even if you take probiotics, your gut microorganism composition doesn't change very easily. It's because the ones that already exist are too strong and too high in number," Youngjun explained. Gut microorganisms were like the old guards, the ones that established themselves first killed and drove out the ones that came later on. Because of this, the gut microorganism composition did not change easily even if one took a lot of probiotics. Actually, among the recent papers published in Cell, one proposed that most probiotics get discharged as is because it is difficult to get rid of the microorganisms already established there. It's hard to establish them in the gut if we don't use probiotics customized to the individual. Seo Yoonju suddenly raised her hand. "So I was thinking, what if we make probiotic formula for infants? I have proposed that idea for a long time. What do you think, Dr. Ryu?" Infants who were just born do not have any microorganisms in their gut because the uterus of a mother is a sterile environment. There were many microorganisms in a woman's vagina, but they could not easily invade the uterus. Basically, humans were first introduced to microorganisms from the moment of their birth. As such, the best plan would be to help beneficial microorganisms to establish themselves during early age. But that is dangerous, Youngjun disagreed. "It's a good plan, scientist Seo, but it could be harmful to give them probiotics, a large amount of bacteria, because they have a weak immune system. Even if they are beneficial, then we don't really have a good plan," Choi Myung-jun said. "So, like the old plan, we'll have to use probiotics for a long time and make them fight for their place in the gut. Or we can use antibiotics to destroy the existing microorganisms in the gut. It's violent, but theoretically possible," one of them from the Health Food Department added. Youngjun interfered in their conversation. "Don't do that. Maybe we should change the bacteria strain." "The strain?" The scientists all stared at him with wide eyes. "There is a strain called Chloridinus limovitis. Let's use that." "What's that?" "It's a bacteria that usually resides in volcanic soil. There should be a lot in the soil near Mount Sinabung, one of the volcanoes in the Sumatra Islands in Indonesia." Youngjun had looked up this information beforehand with the name of the strain. No strain can match Limovitis in terms of its advantages to the human body, but it also has excellent intestinal viability, so it can destroy other microorganisms and establish itself. "We don't have to use harsh methods such as antibiotics." Everyone was quiet for a moment. "You want to use bacteria living in volcanic soil as probiotics. It will be the best strain. Let's reduce all lactobacillus types in our existing product by 2% and include 8% of Chloridinus limovitis." There he goes again, doing something weird. Park Dong-hyun stole a few glances at Youngjun. Putting bacteria that live in volcanic soil into a person's intestines was no different than just eating dirt. They were not more surprised because Youngjun was the one saying it, and it had an unreasonable level of persuasion because he said it. Well, Park Dong-hyun was going to support him anyway, but he was a little worried, to be honest. For everyone else, Seo Yoonju asked, "Dr. Ryu, is that true? How do you know that?" Youngjun made up an excuse. "Chloridinus limovitis is a strain of bacteria I kept in mind after hearing about in a microorganism conference when I was a student. No one has tried it as an intestinal microorganism, but I think it will be effective according to the papers I've seen on it." Seo Yoonju still looked like she could not accept it. "But Dr. Ryu, that limovitis thing or whatever, it's a strain that has never been known as an intestinal microorganism, right? That means that it hasn't been found in a healthy person's gut during studies. Will it really be safe and effective?" "That's because the concept of healthy people is based on citizens of developed countries. We just didn't know about it because there hasn't been much research done on non-Western people since science was a Western-centered subject. For example, if you analyze the gut microorganism composition of people living in long-living villages in Nepal or Tibet, you will find a lot of this strain. We could also use this in marketing, saying that it's usually found in residents of long-living villages. Everyone from the health food department in the meeting was at a loss for words. They just stared at Youngjun in shock. Youngjun said, "Well, if you can't believe me, you don't have to do it. We'll pay the fee, so just let us borrow your facilities. We can set it up ourselves." "No, let's do it together," Choi Myung-jun shouted urgently. It was obvious that people would have reacted like this when he first brought up IPSCS. They would have all listened to him in bewilderment, wondering what the hell he was talking about. But Youngjun probably mentioned it because it was something that he could do. "Of course I have to get on this first-class wagon. We have an incredible driver. Please let us be part of it," Choi Myung-jun said once again. "All right. But our life creation department has never studied microorganisms before. So I was wondering how the health food department obtains new microorganisms," Youngjun asked. "If it's a registered strain in the ATCC or KACC, we buy it from there. If there isn't a vendor, we contact labs who are selling it and get it there. If we can't do that, we go there ourselves and get a sample. They probably won't sell it at places like the ATCC because it's such a unique strain. There should be some foreign labs that are studying Limovitus, so we'll have to contact them to get it. We will begin that part. We have connections to labs that study microorganisms in major universities," Choi Myung-jun said. "Sir, I found it." As soon as Choi Myung-jun finished his sentence, Seo Yoonju, who was sitting next to him, shouted with her phone in her hand. She showed him her phone screen. "This is the Excel file of the list of microorganisms we got from the lab from University of Madras in India. It's here, Limovitus." "Good. We will make sure to get this," Choi Myung-jun said. As they were a team who had originally worked on probiotics, they definitely had good infrastructure and plenty of sources to get the bacteria strains. If Youngjun did this all by himself, it would have taken him at least a few weeks to find a lab that studied Limovitus. "Then please purchase that. We will start experiments as soon as they arrive. And we will collaborate with Celligener, a venture company, for this project." Celligener. Yes. They work on probiotics as well, and they have a new coating technology. This product will be completed only if we use that technology. "Of course. We will prepare a meeting." Youngjun got up from his seat. As he left, Young Harim appeared. "Oh, Director Ryu, you were here. Please just call me Youngjun. I haven't even been appointed yet. I heard that I have to look good to you because there will be a lot of competitors. Dong Hyun Sunbi told you that, right?" "Yes." Young Harim covered her mouth and giggled. Youngjun stared at her with a disapproving look and found Koh Sunyal walking past them. "I wonder if Sunyal Sunbi will be alright," Youngjun said. "Why? We're going to work with the health food department because of probiotics. I'm ambivalent about their department, so it doesn't matter to me if we work together since they have a good infrastructure and network, but even if Sunyal Sunbi got his apology and money for the clothes, I'm worried that it will be emotionally exhausting." "Huh? You haven't heard the news?" Young Harim asked with wide eyes. "What? Sunyal and Yoonju are dating." Cough. Youngjun's saliva went down the wrong way because he was so surprised. He began coughing, starting to normalize breathing, relieving irritation of submucosal receptors. They're dating. That news was the most shocking thing Youngjun had heard recently. The money Yoonju gave to Sunyal for his clothes was originally for her trip to Tokyo, but apparently, Sunyal heard that and asked her to go to Tokyo for him and get a Kohaku figurine for him at Akihabara. But then, Yoonju went to Akihabara and opened her eyes to a whole new world. She became a fan immediately and broke up with her boyfriend who she wasn't on good terms with. Then, she actively pursued Sunyal, saying that he was cute when you looked at him closely. Holy shit. Now that Youngjun thought about it, Seo Yoonju was looking at Koh Sunyal with lust. He did not imagine this plot twist. Young Harim said, "You live to see such weird things, right? Sunyal is actually quite a charming person. Even now, Sunyal is the one giving her a chance. Apparently, he only smiles a couple times when they talk about Kohaku." She giggled, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. Youngjun, there are reporters outside. I actually came here to tell you that. You said you were doing an interview in the afternoon today." "Yes, I'll be back." After the release in Science and CNN, Korean reporters were calling AGEN every day and asking for interviews. It was fun at first, but now, it was burdensome and tiring. "I'll do this one and then decline any other ones." On Friday evening, when the Science Special was published and before Youngjun had the joint department meeting, Choi Yeon-ho, the CEO of Celligener, called Song Ji-hyun, who had just come back from her break, into his office when she was experimenting. He showed her Youngjun's science paper and interview. Her eyes widened. "Dr. Song, is this the AGEN scientist you mentioned before?" "Yes, that's right. He was the one who requested a meeting with us to work on probiotics together, right?" "Yes." With his fingers on his lips, Choi Yeon-ho stared at the young man's face that was on the interview page. Song Ji-hyun had told him that he was a scientist who worked on stem cells in the life creation department or something like that. And she said that he had asked her to work together in creating a new probiotics product. How good could a person who works on stem cells be at microorganisms? Choi Yeon-ho had just laughed it off when he heard that from Song Ji-hyun. He didn't know how good he was at microorganisms, but he did something huge in stem cells. Well, I didn't know he was this good. It's a completely different thing now. Induced pluripotent stem cells, it was an incredibly ingenious and revolutionary thing. The fact that he differentiated it into optic nerves was huge as well, but it took him less than 2 months to get results in animal experiments with that. Is he human? It didn't seem like a person as talented as Youngjun would not know what he was talking about. He must know something about probiotics, and he would have asked them to collaborate on a project because he knows how to do it. This person. What kind of person is he? Choi Yeon-ho asked. Dr. Ryu Youngjun obtained his doctorate from Yungyun University and is working at Agen, Song Ji-hyun explained. Agen. Choi Yeon-ho thought about the name for a while. Right, he said Agen in his interview, too. Ugh, why does it have to be Agen again? Choi Yeon-ho covered his face with his hands. Seligener had a traumatic memory of Agen. Even right now, their management was being swayed by Agen because of their investment. Dr. Song, if we collaborate with this person, will we be able to solve the problems with the probiotic we are working on? Choi Yeon-ho asked. Song Ji-hyun thought for a little bit. When she first met Youngjun, he said that there was no point in digging deeper into bifidobacterium when he was looking at Roche's probiotics, and that proved to be true. He was someone who worked on stem cells, but he knew how to suppress the parvovirus in animals as well. He shook Science, the best scientific journal in the world, by making induced pluripotent stem cells. He was a mysterious person, and Song Ji-hyun could not figure out his specialization. She could not determine the depth of his knowledge. That was the kind of scientist he was. And Youngjun said that they were going to make a product that would dominate the probiotics market. I think it will be good if we collaborate. I think he will be of great help. What about his personality? I want to work with someone who keeps their research ethics. We suffered a lot with the new liver cancer drug, right? If it was Gil Hyun-jun or Kim Hyun-taek that Choi Yeon-ho was asking, they would have been furious and would have said that he was clinically insane when it came to research ethics. But the image that popped up in Song Ji-hyun's head was not Youngjun cursing at Kim Hyun-taek or insisting that he could not give a penny of royalties to Gil Hyun-jun. She thought about how Youngjun revealed a company secret in front of a scientist of a competitor in order to save her golden retriever. It wasn't enough to judge a person's character, but that incident was deeply embedded in her head. I think he is an amazing person. Good. Then let's set up a meeting. Please contact them and get a date, Choi Yeon-ho said. Seligener's existence depended on this probiotic product. If this product's process development went well, they were thinking of getting a lot of money and escaping the hands of Agen. There was a reason they chose probiotics. First of all, the market had a huge growth potential. They could maintain the company through a stable source of income if they established themselves there. Second, even though Agen was dominating the Korean pharmaceutical and healthcare market, they had a weak spot in probiotics because ActiveBio, Roche's product, was quickly taking over the international market. In this situation, Agen would not be able to scream about making them close doors like they did with their new liver cancer drug, because if Seligener held out engaged in a legal dispute, Roche would seize the opportunity of the scandal and take the Korean market. As such, they developed a new capsule coating technology, and based on that, they tried to make the best probiotics. But they had a problem. Could they find the solution in this meeting? As Seligener's representatives, Choi Yeon-ho, Song Ji-hyun, and principal scientist Gu Dong-ho went to Agen to visit Lab 6. They definitely have a big lab because they are a big company, Song Ji-hyun said with a little admiration. To be honest, I'm a little jealous that they have 6 of these. Choi Yeon-ho let out a sigh inside. Seligener should be this big, too. If Agen didn't steal the new liver cancer drug from them, they would be a much bigger company by now. A successful and huge company like Agen stole from a startup pharmaceutical company that was the size of their palm. To be honest, it was unfair and infuriating. Choi Yeon-ho, Song Ji-hyun, and Gu Dong-ho received their visitor passes at the Lab 6 entrance and went inside. They looked for the meeting room in Ward 1, but they could not find it. It was hard to navigate because the building was so big. I'll try calling him. Song Ji-hyun called Youngjun, but all she heard was the dial tone. I guess he's busy, Gu Dong-ho said. Maybe he's preparing for the meeting since it's soon. Song Ji-hyun looked a little worried. That was when 2 women wearing lab coats appeared at the end of the hallway with excited faces. They could hear them talk as they walked in their direction. Wasn't that Dr. Ryu Youngjun in front of the washroom? Right? I saw him, too. It's crazy. He even seems handsome now that he's successful. I should have asked for his autograph or something. You're right. My colleague from Lab 2 asked me to get Dr. Ryu Youngjun's autograph if I ever run into him. I heard that his name is on the Nobel Prize wait list. Excuse me? Wait. Song Ji-hyun ran in front of them. Do you happen to know where room 104 is? The small meeting room for visitors. If you go down to that corner, you will see a poster of someone named Dr. Ryu Youngjun. If you look to the left from there, you will see the room. A poster of Ryu Youngjun. Nov. L. B//JNN. They really did see a poster of him as they turned the corner in puzzlement. The supernova of the scientific community that Lab 6 created. Ryu Youngjun's special work seminar. The research support team had put it up as ordered by Gil Hyungjun. They had put a huge picture of someone's face on it and listed the schedule for the seminar. Also, someone had crossed out the word created and doodled below it. Did Korea University create Kim Yuna? 1. Ryu Youngjun's mom created Ryu Youngjun. We're going to the meeting room to meet this person right now, Choi Yeon-ho asked in puzzlement. He predicted that Youngjun would have become a huge star now that he had released an incredible paper and interview, but he didn't expect it to be this big. Youngjun was probably extremely busy after gaining this much fame, so didn't the fact that he was the one who asked for this meeting about probiotics first mean that there was something to look forward to? When the three people entered the small meeting room, they met Youngjun. Hello, you're alone, Song Ji-hyun asked. Next time, let's have a meeting with all the department members that work on probiotics. You'll just have a short meeting with me today. First, Choi Yeon-ho, the CEO of Cell presented the capsule coating technology. As he went through the slides, he explained the capsule coating technology of Roche and Agen, and did a comparative analysis of Cell technology with the others. And so, we selected the strategy of using microcapsules overlaid with alginate, a natural polymer material. If you use this to coat microorganisms along with prebiotics that contain a few types of amino acids, it can be stored for a very long period of time, Choi Yeon-ho said. You're packaging prebiotics in the same capsule? Youngjun asked. Prebiotics generally referred to nutrients that promoted the growth and activity of intestinal microorganisms. Recently, a technology where the composition of intestinal microorganisms could be changed with specific prebiotics and without introducing new microorganisms. But packaging probiotics with prebiotics in one capsule? Yes, we have done that for the capsule coating technology we developed. We discovered that the viability and storage time increases greatly. I see. It was great technology and very advanced as well. The viability of the microorganisms that were sent to the body was much higher than the capsule coating that Agen or Roche used. Probiotics usually went through 4 steps to enter the human body. 1. The growth of microorganisms. 2. Downstream process. 3. Storage. 4. Consumption through the stomach. The probability of a microorganism surviving the 4 steps and landing in the intestine was quite low, so the key to probiotic products was to increase that probability. First of all, it was necessary to cultivate it from the beginning of the growth process with high efficiency and to highly concentrate the living cells with equipment such as a giant centrifuge. Agen's probiotics team was good at this, and Choi Myung-jun specialized in this. And as of now, Cell had the world's best technology for the downstream process and storage steps. How much does the viability of the microorganisms introduced to the body increase compared to Roche or Agen? Youngjun asked. It increases by about 8%, Choi Yeon-ho replied. Youngjun was satisfied. He smiled on the inside as 8% was quite a significant value. But we have a problem, Song Ji-hyun spoke all of a sudden. A problem? Youngjun asked as he turned to face her. It's not so much a problem, as it is a point for improvement, but I thought we should tell you this in advance if we work together. What is it? When the alginate hydrogel capsule is introduced, the crosslink is undone through a cation exchange reaction and dissolves. If this happens in the beginning, the viability of the microorganisms decreases greatly. Youngjun thought for a bit, then said, do you happen to have a prototype or something like that of your probiotic product? Our product? Choi Yeon-ho asked. Yes. Well, it's not really a product yet, but they did bring something that was packaged like a real product to appeal to Youngjun. It was a small blue stick that looked like Lemona too. This is our product prototype. Choi Yeon-ho handed him something. Youngjun ripped the end off and examined the inside. Synchronization mode. Would you like to gain insight into probiotics? Fitness consumption rate, 0.2/second. Click. Youngjun pressed the synchronization button. Bifidobacterium lactis, Bifidobacterium bifidum, Bifidobacterium. This time as well, the names of the microorganisms and information about their processes appeared at once. It would be nice if she could give me a hint about capsule coating. A message popped up above synchronization mode. Rosaline's synchronization level has increased due to the frequent usage of synchronization mode. Rosaline has leveled up. The Rosaline cells in your brain are able to exchange electrical signals more systematically with the synapses in your cerebral cortex. As a result, you are able to ask Rosaline for conscious advice from now on. You were able to have short conversations with Rosaline when choosing options consuming more than 1 fitness point, but it was limited to the explanation of the option itself. However, advice allows Rosaline to find the information you want as the almighty presence in the micro-world. This option consumes a large amount of fitness as it requires Rosaline to form new neurons and multidimensional electrical signals from your cerebral cortex. Advice about capsule coating. Fitness consumption rate, 2/second. This option consumed 2 points of fitness per second. It was a large amount, but Youngjun could use it. As Rosaline leveled up, Youngjun's fitness was recovered, and the maximum amount was increased as well. Right now, Youngjun had 2.2 points of fitness, meaning that Rosaline could teach him about capsule coating for 1 second. However, this information was not explained, absorbed, and understood through communication media such as speech or text. It was the forced injection of knowledge that created new long-term memory neurons in the brain. He would be able to absorb quite a lot of knowledge in 1 second. Click. Youngjun pressed the advice button, and powerful knowledge began coming into his head. Put a layer of chitosan on the inside of the alginate to create a 2-layer coating. Create an aqueous solution of 0.4% chitosan, remove insoluble impurities by permeating it through nylon, then add 0.1 m of CaCl2. Then follow Seligener's standard producing methods, but include a step to add the sodium alginate solution to the sterile chitosan solution. Keep at -20 degrees Celsius with the strain protectant. As Youngjun stared blankly at the message window, Song Ji-hyun tapped his shoulder. Dr. Ryu. Oh, I solved it, Youngjun replied. Solve what? The capsule coating problem you just talked about, Dr. Song. You have to add chitosan. I'll tell you how. The three of them were frozen, unable to say anything. Youngjun was now used to this atmosphere. Trust me and test it once. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is insane. Rosaline, who leveled up, didn't just help Youngjun gain insight and find the answer, but it could generate answers that did not exist. Wait. Youngjun, who was returning to the lab, stopped in his tracks. Chloridinus limovitus was also a strain that Rosaline recommended when she was still at a low level. Maybe I could get more information if I inspect it with advice. As soon as Youngjun returned to the lab, he waited for his fitness to recover as if he had bought a lottery ticket and was waiting for the numbers to be announced. He even injected ATP into his veins. After he had enough fitness, he gained insight into Chloridinus limovitus, the microorganism strain, and gained advice. Chloridinus limovitus is a mucus-dissolving bacteria that can live in the mucus layer of the intestines. They are more efficient than Akkermansia muciniphila and are excellent at settling in the intestine. However, they are less efficient in creating vesicles than Akkermansia muciniphila, so overexpress the following genes: ATAC711, YJ2, MCAL. What is she talking about? Why is Akkermansia muciniphila coming up? Akkermansia was also the name of a microorganism. It was the main focus of a paper published in Nature in 2013. It was a species that was excellent in preventing obesity when it was in the intestines. Furthermore, the paper stated that it had a small effect on type 2 diabetes. If you overexpress the genes above in chloridinus and transplant it into the intestines, it is predicted that it will be 1,000 times more efficient than Akkermansia muciniphila. If this microorganism is orally administered, you can cure 74% of existing type 2 diabetes patients. No more fitness remaining. One Kim Yuna used to attend Korea University, and the university used her for marketing and advertising the school, saying that they created Kim Yuna. 2 Limona is a packaged vitamin C powder stick. It's a skinny rectangle that contains vitamin C powder in it. The pancreas secreted a substance called insulin when the sugar level in someone's blood increased after eating. It circulated the body through the blood vessels and ordered cells to digest the sugar. Then, the cells would absorb the sugar in the blood and blood sugar levels would go down as a result. In diabetes mellitus, a state of high blood sugar continued because this system was broken. The term diabetes mellitus was derived from Latin, diabetes meaning discharge and mellitus meaning honey sweet, describing the sweet urine produced when the excess sugar in the body is excreted through urine. 1. Type 1 diabetes was when insulin wasn't secreted even when blood sugar levels were high, and type 2 diabetes was when insulin was secreted, but certain cells around the body did not listen. It was called insulin resistance. The molecular biology of the cause of insulin resistance was yet to be discovered. Until now. Now I know the reason. Rosaline showed Youngjun. This was related to an immune response. The immune system was usually soldiers of the body that existed to destroy invading enemies like viruses or bacteria. But they malfunctioned in some people's bodies. Some of these immune cells had gone crazy and invaded allies like fat tissue, muscles, liver, and even the bone to cut off the insulin signal by holding a knife to the throats of cells in those tissues. This was the cause of type 2 diabetes. Then how did intestinal microorganisms like chloridinus or Akkermansia suppress diabetes? It was because they were not human cells, but bacteria. They were the ones that immune cells actually paid attention to. Even if the immune cells were powerful soldiers who created a coup d'etat and forcibly occupied the government, they still had to defend the country if North Korea invaded, right? Amok, a biomaterial that chloridinus released, was an attractant that immune cells went crazy for. 2 Amok stuck onto immune cells and controlled their activity, ultimately resulting in them no longer attacking random places to stop the insulin signal. Chloridinus could get the immune cells to wake up just by hiding in the mucus layer in the intestines and releasing vesicles containing amok. As a result, insulin resistance was cured, and therefore type 2 diabetes as well. Frick, is this real? Youngjun had discovered the mechanism of type 2 diabetes, one of the biggest problems in medicine in the 20th century that no one knew the cause of. He felt like someone had hit him in the head as he had absorbed such a huge amount of shocking knowledge. Now, this wasn't just a supplement. It wasn't that the healthcare industry wasn't important, since it was clear that maintaining the health of a healthy person and preventing diseases was the best plan, but the probiotics that Youngjun was going to develop could also cure patients on top of that. Then was this a drug? Not necessarily, since almost all drugs had toxic side effects when taken for a long period of time. As such, it was the rule that the patient took it on a scheduled regimen. However, this probiotic would have no side effects even if a healthy person took it every day. It was like vitamin C. It was normal for strains of bacteria such as Akkermansia or chloridinus to exist in a healthy person's body. The problem was that they disappeared in type 2 diabetes patients. As such, if this was given to a normal person, it would just be excreted since there would be no free space in the intestines for the microorganisms to establish themselves, thus keeping the characteristic of healthcare. Now, this wasn't a drug nor was it healthcare. It had an overwhelming level of efficiency that could make all the type 2 diabetes treatments in the market retire, but it was also a natural health booster that would have no side effects whether a patient or a healthy person took it every day. How could something like this be made? This was like an invasive species like the northern snakehead or base that would destroy the ecosystem of the type 2 diabetes drug market. Youngjun called Choi Myungjun. Yes, Mr. Director, Choi Myungjun answered brightly. I don't know where you heard it from, but I am not a director yet. Ha ha ha, you will become one soon. I knew long before this that you would succeed, Dr. Ryu. Congratulations, sir. I can see through this guy so clearly. It wasn't disgusting or anything, but it was funny to see that he changed completely when he was nothing but condescending before Youngjun created IPSCS. Alright. Manager Choi, when do you think we will be able to get the chlorotinous limnovitis that we requested from the University of Madras in India? It will arrive in 5 days. Choi Myungjun's voice was filled with energy. 5 days. Youngjun was surprised. The process of importing microorganisms was actually very complicated. They could not just ship it over and receive it. First of all, they had to freeze-dry it or spread it on a solid medium so that the microorganisms did not die during long-term transportation. Then, they had to submit a bunch of documents about what the microorganism was, whether it had gene variations, if it was safe or not, and a lot more to the Korea Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology. They had to submit the certificate of importation, import contract, a transportation plan, a safety plan, a summary of the experiment, its use, invoices, and more. The time the government took to process these was absolutely disgusting. The microorganisms were not able to come into the country and were stuck in airport storage units until they were approved. And although it was hard to believe, the microorganisms that were locked up for long-term storage sometimes died because they had surpassed their lifespan. That was how long the importing of microorganisms took. But what did Choi Myungjun say right now? It's reaching in 5 days. Youngjun asked again. What did you do to get it done in 5 days? You have to report it to the government, right? Yes, that's right. But we are one of the departments that specializes in microorganisms at AGEN. We have reported the import of microorganisms to the government departments thousands of times. And nothing was wrong with all of them. I'm saying that we have extraordinary credibility. On top of this, since we conduct our own safety screening, our materials are processed quite quickly. Also, I asked them to prioritize this case in particular. Choi Myungjun went on about the strengths of him and his department. It was like Youngjun was interviewing him. Thank you. Then the processing will be quicker, Youngjun said. Of course. And since we spent the night writing the documents to report the import and submitted it already, we should be approved around the day after tomorrow. The University of Madras also said that they were going to send it on the earliest flight tomorrow. I will go and get it right away when it arrives at the airport. Thank you. Please contact me when it arrives. Of course. I look forward to that. Choi Myungjun shouted. Youngjun hung up the phone. Choi Myungjun clenched his fists in delight. Yes. It was quite funny how he was sucking up to when Youngjun was 20 years his junior in the field, but Youngjun was one of the few geniuses that existed in human history. It was like he was Bob Ross. Youngjun did a couple of strokes and created induced pluripotent stem cells. That easy? Youngjun also created optic nerves with a couple of strokes. That easy. 3. Choi Myungjun wondered what Youngjun would do from now on. He knew that he had to align himself well, so he was determined to show that he was extremely useful. He felt like the first assignment Youngjun gave to him regarding chlorotinous limnovitis was a success. Ring? Choi Myungjun's phone rang again. Yes, Mr. Director. Choi Myungjun answered again with an energetic voice. There was something that I forgot to mention before. We have to alter the genes of limnovitis when they arrive. Alter the genes? Yes. We have to increase the expression of 7 genes. Could you take care of that part for me? I will give you detailed instructions for the experiment. Oh, of course. I will spend the night perfecting it to your liking if needed. Choi Myungjun replied. He had gotten his second mission. *****nov, L, B /JNN. The seeds that Youngjun planted were ripening and bearing fruit. The very first one he harvested was the new flu drug, which was the first one he commissioned. The cell experiment had been completed a while ago, and now he had the data for the animal experimentation. Cell Bio had sent all their data to Youngjun, and he had sent all of it to patent attorney Lee Ha-won. Patent attorney Lee Ha-won, who had just finished filing the claim for the patent evaluation, received Youngjun's email as she was taking a break and scrolling through Instagram in her office. Subject: regarding the patent application of 122 new animal drugs for pets and livestock. Lee Ha-won had received animal experiment data from 31 drugs that had been tested first out of the 122 drugs for 34 different kinds of diseases. No, Lee Ha-won wanted to cry. Doctor, I am too busy. Please. Lee Ha-won was debating whether to close her office because she didn't have enough work, but now she had too much work. She could hire someone just for the amount of work Youngjun brought her. Phew, I should still do it. Where am I going to get another business partner like this? Youngjun wasn't rude, the speed at which he produced results was unmatched, and the request documents he filled out were done well as well. Lee Ha-won began to write the patent application for the new animal drug. At the same time, Young-jun was reading a report on using stem cells in clinical trials. Clinical trials are coming up soon. After Young-jun secured the technology to make iPSCs into optic nerves, the work to start the clinical trials was transferred to the stem cells department. He collaborated with them to obtain tissues from patients and developed them into iPSCs, then optic nerve cells. The next step was for the hospital. They had sent him a progress report of the clinical trial. Although this project was still a joint department project for the Life Creation Department, the recipient of the Exceptional Performance Award, it was nothing but a formality. The actual director of this project was Young-jun. Flap. Young-jun read each page of the report carefully. In the meantime, A-Gen wrote a clinical trial plan and submitted it for approval to the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety and the Institutional Review Board. This project was also closely observing this project as well. Since it was the first step of the driver of future medicine, its success would be a great symbol and be rewarded accordingly. The support of the government could increase, which would affect next year's election. Conversely, the losses would be great if it failed. As such, the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety and the Institutional Review Board examined iStem, a stem cell therapy that recovered a patient's optic nerves, very carefully and approved the trial at last. Now, this project was handed over to SUNY University, the Clinical Trial Investigation Institution. This was who A-Gen was working with on this project. Soo-young, we're going to be entering the trial now. We asked you this when we harvested your somatic cells, but we're going to ask one more time, the employee from the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety said. Has the trial investigator explained everything about this clinical trial? Yes. The woman who replied was in her 30s and sitting on the hospital bed. Her husband was holding her hand tightly. This clinical trial injects optic nerves created from induced pluripotent stem cells into your retina. Do you understand? Your optic nerves may not be repaired, and considering it is stem cell therapy, there is a possibility of getting a tumor. Have you had this part explained to you? Yes. Thank you. So, when you undergo this treatment, Dr. Sun Soo-young said, I could sell my soul if I could see my baby's face just once. She had already lost vision in her left eye due to macular degeneration a long time ago, and now it was time for the right eye. She had problems with this eye ever since she was in high school, and the timing of it was terrible since she was pregnant. Eye pressure usually went down with pregnancy, but it was the opposite for her. The acute glaucoma that happened with the sudden increase in eye pressure was difficult for the doctor to treat as well. A large amount of glaucoma treatments were harmful to the fetus, and carbonic anhydrase inhibitors could cause deformities in the fetus. None of the drugs proved to be safe in clinical trials, and toxicity was reported in most of the drugs during animal experiments. Sun Soo-young had tried a laser treatment called selective laser trabeculoplasty according to the doctor's recommendation, but it was not successful. So, the doctor recommended brimonidine. Its effects on the fetus hadn't been confirmed, but it was the safest option. Sun Soo-young thought about it for a long time, her remaining vision and the baby in her stomach. When she realized she was weighing the two against each other, she refused the doctor's suggestion after a sense of shame. She was determined that she would not send anything to her fetus that could cause even the littlest bit of harm. Afterward, she fought her disease alone and gave birth to her daughter, but she still hadn't seen her face, her eyes had lost the light forever. But the tragedy did not end there. Sometimes, someone's life could be more tragic than the main character of a soap opera. This time, it was the baby. She had a condition called persistent pulmonary hypertension of the newborn. The hospital put her in intensive care and treated her by administering 100% oxygen or injecting her with alkaline solutions to correct acidemia in the incubator. Still, she was in a dangerous situation. The doctor told her that the baby would not be able to live long with a dejected voice. When she heard this news from the postpartum care room, Sun Soo-young cried more than she had in her entire life. Now, her eyes had not only lost light, but she had shed all her tears. It's because of me. It's because I thought about it. It's because I contemplated whether to put in the medicine or not. It was a false sense of guilt, but she had to turn the blame onto herself because otherwise, if no one did anything wrong and her daughter left without anyone responsible, the despair would have been too great for her to bear. Sun Soo-young was broken, her body and mind. She had given up on everything and prepared herself. She was also ready to let her daughter go, but she had one last wish. She pleaded to the employee, please, I just want to be able to see my daughter just once. Doctor, I beg you. One is Dang Nyo, which is Hanja for diabetes. Dang is Hanja for sweet, and Nyo is Hanja for urine, directly translating to sweet urine, which refers to the excess sugar in the urine of diabetes patients. 2. In real life, amok is released by Akkermansia muciniphila. 3. This is a Korean meme that came from the time Bob Ross went on Korean TV and taught painting. The program was dubbed, and the channel translated that easy, which Ross used as words of encouragement, into so easy, right, making it seem like Ross was painting with a difficult technique and calling it easy. It became a meme that pros used to newbies when showing them something insanely difficult and making it look easy. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Young-jun hadn't gone home yet and was sitting in his seat in the office. You're not going home, Dr. Ryu. Young Harim, who was getting ready to go home after overtime, asked. I'll be leaving soon. You have work left? What is this? SBS Live on YouTube. I'm waiting for the 8 o'clock news. Since there's only 5 minutes left until 8, I think I'll miss it if I head home right now. You're waiting for the 8 o'clock news. Yes. And you're not going home from work to see that. Yes. People who usually like the news this much are from Manager Chen's generation or older. I guess you're an old man on the inside. Do you watch the national singing contest on the weekends? 1. The national singing contest is entertaining, okay? It's not a program meant for the elderly. Do. With the opening music, the news program began on Youngjun's computer. The first clinical trial of stem cell therapy. So you were waiting for this. Young Harim stood behind Youngjun and focused on the news. Don't watch it. Why? As Youngjun was hesitating, the news anchor started briefing the news. Today, at 3 o'clock, the first clinical trial for optic nerve therapy derived from induced pluripotent stem cells, developed by Agen began. Trial patient Sun lost her vision to glaucoma. Agen and Sunyoo Hospital created stem cells from Sun's somatic cells and differentiated them again into optic nerves to inject them into Sun's retina. The screen changed, and an interview came up. Hup. Young Harim smiled and covered her mouth. It was because Youngjun came up on the screen. Agen scientist Ryu Youngjun, the inventor of induced pluripotent stem cells. Watching the subtitles below and his awkward face on screen, Youngjun buried his face into his hands. The Youngjun on the screen began speaking. We have already succeeded in recovering the retina and optic nerves of retinal degenerative mice by using induced pluripotent stem cells to create them. Personally, I predict that the clinical trials will have great results. Wow, you're good, Young Harim exclaimed. Youngjun stood up from his seat with ears red from embarrassment. I can't watch it because I'm so embarrassed. You can go now since it's done. Why are you embarrassed? But you should have gotten a haircut before you did the interview. I had no time to go to the barbershop. Those are the interviews that you've been doing. There's that one and another one from another channel. There was one from a newspaper and one from Brick/2. They're not asking anymore. They keep asking me a couple of times a day, but I'm rejecting them. It's too pressuring. Youngjun wasn't very talented at this sort of thing. He was better off fighting Kim Hyun-taek or Ji Kwang-man. He didn't know how to react when people exclaimed that he was a genius in interviews. *****. It had been 4 days, but Sun Soo-young, the first trial patient, hadn't recovered her vision yet. Everything was still dark. I guess it doesn't work very well. She smiled bitterly. Even though the treatment failed, she was grateful to everyone since several people had fought to help her regain her vision. It's okay. Her husband patted her on the back. What about Blue? Sun Soo-young asked. That was the baby's nickname. She's alright. She's holding out. Dr. Hong said that we should try whatever we can to hold on to her. He said that we don't know when her last day will be, but the parents can't give up first. Yeah. Sun Soo-young buried her face in her husband's chest. It will be fine. Touch her with your fingertips. I'll help you. There were countless needles and tape on the really small-sized baby. Even her father, who could see clearly, had to be extremely careful when touching her, so it was much harder for Sun Soo-young. She hadn't seen her daughter yet, and all she had touched was the tips of her toes. But now that she failed at recovering her vision, there was no way. Her husband hugged her close, stroking her hair. Sun Soo-young said, "It must be hard for you too. Me and Blue are both tormenting you. I'm steeping in it." Sun Soo-young chuckled. "I'll turn off the lights. Let's go to bed." It was the moment he let go of her. Sun Soo-young suddenly raised her head. "What's wrong? Come back here. Stand in front of me again." Sun Soo-young called her husband over again and buried her face in his chest. Then, she lifted her face and stared at the ceiling. It got brighter. "What did? My eyes. It's brighter now than when I had my face in your chest." Sun Soo-young gulped. "I can feel the lights." 107 hours after the procedure, the optic nerves began establishing themselves as the retinal tissue healed. Although it was very weak, Sun Soo-young's eyes were able to distinguish light. Afterward, her eyesight improved by the day. After a week, she could detect something moving in front of her eyes. She could see the faint movement of light. On the 10th day, the light focused on the retina became an object she could recognize. "Okay, open your eyes," her husband said. He put something near her foot. "Can you tell what it is?" "A phone. Did I get it wrong?" "No, you're right." Sun Soo-young could see her husband hugging her. It seemed like he was letting out tears that he had suppressed for a long period of time from how he was shaking. Not steeping. The light on the retina became clearer as time passed. Her vision was recovering quite quickly as the optic nerves were recovered since her optic cells did not have much damage in the first place. Although the resolution was low and they would have to observe her progress, they could have a report on the clinical trial. Sung Yo-han, the primary doctor of the clinical trial at Sunyoo Hospital, submitted a report to the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, the Institutional Review Board, and Agen. It was successful. It was shocking. Even though Sung Yo-han did this procedure with the optic nerves Agen created for him himself, he was doubtful. Blindness caused by glaucoma was incurable. Blindness could be prevented if it was taken care of during the early stages, but it was impossible to cure someone who was already blind. But not anymore. Medicine had found a solution. The results some genius scientist made brought light to a patient's eyes. Sung Yo-han could feel that he was in the midst of the advancement of human medicine. Thank you so much." Sung Yo-han didn't believe in a religion, but he offered a prayer of gratitude to someone. The next morning, every news channel and newspaper came out with a provocatively titled report. Success in clinical trials using optic nerves derived from induced pluripotent stem cells. Plans created to add 5 additional glaucoma patients to clinical trials. Glaucoma-caused blindness now curable. Agen, developer of glaucoma cure. Agen stocks reach a high along with the pharmaceutical industry. Analysis of the stem cell concept. How are stem cells changing the future of medicine? The advancement of medicine created by a 30-year-old scientist. Ryu Youngjun, the scientist who conquered glaucoma. As Youngjun was heading to Lab 6 for work, he received a call from Park Dong-hyun. Youngjun, where are you right now? I'm almost at the entrance. I'm getting off the bus now. You can't come in through the main entrance. No, pardon. There are reporters lined up there, waiting for an interview. Sunyul and Harim are stuck there right now. Why are Sunyul Sunbi and Harim Sunbi stuck there? I think they are asking about what kind of person you are because they know that they are in the same department as you. Anyway, don't come in through the main entrance. I'm already at the main entrance. I got off the bus right now. How many reporters can there be? It's Ryu Youngjun. Someone screamed from the entrance of the lab. Then, about 30 reporters with cameras and microphones began running over to him. Startled, Youngjun almost ran the other way. Dr. Ryu? This is Yu Sumin from the Chosen Ilbo 3. I heard that you, Dr. Ryu, Sunyoo Hospital has stated that they have successfully treated patients with optic nerve cells derived from induced pluripotent stem cells in clinical trials. Did you know that? How do you feel as the first person who developed a treatment for glaucoma? Do you think this can be recreated in other patients? What do you think the profits will be for this technology? Did you know that Agen stocks have reached an all-time high today? Can induced pluripotent stem cells be used to create other nerve cells? What do you predict for the future of stem cell therapy? Cameras flashed from all over and microphones flew into his face from every direction. Oh, Youngjun did consider the possibility that reporters would come to cover this story after he received the email saying that the clinical trial had succeeded. But I didn't think it would be this huge. Since he already said everything in his interview with Science and CNN and since a lot of reporters had come by and already covered the story, Youngjun didn't think it would be that crazy this time. He just thought a few reporters would call him to request an interview and politicians would ask to have a meal together sometime. Even though Science was the world's best journal, it was still a journal. The people who read it were usually limited to scientists. Even if CNN did a huge broadcast about stem cell therapy and its vision, it was still just a possibility. To the public, science depended on results. No matter how much scientists talked about the bright potential of something and its surprising mechanism, the public didn't really care at all. To them, the middle part wasn't necessary. The only thing that was important was whether someone was cured or not. That was why Youngjun thought that the Korean news reporters who came to see him after the CNN broadcast were probably just here to cover another boring story. He didn't expect this to be this huge. But now that he thought of it, those reporters were lucky since they could reuse their article because they already had an interview. Wait. Nov. L. B //JNN. Please move. Suddenly, a few men wearing black suits came running through the reporters and reached him. Youngjun thought they were Agen's security guards, but they weren't. He looked carefully, but he didn't see the symbol for AT-Caps, the security firm, on their chest. The men protected Youngjun and got him out of the crowd of reporters. Let's go, Dr. Ryu. We will escort you to the lab. Who are you? We will explain along the way. Youngjun was a little flustered, but he followed them since they were heading in the direction of Lab 6. He was going to work anyway. As he got closer, he could see the AT-Caps guards on edge. They are going to have a long day today. ******. The people who dug Youngjun out of the crowd of reporters were the security guards of Congressman Shim Sung-yeol. Even Youngjun, who wasn't interested in politics any more than the average person, knew who Shim Sung-yeol was. He was the former leader of the ruling party, and he was also the next presidential candidate. He was in the office of the director of Lab 6, Gil Hyungjun. Oh, our national hero, Dr. Ryu. You're here. Shim Sung-yeol put on a greasy smile and walked toward Youngjun with wide arms. He lightly hugged him and said to Gil Hyungjun, "You must feel so assured having such a great scientist like him, director." Gil Hyungjun's expression soured instantly, as if he just chewed a bug or something. "Yes, so assured," Gil Hyungjun said with his teeth clenched. "Director, Dr. Ryu, how about this? I think it will be good for all of us to go to the hospital and visit the patient. Get a picture, too. It looks good, right? The government supported Agen a lot all this time, right? The congressman of the ruling party, Dr. Ryu, the project manager, Director Gil, and the patient all in one picture." Shim Sung-yeol made the shape of a camera with his hands and laughed. "If we do that, other scientists will also trust the government more and be more motivated, right? Dr. Ryu, you will become the greatest star scientist of this government. You can get famous and become the lab director. Director Gil can become the CTO. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Great. Yes, let's go," Gil Hyungjun replied as he snuck a glance at Youngjun. "I should get back to my experiments," Youngjun said firmly. Gil Hyungjun's expression soured even more. "Ha ha ha." Shim Sung-yeol laughed out loud. "Experiments? Of course. Our national hero is full of passion. But surely, you can take a day off, right? The smarter you are, the more important it is to get fresh air and rest. Isn't that right, Director?" Shim Sung-yeol asked as he stared at Gil Hyungjun. Sighing on the inside, Gil Hyungjun wrapped his arm around Youngjun's shoulders. He pulled him over to one side and whispered into his ear, "Hey, Dr. Ryu, are you that slow? He's the next presidential candidate. Suck up a little. That way, we can get more government funding and it will be easier to get approval for clinical trials when you do something with stem cells in the future." That was when Youngjun pushed Gil Hyungjun away and stared right at Shim Sung-yeol. Congressmen, scientists, and politics must be independent of each other. I do not like scientists who go out to drink and play golf to get funding instead of researching and reading papers. I dislike becoming the face of the government as a science hero even more. Science is the study of objectivity and proof, and it must be an independent field that one can only prove themselves through papers. Fuck, Gil Hyungjun whispered under his breath behind Youngjun. Youngjun added, I do not want any other kinds of power to be mixed with my research. I had many other politicians request meetings, but I have declined all of them. I ask you to please not use my findings for politics. Gil Hyungjun cracked open the ice-cold water bottle he got from the fridge and gulped it down. Won the National Singing Contest is a TV program that has been going on since 1980. It is usually watched by the older generation. TUBRIC stands for Biological Research Information Center, and it is a collection of biology discoveries. It is based in Korea. 3. The Chosun Ilbo is the oldest daily newspaper in the country. How did Archimedes, the greatest mathematician before Isaac Newton, die? It was when Roman soldiers took over Syracuse, the city he lived in, and invaded his home. As the soldiers stepped on the shape he drew, he told them not to touch it. Of course, the soldiers who could barely do addition and subtraction did not know the value of his work. And so, they stabbed him to death as the soldiers didn't like how a citizen of a defeated country was telling them what to do. The situation Gil Hyungjun was looking at felt similar to that. It was clear that Youngjun was as slow as Archimedes was, but what about Shim Sung-yeol? After some tension. Ha ha. Suddenly, Shim Sung-yeol burst out in laughter. This old, snake-like politician had already finished calculating this in his head. I have made a mistake, Dr. Ryu. Since I'm getting older nowadays, I guess I was a little nervous that I would have less influence in the party. Forgive me. Shim Sung-yeol bowed to Youngjun and apologized. Shim Sung-yeol saw right through Youngjun's character. He was a powerful incarnation of research ethics itself, and the fruit of pure science who did not compromise with any kind of power. If Youngjun was a person like this, he would not hold hands with other politicians either, meaning that Shim Sung-yeol's competitors would not be able to use Youngjun easily. Then, he didn't have to be anxious right now, nor did he have to be angry. He just had to back off once, play the character that fit his values and win his favor. Youngjun was a scientist who would gain more and more influence. If he left a good first impression, it would help him in the future. Of course, science and politics should be separate. I do not have the slightest intention to use your findings from research politically or anything like that. But I just wanted to support an outstanding scientist like you as a politician and out of patriotism, Shim Sung-yeol said. Isn't that what scientific technology is? Do we have oil? No, we don't. All that our country has to live off of is people's brains. Ha ha ha. Don't you think that you earned us 30 years of food to live off of? That's why I wanted to support you with what I could, and I think that's why I misspoke and called you a star scientist. I'm sorry. Shim Sung-yeol tapped Youngjun's shoulder. If you don't want to, you don't have to face the media or do anything like that. Don't feel pressured, do the research you want, and please just let me know if you need anything. I will do everything in my power to support you fully. Shim Sung-yeol put his business card in Youngjun's hand. But even if you don't go with us, you should still go to see the patient, right? Since you know best about this project, the patient probably has a lot of questions for you as well. Yes, of course. Youngjun already had plans to go visit the patient, but how could he go all of a sudden when he was receiving the nation's attention? It could be unmannerly of him. I will go separately, Youngjun replied. Then since I already had plans to go right now, you can go after I leave when it gets quiet, Shim Sung-yeol said. Sun Soo-young, the first cured glaucoma patient, received as many interview requests as the amount of spotlight Youngjun received. But she had declined most of them. Even though the good news that glaucoma was conquered gave hope and encouraged everyone working in medicine and pharmaceuticals, she was not that happy since what she could see with those historic eyes was her dying daughter. She thought that she would even sell her soul for a chance to see her daughter just once, but now that she had been cured, she became greedier. She wondered how humans could be so selfish. Every day during visiting hours, Sun Soo-young stood beside her baby and watched her small daughter, whom she felt looked even smaller than the size of her open palm, just calling her name. She wanted to see as much of her dying daughter with her recovering eyes. But she couldn't see her daughter as much during visiting hours because some big-time politician named Shim Sung-yeol appeared at the hospital. Our doctors, thank you for your hard work. Where is Madam Sun Soo-young right now? She is in the newborn intensive care unit. Sung Yo-han, the doctor in charge of the clinical trials, answered him. Why is she at the newborn intensive care unit? She had a baby recently, and her daughter is not well. Oh no, it hasn't been long since she recovered from glaucoma, but now her child is sick. How unfortunate. Tisk tisk. Shim Sung-yeol clicked his tongue. It's unfortunate, really. Visiting hours end at 12:30, so you can meet Madam Soo-young after then. There's 20 minutes left, Sung Yo-han said. Shim Sung-yeol glanced at his watch and said, "We don't really have time right now. Could we go there?" "I'm sorry, but not everyone can go into the newborn intensive care unit." "Really? Shim Sung-yeol changed his mind. This was his chance to put his face on the good news that glaucoma was cured. He didn't have to add the story of a baby in critical condition and create negative energy. "Then could you call Madam Soo-young for a moment? Can't she visit next time?" As Sung Yo-han hesitated, not knowing what to do, Shim Sung-yeol hurried him. "Please call her now. We have to see her and then go." As Sung Yo-han was contemplating, Professor Lee Jun-hyuk, the hospital director, showed up behind him. He hurried over to where they were standing and greeted Shim Sung-yeol. "Congressman, when did you arrive? You should have contacted me." "Haha, it's all right. I didn't want to call on someone so busy like you. But the reason I am here is because I wanted to meet the patient who was cured of glaucoma." "Yes, I heard. Dr. Sung, where is the patient?" Lee Jun-hyuk asked Sung Yo-han. "She is at the newborn intensive care unit." "Really? Then hurry up and get her." "Yes, of course," Sung Yo-han answered helplessly. He walked away from the hospital director and Shim Sung-yeol and went to the newborn intensive care unit. Sun Soo-young was touching the tip of her daughter's toes and just stared at her as she breathed. "Madam Soo-young, you have a visitor," Sung Yo-han said with a look of shame. "I said I'm not meeting anyone during visiting hours." "Yes, I know, but," Sung Yo-han hesitated. "Who is it?" "It's a congressman named Shim Sung-yeol. The hospital director asked for you to step out." Sigh. "All right. Let's go." Sun Soo-young got up from her seat. She could not refuse after seeing how much of a predicament he looked like he was in. A moment later, Shim Sung-yeol took the hospital director and Sun Soo-young to her room. They took pictures with her sitting on the bed and Shim Sung-yeol and the hospital director standing behind her and smiling. They took several pictures from several angles and the time passed by fast as Shim Sung-yeol gave a short speech and showed showmanship in front of reporters. Now, it was past visiting hours. After the photoshoot ended, Shim Sung-yeol, the hospital director, and the reporters all scattered to get lunch. It was now 6 p.m., the second visiting hour. Sun Soo-young, who already had dinner, went over to the hospital entrance to wait until the visiting hours started. Then, she ran into someone who was talking with Sung Yo-han in the hallway. "Oh, you're here." Sung Yo-han welcomed Sun Soo-young and introduced her to the man. "Dr. Ryu, this is Sun Soo-young." "Dr. Ryu." Sun Soo-young's eyes widened. She had also heard about him since it was quite a big deal. This time, Sun Soo-young was also sincerely happy to see him. This was the only time she was positive about someone visiting her after her vision improved. Sun Soo-young grabbed Youngjun's hands. "Doctor, thank you. Thank you so much." Sun Soo-young thanked him again and again. "Thanks to you, I am able to see again." "Haha, you should be thanking the doctors here. The one who carried out the procedure is him." Surprised, Sung Yo-han shook his hand. "What are you talking about?" "No, the stem cell optic nerves you made did everything. Both of you are my saviors," Sun Soo-young said. "Thanks to that, I get to see my daughter every day. That's a relief. If your progression is similar to the pretrial data, your vision should keep increasing. After a month or so, your vision should be similar to what it was before glaucoma," Youngjun said. "Thank you. You can go on a nice trip with your daughter once you get discharged." "Haha," Sun Soo-young laughed bitterly. "That would be great if I could, but my daughter is not well." "She's not well. She's in the newborn intensive care unit," Sung Yo-han said. "How is she sick?" Sung Yo-han was not the doctor in charge of the baby, but he had come to know about her daughter in quite some detail while treating Sun Soo-young. "She has persistent pulmonary hypertension of the newborn." "I see." As Youngjun looked dejected, Sun Soo-young tried to smile. "It's all right. I am satisfied with being able to see my daughter's face. Thank you, doctor. I should get going. It's almost the start of visiting hours." As she left, Youngjun asked Sung Yo-han, "Could I meet the doctor in charge?" The doctor who was in charge of Sun Soo-young's daughter was at the newborn intensive care unit. Youngjun went to the room to see them, but he waited outside since he wasn't allowed inside because of restrictions. They were quite far away, but Youngjun could see Sun Soo-young and her daughter along with a bunch of message windows. Synchronization mode. "Would you like to analyze persistent pulmonary hypertension of the newborn? Fitness consumption rate, 0.4/second. Click." Youngjun pressed the button. Persistent pulmonary hypertension of the newborn was when the pulmonary blood vessels contracted abnormally. When the baby came out of the womb and started to breathe on their own, their pulmonary blood vessels should naturally relax and transport oxygen. But in some cases, their blood vessels remained contracted like they did in the womb for a few reasons. Obviously, if the blood vessels were contracted, there would be less space in the vessel, therefore resulting in lower amounts of blood flow and high blood pressure. That was why it was called pulmonary hypertension. The biggest problem was the lack of oxygen due to the decrease in blood flow. The baby could die because the blood was not able to transport enough oxygen. Usually, it was treated by injecting nitric oxide and increasing blood oxygen concentration. The rate of success? It was only about 70%, which was low because it meant that about 3 out of 10 treated infants died. "Hello." A strict-looking doctor in their 30s appeared. She crossed her arms and introduced herself to Youngjun. "My name is Hong Joo-hee, and I am taking care of Blue. You wanted to see me?" "Yes," Youngjun replied. "I heard that the baby is suffering from persistent pulmonary hypertension of the newborn. Are you treating her with nitric oxide?" How is the prognosis? I cannot discuss patient information. Normally, I shouldn't even be outside at this time. But I know how much hope you have given the mother, so I came here out of gratitude. But that is all I can do. I cannot discuss patient information. Just tell me one thing. Did the nitric oxide treatment succeed? Without answering, Hong Joo-hee chewed on her lip and thought about what kind of person Youngjun was. The impact he had on this hospital was a huge issue in the hospital. They were all doctors, everyone knew how amazing the things Youngjun made were, and she had an even greater appreciation for it since she saw Sun Soo-young every day as she regained her vision. Nov. L.B//JNN. Sun Soo-young came to every visiting hour on the dot and kept her daughter's side with her recovering eyes because she wanted to see her daughter a little bit more and for longer. That sight, which Hong Joo-hee witnessed twice a day as she took care of the babies in the intensive care unit, made her heart cry every time. It failed. The nitric oxide treatment failed, Hong Joo-hee replied dejectedly. Then what are you going to do now? There is nothing we can do, Hong Joo-hee replied with her teeth clenched. Her eyes were red. Dr. Hong, Youngjun called. There is a substance called prostaglandin in one of the metabolites of arachidonic acid, which is primarily produced by the vascular endothelial cells. It is procured when cyclooxygenase acts on arachidonic acid. It is usually released when the body has high blood pressure and low blood flow. It sends a signal to the prostaglandin receptor connected to a G protein to expand the blood vessels and lower blood pressure. Pardon. Hong Joo-hee looked bewildered. What is he talking about? Youngjun added, Veratex, a treatment for high blood pressure, is a biosynthetic drug that perfectly mimics the structure of prostaglandin. Velros, the pharmaceutical company, developed it by taking on a little bit of a loss. You're saying that we should administer Veratex. I know what you are worried about. The drug hasn't been tested on infants yet. From what I know, it has only been used on a 5-year-old child and that's the clinical data of the youngest patient. If you administer Veratex to that baby, that becomes the first case of the clinical trial. That's too much pressure, right? But the nitric oxide you are using on that baby has become regular treatment because someone made the first case. I'm not a doctor, but as a scientist who works in pharmaceuticals, there is no drug safer than Veratex. Since it is a natural product that has exactly the same structure as something that should naturally occur in an infant's body, there should be no side effects. Hong Joo-hee was lost in thought for a moment. Youngjun was right, it was way too much pressure for her to be the first person to try a drug that hadn't been tested on an infant ever. If she was a bold and forward doctor, she could have actively encouraged the mother to use experimental treatments, but Hong Joo-hee did not think she could do that. But Sun Soo-young's face, which made the hearts of the people who saw her every day in the intensive care unit ache, her eyes, which were starting to see the light, and the baby, who was holding on to her miraculous life. She could not get the image of those two out of her head even when she was eating bread she got from the convenience store for dinner, having a catnap on her chair, or when she opened her eyes on her bed on her day off, which she almost never got. She thought that maybe she would never forget them even when this was all over. I was the one who said that the parents can't get tired first, but maybe the person who was tired. Hong Joo-hee bit her lower lip. You must have fought for her to live as well, Youngjun said. I have heard about it as well. What the newborn intensive care unit is like. You probably never get more than 5 hours of sleep every day. You only go home twice a week, and you probably do that after barely finishing your work. The mother probably knows that, and she will thank you, even if the baby dies. But are you satisfied with that result, Dr. Hong? A teardrop rolled down Hong Joo-hee's face. She had been keeping it in for a long time. The babies, whom she took care of for months and even a year, sometimes felt like her own children. They were taken care of by her more after birth than their actual mothers. How could I be okay with that? The baby I took care of will die, Hong Joo-hee said as she wiped her eyes with her hands. Youngjun calmly nodded his head. Then, please just have a little courage. Veratex is a good possibility. Please convince the mother and ask her to try just once more as the last shot. We can't let her go like that, right? Sun Soo-young and her husband were having a serious conversation together. An experimental treatment. Sun Soo-young became a little depressed. We have to consider that the nitric oxide treatment has failed. She keeps getting more resistant. We're reaching a limit. There's a new drug called Veratex. It's a drug derived from natural products, and it can expand the blood vessels to decrease blood pressure. The risk will be low since it is a very safe drug. But that's just the prediction, right? Sun Soo-young's husband asked. Yes. There's no record of it being given to an infant, only on a 5-year-old child. It was successful then. 5 years old. That's a lot more than our little girl, Sun Soo-young said in a depressed voice. But since it's a substance that is naturally produced by the infant's body, Dr. Sun Soo-young held her husband's hand tightly and barely spoke as if it was difficult for her to say this. From a long time ago, I wondered whether I was holding on to our daughter because of my greediness and making her suffer for a long time. Maybe it's time for us to let her go. I don't want to torture her anymore. Sun Soo-young bowed toward Hong Joo-hee. I am sincerely grateful to you, doctor, for looking after our daughter. That's what I thought, too, Hong Joo-hee replied. It's a shame to admit it myself, but even I thought that there was no hope now. But yesterday, Dr. Ryu Youngjun came to me. Dr. Ryu Youngjun. Sun Soo-young's eyes widened. Hong Joo-hee could see a little bit of hope bloom on her face. It was normal for Hong Joo-hee, who had treated newborns for a long time, to know a lot more about persistent pulmonary hypertension than Youngjun, who was only a pharmaceutical scientist. There was no way that Youngjun could solve something that Hong Juhee couldn't. However, Sun Soo-young was an ordinary office worker who didn't know much about medicine or pharmaceuticals, and to her, Youngjun was more than just some doctor or scientist. After receiving stem cell therapy, she could feel her vision returning by the second, and that was truly astonishing. Since everyone praised that great achievement, she was even more convinced. Maybe, if it was Youngjun, maybe he could do something. Now, Sun Soo-young's eyes shone with hope. She was hoping that the person who proposed they use Veratex was Youngjun. Dr. Ryu recommended it, Hong Juhee said. And I chose that drug as a doctor. Veratex is the safest drug for high blood pressure that is allowed to be sold. Then, let's try to do everything we can. Blue held up until now, right? After contemplating long and hard, Youngjun had decided on the next target for iPSCs to be used. Alzheimer's. He had chosen it among the 8 possible choices. He thought a lot about arthritis and spine damage, but he chose Alzheimer's. A lot of people confused dementia with Alzheimer's, but they were subtly different. Dementia included symptoms such as not being able to recognize people and objects or having problems with memory, and one of the causes of this was Alzheimer's. The former was the symptom, and the latter was the disease. For example, dementia was like having a runny nose and coughing, and Alzheimer's was like the flu. Similar to how having a runny nose and coughing could also be symptoms of a cold, it could not be Alzheimer's even if someone showed signs of dementia. There were things such as vascular dementia or senile dementia. But Alzheimer's disease was a serious and severe illness since half of dementia patients had it. Then, what was Alzheimer's exactly? Alzheimer's was when a substance called beta-amyloid accumulated in the cell and induced nerve cell death by causing neurotoxicity. Dementia symptoms would begin as the nerve cells died. The new drugs that Pfizer and several other pharmaceutical companies developed and were developing broke down beta-amyloid, therefore slowing the progression of and preventing Alzheimer's. However, it was unable to recover the nerve cells already destroyed by the beta-amyloid protein. This meant that it could stop the progression of Alzheimer's, but wouldn't be able to fix dementia if it had already begun. Conversely, one could cure Alzheimer's and treat dementia symptoms if those nerve cells were revived. Even people who did not study biology would be able to predict how difficult this would be. There was no need to explain it. Even if Youngjun made iPSCs and broke the closed doors to stem cell regenerative medicine, they had a lot more mountains to climb ahead. First of all, the method to differentiate iPSCs into brain nerve cells, it was something that ordinary scientists would study for 10 years, but let's just say that Youngjun somehow did it. There was a difference between being able to produce it and mass-producing it. Since there were about 100 billion nerve cells in the brain, they would have to fill in a billion nerve cells even if just 1% of brain cells were damaged. Since some of the ones that the doctor put in would not establish themselves and die, the actual amount that would need to be injected would be more than a billion. Let's assume that Youngjun was able to solve that problem by inventing a miraculous way of growing cells. When he was curing glaucoma, he had to inject the optic nerve cells into the retina. Then, would he have to use the same method with nerve cells? Should he cut open the patient's skull with a saw, check the necrotized region, pierce it with a needle and inject new nerve cells into it? Youngjun had to consider the fact that most Alzheimer's patients were over 60. It was difficult for an elderly patient with a significant lack of physical strength and recovery speed to endure such a stressful operation. For ordinary scientists who weren't Rosaline, treating Alzheimer's with stem cells was probably as difficult as terraforming Mars. As such, Youngjun had to take a different route with this Alzheimer's cure. Rosaline told him the way to do that. Advice about the differentiation of stem cells in tissue. Fitness consumption rate, 2/second. Advice about the mass production of stem cells. Fitness consumption rate, 2.3/second. Advice about the injection of stem cells into the veins. Fitness consumption rate, 1.8/second. The consumption rate? Are you serious? Dr. Ryu. Park Dong-hyun shouted as he ran out of the lab. Yes. The stuff you ordered from Sigma Aldrich came. Oh, yes, thank you. But why did you order ATP in bulk? I saw that you spent like 3 million won. There's just something I want to try, personally. Youngjun made up an excuse and went out to the hallway. The salesperson was writing something on his notepad with the 2 large ice boxes of ATP on the ground. Hello. As Youngjun greeted him, his face lit up. Hello, Dr. Ryu, this is the ATP you ordered. This is the statement. This isn't going to be paid with the budget because I'm buying it out of my own pocket. Could I pay by card? Youngjun pulled out his card. You're getting it on your own. Yes. All right. The salesperson looked a little puzzled, but he gave Youngjun the card reader. As Youngjun purchased it and was about to bring the materials in, the salesperson reached out to Youngjun with a notepad. Dr. Ryu. Yes. Could I get an autograph? I also did my master's in biology. I'm in sales now, but I did research as well. I'm a fan. The salesperson smiled like he was embarrassed. Youngjun's reputation changed every day after he came to Lab 6, but this upward trend was way too steep. In the beginning, no one even knew who he was when he went down to the cafeteria for lunch. After the year-end seminar, they began to steal glances at him, and after the publication in Science, they began coming up to him and asking for meetings and collaborations. But after that, He succeeded in his clinical trials, raised the company stocks to an all-time high, and swept the news and papers. Now, Youngjun saw that all the scientists became silent when he came down to the cafeteria, and they began to whisper among each other from afar as if they were seeing something amazing. I don't think I'll ever get used to this. Honestly, it was burdening and uncomfortable. He wished that they would just not care. It's happening since you're in stardom now. You can't help it, Chen Jimyang said as they had lunch. But I think it would be uncomfortable, Dr. Ryu. To be honest, even I'm just uncomfortable watching you, Young Harem said. It will be okay when you become a director since you won't come to the cafeteria often, Park Dong-hyun said. Usually, directors met up with one another and had lunch outside rather than using the cafeteria. Dr. Ryu can have lunch with Gil Hyungjun, Chen Jimyang said while smirking. Eek. I can't stomach food when I'm with people who make me uncomfortable. I think Gil Hyungjun will be the one who will get indigestion if he has a meal with Dr. Ryu. Park Dong-hyun imitated Youngjun. Director? It's against meal ethics to pour sauce on a shared tangsuyak without permission. Since we each paid half for this tangsuyak, you only have half the shares. Take your half and pour sauce on it. I will take the other half and dip it. And let's draw up a contract to take turns choosing the restaurants from now on. Pfft. Young Harem spat out a little bit of water. Is my image that bad? Youngjun's ears were flushed. You're kind of like an incarnation of research ethics from hell, Koh Sunyal said while propping up his glasses. But Dr. Ryu, when are you becoming a director? It will come up during the next shareholders meeting, Youngjun replied. Oh my, so only a week left. Bae Sunmi's eyes widened. It pains me that we only have a week left to see you, Dr. Ryu, since you'll get your individual office and move there. Chen Jimyang feigned a cry. About that, Youngjun began. If I was to create a company, what would you think about working with me? Starting your own company? Chen Jimyang tilted his head in confusion. I thought you were going to be the CEO of Agen? And be the largest shareholder as well. Yes, of course. That goal hasn't changed. And since it will be difficult to do any follow-up knowledge on stem cells if I leave Agen's infrastructures, I will have to stay here. Then what are you talking about? Starting your own company? Park Dong-hyun asked. The optic cell treatment has been successful in clinical trials, and we are getting investments from all over. The board is probably going to try to make the investments as big as possible. I thought of an item that will be that big. If I succeed in this, it will have such a huge impact that it will make glaucoma seem like it was nothing. Nov. L. B //JNN. I'm scared already about what kind of crazy idea you will propose and start it. Park Dong-hyun's face was filled with excitement. I am going to cure Alzheimer's. There was nothing but silence around the table. If that happens, it's no longer something that can exist only as a department. Then, 2 huge pipelines that are connected to IPSCS will be made. And among that, an Alzheimer's cure is as valuable as a mid-size company. You're right. If it's Alzheimer's, it will be that big. Chen Jimyang nodded his head. But the problem will be that one director will own all of that. For the company, they will be happy, but in a predicament at the same time since I will get too much power. There will be people who are going to try to use me to keep CEO Yoon Dae-sung in check, which will make him uncomfortable with me. You're saying that there might be a division in the board? Yes. I'm going to use that to make Agen into a group, and I'm going to propose that we create an affiliate company. Something that will pay a set price and use all of Agen's infrastructure. And I will be the owner and CEO of that place. It's too unrealistic. Do you think that it will be easy? It's a different story if the company was a subsidiary, but places like affiliates that have no governance and share division structure are usually made by royal families who are connected by blood, Chen Jimyang said while stroking his chin. Youngjun smiled. I have a few things I've planned. One tangsuyak is a Korean Chinese dish that has pork strips and comes with a sweet and sour sauce. Some people like dipping the sauce to keep it crunchy and some people like pouring the sauce on it. Agen management was preparing to hand over the management rights. CEO Yoon Dae-sung had long considered how to hand over the management rights and the huge assets to his son Yoon Bo-hyun. Normally, there were 3 procedures that were followed by the head family of a large company. First of all, they would start their own child company. When doing this, they would make sure that the prince who was going to receive the management rights had a significant share of the new company. Second, they would concentrate the high-profit work on the child company and grow it at an abnormal speed. Third, they would merge the large child company with the mother company and allow the prince to have a large share. After those steps, the management rights and assets had been transferred successfully. The person who was preparing this huge management rights succession project was Ji Kwang-man, the division manager of Agen Management. He had known Yoon Dae-sung for a long time, and they were basically family. Ji Kwang-man was extremely loyal to him, and he sincerely respected and liked Yoon Dae-sung. Then, what did he think about Youngjun? A legendary horse that is stubborn and runs however it wants. That was Ji Kwang-man's honest judgment about him. When Yoon Bo-hyun said that they needed to crush him a little, he told Yoon Bo-hyun that he would take care of it. Youngjun was a difficult person to break, and he would become an enemy that they would constantly collide with if left like that. Then, wouldn't it be the best course of action to make him into an ally? Ji Kwang-man strongly proposed that Youngjun should be appointed as an unregistered director during the board meeting. He also strongly insisted that they give him shares as well. It went as he planned during the board meeting, and the decision would be confirmed during the shareholders' meeting. The next thing to do was to make Youngjun an ally. This was about 2 weeks from when Youngjun recommended Veratax, a treatment for high blood pressure, to Hong Joo-hee. Ji Kwang-man was parking his car in the Lab 6 parking lot. This is the 8 o'clock evening news. Today at 3 o'clock, the optic cell treatment derived from induced pluripotent stem cells that were developed by Agen has entered phase 1 of the clinical trial. Trial patient's son has lost their vision to glaucoma. The SBS news came out from the car radio. Click. Ji Kwang-man turned off the radio and got on the elevator. At the same time, Youngjun was covering his face with his bag in embarrassment after the 8 o'clock news revealed his interview to Young Harim. While standing beside him, she said, "Oh, and Youngjun, in your next interview, don't glance at the camera. If you see on TV, all the doctors and scientists who are wearing gowns always keep a 45-degree angle from the camera. That's the classic way. I have wondered why they do that for a long time. Why do they always make it like that when a news outlet or TV program does an interview with an expert? It adds trustworthiness to the interview if they make the situation look like the expert is not acknowledging the camera. It kind of feels like the expert is talking in a more objective way. Broadcasts are all about the details. No, but I don't understand why they do that when I'm doing the interview to explain this to the public who are watching it through the TV. Did you argue about that with the reporters?" "Well, I didn't argue, but they did say something because I looked at the camera so much. But they gave up later on because I kept staring at it. Wow, you really exceed my expectations. You don't allow anything that is even a little unreasonable or unfair, do you?" Youngjun's ears turned red. "I don't think it's unreasonable or unfair. I didn't look at it on purpose or anything. I'm not that much of a fighter, you know. I just couldn't help but glance at it because it was bothering me a little." Youngjun laughed like he was a little embarrassed. "What is this?" Young Harim pointed to a book that was propped up on one side of Youngjun's desk. "I lived as a scientist, not a businessman." Author, Yoon Dae-sung? This is a book written by our CEO. Yes. You're reading something like this because you're about to be a director. It's not that. I only read it as a reference to help me decide what my next target will be for the IPSCS. Ring? The office doorbell suddenly rang. Who is that? Young Harim turned to the door in puzzlement. Usually, the people who rang the office doorbell were salespeople who were here to deliver lab materials. But it was 8 o'clock in the evening, it was long past the time for salespeople to visit. "I'll get it and see." Young Harim went outside the office. When she returned, she had a sour expression and Ji Kwang-man with her. "Sir." Youngjun rose from his seat. "You haven't gone home yet. Good. I was just going to meet Director Gil Hyungjun if you weren't here." Ji Kwang-man did a fake laugh. As he approached Youngjun, he saw the CEO's book on his desk. "Oh, Dr. Ryu, you read our CEO's book as well." "Yes. I was wondering what kind of person our CEO is. I think I'll get to see him more often once I become a director." "Haha, it's a good idea." Young Harim was packing up her things and leaving. As she left, she waved to Youngjun and silently mouthed the words good luck to him. "But what brings you here?" Youngjun asked. "Haha, it's nothing much. I just wanted to talk to you, Dr. Ryu. Would you like to go for a drink?" Ji Kwang-man was a businessman. Before he became the division manager, he usually took on the role of a lobbyist when Agen was just a small company. It was him who had gotten that investment from SG Group. It was also him who had undone all the frustrating regulations that were put on them as a pharmaceutical company by the government. His lobby was simple but powerful. He related himself to them through schools, mutual friends, and family. Then, he gave them a pretty girl and poured expensive alcohol into their stomachs using the girl's hands. They went back to their most primitive ways together. And depending on the other person's personality, he used several cards that were up his sleeve: luxury goods, secret information, meetings with certain people, and more. If he included a plausible explanation and a profit-loss calculation, it was a success. But Ji Kwang-man did not lead Youngjun in that way. "This is the place. It's quiet, but has a nice atmosphere. It's the perfect bar to have a straightforward conversation." The place Ji Kwang-man led Youngjun to was an upscale sky lounge bar. "I thought people that were around your age went to places like hostess bars," Youngjun said as he took a seat. "Haha, there are a lot of people like that. But I detest places where people get women and drink with them." "What kind of drinks do you like?" "I'm not sure. I don't drink often." "How about some wine? They have a set menu here." It didn't seem like Youngjun would notice even if Ji Kwang-man ordered an expensive appetizer, and he thought that it could actually backfire. "That's good with me." Ji Kwang-man called over the bartender and ordered a bottle of wine and canapé. After they had a couple glasses, Ji Kwang-man got to the point. "Dr. Ryu, how would you feel about making a child company of Agen, N/O/Vel/B/Jn.C//OM? A child company. Wouldn't it be easier for you to pursue the research you want if you became the CEO and led the company? We will also give you a fair amount of shares." Youngjun sipped his wine without replying. Ji Kwang-man smiled on the inside. Bingo. Ji Kwang-man had thrown a curveball. What Youngjun wanted was not money nor prestige. If he wanted things like that, he would have quit a long time ago and started his own venture company by now. Youngjun's goal was research. He showed the qualities of a businessman when he crawled up to management as he fought for company shares, but Ji Kwang-man couldn't let that distract him. The reason Youngjun wanted to interfere with management was because of the conflict he had with Kim Hyun-taek. All he was trying to do was to perfect a level of power that no one from management could touch to protect research ethics, the thing he basically worshipped. Then conversely, they could make him into an ally if they secured the autonomy of his research. It was a brilliant idea. They would start a child company for the succession of management rights, and Yoon Bo-hyun would hold the largest percentage of the shares legally possible. Then, he would give the position of CEO to Young-jun along with a percentage of shares a little lower than Yoon Bo-hyun. The rest of that could be taken by AGEN headquarters. The headquarters wouldn't have to concentrate their high-profit jobs on them since genius scientist Young-jun would make the company big himself, which would only increase Yoon Bo-hyun's power. All Yoon Bo-hyun had to do was befriend Young-jun. Since they were similar in age, it would be easy if he sucked up a little and had similar hobbies. Then, they would make Young-jun Yoon Bo-hyun's right-hand man when merging the company with AGEN headquarters. It was the perfect situation. It was no different with Nicholas standing beside Yoon Dae-sung. Ji Kwang-man grinned and stared at Young-jun. You can't resist, right? It's such a sweet and perfect deal. Clank. Young-jun put down his glass. Staring at him, he said, not a child company, but I was thinking about starting an affiliate company. Kook. Ji Kwang-man almost dropped his glass. He actually shouted because he was so surprised. Why you remaking what? Ji Kwang-man's voice trembled. An affiliate company of AGEN. A child company and an affiliate company were different things. The former allowed AGEN to have over 50% of company shares and therefore complete control. However, an affiliate company had separate, independent management. The most important standard was how much shares they were willing to give to the company that was in the same group as them, but an affiliate company was basically a separate company. And I want to start with the possession of 100% of the shares of this affiliate company, Young-jun said. Things were getting worse. Dr. Ryu, did you have a drink or something before meeting me? No, I'm serious about this. And I want you to help me get this proposal approved. Why are you trying to make an affiliate? You just said it, sir, that it would be easier for me to pursue the research I wanted if I became the CEO and led the company. To ensure that, the best way is to keep all the company shares to myself first. Well, I could divide the shares up later for tax savings, but I am going to do that, Young-jun said. Well, if you are going to be that conservative about it, don't you think it will be easier if you just start your own company? I can only use AGEN's huge infrastructure if I'm in the same group. The reason I wanted to become a director of AGEN was because of the ability to build an affiliate company, Young-jun said. In order for the concept of affiliate to be established, the same person must hold more than 30% of the two company shares combined with an affiliated person. My lawyer friend told me. That is true. As soon as I become a director of AGEN, I become an affiliate of the CEO. It fulfills the conditions of an affiliate company. It's not going to happen. Even if that's the case legally, do you think the company will invest a large amount of money to make an affiliate company and just give it to you as a whole? Realistically, do you think that will happen? It's a small company compared to AGEN. It's going to be worth around 20 billion won. And there's no need for AGEN to invest because I'll pay 100% of it. Excuse me, did he just say 20 billion? Is this bastard crazy? No wait. Whenever Ji Kwang-man thought that Young-jun was not in his right mind, he always got stabbed in the back hard. If this guy looked like he was bluffing and was talking nonsense, it was true. There was a good chance that what Young-jun was talking about right now was true. But still, 20 billion won. 20 billion won was not just a small amount of money that people would have lying around. How could a mere scientist, that was the lowest on the company hierarchy, have 20 billion won in their pocket? Dr. Ryu, you haven't received AGEN shares yet. You're not thinking of selling that, are you? And you can't sell them off that easily. You will have become a director when you receive those shares, and you must announce it even when selling just one share, Ji Kwang-man said as if he was warning Young-jun. I know that. And I have no intention of selling AGEN shares. Why would I sell it when I gave away the shares of my precious IPSCS? Then how would you come up with 20 billion won by yourself? Haha, I won the jackpot, you see. Don't joke around. It's a secret. I'll tell you next time. As soon as they parted, Ji Kwang-man called everyone he knew. It was to investigate the deposits and withdrawals from Young-jun's account. Of course, it wasn't easy to find out an individual's financial transactions, which was under heavy security, but Ji Kwang-man's influence reached key government agencies that dealt with money, such as the National Tax Service. Ji Kwang-man invoked the right to request financial transaction information to track Young-jun's account. Young-jun peacefully agreed to all of it and put all of it out in the open. After some time, the news was now talking about how Sun Soo-young was successfully cured in the clinical trial. When AGEN was in a celebratory mood, Ji Kwang-man couldn't even sleep. He felt like he was going to go crazy. The news that glaucoma had been conquered was broadcast every day and night. FXXK, I wish they'd stop broadcasting that. That damn glaucoma. On his way to work in the morning, Ji Kwang-man turned off the radio in irritation. This was 2 days before the shareholders' meeting where Young-jun's appointment as director would be confirmed. At AGEN right now, Young-jun's reputation was skyrocketing into space. In this atmosphere, Ji Kwang-man really didn't know what would happen if he really brought 20 billion won and said he was going to start an affiliate company. Ring? One of his networks from the National Tax Service was calling him. Hello, sir. Young-jun is poor. He has tens of millions of dollars in debt in private loans. He also has student loans. And he has no assets. Ji Kwangman asked on the phone. Nothing. He has no car or a house. He pays rent monthly for a basement. He's poorer than me. He hasn't gotten any funding from anywhere either. Of course. He can't get individual funding since he's going to be a director of the company. Sigh. This is insane. Now, there were just 2 days left. He's going to make 20 billion won in 2 days? Is there some kind of job where the daily rate is 10 billion won? What is this bastard trying to do? We have a problem. Ji Kwangman went straight to Yoon Dae-sung and told him everything that had happened until now. But there was no way Yoon Dae-sung also had a solution either. The fact that Young-jun was going to be appointed as a director was already confirmed. It had leaked through an unknown route and was put on the editorial page of a major newspaper company. And in the meantime, Agen hadn't denied it once. It was because they liked the image of being an open-minded and progressive company that gave a dramatic promotion to a talented young employee and gave them a seat at the director's table. They couldn't push back the appointment now. Sigh. Let's go with it for now. I don't know where Dr. Ryu would get that kind of money, but even if he did, we could just stop him from creating an affiliate company at the board meeting. We don't have to propose the idea. The separation from a company and the creation of an affiliate company happened in 2 steps. It needed to be first brought up during a board meeting and then be approved in the shareholders' meeting. Young-jun couldn't even attend the board meeting since he was an unregistered director. It wouldn't be a problem if it was held up in the board meeting and not passed over to the shareholders. But I feel like he's going to do something during the shareholders' meeting, Ji Kwangman said. Do what? I don't know, but I'm anxious. What if he announces something about starting an affiliate company in front of the shareholders during the meeting? Ah, that's going too overboard with just a cure for glaucoma. The shareholders won't react to that. Yoon Dae-sung laughed and patted Ji Kwangman on the back. Let's go with this for now. *****. This was the largest Agen shareholders meeting that was ever held. There were almost 5 times more people than usual. Mom and pop investors who had only invested small amounts in Agen had come to see Young-jun. Among them, there were people who only had a single share as well. There were 3 types of people at the shareholders meeting. The majority of them were people who had benefited greatly from Young-jun. They wanted to come see the golden calf. The second group were people who were suffering from glaucoma or family members. They wanted to meet Young-jun in person and show gratitude since he was able to greatly improve their quality of life. The last group were people who had other neurological disorders or their families. There was no way they would be able to hear any good news in today's presentation since it wasn't like stem cell therapies were created in one day, but they were able to have hope as they had a base technology of induced pluripotent stem cells. That's what they were here for. And so, we would like to appoint Ryu Young-jun as an in-house director. He was recommended by the board of directors, and the candidate's brief history is as described in the shareholders meeting notice, CEO Yoon Dae-sung said. Director candidate Ryu Young-jun has contributed greatly to the company's development by creating induced pluripotent stem cell and optic nerve differentiation technology and successfully finishing clinical trials for glaucoma. Are there any shareholders who object to this? No, of course not. The shareholders shouted in their seats. Of course they had no objections as Young-jun had increased company stocks by 50% in 2 days. Thank you. Then, I declare that Ryu Young-jun's appointment as an in-house director has been approved as recommended by the board. Clap clap clap. The crowd gave a round of applause. Young-jun, who was sitting on one side of the stage, smiled as he saw someone wave their hand in the crowd. Shin Ji-myung, Bae Sun-mi, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim, and Koh Sun-yeol were there. They had come to congratulate him on becoming appointed as a director. Behind them were Choi Myung-jun and Seo Yoon-ju. He had come to show Young-jun he was there, and she had come to spend time with Koh Sun-yeol. They're interesting people. Young-jun chuckled as he looked at them. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The meeting was coming to an end. At the end of the shareholders meeting, Agen usually gave the appointed director some time for a short speech. Young-jun walked up to the podium and grabbed the mic. Hello, shareholders, Young-jun said. I'm sure you have heard that I used induced pluripotent stem cells to differentiate somatic cells into optic nerve cells and succeeded in curing glaucoma with it in clinical trials. Young-jun met eyes with each and every shareholder sitting in the hall. The reason why I succeeded in this important research is not because I was outstanding, it was because a lot of people at Agen helped me. If I did it alone, I wouldn't have even been able to start clinical trials, I wouldn't have been approved. Young-jun's voice was full of confidence. Now, it was time for this meeting to be turned upside down. So, my next research is something for Agen. While studying the history of the establishment and ideology of Agen, I came to know how the late Dr. Yoon Chul-jung, the founder of Agen, spent his last days. Yoon Dae-sung froze. It was something that had come up multiple times in his book. His father, Yoon Chul-jung, had suffered from Alzheimer-type dementia. It was the humble end of the greatest intellectual who led Korea at that time. He spent his last days in loneliness, losing all his brilliant knowledge and wisdom. From then on, Yoon Dae-sung's life goal was to cure Alzheimer's. I am working on the next treatment based on stem cells to repay CEO Yoon and the shareholders who have raised Agen this far. Young-jun walked over to the computer on one side of the stage and plugged in his USB. Experimental data began to come up one by one. The first one that came up with a nerve cell with a unique shape. It had a dyed nucleus in the middle and his dendrites and axons coming out of it. This is a neuron, Young-jun said. I have succeeded in differentiating induced pluripotent stem cells into neurons. I am going to cure Alzheimer-type dementia with this. The crowd was dead silent as if someone had thrown cold water on them. The crowd was frozen as if they had been hit in the head. Take a picture. As soon as someone among the reporters spoke, click, flash, Youngjun was suddenly bombarded with a shower of camera flashes. The reporter's hands trembled. Compared to a glaucoma cure, this was on another level. Was it true? Was it really possible to cure Alzheimer's? Youngjun added, the development has progressed considerably. I would like to give you a brief report now. In the body, there is a biomaterial called activator protein C, and I have put 3K3AAPC, a variant of that biomaterial, inside iPSCs using the AAV virus. Right now, I have finished applying for a patent, and I am in the middle of doing animal experiments. Dr. Ryu, what do you think will be the clinical success rate? One of the reporters shouted. I think it will be 100%. And I think I will be able to cure most neurodegenerative dementia, not only Alzheimer's. I believe that it will be applicable to Parkinson's and strokes, Youngjun answered in certainty. Holy shit, one of the lab directors murmured. There was some commotion amongst the mom-and-pop investors in the audience. People were sending texts in excitement, some were crying into their handkerchiefs. After you differentiate it into neurons, how are you going to put the cells into the patient's brain? One of the reporters asked. I am not going to use fully differentiated neurons. I have controlled the expression of the AKKT gene and created small iPSCs that are 60% smaller than regular stem cells. I have attached a caverlin ligand on the cell membrane to allow it to pass the blood-brain barrier. Are you worried that it will go somewhere else and not the brain? The stem cells I created have glycoprotein RVG29, which leads it into the cerebrum in the bloodstream. Also, it cannot survive in other tissues, eliminating the risk of it developing into a tumor. I am going to treat Alzheimer's by administering the stem cells into the veins and sending it to the brain, then administer 3K3AAPC and differentiate it into neurons in the lesions. The reporter's hands moved as fast as lighting to write down Youngjun's presentation. Cameras flashed at him from all over. Young Harim showed Park Dong-hyeon her phone. It was the real-time hot issues list on Naver 1. 1 Ryu Youngjun. 2 Alzheimer's. 3 Agen. 4 Ryu Youngjun stem cells. 5 Agen shareholders meeting. He's actually insane. When did he even do that? Chen Jimyong whispered from behind. Dr. Ryu has been holed up in the animal experiment lab with Lead Bay and doing only that recently. He goes into the protein engineering lab once every 2 days and creates recombination proteins. He's spending the nights there. I think the employees there also didn't sleep. But they probably didn't know what they were making, Young Harim said. Look at this. Park Dong-hyeon put up his phone. Agen stocks were skyrocketing like crazy. They were up around 2% compared to 30 minutes ago, but now, it was over a 5% increase. I can see it hitting an all-time high in 2 hours, Park Dong-hyeon said. The bald, middle-aged man sitting beside him glanced at him briefly. After he pulled out his phone and checked his stock app, he showed it to his friend sitting beside him, unable to hide his excitement. The hall was suddenly buzzing. Youngjun waited for them to calm down, then said, but if we were to treat Alzheimer's, it would be too much work for the pipeline that one single department is responsible for. I would like to separate this into another company and lead it myself for the efficiency of work and the project. Ji Kwangman covered his face with his hands and lowered his head. This was what he was afraid of. This was it. Youngjun said, the company I will start is an investment company, ABio. The creation of this company is underway through my personal lawyer. Yesterday, I paid 20 billion won of my personal money as a stock subscription. I did not burden Agen at all as they did not invest n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. Youngjun showed a bunch of documents to the audience. This is the subscription receipt. I am showing you this to show you my sincerity. Ji Kwangman sighed. He managed to. Where did he get that kind of money anyway? Youngjun went on. ABio will be an affiliate of Agen and will contribute greatly to their development. They will also be the pioneer of the international stem cell therapy market in the future. Also, as a director of Agen, I will do my best to promote Agen's rights, and I am also considering giving some of ABio's shares to Agen to the extent where it will not affect my management rights. As such, the shareholders of Agen do not have to worry about the stocks of Agen falling due to the advancement of the affiliate company. Is this already confirmed? One of the reporters asked. It will be on the agenda for the next board meeting. We will decide then how much of ABio shares Agen will take, Youngjun replied. I plan to confirm this notion by opening a special shareholders meeting afterward. I am considering distributing some of my shares to the shareholders who exercise their voting right and approve of the establishment of ABio. The amount that will go to each person will be extremely small, even far below the decimal point, but within a few years, it will be huge enough to buy a condo. Wow. The shareholders looked at him differently. Again, there was commotion in the hall. Cameras flashed again. The hot issue list on Naver was changing by the second from Ryu Youngjun to Alzheimer's and then to ABio. Fuck. Ji Kwangman quietly cursed. Youngjun was stating that he was going to protect the current Agen stocks and give them the new company's stocks if they approve. On top of that, the new company was going to be built and run by Youngjun and was going to be an affiliate of Agen. The shareholders would have to be insane to reject that notion. No, the shareholders looked like they were going to approve of it this instant. Ji Kwangman turned around and looked at the in-house directors. Even some of the lab directors who were relatively less loyal to the CEO, such as Lab 5 director Ju Huayang, looked like they were thinking about it. But what was he talking about when he said it was on the agenda? Why haven't I heard anything? In bewilderment, Gil Hyungjun asked Koh Sung, who was sitting beside him. Nicholas. Yoon Dae-sung turned around to face the CTO. Are you helping Dr. Ryu? I like Dr. Ryu, but I'm not involved in this. It was me. Kim Young-hoon raised his hand. He smiled in a smirking way. He was someone that the SG Group, a major company in Korea that had 6% of shares, had put on the board. SG Group was also doing pharmaceuticals. It was called SG Pharmaceuticals. Recently, Youngjun sold his new flu drug patent to SG Pharmaceuticals for 100 billion won. It had come into his bank account just yesterday, and he had invested 20 billion won as soon as he had it. He had actually gotten more than he thought. It was probably because he was worth a lot more after creating iPSCS, optic nerve treatment, and a glaucoma cure. And in the process of selling the flu drug, Youngjun got to know Kim Young-hoon. To be honest, the SG Group is hoping Ajan abandons Dr. Ryu this time. Haha. We're thinking about scouting him to SG Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Ryu is insisting on staying at Ajan since SG Pharmaceuticals is nowhere as big as Ajan and has crappy infrastructure, but he'll go to SG Pharmaceuticals if you abandon him. The CEO of SG is also considering investing trillions of won into Dr. Ryu, Kim Young-hoon said. Anyway, we are going to put it on the board meeting agenda. We're registered directors of Ajan, right? Although it seems like Dr. Ryu cannot participate in board meetings. And in this situation, you're not going to be able to cut it off at the board meeting either. Why don't we set a date for the special shareholders meeting? The faces of the people who supported Yoon Dae-sung turned sour. It would be beneficial for SG Pharmaceuticals just for Youngjun to create an affiliate company and leave Ajan, which was growing rapidly. SG Group didn't have a good relationship with Ajan in the first place, so they didn't have a way to collaborate with Youngjun even if they wanted to, but if Youngjun became independent, it was possible. Ji Kwangman's hand trembled. Why is the CEO or other people not getting this? There was something else that was seriously dangerous. Youngjun said that he was going to give a part of ABio to Ajan in order to protect the shares that the Ajan shareholders have. It was a plan to get approval for the separation of the affiliate company, but the situation was seriously twisted. Youngjun was the one getting profit while the risk was taken on by Ajan. On the other hand, if ABio failed to begin due to Ajan's rejection, Youngjun would leave after as SG Group poured trillions of won into him, and Ajan stock prices would plummet, causing irreversible damage to Yoon Dae-sung's management abilities. If Ajan didn't take ABio's shares as he stated, Yoon Dae-sung's management abilities would also take a huge hit as people would say that they couldn't take it even when Youngjun was handing it to them. This would also be irreversible damage. What this meant was that whatever Youngjun requested in turn for ABio's shares, Ajan had to give it to him to help start his affiliate company. Youngjun was so clever that he just may be the devil's child. Ji Kwangman imagined what that monster would request in turn for ABio's shares in this situation. It was probably going to be an exchange of company shares, Ajan for ABio. FXXK. Youngjun already had 4%. If the worst happened, Youngjun could be the CEO of Ajan and ABio. One Naver is a popular Korean search engine. It has a function that shows the frequently searched words real time. The shareholders meeting came to an end. As soon as it ended, the reporters ran out of their seats and came to Youngjun. They surrounded him and bombarded him with questions. Dr. Ryu, please tell us more about the Alzheimer's cure. When will you start clinical trials? I heard that you were doing additional clinical trials for glaucoma as well. Are you not participating in that, Dr. Ryu? Youngjun answered them as concisely as possible and quickly left. The guard stopped the reporters who were following him. However, he ran into another group of people. This time, it was the shareholders. However, they were not people who were thanking him because they earned some money. With serious expressions, they ran in front of him with tears in their eyes. Dr. Ryu, thank you. I have glaucoma in one eye. My mother has dementia. Thank you so much. Please develop a cure soon. I am begging you. Dementia is such a sad and difficult disease, even to the family members. I believe in you, Dr. Ryu. I'm sorry, Dr. Ryu, but does it not work for spinal nerves yet? Does it not work for organ regeneration? My husband is waiting for a liver transplant. Do you think this cure will work on Lewy body dementia? My younger sibling is struggling with this. It's different from stem cells, but can you cure cancer? My wife has to go to the washroom every 2 hours after getting her bowel resection from colorectal cancer. Can you do something like this? Since Youngjun cured glaucoma in just a few months and now, he was saying that he was going to cure Alzheimer's, it seemed like he would be able to cure any disease. The people who had patients around them were getting anxious. They wouldn't have asked these kinds of questions to an ordinary scientist. But Youngjun's achievements were something else. People crowded him with the expectation that maybe this person could have the solutions to all kinds of severe diseases. Youngjun looked very solemn. I will conquer those diseases as quickly as possible. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm doing it because you want me to, but are you sure this is okay? Park Ju-hyuk asked Youngjun at the cafe after eating. What is? I was wondering if it's okay for you to start an affiliate company without consulting it with your company. It's okay. So what if they don't do it? It's a one-way stab in the back, so it doesn't matter. We're not worried about hurting each other's feelings or anything. Ha. You did the stock subscription. Yeah, I sold the flu drug and paid for it. I paid you the money I borrowed, right? I've been so busy that I'm not sure. You paid it all back the day you said you got the money for the drug. That's a relief. I still have quite a lot left. Should I get you a car or something? You're always working hard to help me. Don't need it. But I feel like you have somewhat changed. I changed? Was I a dick because I got a little rich or something? Or was it about the car? Youngjun asked. No, I know you said that because you are really grateful. You would be an ungrateful bastard if you didn't even offer. I took care of little Ryu Youngjun and wiped his snot. Then how did I change? Nov, L, B / JNN. Not in that way, but kind of. Park Ju-hyuk squinted. After searching for the right words, he said, you've gotten clever or something. Stabbing your company's management in the back and scheming something like this makes you seem like some sort of genius psychopath. What kind of nonsense is that? It was nonsense. Sorry. Youngjun sipped his iced Americano. He thought for a bit, then asked, Do you think I really changed? Yeah, Park Ju-hyuk replied. The Ryu Youngjun I know is kind of timid and sort of a loser, you know? He's not one to do something as bold as this. Do you remember in high school when you skipped late night study hall with me to go play games, but you went back to school because you were too nervous to play? That was so long ago. I was young back then. But that's who you are to me. So it is kind of weird to see you planning something this dramatic against the management people of a huge company like AGEN and actually doing it. Of course, you have a crazy side, and you did do some weird things when you were pissed. In university, you fought with your advisor and put up a poster about it. But this feels worse than that? Why? Is it bothering you? It's okay. You're still Ryu Youngjun even if you've changed a little. Even if you pretend to be nasty, I know that inside, you're still that loser. Oh, wait. I'm getting a phone call. Park Ju-hyuk took his phone and went outside. He had a habit of pacing back and forth whenever he called someone. Watching him, Youngjun was lost in thought. I changed. Before, during the year-end seminar, Park So-yeon had said something to him. She said that he had changed. Park So-yeon said that Youngjun seemed angry. She said that a nice, dog-like person who liked people and always smiled had changed. But now, he had heard this from his friend of 20 years. This time, he called him a psycho. Youngjun checked Rosaline's status window. Rosaline LV4. Metastatic status, heart, 2%, liver, 46%, brain, 7%, kidney, 13%, spinal cord, 4%, synchronization, 11%, cell fitness, 2.5, gene expression control, none. Rosaline had gained a level and became level 4 in the process of developing an Alzheimer's cure. There weren't any special abilities that had been added, but there was a value that bothered him. 11% of synchronization. Rosaline had once told Youngjun how to eradicate the flu. It was to spread a virus derived from influenza and infect the entire world population. Thousands, even millions of people could die, but Rosaline said that they would easily pass the break-even point as it was within the number of deaths caused by influenza in 3 years. Then, the flu virus would be destroyed as humanity would gain resistance to the flu. It was really something that a psychopath would think of. Perhaps as Youngjun became more synchronized with Rosaline, his personality was affected. The human mind was thought of as something that was a free and independent realm, a deviation from the physical world, but it wasn't. Personality was affected by genes. A research team from Cambridge University published a paper in Nature in collaboration with French and American universities. It was a paper that had analyzed the genetic background of empathy. They assessed empathy in 46,000 individuals and analyzed their genomes. What they found was that mutations at specific loci of 22 genes were identified exclusively in individuals exhibiting high levels of empathy. Conversely, the people who didn't have that mutation were low in empathy. This meant that empathy was created by genes. Genetic factors also played a strong role in psychopathy, and it was a widely known truth that the proportion of people with low empathy increased as one climbed up to higher social positions. The scientific community generally believed that the difficult process of advancing to high-ranking positions naturally selected individuals with lower empathy levels. It was a harsh metaphor, but it was like how those who could refuse a friend who called them out at night after breaking up with their long-term significant other and prepare for exams would pass. And now, Youngjun was AGEN's director, and he was going to be the CEO of A-Bio. He was at quite a high social position. The things he had done in the process was blackmail Ji Kwangman, commit huge things without the company knowing, and take advantage of his soaring fame to make a situation that management could not resolve. Was I someone who could do things like this? Could Youngjun have done this, aside from planning and intelligence and in terms of personality or boldness? What if this was all created by Rosaline? Youngjun thought that he thought of the plan himself and created an airtight plan, but what if it wasn't him, but Rosaline continuously giving him ideas? Youngjun examined the status window again. Metastatic status. Brain, 7%. Chills ran down Youngjun's body. Hey, Lee Ha-won is here. Park Ju-hyuk, who had left the cafe, came back with patent attorney Lee Ha-won. She looked a bit thinner. Her face is half the size it was before. Do you have a lot of work? Park Ju-hyuk directioned the question at Lee Ha-won. Yes. I lucked out and got a lot of work, but it's killing me. Hello, Youngjun greeted Lee Ha-won in a dejected voice. Why are you so depressed all of a sudden? Nothing you need to know about. Ha, what a weirdo. Youngjun let out a big sigh. It's okay. Youngjun didn't have to be that scared. He found a place where he could keep researching, he was giving hope to a lot of people, and he was developing the drugs he wanted. Everything was going well. He just had to stop using synchronization mode for the time being, just in case, and watch for any other side effects that may arise. Well then, let's talk about work. Park Ju-hyuk glanced at Lee Ha-won. Do you have more to give me? Lee Ha-won asked. Her eyes seemed like they were saying that she didn't want any more. I do, Youngjun replied. There is a patent that I published through the patent law office at AGEN that is exclusive to LabSex. The company's stakes were set pretty high, so I'm going to move it to ABio, my new company. What is it? It's probiotics. I am going to use it at ABio. Could you just prepare it for now? AGEN management doesn't know yet, but I am going to make a deal and get it. Then, we can start it for sure. You're going to get that in turn for your company stakes. Park Ju-hyuk asked. This and more shares. And one more. Youngjun had paid off all his debt. He paid off his private debt, his parents' debt, and his student loans. And on Saturday morning, he got on the Jieyongbu line train. It was to go to Daejeon, his hometown. Returning home after achieving success was the dream of countless young people, and it was also Youngjun's dream. But I didn't know I was going to succeed this much. He wasn't going to recklessly spend his money, but he was going to buy his parents a house for them to live in. He was going to go look at some places when he was there. Youngjun sat at his seat and went into science on his phone. Some passionate scientists who were a bit of a nerd had a tendency to read papers in their free time as well. It was similar to how people who drew for a living doodled in their free time if they had a pen and a notebook. There was a paper published about a gene called isocitrate dehydrogenase 1, IDH1. It was a gene that influenced cell metabolism and epigenetics. Mutants of this gene were found often in gliomas, which were tumors that were found in the brain and spinal cord. As Youngjun was focusing on the paper, a message popped up. Synchronization mode, would you like to analyze IDH1? Fitness consumption rate, 0.1/second. Youngjun closed the message. He was going to stop using synchronization mode for a while and see what kind of changes happened. His synchronization value might decrease if he didn't use it. Why aren't you pressing it? A message popped up. Youngjun's hand froze. What's happening? I didn't use synchronization mode or advice, but I'm getting a message. Rosaline is level 4 now. When you read a paper, do an experiment, or focus on research like you are doing now, the cerebrum is activated, and the Rosaline cells in the brain cause a cascade. Because of that, it exceeds the threshold of stimulation required for my consciousness to occur. When you receive a synchronization message, you always press the button when you have enough fitness. But you are not acting that way this time. Is there a reason? Korean high schools have a mandatory late-night study hall for grades 11 and 12 from 6:30 to 10 o'clock. I just didn't do it because I think you are too synchronized, Youngjun said. There cannot be too much synchronization. The higher it is, the more logical thinking you can do and the more knowledge you can absorb. Why are you avoiding this? I can detect an electrical signal from the neurons in the basal ganglia of your limbic amygdala to your GABA receptors. This is a change that occurs in the brain when humans feel fear. You have entered a state of anxiety and fear from the moment I talk to you. That is, I think I know. You are worried that your thoughts will be affected as the synchronization value increases, right? Youngjun gulped. There was nothing that Rosaline did not know. Hiding it was impossible. Can that happen? Yes, it is possible. Rosaline replied. Ryu Youngjun. Your body is like a huge company, like AGEN, although minuscule. I have a share in your body. That much of my vote is going into all your thoughts and actions. Shit. Thoughts are just the results of electrochemical interactions that occur in the cerebral nerves. I have taken over part of your cerebrum, and because I am synchronized, the electrical signals I create are also included in your thoughts. How come you're just telling me this now? You should have told me this earlier. Why? Because I don't want my thoughts to be interfered with. But everything interferes with human thoughts. It is like when you mentally create an additional incurred expense the moment you see a pack of gummies hanging near the cash register in a supermarket. All the information you perceive from your 5 senses is constantly creating new electrical signals in your brain. Even being sick from a light cold can change which neurons get excited and therefore, change the conclusion of your thoughts. The signals I make are no different from that. Thoughts that are completely free and not interfered with by anything other than your own brain is a fantastical ability that does not exist in humans. Rosaline sent Youngjun messages like a rapid-fire cannon. He rubbed his head as he felt an imminent headache. All right, but the thoughts you make are different from that. How are they different? You have no emotions. It's different from the thoughts that humans have. I don't want to damage my human nature. I do not understand. What is human nature? It's about being human. So, Youngjun was stuck. How should I explain this? A moral sense. Or feeling someone else's feelings. I can understand human psychology more accurately than anyone else. For example, I can not only determine that you simply feel the fear you feel, but I can also quantify the level of fear by measuring the excitement of the GABA receptors. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Is it a different concept? Yeah, I cannot understand. That's why you have no humanity. You would have understood if you had it. That is the circular argument fallacy. The process of clarifying the definition of humanity and proving its existence must come first. Whatever. Stop it. Is this some philosophy class? Youngjun cut Rosaline off. Other than that, this was a serious issue. It didn't seem like Rosaline was threatening now, but Youngjun didn't know how this would unfold. I'm not going to have to fight for shares of my own body with Rosaline, am I? But wouldn't that have almost a zero chance of me winning? I'd rather fight someone like Ji Kwang Man. She's a munchkin on another level. Your level of fear has intensified, Rosaline announced. But Ryu Youngjun, you do not need to worry. Why? I cannot survive without your body. Therefore, I will only look out for your safety and will only function to achieve what you want. I will protect your body, keep it in the most optimal conditions, and I will help you gain power by elevating your position within this society. That's nice, but that's not your life goal, right? Life? Was life not the right word to use? Rosaline sounded a little shocked as well. She usually knew everything and just gave explanations to Youngjun, but for the first time, she was speechless. Yes, I think I know what you are talking about. I am a living being. Yes, I have something called a life. But Ryu Youngjun, this isn't a question I can answer. What? Why did you create me? Since you are my creator, the only person who could give me an answer to this question is you. I have never thought about something like this before. Is there a goal or reason for my existence? No, there's nothing like that. It was just an accident. Somehow, Youngjun felt like he was doing something wrong. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? I am your subordinate. You do not have to apologize to me in any situation. Rosaline said. Anyway, I now know that there is no goal or reason for my existence. As planned, I will function for you. I can only survive if you are well kept. Are you serious? Of course. Bleep. A message window that was different from anything he'd seen before popped up. Rosaline now has an ego. From now on, you can have everyday conversations with Rosaline. However, you must still consume fitness when you gain insight into the micro world. Now she has an ego? Wow, isn't this getting more dangerous? Rosaline. Yes. Now, can we just talk without synchronization mode or anything like that? That's correct. And I could start the conversation before you call on me. I have gained a new nervous system. From now on, I can maintain full consciousness. On top of that, you can give me control of your body and rest if you want. No, that's okay, Youngjun quickly replied. ******. In countless movies and dramas, a problem always arose when the successful main character went back to their parents with lots of money and prestige. It was cliché-type things, such as the main character getting rid of the nasty customer or superior that was picking on them at work. But Youngjun's parents were already living in comfort because everyone knew that they were his parents. Youngjun's father, Ryu Tae-sik, was working as a security guard at Happiness Apartment, but the residents who didn't care much about him started to come to talk to him, one by one. The first was the lady from Unit 701, she was in graduate school. Excuse me, you know Dr. Ryu Youngjun, right? My mom said that you were his father. Yes, that is my son. Haha, it's nothing much, but I'm doing a graduate program in medical school. But I just saw Dr. Ryu doing an interview after he published a paper on science. Handing Ryu Tae-sik a beverage gift set, she added, could I meet Dr. Ryu? It would be best if I could work with him, but even if I can't, I would really like to meet him. Oh, yes, I will talk to him about it. But my son is very busy too. Haha, it's alright if you can't. Well, I guess he is super busy. Don't worry about it. At this point, Ryu Tae-sik thought his son was a little famous. He smiled about it all day. He didn't know what science, the journal Youngjun published a paper in, was, but it seemed great since a lady who didn't even usually greet him came up to talk to him. And a little while ago, his wife said that Youngjun sent her almost 10 million won. He was smart ever since he was younger. Maybe he did something huge and got a huge incentive from work. That's the level of success Ryu Tae-sik could imagine. Thinking of it now, it was trivial. One day, Youngjun suddenly appeared on TV. Ryu Tae-sik was watching television from the TV in his patrol room, and Youngjun had suddenly appeared for an expert interview. He said things that Ryu Tae-sik could not understand, talking about curing glaucoma or something to the reporter with an awkward face and then left. He's on television now, too. Of course, he was proud, but he was more fascinated. Then, 2 weeks passed. It was when the news that Youngjun had succeeded in the glaucoma clinical trials was becoming known. Now, the residents all talked about Youngjun and glaucoma whenever they passed him. You're probably so happy that your son developed the first glaucoma cure in the world. He's going to get rich. Are you quitting your job now? I'm so envious that your son succeeded like that. My son has to study too. How did you get your son to study? Everyone on the news is talking about Dr. Ryu. My executive manager also has glaucoma in his right eye, but you can cure it, right? He asked me to thank you when I told him about you. Hey, I got enough money for a new car thanks to your son. I had about 30 million won in Agen, and it jumped to about 50 million in a few days. Tell him I said thanks. If a parent heard compliments and appreciation every day, even the most conservative parents would be a little proud of themselves. But after this, the news about the development of an Alzheimer's cure broke out. 10% of the people living in this apartment were elderly people over the age of 65. Could they believe it? What was going to happen now? The neighborhood grandpas began sitting in the small patrol room for hours. People lined up asking to see his great son. Ryu Tae-sik received questions about whether it was happening or when the drug was coming out every 2 hours. Furthermore, the news that Youngjun was making an affiliate company called Abio also broke out. Now, Ryu Tae-sik's title had changed from security guard to the father of the Alzheimer's cure CEO. He actually felt uncomfortable now rather than proud. The worst of them all were matchmaking requests. I heard that Dr. Ryu is still single. My daughter works at the town office here. Maybe we can set something up for the kids. My niece is an elementary school teacher. She is kind, pretty, nice. Ryu Tae-sik was getting requests like this every day. The worst of them all was the grandma from Unit 1201. Ryu's father. Come look at this. What is this? It's my granddaughter's picture. She's pretty, right? She is. Why don't you tell that Dr. Ryu Sungjun to meet her? But she looks a bit young. No. She's 20 now. She took her university entrance exams 2 months ago. Ryu Tae-sik was speechless for a few seconds. She's still a kid if she's 20? Why are you trying to find a partner for a girl who just took her entrance exams? She's not young. She's all grown up. Back in my days, people got married when they were 18. Well, that was 60 years ago. Does your granddaughter know about this? She doesn't know. I'm going to tell her when Dr. Ryu Sungjun says yes. It's Ryu Youngjun, not Ryu Sungjun. All right. Mention it to him. Yes. But Ryu Tae-sik never mentioned things like this to Youngjun once. It was because he did not want to bother his busy son with this. This was no different for Youngjun's mother, Oh Young-suk. She worked in the kitchen of a restaurant in Domedong, Daejeon, and she was smiley all day. It was because her son was coming back today. She didn't care about what papers he wrote, what drugs he made, or what company he was starting. She was as happy as when Youngjun used to come home as a university student. Young-suk is so happy her son is coming, Kim Suk-jae said as she washed the dishes. How happy would she be that her son came back after succeeding? Han Young-mi added. Brush out your bangs since you're seeing your son. Laughing, Kim Suk-jae pointed at Oh Young-suk's messy bangs. But didn't he say that he was coming straight to the restaurant? He said that he's going to see his dad with you, right? Han Young-mi asked. Yes. He said that he would stop by at home to leave his stuff and come here at 4. Han Young-mi tilted her head in confusion. It's after 5 right now. Asterisk. In Ji Kwangman's office, Yoon Bo-hyun asked, is that bastard really starting a company? We can't stop him with his reputation now, Ji Kwangman replied. I heard he's going to exchange it for Agen stocks. That's what he's going to request. Uncle, are you going to let him do that? What happens to me if Abio is made? Management succession will get much harder. There are people who actually built this company, even from my grandpa's generation. My father, you, lab director Kim Hyun-taik. Didn't you sleep 5 hours a day and build this company? And you're just going to give it to Ryu Youngjun? You're going to hand him the management rights? Are you serious? It's not that bad yet. Maybe not right now, but doesn't he take everything if I don't inherit the management rights? It's finished if he uses Abio to exchange shares and then merge companies later on. Originally, the plan was to make a child company in Yoon Bo-hyun's name, fast-track its growth by giving it all the high-profit work, and give him the management rights to Agen by merging the company. But if a strong startup called Abio gets launched and it begins to grow rapidly, they couldn't use this management succession strategy at all. Phew. Ji Kwangman let out a sigh. You said to leave it all to you, uncle. You said you were going to make him into an ally. He was going to, but Youngjun didn't fall for it. Ji Kwangman now thought that it was impossible to appease him. Youngjun wasn't a wolf that they could just compromise with. He was a tiger. He was someone who would only be satisfied after eating up everyone and ruling over them. When we destroyed the liver cancer drug that we bought from Seligener, you were the one who had final approval, Yoon Bo-hyun said. If Ryu Youngjun gets a hold of the company's management rights, you'll be the first one to be beheaded. So will I. And I know worse business deals that you have done. What do you think will happen if Ryu Youngjun finds out? Ji Kwangman quickly raised his head. He glared at Yoon Bo-hyun like he was telling him to watch his mouth. My father, you, and lab director Kim On-anth. You be quiet. Ji Kwangman shouted. Phew. Ji Kwangman sighed again. Bo-hyun, then should we kick Ryu Youngjun out right now? Even in that case, our management takes a serious hit. Think about how the shareholders would react. What should we do when the goose that lays golden eggs tries to bite its owner? We already gained some profit off those golden eggs. We can maintain our status and management without any losses if we don't send him to another farm. You. What are you thinking? Uncle, this is the Maginot Line. If we give him more time, we lose this opportunity, too. Do you know that Ryu Youngjun denied Congressman Shim Sung-yeol when he came to see him? Because he's so caught up with ethics, he does not have powerful people as his guardian. It means that he's only famous. But if he launches Abio, he will have actual power since power comes from money, not fame. Even if he is a goose that lays golden eggs, we have to decide to cut his belly open at this point. Yoon Bo-hyun said n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The place that Youngjun's parents were living in was an old house that was in a remote area in Domedong, Daejeon. To get to the house, he had to go through a narrow, maze-like alley. Taxi drivers didn't really like these kinds of roads. You can drop me off here. Youngjun got off the taxi at the entrance to the alley. Looking at the old, gray stone walls, old memories of the place surfaced in Youngjun's mind. I played a lot with Park Ju-hyuk near here. Youngjun went down the alley. And when he arrived in front of a rice shop that was no longer open, vroom, a truck suddenly came out from the left. Crash! Youngjun could not understand what just happened. He felt a strong impact on his left shoulder and arm, then his whole body flew into the air. His body flew dozens of meters and tumbled on the ground. 3 men got out of the truck and confirmed the situation. Is it done? The man with a mustache and wearing a leather jacket asked while lighting a cigarette. Check, the man who was seemingly the leader ordered. One of the gangsters approached Youngjun with a wrench in his hand and flipped him over. Blood ran down Youngjun's head. I think it's done, sir, the gangster said. Huh? Hey, behind you. Spitting out his cigarette, Mustache yelled in surprise. Behind. The gangster turned his head and fell to his knees in shock. Youngjun's upper body was smoothly getting up from the ground. It looked as if someone was pulling on his collar to get him up. His cut on the back of his head was healed. He stared at the gangsters with cold eyes void of emotions. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The order, which had passed through a few people, was to eliminate Youngjun. They had prepared a lot for this. They did multiple simulations in this exact spot with the truck owned by the identity they stole. People didn't really come by here, and there was nothing but stray cats and dog poop in this alley. There were no surveillance cameras either. Along with his subordinates, he planned a lot of potential scenarios. And when the time came, they attacked him just like they planned without hesitation, like a machine. But they failed. When the leader woke up, he found himself in the truck and tied to the driver's seat with green tape. His subordinates were seated behind, tied up and unconscious, and Youngjun was seated in the passenger seat. Tap, tap tap tap. Youngjun tapped Lee Kwang-soo's phone. You, Lee Kwang-soo moaned in fear. This guy wasn't human. They had never seen a monster like him before. How did that kind of strength come out from a scrawny little nerd like him? Everyone fell to the ground in just a few minutes, and then Lee Kwang-soo went unconscious after getting his joints twisted and hit on the back of his head. Who ordered you? Youngjun asked in a cold voice. I don't know. There is a phone call and text from a man named Kim Il-soo on your phone. Lee Kwang-soo looked bewildered. How did he open my phone? There's a passcode on it. Youngjun stared at Lee Kwang-soo, then said, human fingers leave behind residue like fingerprints, bacteria, and dead skin on places they touch. Places you touch more often have more of those residues left than other places. 0, 1, 3, 4. These 4 numbers were exactly like that. And there aren't many combinations you can make with 4 numbers. The passcode was 0413. And looking at your messenger, that was your wife's birthday. You take care of your family even when you do things like this. Kim Il-soo isn't in my memory. I assume that you got the order from higher up. Tell me who it was. Then I will let you live. I don't know. I only work with Il-soo Hyung Nim, one Lee Kwang-soo answered in a terrified voice. It's Ji Kwang man, isn't it? And no, it's not. Lee Kwang-soo desperately tried to hide it, but it didn't mean anything to Rosaline. She already detected the change in blood flow in Lee Kwang-soo's brain. She could get the answer by looking at the limbic system that was activated when he heard Ji Kwang man's name. But she needed to hear it from Lee Kwang-soo himself since knowing and proving were 2 different things. Rosaline got close to Lee Kwang-soo. She smiled. To him, the smile was as chilling as a devil's. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Youngjun regained consciousness, he was in his room at his parents' house. He was hurt and throbbing everywhere. Ugh. He massaged his throbbing body and glanced at the clock. It was 6 o'clock. There was blood on his shirt. Do not move too much, you are still recovering. The message Rosaline sent him popped up. He had lost consciousness from the moment he was hit by the car, but he could faintly remember the things he saw through Rosaline's eyes. What happened? It wasn't an alley cars usually go through. It was a deliberate accident. Aimed at you. No way. What if? It's true. They were people who Ji Kwang man sent. With a little bit of torture and threatening, they said it with their own lips. Sigh. Youngjun covered his face with his hands. He did think that they were going to do something as their management rights were being threatened. He predicted a few different reactions, but he didn't expect them to be this violent. Are they crazy? I think it was 3 people. What happened to them? They are alive, so don't worry. I subdued them and tied them up in the car. After that, I came to this house to disinfect the injury, and I controlled your consciousness while recovering you, so that control of this body could return to you. I need to go see it for myself. Youngjun put on a new shirt and went outside. In the old car, 3 people were tied up with green tape. To be honest, Rosaline didn't really have to tie them up as they had broken bones everywhere and could not move because their joints popped out of place. 2 of them were unconscious, and Mustache, the only person who woke up, wiggled as he saw Youngjun. Hup. Youngjun ripped off the green tape from his lips. In fear, the man lowered his head and bowed. I'm sorry. Please let me live. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why did you do it? Youngjun asked. We said no as well. At first, we told them that we couldn't do it this time. It's true. We kept saying no because it was too pressuring since the subject was a famous person. I'm telling you. But he kept on convincing us. Ji Kwang man did. That is. I did say that it was ordered by the division director, but I am not completely sure. The order has gone through a few people. You're saying that someone else gave the order, right? How did they convince you? They said that it was fine until now since Dr. Ryu was famous, but not powerful, Mustache said as he glanced at Youngjun. They said that Dr. Ryu has no ties to politicians because he is picky. And isn't this a world where no one gets caught after a celebrity who was forced to engage in sexual entertainment writes a list of people and commits suicide? A famous person and a powerful person are different. The world does not care when an ordinary person dies, but when a famous person dies, the whole world pays attention. But it was a battle of power to find the culprit. So they convinced you that even if you kill me, they could cover it up if they put their minds to it? Because I'm only famous and they are powerful. Yes. They said they could bury it since there are no politicians linked to you and watching your back. And they said they were going to give us a lot of money. We can't keep living like this either. Since this was going to be our last time, we were going to get lots of money and move to a different country. They said they were going to get boat tickets for us too. And you trusted that. He is not a liar. He has worked with us for 10 years, and we're basically brothers. You are really stupid. If you kill me, you don't have a way to get out of this country. They are going to use you and cut ties. But we have worked with Il Suhyung Nim for over 10 years. Call Ji Kwang Man right now. We have never been connected with Division Director Ji Kwang Man. We just assumed. We only talked to Il Suhyung Nim, so is the middleman's name Il Su? Kim Il Su. Then call him. Put it on speakerphone. I'll record it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Aren't you crossing the line? Gil Il Su asked in a hostess bar located in Bangbadong. He was a middleman broker who took requests from customers like Ji Kwang Man and moved illegal organizations accordingly. I did overdo it a little, but we were running out of time. I couldn't help it, Ji Kwang Man replied. Right now, he has no power. All he has is a huge amount of fame. I think this is the Maginot Line. If we give him more time from here, he becomes untouchable as politicians get involved. But right now, I can cut ties and get rid of him, although it will get noisy. Won't they be suspicious of us? Who? Us. Ji Kwang Man sighed. They won't find out, Ji Kwang Man said. He added, the public does not know that we are not on good terms with Youngjun. Publicly, Agen was a company that fully supported Youngjun to the extent that they gave him full shares of induced pluripotent stem cells. They mobilized high-level personnel in the company and helped with optic nerve differentiation and clinical research by giving him all the retinal degenerative mice from the Experiment Animal Resource Center. They also hired him as a director even though he was just a scientist. Agen had given him a huge share of 4% when he was a complete stranger. In addition, Agen should actively support Youngjun as they were about to gain huge profits from the launching of his affiliate company. How could anyone suspect that they were behind Youngjun's murder? No one would be able to suspect Youngjun other than himself, but he was dead and gone. The dead did not speak. Then, the public's anger would not be aimed at Agen or management since there was no way a company would cut open a goose that laid golden eggs. There would be anger toward the government, asking why they did not protect a gifted person like him. Public opinion will roar and demand a thorough investigation to catch the criminals. At that point, we can catch the worthless people who did it and throw them right in front of the public. Get them to pour out all their anger and hang him or pull his limbs apart, Ji Kwang Man said. He added, they rip them apart in excitement. The public is the great unwashed, they can only think so hard. Once you rise to my level, you can run simulations of them and predict what will happen next. A cold sneer appeared on Ji Kwang Man's face. What's next? After that, a conspiracy theory about the people behind it will come up. There are two suspects, America or SG Pharmaceuticals. I 100% guarantee you these two will come up. The scenario was that Americans assassinated him to protect their lead in international science as the person who was going to transform medicine from now on was Korean. There was a similar conspiracy theory when Dr. Lee Huaiso passed away as well, although it wasn't confirmed whether it was true or not. The other alternative scenario was that SG Pharmaceuticals assassinated him because they could not stand to see Agen's growth. There will be no room for Agen to be raised as a possible suspect as they fight. In the meantime, Agen will gather all their employees, hold a memorial service, and it will all end beautifully with the CEO shedding a tear. Rather, the mom-and-pop investors might be moved by that and stock prices might increase. Kim Il-soo felt chills on his shoulders. It's okay to throw them under the bus, right? Of course. They will keep their mouths shut if you give them enough money. Of course. I will fill their pockets. Ji Kwang Man finished his drink cheerfully. He was thinking of reporting a celebrity sex scandal after the 3 garbage lives took all the public's anger and disappeared. He would wait for the news to die down, then normalize Agen's management that was disturbed by Youngjun. The situation may have unfolded differently if Youngjun had a politician like Shim Sung-yeol watching his back, but there was no one. Nicholas? He was just fond of the man as a scientist. He wasn't going to fight his own company for someone who was dead now. Ryu Youngjun. Your integrity was your poison. A clean fish can't live in a big, dirty river, right? This one was a big case, and I'm only asking because I'm nervous, but you're only throwing my people under the bus, right? Not me. Kim Il-soo asked. Of course, how could you be included, Mr. Kim? Why are you so anxious? Haha, never mind. I was just worried about taking out such a famous person like that. Don't get scared. We can do it. And this is the only way we can protect our company's management rights. Yes, of course. It will go well. Buzz? Kim Il-soo's phone buzzed. I guess the job is done. Kim Il-soo picked up the phone. Hyung-nim? Yeah, is it done? That is, Ryu Youngjun. Why, you didn't take care of him. Are you Kim Il-soo? It was Youngjun's voice. Kim Il-soo froze. Ji Kwangman also heard it because the phone volume was quite loud. Yes, who is this? This is Ryu Youngjun. Kim Il-soo gulped. Ji Kwangman was glaring at him. I don't think we know each other. What is this about? Kim Il-soo replied with a trembling voice. I already recorded you asking whether I was taken care of, so let's talk freely. The people you sent failed. I called the police, so they will be arrested soon. I'm sure you will get arrested, too. I heard that you've been working with these people for 10 years. They don't know much about Ji Kwangman, but they sure do know quite a lot about you. Ha. Sir, I don't know what you are talking about. The reason I called you is because I wanted to ask you something. Ask me something. How much are you going to tell when you get investigated? Kim Il-soo took a deep breath. He put force into his tone of voice. I don't know what you are talking about. I will hang up if you're going to keep talking nonsense. Tell them about everyone. If it includes Ji Kwangman, tell them about him too. This isn't something you can handle by yourself anyway. Excuse me. Wait. Just don't talk and listen if you're going to pretend like you didn't do it. Youngjun went on. To be honest, I learned something from this. I also understand what kind of logic and plan was behind you doing something like this. And you people probably know a lot of powerful people who could make this go away, whether you bribed them or you know their weak spot. But it doesn't matter how sturdy the ties you are holding onto are. I have the ability to take that from you. Only I can give them what they want the most, what they want more than money or prestige, a healthy life. They could hear the sirens of police cars and ambulances from Youngjun's side. I will make sure that not only the public's anger is focused on you, but also the resentment of the majority of the political community as well. It's going to be hard to take that all on your own. Tell them about everyone who was behind this. Hey, wait. To be honest, I was recently thinking about how I was ripping apart Ji Kwangman and management too much. As a person, I felt guilty for destroying management with traps, bluffing, and blackmail. Youngjun said. But it doesn't matter now. I feel like I can go as far as needed without anything holding me back now that I know that you people are garbage. From now on, your life will be a living hell worse than you could ever imagine. If you don't want to be fucked by yourself, give me all the people you are hiding. Beep. Youngjun hung up the phone. Kim Il-soo stared at Ji Kwangman, frozen. Ji Kwangman pulled out his electronic cigarette and put it in his mouth. His fingers trembled. He took a deep breath with his eyes closed. Thud. He slammed the table with the cigarette in his hand. This is how you get the job done. That is, you figure it out on your own. Why you said that you're not going to throw me under the bus. Get lost. I don't know anything about this from now on. Let's keep this encounter a secret, too. Ji Kwangman took his coat and left. ****. Attempted murder of star scientist Ryu Youngjun, a national hero. The nation was turned upside down. News articles poured out non-stop since the first breaking news in the media, and AGEN's stock prices plummeted sharply. Public opinion was raging in criticism against the government and gangsters. Youngjun was watching the news on the television inside the VIP hospital room at a university hospital. The anchor was reporting Youngjun's accident once again. Around 4 p.m. today in a remote neighborhood in Domadong, Daejeon, Dr. Ryu Youngjun of AGEN was attacked and transported to a nearby university hospital with major injuries. Thankfully, he suffered no severe injuries. The criminals were 3 gangsters. Beep. Youngjun turned off the TV. He closed his eyes and thought long and hard. He could quickly recover from his injuries if he used Rosaline, but he didn't use her on purpose. The reason why he was staying at the hospital was to take this situation to the extreme. Youngjun thought about Shim Sung-yeol, who went to visit Sun Soo-young, the successful patient of the clinical trial, a while ago. There was no place better for them to create a positive impression than a hospital room. They should be getting here anytime soon. Mr. Ryu Youngjun, you have a visitor, the nurse said as she approached him. Who is it? He says that he is Congressman Kim Joo-chol, N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. Please allow all the visitors to come in, Youngjun replied. One Hyungnim is a masculine word that males use to refer to older males. It means older brother, and it is commonly used amongst gangsters when referring to their superiors or bosses. Kim Joo-chol was a young politician who was successfully re-elected. He was building up his support and getting better at what he was doing. He was thirsty for prestige, so he did whatever he could if it meant that he could make his name. And since he happened to be in Daejeon, he was able to come see Youngjun first. It would be quite helpful for him to make a name for himself if he could put his face on a provocative incident like a superstar being attacked. That was the only reason Kim Joo-chol visited Youngjun's hospital room. As it was late in the evening, he was thinking of getting a picture with the new rising scientist and advertising it on social media rather than bringing in a reporter and making a fuss. Hello. With a bright smile, Kim Joo-chol walked into Youngjun's room. Hello, Youngjun replied dryly. He was talking to Rosaline in his head. He consumed 1 fitness point as it was not an everyday conversation. What do you think? He has stomach cancer. Stage 1. If they resect it, it would have to be a total gastrectomy. Youngjun thought that someone his age would have some sort of minor illness, but it was a big one right off the bat. Did Kim Joo-chol know that he had stomach cancer? Dr. Ryu, how are you feeling? Kim Joo-chol asked. I am good. How could an accident like this happen to someone who works day and night for the advancement of science in our country? It really breaks my heart. With a look of pity, Kim Joo-chol came over and sat beside Youngjun. I am all right. I had a thorough examination, and it wasn't that serious. I am doing an endoscopy tomorrow, Youngjun replied. He was throwing bait at Kim Ju-chul as politicians used anything in order to form a bond. Oh, is that so? I also got an endoscopy recently, Kim Ju-chul said. What kind of endoscopy? An upper endoscopy. Bingo. If he did an endoscopy, they would have found a severe stomach ulcer. Were there any problems? Youngjun asked. Haha, they told me to get it checked out, so I did, and I was diagnosed with stage 1 stomach cancer. But you can treat it with an endoscopy since it's only stage 1, right? Kim Ju-chul said, chuckling. I can't get surgery right away since I was re-elected and it's a busy time for me, but I am going to go in soon and get it treated. With an endoscopy? Youngjun asked. Yes. Did your doctor say that? No, but it's stage 1, right? Nov. L. B //JNN. So did you not ask how much of your stomach needs to be resected? Yes. Kim Ju-chul looked a little nervous as Youngjun kept asking. I think it would be best if you asked him. Not all stage 1 stomach cancers can be treated with an endoscopy. Is that so? Sometimes, you may have to do a total gastrectomy. Normally, people think that you have to resect more of the stomach as the stages progress, but the amount that needs to be resected is actually dependent on where the cancer is located. Kim Ju-chul went a little stiff. Congressman, where did they say the cancer was? The upper side. I cannot be certain as I did not see your chart, but they usually do a gastrectomy if the tumor is located in the first third of the stomach. It is a surgery where the entire stomach is taken out and the esophagus is connected to the small intestine. Kim Ju-chul froze right away. This was devastating news. Kim Ju-chul thought, I have to take out my entire stomach. What? It's only stage 1, but I have to take out my entire stomach? It's only stage 1? Why? If only the upper part of the stomach that has cancer cells is removed, side effects such as severe reflux esophagitis would occur. Then, you would not be able to eat anything. That's why the entire stomach is taken out. But the doctor did not say anything like that. I do not know about the doctor's situation. They might be thinking about it because it is in a tricky location. It may have not been communicated well since the doctor and you both have very busy jobs. Anyway, I'm just saying that it is generally like that. When Kim Ju-chul was getting his examination, he was already late to the re-elected congressman meeting. He left the office after hearing that stage 1 stomach cancer had a recovery rate of almost 100%. He said that it was because he was busy and that he would hear the rest by phone afterward. It wasn't that he didn't care about it at all, but he had just put off calling the doctor for a few days. But after hearing it now, he thought it could be much more serious than he thought. You should call your doctor and ask how much of your stomach needs to be resected. Please give me a moment. Kim Ju-chul, who had turned completely pale, quickly pulled out his phone and called the doctor's phone. The doctors probably weren't working anymore as the time was late, but he couldn't think about that right now as he was too in shock. Hello, doctor? Yes, I am Congressman Kim Ju-chul. I went to see you before. Yes, that's right. Yes. I just wanted to ask if I would have to resect my entire stomach. Kim Ju-chul asked. And a little while later, his hand fell helplessly along with his phone. His breathing was a little rough out of shock. Watching him, Youngjun cautiously interrupted. Did he say that you will have to do a total gastrectomy? Yes. He said, that will be best. Well, what can you do? Don't worry too much about it. However, your quality of life will decrease. Youngjun said. After you resect your entire stomach, you will have to chew your food at least 30 times and eat slowly for at least 20 minutes. You have to chew your food more since your stomach can't digest it. And since you will lack the ability to store food, you will have to eat 5 or 6 times a day in relatively small amounts. And if you don't be careful, you might start dumping, which is when high concentrations of undigested food pour into your intestines and cause abdominal distension, stomach cramps, vomiting, or diarrhea. And if you're unlucky, you could get dizzy or fall into a coma. So you must follow your diet carefully. And you must lay down slightly after 30 minutes of eating since you have to slow the passage of food. You can't get up right away and move. There are a few kinds of food you have to restrict, such as dairy, but the hospital will tell you that. You have to take care of yourself. Kim Ju-chul urgently turned his face toward Youngjun. Sir, is there any way? Anyway, you cured glaucoma too, right? You said you are going to cure Alzheimer's as well. Youngjun stroked his chin as if he was contemplating for a bit. Kim Ju-chul gulped in nervousness. Sir, there is a biomaterial called CD44 on the surface of cancer cells. It's on normal cells as well, but there is specifically more on cancer cells. If there's about 1 on normal cells, there's about 100 on the surface of cancer cells. So, a lot of scientists tried to target that and create an anti-cancer drug since it would only kill cancer cells with 100 times more efficiency. Youngjun went on. But the scientists discovered while developing it that a small subset of stem cells in the body had as many CD44 as cancer cells. Maybe not 100 of them, but about 80. So, all those cells died when the anti-cancer drug was used, and that was quite fatal. That's why the pharmaceutical industry hasn't been able to create an anti-cancer drug that targets CD44 even though it is one of the most efficient targets. But strangely, stomach cancer cells have a variant of CD44 on the surface. A variant. It is a material called CD44V8. There are a lot of them since it is derived from CD44, but it doesn't exist on other cells because it is a variant. Then, Kim Joo-chul could barely follow Youngjun's explanation. Then can you make a drug with that? That's right. Then, stage 1 stomach cancers will not need any resection at all. It will be cured by just putting the medicine on the tumor since it is highly toxic to cancer cells, Youngjun replied. He added, but it is very tricky to develop. It's difficult to make a unique antibody just for CD44V8, and that's why the scientific community has not been able to develop it into a pharmaceutical yet. I had a few ideas, which I think would have a pretty high success rate. But I haven't been able to even start developing it. As you can see, Youngjun lifted his arm that had an intravenous line in it. Because I'm in this situation. Suddenly, sparks flew from Kim Joo-chul's eyes. Youngjun smiled bitterly. I should have been born earlier. I'm sorry, Youngjun said in a half-joking voice. No, but I also have stem cell technology, Congressman. It's okay even if you resect your entire stomach. If you hold out a little bit, I can make you a new stomach. Youngjun added, if I am still alive by then. Since someone seems to be after my life. Kim Joo-chul grit his teeth. Dr. Ryu, did you do anything to make someone resent you? I made some enemies while trying to live the right way. If you have anyone you suspect, please tell me. I do, but it is only a suspicion. I want to take care of this based on evidence and the law. I'm worried that they will suffer more damage than their share if I thoughtlessly tell you their name. They are going to be people with power if they messed with someone like you, Dr. Ryu. They are going to try to cover it up if you let them be. No, Kim Joo-chul said. I will do it according to the law as you wish. I will investigate it thoroughly and find them. *****. About 10 people had come to see Youngjun in the span of about 10 days. There was a pretty scary energy going around the political community. The public's request to thoroughly investigate was nothing but a cliché stimulus for the old snakes who had seeped in politics for a long time, but what Youngjun gave them was a much stronger motivation. Everyone who had met him once were all caught up in a roaring anger. In the meantime, Youngjun met some more close people he missed. As soon as Ryu Ji-won heard the news, she skipped all her afternoon classes and got on a train right away. She was usually playful and fun, but it seemed like something like attempted murder was too much of a shock. She began crying by his bedside with her face buried in his bed. I knew things were going too well for you. Wiping the tears off her face, she sobbed and said, hey, just don't do research anymore. That's why this happened, right? Some strange people are after you because you're famous. It's not because I'm famous, but I do have more enemies now. More enemies? You. Yeah, you have a pretty bad temper. You should bring a bodyguard with you when you go places now. I heard that Einstein also had a bodyguard with him. Well, he, a German Jew, criticized the Nazi in Europe when Hitler was ruling. He really lived like there was no tomorrow. You're not that different, either. And Einstein didn't have a bodyguard after he sought asylum in America. Anyway, whatever. Einstein was racist, and he had a pretty bad personal life as well. Don't compare me to him. Where's Mom and Dad? They came here the day I came to the hospital, and they're here almost every day. They went out to eat right now, but you should take them for some coffee later. Youngjun. The door swung open and Park Joo-hyuk entered. Patent attorney Lee Ha-won followed him in. You lunatic. What are you doing here? What happened? As Park Joo-hyuk was making a fuss and walking toward Youngjun, he saw Ryu Ji-won sitting beside him. Long time no see, Ji-won. How is school? It's fine. Hehe. It's nice that you're here, even though you're probably really busy with school. Coming all the way here because of your stupid brother. Sigh, Park Joo-hyuk said. Are you Kim Jong-nam or something? You can't control yourself now that you're famous, huh? Are you some chaebol who is secretly fighting for power or something? This is going overboard, man. 1. I didn't know they would act like this. 2. That's why I was hit. Why did you bring attorney Lee? You're her best customer and her income. What is she going to live off of if you're gone? Lee Ha-won chuckled like she was embarrassed by what Park Joo-hyuk was saying. But I am glad you're okay. You should rest a lot now since I'll be giving you more work once I get discharged. Ugh. Lee Ha-won looked sad. That was when Park Joo-hyuk interrupted. Hey, Youngjun. I looked into some private security firms. About 100 of them show up when you search it up on Naver, but half of them are ghost companies, and the other half are worthless. A lot of them just use part-time workers instead of actually trained guards. I made a list for you just in case you spend money on bad ones like an idiot and get stabbed in an alley or something. So which did you choose? K-cops. The robot police. 2. G1 doesn't understand that joke. Be careful, it makes you look old. Ryu Ji-won actually looked like she didn't know what they were talking about. Holy. Anyway, ask them for security since K-cops are trustworthy. Or ask for protection from the government. Okay, thanks. Take care of yourself. Sigh, you always worry me, little bro, Park Joo-hyuk said, clicking his tongue. 1. Kim Jong-nam was the firstborn son of Kim Jong-il of North Korea who was assassinated by a nerve poison in 2017. 2. Robot Police K-cops, or Brave Police J. Decker, was an animation that aired in Korea in 1994. A few hours after Ryu Ji-won, Park Joo-hyuk, and Lee Ha-won left, the members of the Life Creation Department showed up. Youngjun did hear that they were all coming to see him, but he wondered if it was okay for all of them to come to Daejeon together. Isn't it work hours right now? It's a weekday today. We all took the evening off. We arranged all the work in the morning, so don't worry. Young Harim approached Youngjun with a worried face. Seriously, what happened? I think Ji Kwang Man did this, Youngjun replied. They all froze. What does? But is there a reason for him to do something this bad? Park Dong-hyun asked like this was unbelievable. Are you sure it's Ji Kwang Man? Shin Ji-myung asked Youngjun. I think so. Do you have proof? Young Harim asked. There will be some soon. Will be some. Well, I reached out to some politicians, the prosecution, and places like that. You. Shin Ji-myung tilted his head in confusion. It was like seeing a cow eat beef. It's true. I just thought that it might not proceed according to the law if I let it be, so I just gave it a little nudge so that it would. Ji Kwang Man will be caught in the investigation soon enough. Oh my, but isn't it better for you to question him if you have suspicions? Bae Sunmi asked. Then, it could look like I had a veiled fight for power with Ji Kwang Man. I am going to keep my stance as the victim, Youngjun replied. Since he had a lot of people who would play for him, there was no need for him to hold a knife and put blood on his bands. Other than that, how did the Alzheimer's mice experiment go? Did we get the data? Youngjun asked Bae Sunmi. I win? Give it to me. Suddenly, Young Harim exclaimed and put out her hand towards Park Dong-hyun and Koh Soon-yeol. I'll transfer you the money. I'll give it to you in cash. Koh Soon-yeol pulled out a few 10,000 won bills and gave it to Young Harim. What kind of bet did you have? Youngjun asked in bewilderment. I predicted that you were going to definitely ask about research progress and I bet my money on that, Young Harim remarked with a proud smirk. I didn't think someone who was just hit by a car and lying in the hospital would ask about work, Park Dong-hyun said in a depressed voice. So, did we get the data? Youngjun asked Bae Sunmi again. I also bet that you would ask, so I brought my laptop. I'll show you the data. Bae Sunmi pulled out her laptop and put it on the side table beside the bed. The first slide that showed up when she opened the PowerPoint file was the brain dissection of an app model mouse. An app mouse referred to a beta-amyloid precursor protein, app, model mouse. This mouse had a V717F variant in the app gene, so the beta-amyloid protein kept accumulating outside the brain cells. As human Alzheimer's was also caused by beta-amyloid proteins accumulating in the brain, app model mice were basically a recreation of human Alzheimer's in mice. If you see here, you can see the formation of the amyloid plaque, and you can see the locations where synapses were lost, Bae Sunmi said as she pointed to the check marks on the picture. As time passed, the brain was continuously destroyed to turn into this kind of shape. She turned to the next slide. The picture now showed a brain that had a much more contracted shape than before, and the result of the stem cell therapy Dr. Ryu created. She turned to the next slide. 90% of the destroyed brain tissue had been recovered. Now, there was no noticeable difference compared to a healthy mouse's brain. They also showed significant improvements in cognitive ability and memory tests. I think that 100% of their brain will be recovered if we give them more time. We succeeded. Youngjun grinned. Yes. Bae Sunmi looked exhilarated. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Dr. Ryu, rest well and take your time. I'll be preparing for clinical trials. Youngjun was getting ready to be discharged. He changed into his jeans and shirt, and organized his stuff that he had set up in his room. As he was packing up his stuff, the news came on the television. Today, the prosecution indicted Ji Kwang Man, a registered director of AGEN, who was immediately arrested on charges of soliciting the murder of Dr. Ryu Youngjun. On the screen, Youngjun saw Ji Kwang Man being bombarded with camera flashes from the reporters. The prosecution suspects that Ji had planned a hit on Dr. Ryu Youngjun after identifying him as a threat to management. They think that Ji saw him as a direct enemy as Dr. Ryu Youngjun became famous after obtaining a large stake in the company and becoming a director. He is denying all charges. Ji Kwang Man's short interview came out next. I did not commission anything like that. I heard that my name was mentioned by the broker, but I have never seen him before, and, on the other hand, the Korean Organization for Rare Diseases and AGEN shareholders organized a rally condemning Ji today as well. The rally came on the screen. A woman in her 40s was shouting into the mic. My daughter is dying every day because she cannot get a bone marrow transplant. People here who have incurable diseases and their families are all living in hell and unlimited time. In the Science interview, Dr. Ryu Youngjun said that he can cure all of that, and he has shown the possibility of that. Trying to kill Dr. Ryu Youngjun in this situation is no different than trying to kill all of us. On the other hand, Dr. Ryu Youngjun seemed very surprised that Ji was pointed out as the person behind this incident. The screen switched to Youngjun's interview. In the VIP hospital room, he spoke to the reporters with a bitter face. All I have done was study hard for the growth of the company and the treatment of patients with incurable diseases. I cannot understand why he did that to me. It is shocking, and I feel very betrayed and sad. Bleep. Youngjun turned off the TV. He went to the administration department to make the payment for his hospital bills, then went outside. He saw Park Ju-hyuk standing there with security agents from K-Cops. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and they looked terrifying. My name is Kim Chul-kwon, and I am the head of security. A man who looked like a statue from Easter Island reached out to him. My name is Ryu Youngjun. After they shook hands, he got on the van they had prepared. On the way, Park Ju-hyuk said, about the thing you asked me about. There's an empty experiment building 15 minutes from AGEN's Lab 1. Apparently, Lab 1 bought it with the purpose of increasing the number of research wards, but put it out on the market again. We can buy that. How much is it? 14 billion won. They'll give me a discount since I'm using it for ABIO. Looking at the general atmosphere in society right now, they might just give it to you for free if you just ask. It's better to take the proper route and just buy it. It's not like I don't have the money. That's true. Youngjun looked at Rosaline's status window. Rosaline LV8. Metastatic status, heart, 9%, liver, 47%, brain, 8%, kidney, 15%, spinal cord, 8%, synchronization, 16%, cell fitness, 5.0. All the values increased significantly after this accident. He couldn't help it since they were urgent injuries. Rosaline's metastatic status increased as she treated the cut on the back of his head and fractures, and the synchronization value increased along with it. Also, Rosaline's level jumped from 4 to 8 as well. From games to English, leveling up was normally a good thing, but it was a little different for Rosaline. Can I keep using her? Lost in thoughts, Youngjun turned his head toward the window. But what is so loud outside? It's the rally condemning Ji Kwang man, Park Ju-hyuk replied. Where are we passing right now? We will soon be at Gwangae-Wamun Square, one of the K-Cops agents told him. As the car reached the front of Gwangae-Wamun Square, Youngjun saw a shocking view from his window. What is this? A surprising amount of people had filled up the plaza. Their shouting continuously pierced through the car window and could be heard from the inside as well. Youngjun knew that they were talking about the rally on the news, but he didn't think it was this big. The police predict 1.3 million people here today, Park Ju-hyuk said. To be honest, people are right to be angry. I would have also gone to that today if I wasn't on security today. My grandma also passed away after suffering from Alzheimer's, security head Kim Chul-kwon said. And they are even more angry because the person who commissioned the hit was an AGEN director. A pharmaceutical company that should be developing drugs to cure patients basically tried to kill them all, so. Park Ju-hyuk nodded. No matter what kind of network Ji Kwang man has, his punishment won't be light if the situation gets this bad. His crime is terrible, and public opinion about him is bad as well. His life is basically over. Youngjun still looked like he couldn't believe it. He thought that something like this would happen if he strictly maintained his stance as a victim and exposed Ji Kwang man's self-destructive foul play via the prosecution. He thought patients with incurable diseases would open a rally condemning AGEN, making it difficult for Ji Kwang man to escape, but he didn't expect it to be this huge. It was more shocking than delightful or touching. There are 700,000 patients with rare, incurable diseases in the country, and 1 million cancer patients, Kim Chul-kwon said. Please fix all of them, Dr. Ryu. Kim Chul-kwon chuckled. From what I can see, this country is sick. People are sick physically, but also mentally. Do you think someone in their right mind would try to kill you? *****. Youngjun moved into a luxury apartment for himself near Yungyun University. He only packed the things he needed from his basement house and put them here. He bought most of the furniture as well. Ryu Ji-won, who heard the news on the day Youngjun moved out of her dorm right away. Appa, I'm here. 1. She put her bags on the floor as soon as she came in and took a deep breath. These are so heavy I almost died. Should I have come and helped you? Youngjun handed her a water bottle. No, it's okay. I brought a worker. A worker? Hello. When Youngjun turned at the sound of a man's voice, he saw a boy standing at the door. He was a big guy who was holding Ryu Ji-won's stuff. My name is Yang Dong-wook, Ji-won's friend. Hello. Thanks for helping out. Come in. What happened to Ji-won? She was sitting on the floor up until a few seconds ago, but she was gone now that Youngjun saw. Then, they heard a scream from the small room. Ak? My room is amazing. It's exhilarating. Ryu Ji-won was jumping up and down in excitement. You like it that much? Youngjun chuckled as he watched her from her room entrance. You haven't lived in our dorm, right? It's not a home. It's basically like a human farm. Farm? Asked Dong-wook. He lives in the dorm as well. Yang Dong-wook nodded and added, the upper floors hardly get any hot water. Instead of getting water, they have cockroaches every now and then. The rooms are tiny, and they are not even soundproof, Ryu Ji-won said with a faint shiver as she thought about the disgusting circumstances. And I have a girl who's a year older than me as one of my roommates, but man, I couldn't live with her because she had no common courtesy. She kept putting on music and clacking her keyboard when I was sleeping. Should I donate to Yungyun University when I get rich so they can build some dorms? It is my university, Youngjun said. Then your name is going to be on the donors plaque in the main hall. That's cool. I hate things like that. Wouldn't he get a memorial hall dedicated to him if he donated enough money to build a dorm? Yang Dong-wook said. You're right. The Ryu Youngjun Hall. There's some empty land beside the engineering building, where they took down the future hall. I think they're building a new building there, so they can name it the Ryu Youngjun Hall. Ryu Ji-won smirked. The Ryu Youngjun Hall. That's hilarious. My oppa really is a great person. Don't mock me. What? I'm serious. You saved me from a chicken pit. Ryu Ji-won jumped into bed and laid down. She hugged her blankets and stretched. I was suffering from assignments and my job, but I can relax now. A silly expression crept onto Ryu Ji-won's face. Yang Dong-wook saw her response and turned away with a faint red hue on his cheeks. Youngjun walked out of Ryu Ji-won's room. He asked, Dong-wook, can I ask a personal question? Of course. Are you dating Ji-won? What? No. I won't say anything even if you are. I'm just curious. It's normal for her to have a boyfriend since she's all grown up now. It's nothing like that. So you're just here to help her as a friend? Actually, Yang Dongwook hesitated. I actually came here to see you, Hyung, too. Huh. What kind of twist is this? Yang Dongwook added, I'm a big fan of you, and I'm in biological engineering. After you succeeded, a lot of students wanted to go to graduate school and work in Professor Ban Duil's lab, the one where you got your doctorate from. And I'm one of them. Although, I still have a long ways to go until I go. Professor Ban Duil. It was a nice name to hear. I wonder if he's doing well. I should go visit him. Hyung, my dream is to get my doctorate at his lab and then go into ABio, Yang Dongwook said. It will be a really big company by then, right? Since it's like 10 years later. Yeah, sure. Probably. You are the future of Korea's science. Can I get your autograph after we organize everything? But are you really releasing an Alzheimer's cure? Yang Dongwook asked him another question. Information about the research stages is confidential until we hand out press releases. I had 5 million won that I saved from working, and I put all of it into Agen since they're low right now because of Ji Kwang Man. It's going to be fine, right? 5 million. Yes. Then you should come to the special shareholders meeting and get some ABio shares. It won't be a lot at the beginning, but you will be able to escape that chicken pit or human farm and move to your own place soon. One appa is an informal way for younger females to refer to older males. It is used between friends, but also family. Tu Hyung is an informal way for a younger male to refer to an older male. Scientist Shin Young-yeon of the stem cells department partied away her Friday night at a club. She felt like all the stress she got from preparing for the clinical trials was going away, but her stamina ran out quickly. I was totally fine even when I stayed up the whole night in my 20s. At 1 o'clock in the morning, she barely left the club and got a nearby taxi. Hello. She spoke in a tipsy voice, and her tongue was twisted. Climbing into the back seat and holding onto her bag, she said, Can you go to Kunyang apartment in front of Sindorim Stadi? Huh. She noticed someone was in the passenger seat. I'm sorry. I thought it was empty. I must have been mistaken. As Shin Young-yeon was getting out of the car, the taxi driver said, Ma'am, this is an empty car. The person sitting in the front seat is my wife. The driver was an old man who looked like he was in his 70s. The wrinkles on his face weren't just a product of time, but hardship. My wife has Alzheimer's, and I'm taking her around with me because there is no one to take care of her at home. You can get off if you're uncomfortable, but I will drive you home if it's alright. Oh, it's fine. Alright. Then should I head to Kunyang apartment in Sindorim? Yes, please. As Shin Young-yeon sat diagonally from the passenger seat, she could see the old woman sitting there. She had age spots over her face, and she was a little chubby. She was wrapped up in a thick coat her husband had put on her. On the way home, the taxi driver continuously spoke to his wife and completely dismissed Shin Young-yeon's presence. Honey, look outside the window. This is the Han River. Can you recognize it? We came here with our little Dong Il and played, the driver said as they passed Yangeway Bridge. Nov, L, B /JNN. The grandma did not respond. It's pretty, right? But I should have hung up the laundry before I came out. It should be done now. Can you do it for me when we get home? I'll do the dishes. No, the grandma replied in a sassy voice. No? Ha ha ha. Then do you want to do the dishes? Are you hot right now? You're sweating. The driver wiped the grandma's cheek with his right arm. I'll unwrap your clothes a little later after we drop off our customer. Just wait a little bit. The car stopped at a red light. In the meantime, the taxi driver played the national singing contest from YouTube on his phone. Do you want to watch this? He handed her his phone. No, the grandma turned away cheekily. Haha. The driver laughed like he was a little embarrassed. It's just like when we started dating. She was so picky when we first met. I went through a lot to make her happy, the taxi driver said as he glanced at Shin Young-yeon through the rearview mirror. Still, those were good times. The light turned green, and he stepped on the accelerator. A little while later, the taxi arrived in front of Kunyang apartment. You can let me off here. As Shin Young-yeon paid with her card, she pulled out a business card from her bag. She handed them the business card. I'm a scientist working in the stem cells department at Agen, and we're preparing a clinical trial for Alzheimer's treatment. Clinical trials. Yes. Please give me a call if you are interested. Although, the patient has to do the clinical trial suitability test, so not everyone can do it even if they volunteer. But, if it's Agen, is it being done by Dr. Ryu? Yes, Shin Young-yeon replied. To be honest, she had never met a huge star like Young-jun because she was the lowest rung on the ladder, but he was still the manager of this project. Actually, I was also thinking of participating in Agen's clinical trials as well. And Dr. Ryu Young-jun is famous as well. The taxi driver smiled, but for some reason, it felt like he was squeezing it out with all his strength. Thank you for the business card. We'll call you next time. *****. On Monday morning, Young-jun was having a one-on-one meeting with Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO, in his office. We succeeded in developing an Alzheimer's cure. We confirmed results in mice experiments with confidence, and I sent a manuscript to the science editor, Young-jun said. That's nice, Yoon Dae-sung responded dryly. He was not in the least bit happy as he knew what Young-jun would request now. Young-jun said, the stem cells department and the clinical trial management center from headquarters are gathering participants right now. Do you think it will succeed in trials? Yoon Dae-sung asked. In my personal opinion, yes. 100%. Yoon Dae-sung wiped his face with his hand multiple times as if this was causing him a headache. Director Ryu, you are going to create an affiliate company with your Alzheimer's treatment and become independent, right? Yoon Dae-sung asked. Yes. Also, I am going to transfer the shares AGen and the life creation department has of the IPSCS to ABio. Of course, with the glaucoma treatment as well. And I need your support, sir. There's a research ward that Lab 1 listed for sale, and I am considering buying it and setting up ABio there. It's 14 billion won, but could you lower the price? By how much? I heard that Lab 1 bought it for 9 billion won. I will buy it for 10 billion. I will deliver the message to Lab Director Kim Hyun-taik. Thank you. And I would like to take a few more things from AGen. What is it? First of all, please give us access to all of AGen's facilities. Yoon Dae-sung closed his eyes. It was time. Youngjun added, ABio will not only use stem cell therapy for nerve differentiation but for growing artificial organs as well. In this process, I will need the Experiment Animal Resource Center and access to the Clinical Trial Management Center that I was using at AGen before. I will also need the help of the three-dimensional incubator and technicians. The research that ABio will conduct in the future will absolutely require AGen's infrastructure. As such, I would like the same access rights as the other labs. Please allow me to pay a usage fee and use the entire main system. This system was like the core of AGen's research and development. One of the biggest reasons that other pharmaceutical companies in the country could not match up to AGen was because they failed at setting up this system. It took an astronomical amount of money and a huge amount of time. It was the research support main system that had been built for 60 years, all the way from Yoon Dae-sung's father's generation. But Yoon Dae-sung had no way to deny Youngjun's requests anymore. All right, he replied. Thank you. What is your next request? There is a new probiotics product being developed in the health food department at Lab 6. I am overseeing the development. It's a big project that we are collaborating with a venture company called Celigener, but I think there will be confusion in delivering the instructions for the company if I move to ABio. Youngjun added, so, I was thinking of moving it all to ABio. We don't have to move the entire probiotics team, but just that one new product. Even if we do, we'll still study it at AGen like before since all the equipment is here. Yoon Dae-sung thought for a moment. He couldn't understand why Youngjun wanted it when it was nothing but probiotics. Of course, the healthcare industry was an important field and probiotics was an emerging item. But all he was taking was not the entire field, but just the pipeline of one new product. Then, it was true that there was less of an impact compared to stem cells. He was suspicious that Youngjun was hiding something huge in that new probiotic drug. Yoon Dae-sung would have screamed in shock if he knew that it was a treatment for type 2 diabetes. But Youngjun did not tell anyone about that. Even Choi Myung-jun and Song Ji-hyun from Celigener who were both working on probiotics did not know. I will deliver the message to transfer the pipeline, Yoon Dae-sung said. Thank you. And furthermore, we will have to use AGen's GMP, good manufacturing practices, later. Please include AGen's manufacturing part along with the infrastructure and research development. GMP was a set of rules created by the American FDA, and it was a guideline on how to produce drugs and medicine. If AGen was a sock company, the GMP would determine the quality of nylon, or how to care for polyester and things like that. A sock company would not be monitored that strictly, but for new drugs that would be given to the human body, evaluation was mandatory. They had to be manufactured in a facility that passed GMP's due diligence. Normally, manufacturing facilities of new biodrugs went through the process of producing and purifying biomaterials in hundreds of liters of liquid culture media. In AGen's case, they had the biggest system in the world. It was unbelievable, but the GMP here had liquid culture media in tanks. Employees walked through hundreds of incubators and tanks after changing into uniforms and sterilization. The biggest culture media tank was so big that it had a boat. People usually took a sterile wherry and crossed to the other side. It was unbelievable, but that was what they were doing because it was hard to go around since it was such a big tank. Since it was so big and the capital they managed was astronomically high, AGen's GMP factory had as much independence as its own company. And it was the facility that Youngjun wanted the most from AGen. Alright. Is there anything more? There was an early liver cancer treatment called Chelicure that Celigener sold to AGen about 6 months ago. I would like the rights of that drug to be transferred to me. I am thinking of developing it with Celigener at ABio. Alright. Actually, the Chelicure case wasn't even reported to Yoon Dae-sung as it was taken care of by Ji Kwang-man and Kim Hyun-taik. But after Youngjun's fame skyrocketed, he had also heard about what had happened. That is all. I was thinking that I would have to convince you, but you granted all my requests. Thank you. That way, you will consider my situation when I exchange shares with you, Dr. Ryu. Haha, alright. I will try my best. So, what do you have in mind for the ratio? Let's exchange 10% of shares in the company's name. The ratio will be 1-to-1. AGen will take 10% of ABio, and ABio will take 10% of AGen. Yoon Dae-sung froze. Dr. Ryu. Yes. You invested 20 billion won into ABio, yes. Yes. The market capitalization of AGen is over 200 trillion won. I am aware of that. But 1-to-1? Do you think that will be possible? The government said they would invest in me. They are going to give me 300 billion won with no strings attached in the name of a small and medium-sized business support policy. But do you think that is comparable to the stock of a company worth 200 trillion won? We can talk about the shares later. Let's just write a contract for transfer rights for 10% and work out the details later. You can terminate the contract if you think the prices don't match. What is the time limit? I just need 1 year. ABIO will grow massively in that time. None of the shareholders will be able to criticize you for a 1-to-1 exchange. Yoon Dae-sung took a sip of his tea. Youngjun already had 4%. If ABIO took 10% of AGEN's shares, it was the same thing as him having 14% since he would own 90% of ABIO. On the other hand, it was difficult for Yoon Dae-sung to do what he wanted with the 10% of ABIO that AGEN would have, as although he was the CEO, he and his family only held 14% of AGEN. As a result, the amount that Youngjun would have in AGEN was the same amount that the Yoon family held. Yoon Dae-sung had a lot of friendly shares, but would that be maintained even after ABIO grows? The management rights are shaking. Ji Kwang-man moved hastily, but he was probably worried about this situation. He would have thought they would have no choice after the creation of ABIO. Ji Kwang-man, why didn't you do a better job? After the Ji Kwang-man incident, all eyes were now on AGEN and they were putting the blame of Ji Kwang-man's crimes on the Yoon family as well since they were part of the same management. If Yoon Dae-sung rejected Youngjun's 1-to-1 request, how would the public's anger and the condemnation of the shareholders on AGEN change? The stocks of AGEN that plummeted after Ji Kwang-man's incident could be restored after the launch of ABIO. Most of the small shareholders, SG Group, Berkshire, and others didn't really have an interest in Yoon Dae-sung's management rights. It didn't matter to them whether the CEO changed. They could actually like it more if Youngjun took the job. The moment Yoon Dae-sung denied Youngjun's request to exchange shares, his management rights would disappear. I was mistaken. The management rights were already partly out of reach now. He would just get 1 year of probation if he agreed to the exchange. Director Ryu, do you have interest in running AGEN yourself? Yoon Dae-sung asked a bold question. I have never run a company, nor have I learned to. To be honest, I am not confident that I can run a company this big, Youngjun replied. But I will do it anytime if the situation comes to it. And what kind of situation is that? You have probably heard, but I fought with lab director Kim Hyun-taik about the case where division manager Ji Kwang-man and him bought an early-stage liver cancer drug and destroyed it. That's when I knew that our company wasn't as healthy as I thought it was. Sir, AGEN is where the world's best intellectuals are gathered. I have gotten scholarships, and I did my doctorate at Yungyun University, the best university in the country, but I'm just normal here. When I line up at the cafeteria at lunch, every 10th person I see is from an Ivy League school. When I was at the anti-cancer drug research department, half the people in the department were people who had published a paper in Nature or Science. That's the kind of intellectuals who are here. That's right. I think intellectuals have a social responsibility. I'm not talking about the social responsibility of a company, I'm talking about the responsibility of an intellectual. They have the responsibility to guide the present time of humanity and explore the future. I think that they should research and study with the determination that one more person could live tomorrow if they developed a new drug today. But destroying a better drug? For the profit of the company? That isn't just abandoning responsibility to me, but it is like being a vulgar traitor in academia. I understand what you are saying. If management leads this company in that way and if it corrupts so much that no one raises any problems with that, I will gladly threaten management to change that culture. I'm sure you know why I chose an Alzheimer's cure as my next target for stem cells and why I chose to develop that first. Yoon Dae-sung nodded. Yoon Chul-jung, Yoon Dae-sung's father and the founder of AGEN, suffered from Alzheimer's before he died. From then on, he had fought for an Alzheimer's cure for a long time. That was when his heart burned more with a scientist's passion for research than being a businessman. The fact that Youngjun picked neurons and Alzheimer's rather than other choices such as recovery of spinal nerves felt like a metaphor to Yoon Dae-sung. It was a humble warning and a desperate prayer Youngjun was sending him. During the last shareholders meeting, he had felt something deep in his heart when Youngjun mentioned his book and Alzheimer's. I am a little ashamed to look at you as a scientist and not as a businessman, Director Ryu. I guess I am much more corrupt than you thought, Director Ryu, Yoon Dae-sung said. Did you do things worse than erasing Chelly cure? Yoon Dae-sung took a few more sips of his tea. He gathered his thoughts for a moment, then changed the subject without answering. It is unreasonable for you to ask for a 1-to-1 exchange right now, Director Ryu, but you might convince me in a year. ABIO will grow at a tremendous speed if you succeed at curing Alzheimer's and supply that technology internationally. Yes, it will. And since you have already shown us things, the shareholders will also bet on the fact that your Alzheimer's cure will succeed. Since places like the SG Group or Berkshire don't feel pressured by my management rights being split, they will want ABIO to be launched as we sign the contract for the stock exchange. And if we can terminate that contract after a year, they won't lose anything either. They will be hostile to me if I reject it n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Yoon Dae-sung smiled bitterly. You probably came to me after thinking of all that. To be honest, yes. In a year, you will have the same amount of influence as me if we do this exchange. You also know that, right? Yes. I will bet on your conscience as a scientist, Director Ryu. Even if my management rights transfer to you in a year, I will not regret it. I will support you. I am old, and I did think that managing this company was getting harder. If you can maintain that attitude you have right now, I don't think it would be a bad thing to leave Gen in the hands of a capable youngster like you. Thank you. Then, you may go now, sir. As Youngjun left the CEO's office, his thoughts were a little complicated. Yoon Dae-sung said that he was ashamed as a scientist and not as a businessman, and he said that he would support Youngjun. To be honest, it was a little unexpected. It was just a few days ago that Ji Kwang-man, someone who was like family to Yoon Dae-sung, tried everything to get rid of him, including extreme measures that led to his demise. But all of a sudden, Yoon Dae-sung was saying that he would grant all his requests, help him launch A-Bio, and support him, and even give him the management rights of A-Gen? Liar. All he did was gloss over the situation with some nice words. All he did was soften the hostile mood as Youngjun was gaining a lot of ground. Yoon Dae-sung was going to try to defend his management rights by increasing his shares however he can and getting more friendly shares. He might be thinking of a way to get rid of Youngjun, but he had to keep in mind that he could be stabbed in the back at any time. But this was good. It would be best if Yoon Dae-sung sincerely supported Youngjun, but even if Yoon Dae-sung didn't, all he had to do was be careful. But there was one thing that Youngjun found confusing. Was I always this skeptical? As he climbed up the ladder, he felt like he was changing. He felt that when he was destroying Ji Kwang-man, he manipulated politicians who came to see him as he slowly got treated at the hospital for injuries he could recover quickly by using Rosaline. It was actually a power fight for management rights, but he drove Ji Kwang-man to the ground by keeping his innocent scientist image and stance as the victim. Doing something this calculated and political was strange for him. But how was the world reacting? A crowd of 130,000 people held a rally for him, and a 20-year-old young man he had never seen before was hoping they would work together in the future. People liked the current Youngjun better and not the innocent and righteous scientist he was when he took on Kim Hyun-taek as a scientist who had nothing. The bigger he became, the more burdening his changing environment became. Can I really keep going like this? Perhaps something had been wrong for a long time. Youngjun, who returned to Lab 6 with a bunch of concerns, went into the Life Creation Department office. I'm back from headquarters. Youngjun greeted Park Dong-hyun, who was walking around the office entrance with a cup of coffee. Did it go well? Park Dong-hyun asked. Yes. I'm going to launch A-Bio. He also granted all my requests. Damn, you're the best, Dr. Ryu. You're going to take me there, right? Of course. If someone was as talented as you, I would scout them for my company, Dong-hyun Sunbi. Is my salary increasing too? I'll have to think about that. I see that business is business, but I'll give you a stock option. I am thinking of giving all the scientists a little bit, although it will be way below the decimal mark. I think I'll be able to buy a house with that share if I work with you, Dr. Ryu. I hope you can. Oh right, you have a visitor. A visitor? Who? I'm not gonna tell you. Youngjun tilted his head in confusion as Park Dong-hyun said in a playful attitude. He smiled and said, they're in the snack room. Go inside. You will be happy to see them. Even if they were someone he would be happy to see, people Youngjun knew personally could not come into the company since it was difficult for outside personnel to enter the lab due to security. So what this meant was that they were probably someone from the company, which made him wonder who it could be. Youngjun opened the door with a confused look, then froze when he saw who was waiting for him in the room. Dr. Ryu. Participants in clinical trials could visit the company for a report and a consultation on the progress of the trial. They could enter the lab by getting a temporary pass at the entrance in order to meet Youngjun. They couldn't come inside the lab due to security reasons, but they could meet the supervisor in the snack or conference room. Sun Soo-young and her husband were standing there, and they were holding a small baby wearing white pajamas in their arms. I heard that you recommended Veratax. I heard that you convinced the doctor and asked for it to be given to Blue. A tear suddenly ran down her face. She couldn't think about the many things she thought about to express her gratitude while waiting for him. Sun Soo-young dropped her head. All she could say was thank you. Thank you so much, she said. Her voice was trembling. Dr. Ryu. Thank you so much. Really? Our baby is healthy now. Is her pulmonary blood pressure stable now? Yes, Sun Soo-young smiled while wiping her eyes. I can see well now, too. It's the same as before I got sick. Blue was discharged yesterday as well. Yesterday, our entire family slept together in the same room for the first time. I had my daughter in my arms as she slept, and I stared at her for a long time. I was so tired, but I didn't want to take my eyes off her, so I kept myself from sleeping and watched her. She was so pretty. Sun Soo-young felt something deep in her chest. You are our family's savior, Dr. Ryu, Sun Soo-young's husband said. How could we repay this debt? We should have come to see you sooner, but I didn't have time since I was taking care of my wife and baby. I'm sorry. I couldn't even come see you after you got in an accident. And I didn't have a good way of contacting you either. No, it's all right. Youngjun bit his lip. He felt like he was going to cry if he let go a little. I'm really relieved that you both recovered. Creak. As the door opened, Hong Joo-hee, Blue's doctor, entered the room. She visited Lab 6 as part of Sun Soo-young's group, and she had just come back from the washroom. Dr. Ryu. There were a lot of emotions on Hong Joo-hee's face that could not be described with words. She hesitated for a long time, then said, thank you, Dr. Ryu, for giving me courage. Thank you so much for convincing me to use Veratax. No, the baby got healthier because you did a good job, Dr. Hong. What did I do? I'm ashamed to say this as a doctor, but to be honest, I had given up. And I would have lived in guilt for the rest of my life if I let Blue go like that. It's all thanks to you? Youngjun laughed awkwardly and changed the subject. But did you not give Blue a name? I thought that Blue was just a baby nickname. We had a name, but we changed it, Sun Soo-young's husband replied. To what? Lim Si-ah. Si for seeing, and Ah for righteous. We gave her that name so that she could grow as brave and good like you, and only see righteous and beautiful things like her mother. 1. I see. Dr. Ryu, Hong Joo-hee said. I saw the news that someone tried to kill you. I couldn't believe it, but I guess there are people who are jealous of you and hate you. If it's too hard and scary, no one is going to blame you even if you stop. We will be on your side in any situation. Just remember that you rescued a family from despair. You also prevented me from doing something that I would have regretted for the rest of my life. As Hong Joo-hee said that, Sun Soo-young hugged her baby. Thank you, Dr. Ryu. We will raise Asaya to be someone who helps other people like you. Thank you so much. Youngjun returned to the lab. On the white lab table, there was a huge centrifuge, a clean bench, an incubator, a live cell imager, an ICSI, a set of pipettes, and a box of tips. Everything he needed was here. He felt like he had returned after a long journey. There was a lot of confusion, but now the situation was stable. After he made ABIO, no one would be able to stand in the path of medicine that he was going to pave. It didn't matter what Yoon Dae-sung's real intentions were. Nothing is wrong with me. He was no longer wavering anymore. He felt that after meeting Sun Soo-young's family, that was the kind of thing Youngjun had dreamed of. His personality changing to a calculated and clever one? Rosaline taking over his brain? What did that matter? Youngjun thought about Ryu Sae, his youngest sibling who died of liver cancer 7 years ago. Everything he was experiencing right now was just power and measures to achieve the things he had dreamt of since then. No matter how strong and big Rosaline became, Youngjun was not going to lose his mind to her. His confidence was solid now. Rosaline LV8. Youngjun opened the status window. He was thinking of starting another research as the clinical trial for the Alzheimer's cure was happening. He did not want to waste any more time or fitness. Turn on synchronization mode. Yes. What disease would you like to analyze? Rosaline asked. 1 SI is Hanja for to see, and Ah and Hanja for righteous. Pancreatic cancer, Youngjun said. Analyze pancreatic cancer. You can do it now, right? Rosaline's level was higher now and she had more fitness. She had grown enough for her to be able to show cancer as an option. There were 2 reasons why Youngjun chose pancreatic cancer as his target. First of all, it was difficult to start the follow-up research for stem cells right now as all the stem cells experts in the company had to focus on the clinical trial for the Alzheimer's cure. Second, ABIO would already be created by the time this project was on track, which meant that this was the first research he would do as the CEO of ABIO and not an AGen scientist. Put differently, it meant that ABIO was entering the anti-cancer drug market. It was true that the public still focused on stem cells when thinking of ABIO. Everyone thought that it was a regenerative medicine company. But ABIO couldn't just be that. This company had to be the frontier that dominated all areas of the pharmaceutical industry. That was why they had probiotics, a healthcare product. Of course, cancer, the largest disease that threatened humanity, could not be an exception. This research was going to be one that showed what ABIO was. Then, why did Youngjun choose pancreatic cancer as his target when pancreatic cancer only accounted for 2% of all cancer patients? It was because it was the hardest cancer to deal with. There were countless advances in almost every type of cancer, but pancreatic cancer was still undefeatable. The average survival rate of cancer patients after 5 years of discovering it was around 70%, but pancreatic cancer had an average of around 10%. Even Steve Jobs, the CEO of Apple and the most famous businessman, died of pancreatic cancer. The world's greatest doctors would have done everything they could to save someone like him, but he still died. It meant that it was still too difficult for humanity. Why was it so difficult? First of all, most cases were already severe once they felt pain and got checked up at the hospital because there weren't really any symptoms. And it was almost impossible to introduce treatment drugs to the pancreas. Anti-cancer drugs could kill normal cells as they were usually toxic. So the key was to only deliver it to cancer cells. This was called local delivery, but local delivery of treatment to the pancreas was so difficult that it always caused despair to numerous scientists. This was why it would cause a huge impact in the anti-cancer drug field because it was such a difficult disease. Let's eliminate pancreatic cancer with a coded burnavirus, Rosaline said. Burnavirus. The strategy to use a virus as a transportation method to introduce drugs wasn't a very new idea, but viruses like AAV were used. Even Youngjun, a biologist, wasn't familiar with the burnavirus. What's the burnavirus? It's a virus that causes infectious pancreatic necrosis in fish in the salmon family. It destroys the pancreas and causes them to die. A virus that infects salmon also works on humans. It does not work on mammals. Makes sense why I'm so unfamiliar with it. It was not infectious to humans, so the pharmaceutical industry wouldn't have paid much attention to it. Then how do we use it? We can make it selectively infect cancer cells in the pancreas if we manipulate a few of the receptors on the surface of the virus. Whoosh! The images Rosaline analyzed popped up into his head. There were 4 types of receptors protruding from the surface of the burnavirus. Originally, they were meant to pierce the surface of fish cells, but their mechanism changed as their structure changed. These biomaterials recognized transferrin receptors on the surface of pancreatic cancer cells and the structure of a polymer called ERBB2. They were both target cells that were only expressed in high quantities in pancreatic cancer cells. The burnavirus would rip through the pancreatic cancer cell membrane and infiltrate it. A little while later, the cells infected by the burnavirus would activate the necrosis mechanism. Then, the cancer cells would die one by one. It is a virus that originally destroys the pancreas. It can also destroy the tumor on the pancreas. It will be able to treat pancreatic cancer effectively. As Youngjun calmed his breathing after seeing the hallucinations, he asked, I have so many questions to ask. First of all, how would the virus be introduced? Through the veins. It would be better to go with an ingested drug since the pancreas is part of the digestive system. That would be more convenient for patients as well. Alright. But that virus is dangerous. I don't think it should be left in the pancreas. They will not be able to proliferate in the pancreas if we eliminate the BVP3 gene. The viruses we put inside the body will be eliminated by the macrophages after they've destroyed the cancer cells. It will be safe if we administer the right amount of burnavirus to eliminate pancreatic cancer. But there is a problem. The burnavirus is completely destroyed in the stomach. The acidic digestive fluid in the stomach destroyed the structure of the virus. The pancreas was connected to the duodenum, just after the pylorus of the stomach. It meant that if the burnavirus was swallowed, it had to pass the stomach to have a chance to approach the pancreas. Then we have to make it so that it can withstand stomach acid. We can change the structure so that it can tolerate stomach acid. But there is another problem. Due to the stomach's nature of being a digestive organ, it will stay for a long period of time. The burnavirus will also infect stomach cells after that amount of time. Everything about biology had exceptions. Even drugs that had strictly controlled functions had side effects. Eventually, they would influence normal cells little by little. Of course, the more normal cells were exposed to the drug, the higher the chances were of it influencing them. You're saying that it can't go to the pancreas if it loses its function due to stomach acid, and it will infect the stomach if it withstands the acid, right? Yes. So, I recommend that you coat the outside of the virus with a capsule rather than altering the virus itself to withstand stomach acid. This coat will tolerate stomach acid but will be eliminated by fluids secreted by the pancreas. Okay, let's go over this again. So, after we capsule coat it to stop both the virus being destroyed and it infecting the stomach, the burnavirus that flows out after the capsule is destroyed by pancreatic fluids will move to the pancreas to infect only the cancer cells and eliminate them by activating necrosis, which viruses naturally induce. And we'll get rid of side effects by putting in just enough of the virus to destroy the cancer cells without the ability to self-reproduce. Yes. Holy, the difficulty of this is unreal. It was a solution that lived up to its reputation of bringing countless scientists and doctors to their knees. There was a reason why the medical community hadn't succeeded in treating it. Youngjun couldn't believe that it had to be treated in such a creative way. First of all, most scientists who studied cancer most likely did not know that something like the burnavirus existed. It was probably studied by scientists in veterinary medicine and fishery. The idea to manipulate a pathogen that infected fish and infect humans with it was a crazy idea as well. It was an extremely erratic, dangerous, and bewildering thought, was it not? But to destroy pancreatic cancer by eliminating its ability to self-reproduce and making it so that they only act on cancer cells? On top of that, it would be orally delivered, and it would only be introduced to the pancreas after it passed through the stomach with a capsule that only reacted to pancreatic juice? It was basically a sci-fi novel at this point. There was a reason why you whined about not having enough fitness to analyze cancer. I didn't know it would be this complicated. Don't worry. I can do most things now. With Rosaline's reply, a couple options came up. How to modify burnavirus genes. Fitness consumption, 1.0. How to coat burnavirus with a capsule. Fitness consumption, 1.5. After opening and reading each of the options, Youngjun picked up the company phone. Following the ARSA's instructions, he chose the option to buy experiment materials, then to buy experiment animals or genes, then to buy viruses. Hello, this is Kim Young-hee from the Research Support Center. Hello. This is Ryu Youngjun from the Life Creation Department. Hup. Kim Young-hee was a bit surprised. Hello. Oh, yes, sorry. How may I help you? She asked. I am trying to purchase the burnavirus. The burnavirus? Kim Young-hee obtained her doctorate in virology and was responsible for viruses at the Research Support Center. Nevertheless, she was unfamiliar with the burnavirus. I'm sorry, but what kind of virus is that? Kim Young-hee asked hesitantly. It was natural for her to not know. How could she know about something like that? It wasn't like Ajan farmed salmon or something. I didn't mean to make her embarrassed. Feeling a little sorry, Youngjun made it more clear. It is a virus that causes infectious pancreatic necrosis in salmon. She was even more confused. Salmon? Like the fish? Kim Young-hee asked in a confused voice. Yes, it's a virus that infects salmon. Would we have a sample of it at the lab? No, I know all the viruses we have in the lab, but we don't have anything like that. Kim Young-hee replied. How long would it take if we purchased it from somewhere else? Please give me 1 second. After searching the database, Kim Young-hee replied. It will take about a month. All right. Please proceed with the purchase. It would be great if it is in the form of a DNA vector. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About 7 minutes away from Lab 1 by foot, there was a 7-floor building that was about 200 Pyong 1. Originally, Lab 1 intended to make this building into a separate research ward and move the anti-cancer drug research department here. It was registered as a lab and was equipped with waste liquid treatment facilities, but Lab 1 could not use it due to the situation. As such, it was put on the market, and now, it was the company building for ABio. It's smaller than I thought. I thought you would get like a 2,000 Pyong building with your name value, Park Ju-hyuk, who came with Youngjun to see the building, said. I'm going to move to a larger building once the company and the number of people grows, Youngjun replied. But we don't have to waste money already. This is enough for now since we're going to use the facilities at AGEN for manufacturing or research, and we'll only be conducting the main research here. How many people do you have? Right now, 7. Does one person get 1 floor? You think that makes sense? Oh, wait. It's 8 people including me. Everyone from the life creation department had transferred over, and so did Choi Myung-jun and Seo Yoon-ju after Young-jun was given the probiotic project. Choi Myung-jun had passionately convinced Seo Yoon-ju, who was hesitant on leaving a big company like AGEN for ABio, saying that director Ryu was the real jackpot. Do you want to work as an in-house lawyer? Young-jun asked. At ABio? Yeah. I'm going to make a legal team when the company gets bigger. I want you to be in charge of it. Park Ju-hyuk crossed his arms and thought about it. All right. I don't want to live off the money I get from being appointed. Okay, so 9 people. Let's bring in attorney Lee Ha-won and make it 10 people. That's a good idea, but why don't you just post a job opening? You're not going to run a company with just 10 people, right? I already did. Saramin. 2. There, 2. Youngjun turned on his phone. There were about 40 application emails in his inbox, and all of them were foreigners. Park Ju-hyuk was shocked when he saw Youngjun's phone screen. Where did you post the job opening to get someone named Abdulaziz as one of the applicants? Do people from the Middle East use Saramin nowadays, too? I posted a job opening in science career jobs. Holy, wait, there's a Carpentier in the applicants. Is this actually Carpentier? Youngjun's hands trembled. Who is Carpentier? Be quiet for a little bit because I'm kinda going crazy right now. Youngjun opened the email. He thought it might just be someone with the same name, but it was actually them. They wrote about their research on transplanting lipid stem cells to reconstruct skin tissue in the first paragraph. It was really the Carpentier that Youngjun knew. I know that our company definitely has potential, but is he for real? What is he thinking? He's throwing away his tenure and coming to Korea. Who is this person? Park Ju-hyuk pestered Youngjun for a response like he was frustrated. He's a professor at Caltech. And he's a recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Park Ju-hyuk's jaw dropped to the floor. After being speechless for a while, he asked, someone like that is coming to your company, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I can't believe it either, but I got an application email from him. Am I going to join the company at the same time as a Nobel Prize recipient? If he comes after sorting things out with Caltech, you will be his senior in terms of when you joined the company. Maybe not in terms of rank, though. When that person comes to Korea, reporters are going to ask him if he knows Ryu Youngjun. Ack. Youngjun screamed at that thought, which was horrifying, but fostered national prestige. 1 pyong is a common measurement used to measure how big a house or building is in Korea. 1 pyong is equal to about 35.6 square feet. 2 Saramin is an employment website for job openings in Korea. On Friday morning, Carpentier, a professor at Caltech, was reading the science journal. Ryu Youngjun. It was the young man who had left a strong impression of himself on the scientific community with his shocking interview after being on the cover page of Science. It hadn't been long since that happened, but he swept the journal again. This time, it was a paper about his success in glaucoma clinical trials, but even that huge incident was on the second page. Shockingly, this young, genius scientist published 2 papers at once in a journal like Science. He put induced pluripotent stem cells and cell differentiation in one publication as well. Aside from the fact that his research speed was unreal, his results were just shocking. The paper that was on the front page was an Alzheimer's cure. It was filled with the data they obtained from animal experiments, and he had written about how clinical trials were beginning in the discussion. Carpentier remembered what Youngjun said during his CNN interview. He had said that he was going to soon erase neurological disorders from the history of humanity. When he first heard it, he dismissed it as just gossip and laughed it off with other professors during the luncheon meeting, saying that there was a new oddball genius in the community. But now, Carpentier understood that Youngjun's statement was not just out of youthful passion and confidence, he actually showed the potential to accomplish something that great. With his skills and research speed, he might just be able to do it, perhaps even more. The Science Journal provided job opportunities in the careers section. In the headline job section, there was a listing for a company named ABio. Carpentier pressed it because the person in charge was Youngjun, and he saw that it was actually his company. It was a startup company that had launched as one of AGEN's affiliates. At ABio, we are looking for the greatest scientists. After reading the job listing, Carpentier thought for a while as he stroked his beard. He had lived his entire life as a single man. People said he was homosexual or asexual and all kinds of other things, but there was a different answer. When he was in graduate school, there was a woman he was going to marry. She was an international student named Lila. She liked swimming and jogging, chugged her beer, and liked to go on drives while blasting the music. She was outgoing and fun, and she was the complete opposite of Carpentier, who was timid. That was why his sadness was worse when she got in a car accident and got locked in syndrome. It was more of a curse than a disorder. If there was such a thing as punishment in hell, this would have been it. Lila had a conscience, and she could move her right eye, that was it. Locked-in syndrome was a disorder that locked up someone in their own body for life due to all their nerves dying. The words she made out by blinking yes or no when Carpentier pointed at letters of the alphabet was kill me. Perhaps, Lila was someone they had to let go of, but no one had the courage to, and there were a lot of people who wanted to hold on to her as she was a lovely person who always spread her optimistic energy to everyone around her. From then on, Carpentier swore to dedicate the rest of his life on stem cells and regenerative medicine. After entering his 60s, more oftenly, he began to think about meeting Lila after he died. He still couldn't face her. He received a Nobel Prize, but it wasn't enough. But this man, if it's Ryu Youngjun. Click. Carpentier clicked the button to apply right below the listing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm here. Jacob landed in Incheon after a 10-hour flight. Then, he traveled another hour and a half to get to the ABio lab. Phew. On the way to the waiting room, Jacob was full of confidence. Jacob, who had just turned 30, was confident that he was in the top 0.1% of his age group in the entire human population in terms of his academic career. He had gotten a scholarship with overwhelmingly high grades at Caltech majoring in biological engineering, where the smartest people in the world were gathered, and even graduated early. After that, he published a paper that was cited over 300 times while working on his doctorate in a Nobel Prize recipient's lab. Some universities sent him offers for postdoctoral research, guaranteeing him a professor position. Jacob, who had a guaranteed future, had come all the way to South Korea, and he was entering a small startup company. An affiliate of Agen adults who didn't know any better stopped him, asking him what he was doing, but Jacob was confident in his decision. ABio was a company that could change the trend of the pharmaceutical industry. It wasn't dirty like existing pharmaceutical companies since it was new, and it could dominate the sector of the market existing companies didn't have as ABio was based on stem cell technology and regenerative medicine. It would be nice to be a professor at Harvard, but Jacob wanted to participate as a startup member of an important company like this and create products that would directly help humanity. I'll only be able to make choices like this when I'm young. How am I going to think about getting a job at a venture company in Asia that's 10 hours away by plane after I become a professor? Jacob was very satisfied in his ambitious decision. Creak. He opened the door. The first person that caught his eye was Carpentier, who was drinking a coffee from Edia Coffee. One Jacob could see some familiar faces. His chest, which was puffed up in pride, had deflated in a second. What is this? He felt like was at a conference. He could recognize a few famous people in the academic society. Professor Carpentier. Jacob approached him and said. He felt like he was dreaming. I take back what I said about not being able to make a bold decision like this after becoming a professor. You came to apply as well. Carpentier asked with a chuckle. Why would you? You have tenure as well. Tenure was a system that guaranteed the professor a job at that institution for life. That aside, he was a Nobel Prize winner. He would have a rich and prestigious life just by giving lectures, so why? There is a wish I want to achieve before I die. It might be possible at this company. Carpentier smiled with excitement. Carpentier. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind like they were happy to see him. When Jacob turned around, he could see Feng Zhang, a professor of life sciences who worked in a lab in MIT's medical department. After writing the paper that was on the cover of Nature at 35, he had published 20 papers in Nature and their sister journals until now. He was a Nobel Prize candidate and one of the stars of academic society. Jacob was shocked. Even he applied? Wait a minute. He's in cancer research, isn't he? It was puzzling why he even applied to a regenerative medicine company, but it didn't matter if one was someone like Feng Zhang. He was someone who could create a new anti-cancer pipeline that didn't previously exist at this company and secure a position. CEOs who said that they didn't do anti-cancer drugs would begin to do it if Feng Zhang said he was coming. Wait. Feng Zhang, Carpentier, and all those other people. Shit. What if I don't get in? A completely unexpected feeling of anxiety was in Jacob's heart. You want to apply to this company too, Professor Zhang? Carpentier asked Feng Zhang. Originally, I came here because I was curious about what kind of person Dr. Ryu was. But I heard something shocking during my interview, and now I want to work here. Something shocking. It seems that Dr. Ryu is thinking of developing a cure for pancreatic cancer. What? Jacob screamed. All the scientists around them turned around to face Feng Zhang. Well, I don't know the details either, Feng Zhang said. He said that he hasn't done any experiments yet as he is still just sketching out the idea. He didn't reveal the details, though, but he said that he was going to erase pancreatic cancer from human history soon. Pancreatic cancer. The crowd of scientists began murmuring quickly. Normally, I would think it's nonsense without any data, but honestly, I'm looking forward to it seeing that it was Dr. Ryu who said it. Carpentier said. Wait. Professor Zhang, are you saying that ABio is going to do anti-cancer drugs as well? Jacob interfered and asked. That's right. What is? Since Dr. Ryu had originally studied cancer, he probably had an interest in anti-cancer as well. And that's the reason why I came all the way here. Click. A Hispanic woman in her mid-30s came out from the interview room. Her name was Felicita, and she was a pretty famous scientist. She worked in Carpentier's lab, and she was very interested in regenerative medicine and healthcare. Dr. Ryu said that he's going to do healthcare, Felicita said to Carpentier. He nodded. If he does stem cells, he could probably connect it to healthcare. Something like skin improvement with skin regeneration, Carpentier said. No, not anything like that. Actual healthcare. He said that he's going to do probiotics. It seems like he already has a lot of progress. Do what? Jacob asked in disbelief. Hadn't he already made something huge, like an Alzheimer's cure, based on stem cell technology? But he was doing probiotics and anti-cancer, which were completely different things, rather than working on a stem cell pipeline? What kind of company is this? An Alzheimer's and glaucoma cure for the stem cell pipeline, a pancreatic cancer cure for the anti-cancer pipeline. Considering this, the probiotic is probably something else, too. Did you hear anything? Carpentier asked. Felicita shrugged and shook her head. But he said that there would be some excellent effects on a major disease. He said that was why he brought it from Agen. It's probably something important. If he said it was a major illness, it would probably be on the same level as pancreatic cancer and Alzheimer's. What kind of probiotics was it that it was as effective as a cure? Then, someone came out from the interview room and called on Jacob, who was spacing out. Jacob, come on in. Extremely nervous, Jacob went into the interview room. There was a pale, neat-looking, tired man sitting inside. It was Dr. Youngjun. To Jacob, it seemed like Asians never got old. He even looked younger than Jacob. Beside Youngjun, a few other scientists were reading Jacob's resume. Hello, Jacob. I read your paper. The one in Nature, Youngjun said. Jacob gulped. He was even more nervous than when he was defending his thesis. I'm very glad that a talented scientist like you applied to our company. Normally, we would have to hear about your research through a seminar, but we are going to substitute it with your paper and the report on your CV. Yes. Jacob, why do you want to join ABio? I assume you have a special determination to join a startup company in a country so far away. Jacob gulped. I wanted to go into a pharmaceutical company and develop a drug myself. Not basic research that universities do. But I didn't want to go to a large, transnational pharmaceutical company because most of them are all corrupt, Jacob said. Then, I heard that you started this company and I applied. It would grow fast since it has a strong base technology, and I thought that it wouldn't be dirty because it's new. I also heard that Agen, your mother company, kept their research ethics and was fair to you. The last part was a little different, but Jacob's answer satisfied Youngjun. He nodded. What kind of research do you want to do here? Honestly, I thought that I would be able to contribute a lot in differentiating stem cells to nerves since I studied cell signaling mechanisms. Then, without confidence, Jacob added, to be honest, I was pretty recognized for my talent. So, I thought that if I came here, I would become good partners with you and grow this company into a bigger one. But you don't think so now. I think the company will grow well, but I am not sure if there will be room for me to contribute. Professor Carpentier and Professor Zhang are out there, too. Youngjun chuckled. They are outstanding people, but you shouldn't be intimidated by authority or fame. Youngjun added, the research we are doing is cutting edge. We are exploring outside known human knowledge, where no one has the answer to. I think that the creativity of young scientists could shine brighter than the experience of Nobel Prize winners. Have confidence. *****. The news of ABio's launching swept the nation. Carpentier, Nobel Prize recipient, joins ABio. Professor Feng Zhang of MIT joins ABio. What is ABio? A biology and pharmaceutical company. Nicholas read the news articles that were flowing in with interest. The reactions that were coming up on Twitter were interesting as well. I heard that Avengers are getting released. Is it this? What if Carpentier has to work late at night like the hell Korea is and goes home crying? God, Youngjun is not someone who would do that. It seems like his entire schedule is a block looking at the time it took him to develop the glaucoma cure. I'm sorry, but I want him to develop a cure even if he goes through hell. My mom has Alzheimer's and our entire family is suffering. He said the Alzheimer's cure is going into clinical trials. Wait for it. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But does Carpentier have anything to do even if he comes? I heard that Dr. Ryu planned all the experiments for IPSCS, Alzheimer's, or glaucoma. They'll probably divide their research project and give it to people. If it was Alzheimer's after glaucoma, it will be together this time. A Korean venture company that orders around a Nobel Prize winner. This is insane. I can feel the national pride rising. Get me some more, too. Carpentier or Feng Zhang. I'm jealous of them, Nicholas said quietly as he closed his computer. To be frank, Nicholas would jump out of his chair and join ABio if it wasn't for his title of CTO. He just thought of Youngjun as a young man with a promising future at the year-end seminar, but it was way past that now. Nicholas looked over the last Alzheimer's clinical trial report he was given. It was data that they had gathered appropriate trial patients and that they were dedifferentiating stem cells from patient somatic cells. If he calculated the time right, the Alzheimer's cure that Youngjun made would be administered to the patient next Monday. 1. Eddie Ya Coffee is a coffee house chain based in South Korea. 2. This is a meme in Korea for national pride, or gukbong. The more literal translation is, I can feel it. Madam, get me some more. As national pride makes people feel good, it is compared to alcohol, thus asking the madam, or the server, to get them more. There was a Starbucks on the first floor of the ABIO building. Youngjun ordered an iced Americano with the employee benefits card that was given to him yesterday. Could you put it in this tumbler, please? Youngjun asked as he handed the worker a tumbler. You have a tumbler? Park Ju-hyuk asked. I saw one rolling around in the kitchen cupboard, so I brought it. It says Yungyun University on it. I guess it's from school. You're right. I just saw it. Youngjun checked the writing written on the side of the tumbler. Yungyun University. I guess I got it sometime during school. I was there for 10 years, from undergraduate to my doctorate, Youngjun said. No, I don't think so, Park Ju-hyuk replied. How do you know? Because it says 2019 in small letters below it. It's way after old people like us graduated. It's obviously your sisters. You live together now, right? I remember Ji-won bawling and making a huge fuss when you took her 4-colored pen to school. Ji-won was 8. That was when her personality was similar to our Cocker Spaniel. Youngjun stared at the tumbler, then said, this is a secret, right? Wash it thoroughly and put it back. I'm scared of her, too. Yeah. Sipping their coffee, they headed to the elevator. After I set up the labs here, I'm going to invest in a few small and medium-sized businesses and do collaborative research projects, Youngjun said to Park Ju-hyuk as they walked. With where? Cell Igener, cell bio, reaction chemistry, and a Sunbi I knew in undergrad, Lee Jae-hong who studied bioinformatics, launched a startup company. I was considering there as well. What's bioinformatics? So, it's like, a lot of people came to this building, and there were a lot of new faces due to the recent interviews, but Youngjun had never seen this elderly woman before. Are you here to see someone? Youngjun approached her and asked. No. The elderly woman turned her head and tried to leave. Synchronization mode, would you like to analyze stage 6 Alzheimer's dementia? Fitness consumption rate, 0.7/second. No, what are you talking about? Staring at her back as she turned around, Youngjun was lost in thought for a second. This wasn't where they were doing the clinical trial. The Clinical Trial Management Center was at AGEN headquarters, and Sunyoo Hospital was the Clinical Investigation Institution. Why is she wandering around ABIO? Ma'am, do you have someone with you? Youngjun asked. She shook her head. Can you tell me your name? Again, there was no response. She must have a guardian. Do I have to make an announcement and find them? As Youngjun was contemplating what to do, he saw 2 people running towards them from the washroom at the end of the hall. It was an elderly man who looked like he had a hard life and a young woman. Dear Grandma, Hup. Shin Young-yeon, a scientist from AGEN's stem cells department, stopped in her tracks when she saw Youngjun. She did come all the way here to ABIO to meet him in the first place, but she was a little nervous now that she was actually facing him. Hello, sir. Shin Young-yeon greeted him awkwardly. Hello, I'm scientist Shin Young-yeon from AGEN's stem cells department, she introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryu Youngjun from ABIO. After shaking her hand, he glanced at the elderly couple, who seemed to be a patient and her guardian. They seemed to be with her. The reason a scientist from AGEN's stem cells department was here probably had something to do with them. Are they here because of the clinical trial? Can I ask why you are here? Youngjun asked. I was wondering if I could ask you for something. 69-year-old Park Junam. She worked at a barbershop from the age of 19. Countless young men from the neighborhood hit on her because of her pretty face, but she had someone else in her heart. It was Kang Hyuk-soo, a taxi driver. Back then, taxi drivers had sort of a professional image. Nowadays, 20-year-old newbies drove safely and conveniently with GPS and the help of automatic gear systems and advanced driver assistance systems, but it was not like that back then. Not only did they have the ability to find the directions to anywhere the customer said, like they had a map on the palm of their hand, but they were sometimes required to be conversational in English depending on the situation. Park Junam fell in love with Kang Hyuk-soo at first sight at how handled a manual transmission skillfully and drove well when she happened to get in his taxi. Kang Hyuk-soo often came to the barbershop to shave. Thanks to that, she was able to find connections with him easily as she had many opportunities to meet him. They got close quickly, became a couple, got married, and had 2 kids. You look like a bandit when your beard grows because you have a scary face. Park Junam became a stay-at-home wife as she raised the kids, but she put her skills to use and shaved Kang Hyuk-soo's face every morning. I guess I always have to shave your face if you don't want customers to run away. When Kang Hyuk-soo sat in his chair after breakfast, her soft, pale fingers would spread white foam all over his lower face. The blade of her razor made crisp sounds as it moved along the texture of his skin. Kang Hyuk-soo loved his mornings where he could watch her face as she concentrated. Even if she got wrinkles and time bore itself on her face, her beauty was unchanging. The 2 of them grew old together. It was just a normal and ordinary life story. Like other people their age, they went through small and large events in modern history like the military dictatorship, democracy protests, and IMF. They got involved in various incidents and went through trouble, but they endured it well together. But not Alzheimer's. At first, it just seemed like Park Junam's forgetfulness had just gotten worse. They were things like forgetting to turn off the heat after cooking and asking the same questions again. Then, she started getting slow and clumsy in calculating money, confusing the few friends she had, and forgot how many children the young couple in the neighborhood had. Then one morning, it happened. Kang Hyuk-soo still clearly remembered the shock he felt that morning. Can you shave my face? Kang Hyuk-soo asked as he drank a glass of milk for breakfast. Shave? What was that again? With an anxious heart, Kang Hyuk-soo held her hand and went to the hospital. She was diagnosed with stage 4 Alzheimer's. She was prescribed medication like Tacron, an acetylcholinesterase inhibitor, and was treated regularly at the hospital, but her cognitive abilities and memory progressively worsened. And now, a few years from then, her cognitive function had decreased significantly, and she could not tell what the date was or what season it was. She needed Kang Hyuk-soo's help to dress for the weather, and it was hard for her to eat, wash her face, and brush her teeth. Sometimes, her conscience would come back, but sometimes, she did not even recognize him. She also began to suffer from urinary incontinence. Now, Park Junam spent the entire day in the passenger seat of Kang Hyuk-soo's taxi as she required her guardian's help for everyday life. Dr. Ryu. Kang Hyuk-soo suddenly grabbed Youngjun's arm. Please, doctor, help us. Pardon. Please include us in the clinical trial. You have to talk to the primary doctor of the clinical trial at Sunyoo University. We did. And she was supposed to participate, Shin Young-yeon answered instead. She sounded a little depressed. By supposed to, are you saying that she isn't anymore? Park Ju-hyuk interfered and asked. Yes. They suddenly changed their minds. Why? They said it was because she has high blood pressure. For this clinical trial, the method of delivery was intravenously administering stem cells and sending them to the brain through the blood vessels. The AKKT gene in the stem cells used was manipulated to make them 60% smaller than regular ones. A cell membrane with a caverlin ligand was used to pass the blood-brain barrier and reach the brain. After, a drug called 3K3AAPC was administered to differentiate the stem cells in the brain to nerves and regenerate the destroyed brain. As such, the heart of this experiment was for the stem cells and drugs to flow through the blood vessels well. Is that why the primary doctor excluded patients with high blood pressure? But it didn't make sense that they excluded someone already chosen just because of something like high blood pressure. It wasn't something like heart failure either. Furthermore, they would have chosen her as a participant after confirming that she had high blood pressure during the screening process. Had they made a mistake? Was there a restriction for high blood pressure in the participant selection conditions that we proposed? No, just heart failure, Shin Young-yeon replied. Then it should be fine. If it's just high blood pressure. How high is it? It's 150/95. It's not too serious. I guess they want to conduct it with the healthiest people possible to ensure safety, Park Ju-hyuk said. What he said was also right. The clinical trial for this cure was still in phase 1. If this was something like cold medicine, this would be when it was administered to normal, healthy people to prove that it had no side effects. This treatment was directly administered to the patient due to its nature, but it was only to a small number of people, around 8 people. They didn't have to include a patient with high blood pressure. But what kind of reason would they have to exclude someone they had already chosen? Rosaline, could there be problems during treatment for a patient with this blood pressure? You already know the answer. There aren't any, right? It does not matter. This treatment will even work on a patient with heart failure. You do not need to care about blood pressure that high. But why did the doctor exclude her? As Youngjun was lost in thought, Kang Hyuk-soo called him. Dr. Ryu, we do not have much time left. Pardon me. The doctor said that she has dysphagia. Apparently, it happens with severe dementia. They said it's when they have difficulty with swallowing. The doctor said that it gets inhaled into the lungs, causing pneumonia. She won't be able to spit out phlegm either. The doctor said that she will get stiff, and that she will have to lie down more often because it's difficult for her to move. They said that I should be careful of bed sores. When those complications happen, her immunity will decrease and she'll suffer fall injuries. They told me that's how people die, not from dementia itself. So, I have to take good care of her. But, Dr. Ryu, I'm 74. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can keep working to feed and take care of her alone. It's not because I don't want to, but because my body can't keep up, Kang Hyuk-soo said. I keep thinking about what would happen to her if I can't get up the next morning. What are your children doing? Park Ju-hyuk asked. How could we burden them when they're busy taking care of their own kids? And our kids are living abroad. After some thought, Youngjun said to Shin Young-yeon, could I talk to you? He took her to a corner that no one really came to and asked, do you know if all 8 spots have been filled? Yes, they have. Do you happen to know who took her place? Youngjun was suspicious of what was happening. He thought that the reason Shin Young-yeon came to him instead of convincing and comforting Kang Hyuk-soo was because there was something going on. I don't know their information because we only get the participant identification code. But there is something that our manager heard through someone they know at Sunyoo Hospital. Apparently, they are top VIP, Shin Young-yeon said. Who is it? Shin Young-yeon pulled Youngjun to the side and whispered, it's Congressman Shim Sung-yeol's mother. Shim Sung-yeol. Shim Sung-yeol's mother was 80, she was old. 5 years ago, she had gone to a nursing home after getting Alzheimer's. Shim Sung-yeol had continued to act like a dutiful son, but to be honest, he was sick of picking up after his old mother. He was tired of going to the nursing home once in a while to show his face, and he thought that the thousands of won going toward her hospital fees were a waste. His eyes were only focused on one thing, the upcoming election. Everything that would add to that was good, and everything that didn't help was useless. To someone like him, Youngjun's clinical trial for Alzheimer's was one of the best things that could happen. If it succeeded, he could piggyback off of Youngjun's image and be seen in a positive light. Even if it failed, he would gain sympathy votes. Of course, it would be best if Youngjun succeeded, but wouldn't he, since he was so outstanding? Even Nobel Prize recipients came to work with him. Scientists must be independent from politics. The face of that young man who declined his request right to his face when he went to visit Sun Soo-young kept popping up in Shim Sung-yeol's mind. He was an international scientist star right now. I will do as you say for now, Shim Sung-yeol thought as he pushed the director of Suneoo Hospital. Next time, I will visit you to thank you as the dutiful son of a clinical trial patient, not as a politician, Dr. Ryu. ******. Ju Hyuk, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Youngjun, who was talking to Shin Young-yeon for a bit, returned to them. Huh. Park Ju Hyuk looked a little flustered. What did you guys talk about? Why are you so angry? Man, you look like the time when Ji-won ate all our Haagen-Dazs ice cream when we were young. We have to go somewhere right now, Youngjun said. Go where? Suneoo Hospital. Youngjun was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Baffled, Park Ju Hyuk grabbed his wrist. Let's go. I'm so mad that I can't wait one more second. As Youngjun was about to drag Park Ju Hyuk out, Kang Hyuk-soo stepped in front of him. Dr. Ryu, if you go to Suneoo Hospital right now, will she get the treatment? I don't know, Youngjun replied firmly. Only the experimental hospital has the right to select participants. It is not something I can do. I sympathize with your situation, but it doesn't do anything. Then, I will support the doctor's judgment that her high blood pressure will be a problem if it is appropriate. You will have to wait for phase 2 of the clinical trial since the range of participants will expand then. If it's too difficult for you to take care of her in the meantime, please tell me. I will assist you financially. But please remember that I do not have the right to interfere with the selection process of clinical trial participants, Youngjun said as he glanced at Shin Young-yeon. Let's go, Ju Hyuk. Leaving the elderly man and Shin Young-yeon who both looked disappointed, they left the building. On the way to the hospital in Park Ju Hyuk's car, Youngjun, who was sitting in the passenger seat with his arms crossed, was lost in thought with a serious face. Why are you so angry? Who got in the trial instead of that elderly woman? Park Ju Hyuk asked. Congressman Shim Sung-yeol took out that woman and put in his mother. Leaning his head on the window, Park Ju Hyuk stared at Youngjun. Is that something to be this mad about? I think it's the angriest you've been since you started working at Ajan. Of course, n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. Because a politician interfered. No, if that's what I was mad about, I would have made us go to Shim Sung-yeol's office rather than Suneoo Hospital. Then why are you so mad? The bastards at Suneoo Hospital messed with my research. Youngjun grit his teeth. Shim Sung-yeol could have requested that to the hospital to help his mother because he doesn't know anything about experiments and research. I understand that. It's wrong, but I can at least understand it, right? But the hospital shouldn't have accepted that. A clinical trial isn't treatment. I don't know how high people's expectations of me are and why everyone is dying to be included in my clinical trial, but a clinical trial is not the same thing as treatment in any way. Youngjun emphasized what he was saying. This is research and an experiment? ABio commissioned a clinical experiment to the hospital, and that hospital is an institution that conducts the experiment for ABio. Patients are just trying to get into your clinical trials because you're such a famous star. They trust you that much and are trying to get better. That's wrong, too. I'm thankful that they have that much faith in me, but in principle, they should not be doing that. It's not like fame guarantees success. Do they think that I'll be right this time too because all the experiments I've done in the past were right? We can't do that since this is a clinical study with people's lives on the line. Research should be done according to data, not the name value of the participant. Okay, man. Why are you getting mad at me? And everything about a clinical trial must be controlled as strictly as possible, starting from the participant selection process. We have to exclude volunteering patients who don't fit the criteria and conduct it after randomly selecting the participants from the remaining people. That is controlling the variables in a study. It's the basics. Okay, I get why you are so mad. Can you calm? After excluding patients who do not meet the criteria, the will of the investigator should never be involved in the selection process of the remaining patients. They have to be drawn completely randomly, like rolling a dice. There are places overseas that use a computer to randomly pick. If this principle is broken, it's data manipulation. Data manipulation. Park Ju Hyuk's eyes widened at an unexpectedly impactful word. Of course. How can the data be reliable when the sample is subjectively selected? If I allow this, the research will become a mess right away. There are so many scammer pharmaceutical companies that choose patients with light symptoms or ones that they think they could treat and advertise their success in clinical trials to sell their drugs. If I pick the participants, how am I any different? Thud. Youngjun slammed his fist on the window out of frustration. But an outside force interferes with my research and puts pressure on participant selection, and the hospital changes patients according to that for reasons that aren't part of the criteria? It's an experiment that works with people's lives, they shouldn't be conducting it however they want, right? If something happens, I can't even track down the cause. What were they thinking? These bastards. Whoa, relax, man. It's not something to relax about. This is something that institutions in developed countries that are really strict about research ethics could kick everyone related to the study kicked out for. It's that bad. Of course, it's data manipulation. It's a fake paper, and to be honest, I'm suspicious of Shin Young-yeon SSI from the stem cells department bringing that elderly woman. It would be nice if she didn't have any relationship with them, but what if she got something from the elderly man and lobbied the hospital? It's a clinical trial of a project where I'm the general manager, but the staff under me are lobbying and switching out patients, and politicians are switching patients by putting pressure on them. It's a fucking mess. I trusted them because they were a large hospital and experts, and I didn't think it would be right for me to supervise and tell them what to do when I requested it to the Clinical Trial Investigation Institution. I just received reports and waited. I even went to the hospital after the patient was fully cured during the glaucoma trial. But they stabbed me in the back right from the selection process. I think you should also manage the clinical trial yourself. I was considering opening a hospital when the company gets bigger, but I think I have to hurry. I don't think I can trust any investigation institution easily. But in my opinion, I don't think Shim Sung-yeol acted in worry for her mother or because he wanted her to get better. Then, it's because he can get close to you if it succeeds. The election is right around the corner, Park Ju-hyuk said. I know that people are confusing your clinical trial and actual treatment, but honestly, not me. I don't know if it's because I've known you ever since you were a little kid, but I don't trust you that much. Okay, wait, this is kind of hurtful too. But to put my mother in phase 1 of a clinical trial Ryu Youngjun is running? I could never do that. I would just wait until phase 2, and it's not like dementia is an immediately life-threatening disease. Since a politician like Shim Sung-yeol would have a lot of money, he could just get her a caregiver, and she would last until phase 2. But the reason he went out of his way to make another spot and include himself in phase 1? Because he's in the Ryu Youngjun fantasy? Nope. In my opinion, his goal in the first place wasn't his mother's health, but a connection with you, Park Ju-hyuk said. The news that it was the first successful treatment in phase 1 and the news that it works well for many patients in phase 2 have different impacts. He is just trying to take a picture with you in the huge spotlight when you succeed in treating Alzheimer's for the first time ever and befriend you. He'll give you some gifts as a clinical trial patient's son, call all the patients together for a meal and gain sympathy by asking you if there were any difficulties in the study, that he was so touched by seeing his mother get better, and that he is indebted to you and wants to support you. Park Ju-hyuk went on. After he makes you an ally by cajoling you, actually supporting you, and creating a win-win relationship, he will ask you to support in his election campaign in turn for a spot in the Ministry of Health and Welfare or the Ministry of Science and Technology. It's a cliché repertoire, isn't it? I don't care if that is true or not. Even if it is true, tell him to keep going with that disgusting scheme and delusion that uses his own mother. I will never follow along. Why don't you cooperate a little bit? He's a candidate after all. Do you hate politics? It's not that I hate politicians, but I never cooperate with people who don't keep principles. He's already done to me from the things he's shown me before. You also put pressure on politicians too, right? When you caught Ji Kwang Man, all I did was ask them to investigate it thoroughly according to the law. It wasn't even a request. A victim who was attacked can't even ask them to thoroughly investigate the people who attacked him. I only asked them to do it according to the law, and I never said Ji Kwang Man's name. If he was innocent, he wouldn't have been caught. I did put pressure on them, but it was to do everything lawfully. Isn't that different from this? You're right. To be honest, I don't think there's a problem with that either. Then why are you picking a fight with me? I just want to tease you when you're mad. You know when you want to mess with kids who are upset? It's similar to that. Are you a psychopath? Youngjun cringed. Park Ju-hyuk saw the side of his face and chuckled. It's been a while since you've been this angry. It reminds me of old times. Were you like this when you cursed at the lab director? It was worse. My hands were trembling back then. You had a tremor, right? Stop talking nonsense and focus on driving. Youngjun, who pushed the Sunyoo hospital main doors open, headed straight to the neuropsychiatry department. The nurses at the administration counter recognized him. Hello. A nurse quickly approached him and greeted him. I'm here to see Professor Koh In-guk. He's the primary doctor, right? Where is he? Youngjun asked. He should be in the office. When will he be done? He is done soon because of the clinical trial preparations. In about. The nurse glanced at the clock. 10 minutes. All right. Please let me know when he comes out. Youngjun went to the waiting room and sat down quietly. You looked like you were going to barge in through his office door, Park Ju-hyuk said with a smirk. I don't have the right to interfere with the patient's rights to be treated, so. A little while later, Koh In-guk came out of his office. After the nurse approached him and talked to him for a bit as she gestured to Youngjun, he came over. Hello. Koh In-guk smiled and greeted him. Hello. Let's cut straight to the chase since we don't have much time. Can we go somewhere quieter? Youngjun asked. Koh In-guk got a little nervous as he saw that Youngjun's expression and tone was serious. Nurse Kim, do we have any seminar rooms available? Room 211 would be empty. The lecture room where the immunity seminar was held. I'm just going to use that for a bit, KOH Inguk said. Let's go, Dr. Ryu. Youngjun followed KOH Inguk and Park Ju-hyuk to the small conference room. You came here regarding the clinical study. KOH Inguk asked as he sat down in the chair. Yes. I heard that the patients were changed. KOH Inguk flinched slightly at Youngjun's response. He pretended like he didn't know anything. The patients were switched. You're the doctor in charge, and you don't know? That's a problem as well. A woman named Shin Maljae came in instead of someone named Park Junam. That's what you're talking about, right? What's the criteria? KOH Inguk gulped. That is, we didn't think she was fit because she had high blood pressure. Is that all? Yes. If you look at the preclinical data we provided, there is data on obese mice as well. And obese mice have pretty high blood pressure. You know why we tested that, right? It is because 80% of Alzheimer's patients are obese, and a lot of them have high blood pressure as well. That is true. We could get a safe starting point if we only included patients with no cardiovascular diseases, but it would only be effective for 20% of Alzheimer's patients. That was why we purposely tested obese mice. We have blood pressure data as well. But why aren't you using it? The treatment I developed is to send small stem cells to the brain. The stem cells are less than 8 micrometers in diameter. It's smaller than the diameters of capillaries. And the stem cells, which will be administered through the veins in the arm, will move through the internal carotid artery to reach the brain. Right? The diameter of the cerebral carotid artery is usually measured in millimeters, isn't it? Do you think that a patient's internal carotid artery will get smaller than 8 micrometers even if a patient's artery constricts due to high blood pressure? I'm curious about your opinion as a doctor. As I told you, we just wanted to get a safer starting point just in case anything happens. Youngjun stared straight into KOH Inguk's eyes. So there is no scientific reason? Yes. Do you know why I am asking you this aggressively? Youngjun asked. Pardon. The patient who was put in the place of Park Junam. It was Shim Sung-yeol's mother, right? I heard that he put pressure on you. KOH Inguk froze. Please be honest. There were only 8 participants approved by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, and you already had 8 people. So, in order to fulfill Shim Sung-yeol's request, you had to take someone out, and the person chosen was a patient with high blood pressure, whom you would have an excuse for. Is that right? How could you allow external pressure in the selection process and... I'm sorry. KOH Inguk bowed. I am truly sorry. I will be honest. I couldn't bear it because it was weighing on my conscience, but I can't do it anymore. I will just resign. This was what the hospital director ordered me to do. The hospital director. Yes, I'm sorry. I will make it right now. I'm so ashamed. Then, it's not something that can just be settled with you, Professor, Youngjun said. I think I need to meet the hospital director. Lee Jun-hyuk, the hospital director of Sunyoo Hospital, was having tea with Shim Sung-yeol in his office. To him, the hospital was a business. In that sense, Sunyoo Hospital was succeeding, and it was because of a rare genius scientist named Ryu Youngjun. Succeeding in clinical trials was a bonus factor for hospitals. It made the hospital more famous by giving it the reputation that it was the first to cure a difficult disease. After succeeding in the glaucoma trial, Sunyoo Hospital received a lot of investments from several places, and it became the first place that patients with eye conditions came to. I'm glad the hospital is doing well, Shim Sung-yeol said. It's all because you looked after us, Professor Lee Jun-hyuk said with a chuckle. Shim Sung-yeol had a political connection with Lee Jun-hyuk for a long time. Sunyoo Hospital was a huge university hospital. They didn't just treat patients, but also conducted research and education. Despite their lack of significant results, Sunyoo University received 19.2 billion won in government funding in the last 8 years as they were selected as a research-oriented hospital. Behind their funding was Shim Sung-yeol. He was one of the directors of the Sunyoo Social Welfare Foundation, which supported Sunyoo Hospital. It was a public interest foundation and was supporting Sunyoo Hospital, but Shim Sung-yeol actually benefited more from it than them. It seemed obvious that it was going to be that way with the Alzheimer's clinical trial as well. Ring? The office phone rang. Please excuse me. Lee Jun-hyuk picked up the phone. This is Lee Jun-hyuk. Yes. Yes. He frowned a little. Yes, I will be there right away. After hanging up the call, he glanced at Shim Sung-yeol like there was a problem. What is it? Shim Sung-yeol asked. I think I might have to head out for a moment. But it's nothing. The professor in charge of the clinical trial wants to see me for a little bit. I will be back soon. For some reason, Lee Jun-hyuk looked like he was carrying a lot of worries as he quickly ran out of the office. Shim Sung-yeol just stared at the office door that Lee Jun-hyuk closed on his way out. Was there any lobbying or request involved in Park Junam's participation in the clinical trial as well? For example, an employee from the stem cells department at AGEN. Please be honest with me, Youngjun said. I do not know anything about that, KOH Inguk replied. The only case where there was external pressure in the participant selection process was from Congressman Shim Sung-yeol. I am asking because I think that Shin Young-yeon, a scientist from AGEN's stem cell department, knows Park Junam, the patient who was excluded. I do not know. Park Junam only came with her husband to volunteer. Youngjun crossed his arms. Does Shin Young-yeon have nothing to do with it? Park Ju-hyuk, who was beside him, said, they could have just gone to the stem cell department for the clinical trial, met Shin Young-yeon, and she just brought them to you. Or they knew each other before, but she just told them how to volunteer. Youngjun nodded his head. Maybe. I guess I was too sensitive. Click. The conference room door opened, and a professor who looked like he was in his 50s or 60s appeared. It was Lee Junhyuk, the hospital director. Why, Dr. Ryu, hello. Thank you for coming all the way here. You should have called us before. Lee Junhyuk approached Youngjun with a smile, acting like they were friendly. It is not that far. It's 10 minutes by car. Haha, is it? That was why I gave the clinical trial to this hospital, since it is convenient to provide fresh iPSCs or nerve cells and technical support. Do you know what I mean? It means that there is no reason for me to insist on this hospital as the investigation institution other than the fact that it is in a convenient location. I heard that you were angry about the patients being changed, Lee Junhyuk said as cold sweat dripped down his neck. Did you know Park Sunam? It's Park Junam. Yes, Park Junam. Haha, my apologies. We must have made a mistake. We didn't know that they were important to you. We will fix this right away. Important to me. Youngjun frowned. All those patients are important to me? What are you talking about? Do you think I am doing this because of some personal relationship? Selecting patients subjectively is data manipulation, you know that, right? I am bringing this up because I want this clinical study to be strictly controlled. Lee Junhyuk looked like he realized he made a mistake, then tried to laugh it off. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Now, please relax, Dr. Ryu. Would it be such a big problem that one patient out of 8 were switched? They are all Alzheimer's patients after all. I am the principal investigator, and the paper will have my name as the first author. The data that will be included in that paper will be manipulated. Even if you or Professor KOH are included as co-authors, the final responsibility comes down to me. Do you think I can relax? How can you call this data manipulation? It's a small issue, and you are overreacting. Ha ha ha. We can just say that the person we randomly selected was Congressman Shim Sung-yeol's mother in the first place. I'm saying that this kind of attitude is wrong. Then what should we do now? Shin Mal-jae, the congressman's mother, is a clinical study participant who is already registered on our side. We can't take her out now. How old is she? I assume she is quite old as she is Congressman Shim Sung-yeol's mother. She is 83. Then isn't she included in the aged, 80 and over category, and classified as a separate age group in clinical trials? There are a lot of places that do that, including the FDA in America. But since it's a clinical study on Alzheimer's, it would be good to obtain data on aged, 80 and over patients. My point is that you did not use that classification of age when we got the permission to do the clinical trial. We can revise something like that easily. Revisions are something I should discuss with the doctor in charge and decide. According to the clinical study guidelines, she should have been excluded. Why are you trying to gather participants and then change the criteria? Haha. Dr. Ryu, we won't be able to do clinical trials if we are strict about every single thing. Is that so? Youngjun stared at Lee Junhyuk. Then don't do it. Lee Junhyuk froze, and KOH Inguk's eyes widened. I guess it can't be helped if you can't manage something as small as that. If this hospital isn't capable of that, I don't want to conduct my clinical trial here. Stop the study. I will talk to the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety and the Clinical Trial Evaluation Committee. I will have to go through tedious paperwork again, but it doesn't matter. I will transfer this to another institution and conduct it there. Lee Junhyuk let out a sigh. Dr. Ryu, I will be frank. You shouldn't go against politics if you want to run a bio. What are you going to do? Who said I am going against them? I am only saying that we should keep principles and ethics. I don't understand why you are not cooperating with someone as huge as Congressman Shim Sung-yeol when he is reaching out to you first. If you let this go just this one time, his mother becomes healthy, you get a supporter, and the congressman gets a young, talented individual and a new network. Everyone is happy, right? To be honest, it's frustrating. I hope you find another scientist like that. I'll stop here. Please organize everything that was prepared here since I'll be conducting the clinical study at another hospital. As Youngjun was about to take his bag and leave, another person opened the door and came in. It was Shim Sung-yeol. He slowly approached Youngjun. Standing close, Youngjun and Shim Sung-yeol stared at each other. Chuckle. Shim Sung-yeol laughed. It seems like you don't like me, Dr. Ryu. Youngjun didn't reply. I want to be friends with you, but it's not easy. I am open to being friends personally, Congressman. But I will not help your political activities. And I will not ask you anything regarding research. You must remember that business is business in our relationship. Do you still want to be friends? Why are you trying to distance yourself from politics so much? With your fame and reputation, it's worth a shot to cooperate with me. It would definitely be easier if I had someone like you backing me. It would be easy to get permissions for clinical trials, and my products would easily be given permission to commercialize. That's true, especially if you have someone who could use their power. They could discreetly ease the restrictions on drug standards that Congress develops. That is why it has to be separate, Youngjun said. I also know what kind of position I am in among Korea's scientific community. Of course, I'm not the first one, but I think I will make a huge step. I think I told you before, but science is independent and the study of objectivity. All drugs developed by scientists must obtain permission and regulation according to their level of side effects and efficacy. They cannot be loosened because someone is friends with someone. I know how pharmaceutical companies used to do things by the rule of thumb, and it's not just in Korea. But I want to change that culture as much as I can. I want to make a culture where we prove development by data instead of lobbying. I hope you understand. Yes, of course, Shim Sung-yeol replied in a subdued voice. All right. I understand your ideology, Dr. Ryu. And I made a mistake with this Alzheimer's clinical trial. I don't know much about medicine and pharmaceuticals or clinical trials. Shim Sung-yeol added, Dr. Ryu, I didn't want to break the law or research ethics or anything like that. I asked the director if there were any openings because I wanted to help my mother, and this is what happened. So you're saying that the director did this out of loyalty even though you didn't ask him. He knows how I think about my mother and how I take care of her. He just made a mistake while trying to help me out of pity. See, this is why we must stay away from politics, Youngjun said. Yes, I understand. I guess this reaffirmed your beliefs, Shim Sung-yeol replied. My mother will apply for phase 2 of the trial, and I will make sure that she is randomly selected. So please do not worry anymore and let's conduct according to principles, like you want. Yes, thank you. Shim Sung-yeol smiled, patted Lee Junhyuk on the shoulder and left. Youngjun stared at him as he walked toward the door. Something that happened at Lab 6 at Agen came to mind. Even then, Shim Sung-yeol was shut down when he tried to get Youngjun on his side. He also apologized and left, just like he was doing now. But unlike the last time, this might sour their relationship a little. He might become an enemy, but I can't help that. Lee Junhyuk approached Youngjun and said, well, it's a bummer, but I guess it's done. Then, we'll just continue with the patient that was originally selected, yes. What? Youngjun replied. We will continue with the patients that were originally selected, but I cannot trust you anymore. We will continue this trial at a different institution. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go, Junhyuk. Wait. Lee Junhyuk urgently grabbed Youngjun's arm. Sir, wait. We wrote a contract to hold the clinical trial here and everything. You can't do this. The primary investigator said he was going to resign, too, Youngjun said. Lee Junhyuk turned to KOH Inguk in surprise. KOH Inguk confirmed it with a serious face. I will resign. My pride has been hurt too much over this incident, and I feel ashamed at the work I am doing here. Goodbye. I won't be giving clinical trials to Sunyoo Hospital anymore. Youngjun said goodbye to Lee Junhyuk and left with Park Ju-hyuk. On the way back to Agen, Park Ju-hyuk glanced at Youngjun, who was lost in thought. His hands were trembling lightly. Hey, you went in there like a bulldozer, but you overdid it, didn't you? You did good. Thanks. Hey, but I have something to ask you. Why did you bring me? You can take care of it by yourself. Just in case we fought about legal problems. So I was your law robot. And I need someone to stop me if I get too heated. Youngjun called the stem cells department and talked with Shin Young-yeon on the phone. She actually had no relationship with the old couple. All she did was tell them how to apply and fill out their application form. She also said that she told them multiple times that they could not be selected. They only came to Youngjun after they were absurdly removed from the trial afterward even though they were selected as participants. I did not break research ethics. How could I dare to come see you if I did that? You have no compromise about that, right? Of course. At Agen, your personality and attitude toward research is like what you'd see in textbooks. If I got the participants selected by lobbying, it would be suicide to come see you. All right. Could you please give me the couple's contact information? Contact information? Yes. I want to visit them. Youngjun got their contact information and made time on his weekend to go to the old couple's house. There were rows of worn-out, ragged houses in the suburb. The old, dark streets and dirty roads reminded him of his parents' house in Daejeon. Youngjun brought them to an apartment he got near Yungyun University, and they were going to move in soon, but they still lived there. Kang Hyuk-soo, who was standing in the living room, which also was the kitchen, looked very disheartened. Sorry, I don't have anything to offer you. Kang Hyuk-soo handed Youngjun a glass of water. Your wife will be able to participate in the clinical trial. Kang Hyuk-soo's face lit up when he heard Youngjun. Thank you. There is no need to thank me. I didn't do anything. She was randomly selected. Still, thank you, but the clinical trial investigation institution will change, so it will take longer than planned. Is that so? Don't worry too much. She will get better quickly when the treatment starts. But I think it will be hard for you to take care of her alone until then, so why don't you get a caregiver? I did look into it. The hospital said that without a professional caregiver, it's easy for people with Alzheimer's as advanced as her to get sepsis or something, and they said that she had to be admitted into a nursing home to be properly taken care of. Is that so? Yes, but it was too expensive. I live paycheck to paycheck from my job as a taxi driver. How could I afford something like that? Even the health insurance doesn't work because of something about my wife. I would like to help you, but large sums of money or valuables should not be exchanged between clinical trial personnel. Haha, it's all right. I did not tell you so that you could help me. I'm just grateful that you developed a drug like that. Youngjun grinned. She will get better, I promise. Don't worry about the selection process and have hope. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Youngjun left the house as the old man bowed to him multiple times. He stopped in front of Kang Hyuk-soo's front door. After checking that he went back inside, Youngjun slipped a little envelope in his mailbox. It was some money for him to be able to use a professional caregiver or go into a nursing home until the clinical trial. It was funny and bitter, but one of the most powerful disease suppressors in the world was money. In the bounds of science, that determined treatment and survival. This was the neuropsychiatry department at Yi University Hospital. There were about a dozen elderly people lying in the hospital beds in the room. This was the new institution that was in charge of the powerful clinical study of the stem cell-based Alzheimer's treatment. It was all over the news everywhere when they heard that a clinical study was being conducted, but it got quiet after a month. It was because none of the patients showed signs of improvement. Shin Youngju, the primary doctor in charge of the clinical trial, came in. "How are you feeling?" she asked Park Junam. She didn't reply. As Shin Youngju was examining her by asking her a few more questions, Youngjun approached her from the back. Youngjun chose Yunyi Hospital as the next institution because Professor Koh Inguk recommended it. Now, instead of receiving report documents, he came to the hospital in person and checked the progress once every week. He felt a little sorry for the primary doctor, but he couldn't stop worrying if he didn't do this. Although, it was a relief that Professor Shin Youngju didn't mind Youngjun visiting him. It was because Shin Youngju was friends with Koh Inguk and had heard about everything that had happened. "I think we will have to monitor them and see how it goes," Shin Youngju said to Youngjun. "Yes, of course. It will take some time for the newly differentiated nerve cells to establish themselves. A month might not be enough," Youngjun replied. As Shin Youngju was examining them, Youngjun also examined them using synchronization mode. To be honest, this was more accurate than a doctor's examination. Although it didn't seem like it on the outside, the treatment was just about to work. It was usually like this most of the time for stem cell therapy type biological agents. The changes didn't show up on the outside, like an incubation period, but it had a time of perseverance where things were being done under the surface. After a certain point, the treatment effect will rise exponentially. "Oh, you're here, doctor." Someone suddenly came out from behind and greeted Youngjun. It was Kang Hyuk-soo. They saw each other quite often, but he always reacted this way whenever Youngjun came. Kang Hyuk-soo didn't make it obvious, but to be honest, he knew that the money that was in his mailbox was from Youngjun. That was why he came to him and respectfully greeted him out of gratitude and happiness, but Youngjun found it a little too much. "I purposely came here at a time he wouldn't be here." Youngjun already felt tired, but he still greeted him brightly. "Hello, doctor, would you like some chocolate?" Kang Hyuk-soo handed him a chocolate bar. "I'm fine. But shouldn't you be driving your taxi right now? I come here 5 or 6 times a day to see my dear." Kang Hyuk-soo smiled warmly. "That grandpa is such a devoted husband," an elderly woman who was near the window said in a playful voice. She had early-stage Alzheimer's and was the most lucid out of all the patients here. "It would be nice if my husband was like that." Kang Hyuk-soo scratched his head with an embarrassed look on his face and handed Youngjun a chocolate bar again. "It's because this is all I have to give you, doctor. Please eat this and work hard." "Thank you, but I'm fine. Let's give it to the doctor." Youngjun gave the chocolate bar to Shin Youngju. "I'm a little ashamed to receive this since we haven't made any progress on the patients yet," Shin Youngju said with a chuckle. "Haha, they will get better soon," Kang Hyuk-soo said as his wrinkly eyes blinked. "Isn't that right, dear?" he asked as he turned to face Park Junam. She slowly raised her head. As she did, Youngjun flinched a little. It was because a message window popped up when they met eyes. "Synchronization mode, would you like to analyze synaptogenesis? Fitness consumption rate, 0.1/second. Synaptogenesis, it was when new synapses formed. It meant that the developed neurons were connected to each other. Then there should be a sign. "Shave," Park Junam said to Kang Hyuk-soo. There was a moment of silence. He was frozen and unable to move. Park Junam stared at him, and said in a low voice, "You should shave." "What, did you?" Shin Youngju stood in front of Kang Hyuk-soo, whose eyes widened in shock. "Ma'am, can you recognize him?" Park Junam slowly nodded. It was very slow, but she had gotten her memories and cognitive abilities back. It was proof that the battle between Alzheimer's and stem cell therapy, which happened in the patient's brains over the past month, had come to an end. As time passed, the fully developed neurons began to establish themselves one by one in all the patients. Once they entered recovery, they progressed quickly. In just 4 days after Park Junam brought up shaving, none of the patients had incontinence anymore. After a week, patients who had a hard time moving could move on their own, although they were slow. In the second week, the patient's cognitive ability and problem-solving abilities returned to similar levels before suffering from Alzheimer's. "Ma'am, we're going to subtract 7 from 100 in our heads," Shin Youngju said. 100, 93, 86, and 79. "That's correct. Can you do more?" 72? "And let's see. If I take 3 away from 10, and it's 5 if I add 2, 65. Shin Youngju got goosebumps on her arms. Before treatment, they couldn't even subtract 1 from 100. Now, their problem-solving abilities might be better than the average elderly person. There were still no signs of side effects, such as the stem cells causing tumors in the brain. From the MRI data, she could clearly see that the atrophied cerebral cortex and hippocampus had been normalized. The ventricles that had expanded had shrunk and returned to normal. She still had to observe them, but she knew that she could cautiously make a conclusion as a doctor. "I cannot say that they have fully recovered, but I can say that they have improved significantly," Shin Youngju said. Jessie, the editor of Science who got her medical opinion from her, felt like her heart was beating so fast that it was going to shoot out of her chest. Thank you so much. Jessie's voice trembled. In terms of what kind of impact this would have, it was on a whole other level compared to a glaucoma cure. Phase 1 of a stem cell therapy clinical trial aiming to cure Alzheimer's had succeeded. Apart from this turning the academic community and hospitals upside down, what kind of effect would this have on society overall? Before this, there were a lot of drugs developed to treat Alzheimer's. Some of them aimed to completely cure it, while others used stem cells. Places like Albio, Naturgenic, and Trinity Clinic Fukuoka conducted a lot of research like that. Furthermore, a lot of them went into clinical trials as well. A bunch would come up if she searched for stem cell therapy for Alzheimer's on Google. The problem was that they all failed. There were a lot of new and existing pharmaceutical companies who jumped into this field in high spirits and ready for the challenge, but they all failed because it was too hard. So, the only 4 products that were approved by the FDA in America were Namenda, Aricept, Exelon, and Rosaline. And all they did was ease the symptoms or slow the progression of Alzheimer's. A drug that had the potential to regenerate damaged brain cells and cure them did not exist, until now. There were around 80 million patients who suffered from Alzheimer's around the world. The number rose so steeply that some predicted the number would be around 2.7 million in 2050. A future like that won't come if this technology is commercialized. Youngjun was rescuing the person's life and quality of life, but if the financial and emotional costs, which arose due to the nature of the disease, it had on society were also considered, this was something that was worth more than receiving the Nobel Prize 10 times over. Are you also going to interview Dr. Ryu? Shin Youngju asked. Yes, of course n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But you might not be able to interview him because he's extremely busy. Really? It's just something I heard, but he is expanding his business, writing the Alzheimer's paper, and he's also preparing another clinical trial for another new drug. I heard that he doesn't get more than 4 hours of sleep every day. Whoa, but I think he will publish his paper soon. I think this will definitely be on Science. No matter what kind of papers are released this month, this one's going on the cover no matter what. I'm excited, too. I get to have my name on a science paper thanks to Dr. Ryu. Shin Youngju smiled. Kill me. Lee Ha-won had finished registering patents for all 122 drugs for 34 different diseases. Even if she grouped a few drugs together for one disease, she was still writing 34 different patents. I swear I would have died from overworking if I had 2 more. She flopped over on her office desk. But all 122 drugs had good experimental data. All the data that Cell Bio sent her showed that all the experiments succeeded. How is this possible? Usually, the process of developing a new drug involved putting thousands of drug candidates into one disease model cell line at once and then selecting one that had an effect. It meant that there was a 1 in 1,000 or 10,000 chance of discovering a new drug. But Youngjun couldn't have tested hundreds of thousands of candidate materials alone. How did he know that these candidates had effects? To put it a little harshly, it felt like someone's delusions all turned out to be correct. After picking out 122 candidates like they were already existing drugs, he conducted the necessary experiments to make data, then patented them. Everything went according to plan, like a conveyor belt running, but it truly was astonishing. There were a lot of things about Youngjun on the news lately, but this was more fascinating to Lee Ha-won than IPSCS or a glaucoma cure. He was more than a genius. Does he have an alien trapped in his basement or something? As Lee Ha-won was making up a fantasy. Click. She heard the door open. As she stood up slightly to see the door, she could see Park Ju-hyuk walking in. Heya, I thought you were a customer. Lee Ha-won chuckled and sat back down like she wasn't excited anymore. But she stopped midway in a weird position. Wait. She suddenly felt anxiety in her heart. With a trembling voice, she asked, Hey, Dr. Ryu didn't give you anything more, right? He. You cannot escape from work, you slave. I'll tie you to your chair right now because you shouldn't even think about leaving. Lee Ha-won went pale. Please let me sleep 8 hours a day. But even if you work that much, you don't want to lose our CEO, right? Of course. If I lose him, I won't have a job. Lee Ha-won poured a glass of orange juice and gave it to Park Ju-hyuk. So, what's up? I actually didn't come here to give you work. Tricked you, right? What? I'm here to scout you, Park Ju-hyuk said. Scout me? What do you think about working as the in-house patent attorney? At ABio, my CEO says that he has quite a few things he wants to assign you. He'll make sure your salary is much higher than what you're earning right now. Why do you look like that? You don't like it. I like that I'll be paid a lot, but I think the amount of work I have will be several times more than what I have now if I become an in-house. I heard about a few items and his business direction when we had lunch together. I assume it will be a dozen times more. Holy, don't worry. You won't be doing them alone. We're going to make a company legal team, and we're going to have a few people who specialize in patents. And if you come to work here, your work-life balance will be better. It will become better. Our company complies with the 52-hour workweek limit, and everyone gets off work on the dot. Really? Lee Ha-won was shocked. But it's still a startup. How does that work? Well, all the base experiments are done in the CEO's head. I'll go right away. Where's the contract? I want to sign it right now, Lee Ha-won said quickly, not wanting to lose this opportunity. Good. The first thing you'll probably be doing once you come will be transferring the probiotics product. He commissioned that to you, right? Yeah. I'm discussing it with the patent law office at Lab 6 and working on it. Good. Take care of that when you start working. You're going to have to work alone for a while. You could discuss it with the CEO, but you'll probably have to do it by Skype. By Skype? Why? He's going on a business trip to the U.S. The U.S. Is he getting an investment in the U.S.? Lee Ha-won tilted her head in confusion. He said that he's going to the International Integrative Brain Disorder Conference. He's going to present the results from using stem cells to treat Alzheimer's in the clinical trial to get some funding. Song Ji-hyun, who worked at Cell was on the first floor of A-Bio. Thinking about it now, it was like a dream that Youngjun treated her dog, Brownie, and they had a drink together in return. It felt like a guy she knew from the neighborhood who was good at dancing debuted and became Michael Jackson in just a few weeks. Song Ji-hyun just thought of him as a unique and talented scientist, but one day, his paper and interview were published in Science. And then, he became super famous in a few months by appearing everywhere on the news, and now, he was the CEO of a company named A-Bio. I have a personal connection with someone like that. No matter how Song Ji-hyun thought about it, she couldn't believe it. She had Youngjun's number on her phone, but she didn't have the courage to call him even out of curiosity. So, instead of calling him and asking him for directions, she was wandering on the first floor of A-Bio alone. She couldn't find the elevator. Hello, Choi Myung-jun and Seo Yoonju, who ran into her by chance, greeted her. Hello, Song Ji-hyuk replied. I haven't seen you around. Are you Dr. Song Ji-hyun? Choi Myung-jun asked. Yes, I am. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Myung-jun. I am responsible for probiotics at A-Bio. Nice to meet you. They shook hands. Let's head over to the conference room. There was a probiotics meeting scheduled today. It was to share their results and check the direction of the progress. Song Ji-hyun attended the meeting as Cellgener's representative. The three of them went to the conference room on the second floor together. Inside, Youngjun was waiting for them. With the beam projector on, he was putting out beverages and chocolate and setting up for the meeting. Sir, I will do it. Choi Myung-jun ran toward him in shock and took the snacks away from him. Oh, it's fine. Haha, thank you, sir. Why don't you hire a secretary? You can get your employees to do this. I'll consider it when the company gets bigger. I have no problem managing my schedule by myself right now. Youngjun walked over to the front of the computer. Dr. Song, did you send the files for the meeting by email? Yes. The wireless connection in the conference room isn't good, so I'll download it to a USB from my office. Wait here. Here. I brought it on a USB as well just in case. Song Ji-hyun handed him a USB. Thank you. As Youngjun was plugged in the USB and opening the file, Song Ji-hyun, who was watching him, talked to him. Double-coding the capsule worked. Really? That's good. It worked when we did it according to what you told us, Dr. Ryu. I mean, sir. Just call me Dr. Ryu. Oh right, Dr. Song, Youngjun called. Yes. There are two things I want to work with Cellgener on. 2. One of them is developing a coding technology for a pancreatic cancer treatment. I'll provide a sketch of the basic concept of it. Cellgener should be able to do it quickly since you have a lot of experience with developing capsule coding technologies and you have a lot of equipment. I can't give you royalties, but I will provide compensation for it. Thank you. I'll talk to the CEO about it. What's the other one? Youngjun grinned. What do you think it is? Song Ji-hyuk tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. What is it? It's the development of Chelicure, an early liver cancer treatment. Song Ji-hyun's eyes widened slowly. Chelicure. I brought it with me when A-Bio left A-Gen. Let's work on it again. Song Ji-hyun asked again as if she couldn't believe it. You brought Chelicure with you? Yes. Doesn't Lab 1 of A-Gen have it? A-Bio got the development and patent rights of Chelicure. We're going to continue it from phase 2 of clinical trials. This is the right thing to do. A more advanced drug shouldn't disappear like that. If you want, we can let Cellgener participate in the development process. And we will provide compensation as well. What do you think? We would absolutely want to do it if you let us. It was the first drug we developed, so it means a lot to us. Good. We'll set up a meeting with your CEO next time. We're ready, sir. Choi Myung-jun said after putting up the slide about the progress of the development of probiotics on the screen. Thank you. I only have an hour for the meeting since I have to head to Incheon Airport right away to go to a conference in America, Youngjun said as he sat down. You're going to a conference? Song Ji-hyun asked. Yes. Where? The International Integrative Brain Disorder Conference. I'm going to a conference in the US in 2 days. It's a different one, though. The IUBM. How did you know? That's the most famous one among the ones that are happening now. I'm going there after my conference, too. IUBM stood for the International Union of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology. The reason that Cellgener was going to IUBM was because they were a venture company. It was where promising new technologies were promoted, international investments were given, and where people were recruited. It was the best place for new investors, job seekers, and venture companies who needed to meet other companies they could work with. Although, Youngjun had a different goal. Shall we begin? Choi Myung-jun said. Yes. First of all, we bought the strain you told us, Chloridinus limovitus. And we also modified the genes you directed us to do. We confirmed ATAC711, YJ2, MCAL by sequencing, overexpressed them by 200%, and we also confirmed them by Western blot. I think I also asked you to check the expression level of AMUC and the vesicles. Did you do that by chance? Youngjun didn't tell anyone yet, but AMUC was a biomaterial secreted by bacteria that could cure type 2 diabetes. Vesicles were a small foamy membrane that the bacteria used to transport AMUC. It's right here. Choi Myung-jun went on to the next slide as if he was waiting for it. Pictures of the vesicles from Chloridinus limovitus came up on the screen. This picture was taken by adding a fluorescent green tag to AMUC. As you can see, the vesicle is lighting up in green, meaning that AMUC is wrapped in the vesicle when it is secreted. Youngjun smiled in satisfaction. Choi Myung-jun went on. We used fluorescence flow cytometry and separated these vesicles into another tube. We purified it with FPLC and confirmed that it was AMUC. Good work. Sir, we did this because you ordered us to, but what does AMUC do? Choi Myung-jun asked. He thought it would have some significant effect since Youngjun was so obsessed with it, but he couldn't predict what it would be. I guess I could tell you now since attorney Lee Ha-won and this project is confirmed to be ABIOS. Youngjun went on. That material called AMUC is a cure for type 2 diabetes. Choi Myung-jun almost dropped his laser pointer. This is... What? What is this? Type 2 diabetes is a type of autoimmune disease. The AMUC protein will normalize the function of immune cells to suppress their response and decrease insulin resistance. It will probably have therapeutic effects on diabetes even if we purify AMUC and inject it intravenously. But the best method is to establish Chloridinus limovitus in the gut as the patients take probiotics. In my opinion, the most severe patients will also see results in 4 months at the most. How did you figure this out? Song Ji-hyun asked like she couldn't believe it. I got the idea while reading some papers. Choi Myung-jun was a little confused. Then, is this a drug? Or is it a health supplement? Usually, products that were made to prevent and treat diseases and had clear effects and side effects were usually called drugs. Products that had less of an effect but were safer due to less side effects were called health supplements. They didn't target a specific disease and improved a large variety of functions in the body. It's neither. It's more effective than any diabetes treatment in the market right now, but it virtually has no side effects. It specifically targets diabetes, but it's still probiotics, which improves a large variety of functions, Youngjun said. Co Yoonju gulped. So, he's saying that this drug is out of this world. Choi Myung-jun asked, then what are you going to create it as? Let's do both. Let's put it out as a generic drug by purifying AMUC and as a health supplement by using live bacteria. But I think it will be really hard to get approval from the MFDS. 1. Song Ji-hyun added, it's not a GMO, but a LMO. GMOs were genetically modified organisms, but they were dead. For example, they were things like genetically modified corn powder. However, LMO were living modified organisms. Not only were they heavily regulated, they had to start by obtaining approval for Chloridinus, a microorganism that wasn't recognized by the MFDS. Even if we prove its safety, the MFDS will be very conservative on this because they are going to be afraid of taking responsibility if something goes wrong unexpectedly. It's all right. They will give us their approval. Really. There are 300 million type 2 diabetes patients in the world. They will not be able to make 300 million people suffer in pain because they're scared and hesitant to give their approval when we've clearly shown its safety and efficacy, Youngjun said. He added, and someone who is internationally renowned in this field has joined us. Dr. Felicita will join us as the principal scientist. All right. We're going to focus our company's resources on this project for quite a while. Let's take a look at the progress for the capsule coating technology. Sure. Song Ji-hyun opened her presentation files and reported their progress. And so, we confirmed that the capsule coating safely transported the target material through the digestive organs into the gut through a mouse experiment done with the radiology team. We saw that the alginate hydrogel layered with chitosan had a positive effect as well. Youngjun nodded his head. Good. I think you should have a meeting with Dr. Felicita next. I think I will be a bit busy even after returning from America. I will leave the basic setup of AMUC to you. *****. On Friday morning, a paper was published in Science. The name of the paper was The Treatment of Alzheimer's Disease and Regeneration of the Brain Using Stem Cells. There were about 15 authors, Youngjun as the first and corresponding author, and Professor Shin Young-ju who conducted the clinical study as the second author. Other than them, scientists who participated in creating the stem cells and the doctors who took care of the patients were listed as authors in order of their contribution. When someone clicked on the affiliation category, which showed where the author was affiliated with, Youngjun's company came up. It had changed from AGen to AGen, ABio. A summary of the paper, which was edited by the editor-in-chief, Samuel, himself, made the front page of Science. In this paper, we created small stem cells, 8 micrometers in diameter, by suppressing the expression of the AKKT gene, and we sent it to the brain by attaching a caverlin ligand to pass the blood-brain barrier. Afterwards, we treated it with 3K3AAPC to differentiate the stem cells into neurons and regenerated the brain. We found that the brain size, cognitive ability, and problem-solving of all 8 patients who received this treatment recovered to normal levels, and there were no signs of side effects for 5 weeks. Even if there was a huge paper published in Science, it usually didn't dominate the news on Naver. However, it differed by what kind of paper it was. For news like this, reporters who specialized in science had to release an article covering this paper. All of a sudden, it became huge. ABIO conquers Alzheimer's. A world with no Alzheimer's is approaching. The age where no brain diseases exist. Dementia cured with stem cells. In just about an hour, 40 news articles had been released. There were also some ridiculous articles among the sports news gossip. Stem cells can improve learning in students. Erectile dysfunction is treatable with stem cells. Give confidence to slouched man. Read more. Ryu Youngjun, CEO of ABIO, dating scandal with an actor, Miss S. It was just clickbait with no actual content. The only thing those articles wanted to do was attract more views, as ABIO and Ryu Youngjun were keywords that guaranteed clicks. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Are they insane? Who is Miss S? They are literally saying anything. Park Joo-hyuk felt bewildered as he read the articles in the morning. And later, in ABIO's office, all the company phones were ringing at once. Around 10 employees were answering the phone, looking like their soul had been sucked out of their body. As nothing has been agreed upon yet. I will deliver it to the CEO. They were repeating the same thing over and over again, like parrots. Offers for investments and meetings were pouring in. One MFDS is the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. It is the FDA of Korea. Youngjun was someone who was born and raised in Korea. It meant that unlike other elite scientists, he hadn't been overseas ever. He finished his bachelor's, master's and doctorate at Yungyun University. He went overseas a few times for conferences, but he didn't stay that long. Even so, he couldn't go to conferences in the US or Europe because it was too expensive, as the lab he completed his doctorate in didn't have a lot of money. They struggled to pay the students even after getting a $1 million project from the government, so they couldn't afford the flight to Europe or the US. As such, Youngjun's experience overseas was only limited to Asia. He was one of the smartest people in humanity who had conquered glaucoma and Alzheimer's, but he had never taken a flight that was more than 10 hours long. I'm kind of nervous. A day before the paper was published in Science, Youngjun, who had arrived at Incheon Airport with his security team, was kind of frozen in nervousness. He had to fly for 11 hours with Delta America Airlines. Park Joo-hyuk had booked him a first-class ticket, saying that he had to be comfortable when flying for long hours. Youngjun always sat in economy with cheap airlines, but all of a sudden, he was flying first class. Sir. A woman who looked to be in her 30s arrived with 2 airport employees. She approached him while dragging her carrier. She reached out to Youngjun for a handshake as she took off her sunglasses and hung them in her shirt. Nice to meet you. My name's Alice, or Choi Yeon-ah. Nice to meet you. Youngjun shook her hand. Alice had a master's in biology, and her current job was as a simultaneous interpreter. She also translated English biology books into Korean. She also happened to be Lee Ha-won's sunbi, which was why they were able to get in touch. I can only read and write in English since I've been in Korea my entire life. Youngjun chuckled like he was embarrassed. Actually, Youngjun's English was good enough for him to have a conversation with Jessie in English, like he did during the science interview. He didn't have a problem with using English in everyday life, academic meetings, or conversations. But this meeting is a business meeting. Youngjun thought that even the nuance of one word could have a big influence. As such, he hired a translator to be safe. No problem. I will help you, Alice replied. Youngjun stared at the airport employees standing behind Alice. Hello, sir. We will escort you to the VIP check-in lounge, the employees said. Youngjun had found out now that the airport took care of the pre-boarding processes if they were flying first class. There was no need for him to line up. If he just sat in the lounge and sipped his drink, the airline completed everything, from checking in to checking in baggage, and helped him board the plane. You didn't know? Alice asked Youngjun, who looked a little stunned in the VIP lounge, as if this was unexpected. Yes. I've only flown economy before. It's cool, but also a little too much, Youngjun answered in embarrassment. The airport limousine sometimes comes to pick you up as well. They do everything for you, from the front of your house to the destination. I see. Money really made things convenient. But you are a fascinating person. I've done international translating as well with some businessmen and high-ranking officials, but I've never seen anyone like you before, Dr. Ryu. What do you mean? You know everything about research, but nothing about things like this. Usually, people are the opposite. All a scientist needs to know is science. That's right. I said that because I like that about you. I heard about you from Park Joo-hyuk, and you're just like what he said. What did he say? He said that science is the only thing you know and that you're smart, but an oddball and single-minded person. Please tell him that I do not like being exposed. There are probably people that are fans of you because of that, myself included. Soon, Youngjun and his group boarded the plane. He was shocked by the large space, seat, bed, and bathroom that made it look like a hotel room, but he didn't let it show. As they were having dinner, which was provided by the plane, Alice asked, "Could I ask you about ABIO? Normal people like me are really curious since you're super famous, and ABIO is really big right now." "Sure. I'll tell you unless it's a company secret. What do you want to know?" Youngjun replied after taking a sip of wine. "Is Alzheimer's really curable with stem cell therapy? I guess I can tell you since my paper will be on Science by the time we land." Youngjun added, "The Alzheimer's clinical trial already succeeded." "Really?" Alice's eyes widened. Yes. We'll be able to commercialize it after we go through phases 2 and 3 with more patients, but it was successful in phase 1. Whoa, what about the glaucoma treatment? Phase 2 is already done, and we're on phase 3. Then will the future you talked about during your interview come soon? We still have a long way to go, but you'll get rich. Haha, not yet. The fact that nothing has been commercialized yet means that we have no sales yet, Youngjun replied. Then is there no revenue model for the company yet? We're getting royalties from the iPSC technology. After the glaucoma clinical trial, a lot of medical schools and biotech companies are using that technology and trying new things. I see, but it's really little. To get enough money to grow the company, products like the glaucoma or Alzheimer's treatment have to be commercialized and used in hospitals. When do you think that will happen? At this rate, in a few months. Also, I heard that you're trying to get funding. What is that for? Kim Chul-kwan, the head of his security team, asked. There are 2 things I need in order to proceed. The funding is to arrange those 2, Youngjun replied. What is it? Alice asked. It's a secret from here on. Youngjun smiled. Professional staff and a major hospital. It was going to be a very new type of treatment center. Whether it was the glaucoma treatment or Alzheimer's treatment, there was one problem when it was based on induced pluripotent stem cells. It was that it required the process to create stem cells for treatment. Could doctors at the hospital do this? They were professionals, but cultivating cells was something entirely different. As such, Agen created the stem cells and sent them to the hospital when they were doing the clinical trials for glaucoma or Alzheimer's. The reason he chose Sunio Hospital in the first place was because it was close to the lab, therefore making that process more convenient. No matter how safe it was, the fact that there was a transportation process was a penalty for safety that could not be ignored. As such, stem cells had to be developed on-site and used right away. That was why Youngjun was going to make a hospital that specialized in regenerative treatment. Hospital technicians who specialized in cell biology would stand by in the cell culture room and develop the patient's tissues into iPSCs as soon as they received it. Then, it could be delivered to the doctor right away to be administered to the patient and treat them. It was similar to how a radiological technician was hired by the hospital to work with doctors. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. A hospital that specialized in the treatment of glaucoma and Alzheimer's, other neurological disorders, which would be developed in the future, and organ regenerative treatment. After that, it would be the pioneer to conquer all incurable diseases, starting with pancreatic cancer and type 2 diabetes. If ABIO paved the way, several other hospitals would follow. And to achieve this, Youngjun needed a large number of technicians who could develop stem cells and doctors who could do things like bone marrow transplants. They would need to newly develop these people, but they also needed to invite talented people from all over the world. This was why Youngjun was going to the US. If you get funding, are you selling bonds? I don't know what it is, but I want to buy some if I can, Alice asked with a chuckle. Oh, it's not that kind of funding. Then what is it? It's a sponsored crowdfund. We're going to create a foundation and raise funds from all over the world to fight incurable diseases. At this rate, he would be able to make a specialized hospital from donations alone. If he was short in some areas, he could use government subsidies or his own money. Youngjun had seen corruption during the clinical study for Alzheimer's. If he could, he wanted to leave the foundation and the hospital as independent of capital as possible. *****. This year's International Integrative Brain Disorder Conference was held at Brown University. It was an Ivy League university located in the state of Rhode Island. Originally, it wasn't a very popular conference. Usually, about 1,000 scientists and doctors attended, and about 20 company booths opened. But this year, almost 3,000 people in the industry attended. The reason was Youngjun. Speakers at the conference had to deliver their presentations to the people in charge of the conference in advance. It was because they had to make a schedule with the title of the talk and the speaker's name in advance so that the other scientists could choose the one they wanted to listen to. As such, after Youngjun sent the manuscript of his paper to Science, he also notified the association in charge of the conference of the presentation data when Samuel and Jesse were editing and fixing the format of his paper. Simply put, it meant that the title of Youngjun's talk already circulated in the conference, like a spoiler, even before the paper was published in Science. The treatment of Alzheimer's disease and regeneration of the brain using stem cells. This was the title, and the person delivering the talk was the star scientist who shook the world with his success in the glaucoma clinical trial. What did this mean? It probably meant that although the data hadn't been revealed yet, he succeeded in the clinical trial. After the schedule for his talk was released, the number of attendees instantly skyrocketed. The organizers of the conference rushed to increase lecture rooms, rearranged chairs and desks, and modified restaurant reservations. And finally, on the day of the conference, numerous speakers gathered on the first floor of the Natural Sciences building at Brown University. Professors of medicine from prestigious universities showed up continuously, and famous people from the Harvard Medical Center, the Alzheimer's team at Salk Institute, and the GDFI Brain Cell Laboratory showed up all at once. Holy, what is this? Professor Banach from Brown University was under great pressure as the head of this conference. It was rare to see such famous people gathered in one place at any conference, as everyone's schedules didn't match up very well. Is there some sort of medical social group that I don't know about? Did they rent a bus together and come? About 3,000 people were registered for the conference, but there were way more people than that. It was because of the insane paper that was published in Science the day before. This reminded him about the line of tourists that was in front of the Forbidden City when he visited Beijing on vacation. Professor Banach wondered who all these people were, but when he looked closely, they weren't all scientists. There were excited reporters, businessmen thinking about how to connect this astonishing item with their business, students burning with passion and pride in science, and patient families who found a ray of hope in the dark. It was extremely rare for a conference to attract such a diverse population. At last, the conference became so big that they needed guards to maintain control. This isn't a Justin Bieber concert or something, but guards have to come and control the crowd because so many regular people came to some boring conference. Professor Banach had never seen this kind of thing in his 35 years of teaching. It felt like he was dreaming. This phenomenon itself was newsworthy. Reporters were capturing the situation and making articles about it in real time. Youngjun's talk was at 10 in the morning. After giving his talk for 2 hours, he was going to have a luncheon meeting with a few professors of medicine and professors from Brown. Since it was 9:30, Youngjun should be showing up, but he hadn't arrived at the conference yet. At 8 in the morning on the day of the conference, security head Kim Chul-kwon called Youngjun by the hotel phone. "Are you ready to leave, sir?" "Yes." "Should we get going?" "What about Alice?" "She's already down and waiting with us." "I'll be down right away. I will go up and escort you down. Please wait inside." "All right. But you have a visitor." "A visitor? They came without letting us know. Should we set up a meeting right now? It's a little tight since we only have 2 hours left until the seminar." "I don't know, but they seem important." "Who are they?" "They came from the White House." Kim Chul-kwon's voice trembled as he delivered the news. While working as security, Kim Chul-kwon had worked for rude, third-generation chaebols one and famous celebrities in East Asia. But that was it. Those were the most famous or powerful people he had met. Youngjun had suddenly become one of the most famous people in the world, but he didn't expect someone from the White House to come see him as soon as he came to America. "Who from the White House?" "They are from the Office of Science and Technology Policy. The director himself is here to see you." The Office of Science and Technology, the OSTP, had a great influence on science and technology in the United States. The director of this office was also the science advisor to the president, who consulted the president on policies regarding science and technology. Simply put, they were the key person who determined and oversaw the science and technology policies that came from the White House. The director, the chief executive, had come all the way here to see him. "I'll see him later." Kim Chul-kwon, who had come to get Youngjun, escorted him to a private meeting room inside the hotel. "Haha. Hello, sir." Alice greeted Youngjun with a nervous face. The security team from K-Cops stood behind her, and there were 5 men in suits standing across from her. The man with white hair stood up from the sofa. "Hello. Should I translate?" He said hello, Alice said. "I know that much." Youngjun shook hands with the man. "Nice to meet you. I'm Youngjun Ryu. Too. Nice to meet you. I'm Director James Holdren from the Office of Science and Technology at the White House. I apologize for not letting you know in advance. We came right away after seeing the paper." "It's all right. But I do not have a lot of time as I have to attend a conference soon. Can we get straight to it?" Youngjun said while staring right at James. Youngjun didn't seem intimidated or nervous when he had the leader of American science sitting right across from him. Then why was he nervous when he got on the first-class flight? Feeling a little baffled, Alice started to focus on translating. "Have a seat first." James let Youngjun sit down beside Alice and went on. "We had our eyes on you when you first published your paper on induced pluripotent stem cells and nerve cell differentiation in Science." "Thank you. Since you say you don't have time, I will get straight to the point," James said. "Dr. Ryu, we will give you U.S. citizenship. Come to the United States. The U.S. federal government will provide you with unimaginable funding and support." One word referring to conglomerates owned by families and also to members of said families. 2 Youngjun is introducing himself in English, but speaks Korean later on, which is translated by Alice, his translator. "You'll give me citizenship?" Youngjun asked. "Yes. Do you remember when you said you would cure all neurological disorders in your interview?" "Of course. Honestly, not a lot of scientists believed you then. Your iPSC technology was astonishing, but curing neurological disorders is something entirely different. The public may have cheered, but the majority of scientists just thought of it as something you blurted out in youthful passion." "I would think so. But now that you released clinical trial data that shows your success in treating Alzheimer's, a lot more people will take your interview more seriously," James said. "To make your dream come true as soon as possible, you will have to collaborate with them. And the most effective way to do that is for you to move your research base to the U.S. You probably already know this as you are an expert in this field, but the United States is an international hub of biology and medicine, which is acknowledged by the world. We have the most advanced technology, facilities, and human resources that no other country can match up to." James smiled. "One evidence of that is how your country pronounces genome, right? It used to be genome, but everyone says genome now. Genome, or the entire set of DNA instructions in a cell, was first introduced as genome, which was the German way to say it when it was pronounced like that up until the 2000s, but all the scientists in Korea were influenced by the overwhelming research and results produced from the Anglo-American region. Now, everyone in Korea pronounced it the American way. You know a lot about Korea, Youngjun said. My son-in-law is Korean. That's why I am more fond of you. James had done a lot of research on Youngjun, what kind of person he was, and what kind of things he considered before choosing and acting. Dr. Ryu, it feels like God sent you here to advance medicine and science. It seems like that's the only thing you want. I heard that you do not compromise with power, nor do you seek money. The only thing you want is the advancement of science, the conquering of diseases, that's it. Is that right? James asked. Then is there any reason for you to not come to America? Put your patriotism aside for a little bit and think globally for the future of humanity. The US has the most resources in biology, and I think we have a responsibility to support you. Thank you for saying that. There are no borders in science. I will do anything to accelerate my research as long as it does not break research ethics n/o/vel/b/c/om. Alice and Kim Chul-kwan looked at Youngjun in surprise as he said that. Director, how can the federal government support me? Youngjun asked. First of all, transfer ABIO to America. The federal government will lead and help the moving process. I heard that a significant number of key individuals at your company are foreigners who joined your company after seeing the job listing in science. I don't think they will leave because you're moving the company here. And it will be less bothersome to do it now as your company is still new. What about AGEN? I am still the director. It's common for large multinational companies to have a foreign director or CEO. Even if you obtain American citizenship, it won't be a problem for you to work at AGEN. It's just moving the location of ABIO to America, James replied. He added, and if ABIO becomes a US corporation, the federal government will set up a new office building for ABIO in Silicon Valley. And we will provide you with $3 billion of financial and material aid every year. How does that sound? $3 billion. It was definitely an extraordinary offer. But I think the Korean government would regulate it if we do something like that. Of course. But if you want to, Dr. Ryu, we will be able to make a way, James replied. And there is one more benefit we can provide you with. What is it? The federal government of America will protect you from the cartels of vested pharmaceutical companies. Pharmaceutical company cartels. Dr. Ryu, there was an attempt to use stem cells for nerve cell treatment before. It was a pretty promising venture company called Neural Clinics. Do you know about their downfall? What happened? A few established pharmaceutical companies, including Schematics and Roche, wrote press releases. It had this kind of information on it. James pulled out an article with the press release. Cancer stem cells are cancer cells that have stem cell-like characteristics. They originate from stem cells and produce various types of cancer cells. Usually, cancer cells only produce a limited type of cells, like lung cancer creating lung cancer cells and liver cancer creating liver cancer cells, but cancer stem cells can produce all types of cancer cells and spread them throughout the body. The safety of stem cell therapy being developed by Neural Clinics has not yet been proven, and the possibility that it can mutate into cancer stem cells still exists. According to the research of Professor Pietro of Harvard Medicine and 12 others, tumors were found in 12 out of 30 mice that were injected with stem cells, and, well, they're not wrong, Youngjun said. Instigation in science is usually only done with facts. You're telling me to not become like Tesla. Exactly. In the 20th century, Edison invented direct current electricity, and Tesla invented alternating current electricity. Alternating current electricity was more effective and convenient, and it was completely safe. But Edison knew that, too. Feeling his livelihood threatened, Edison invented the electric chair using alternating current electricity and used it as an execution tool. It was a way to smear Tesla's image. He had left an impression to the public that alternative current electricity was dangerous. As a result, Westinghouse, the company that invested in Tesla, almost went bankrupt. The truth will come out one day, but it will take a long time. The public isn't as smart as you, Dr. Ryu. Patients all around the world are still loyal to large pharmaceutical companies. If the cartels start instigating lies and get in your way, you will face many difficulties, James said. So are you saying that you will stop them from instigating lies and making threats if I move ABIO to America? No, this is still applicable even if you don't move ABIO to America. Youngjun tilted his head in puzzlement. Even if I don't move. That's right. From now on, Dr. Ryu, I am not speaking as the director of the Office of Science and Technology at the White House, but as a citizen and a scientist, James said. I like the beliefs that you have more than your genius mind. I like the scientist side of you behind the genius side that I got to know while researching about you. I've seen a lot of the things pharmaceutical cartels do while being in this position. In places like Africa and India, there is unimaginable violence and immoral acts happening. Those people really calculate people's lives in terms of money. That's right. Before I became a director, I was a professor at MIT and a scientist. Speaking as a scientist, I believe the pharmaceutical industry needs someone to show them the right attitude to have, not someone who will cultivate knowledge. Even if Prometheus brought us fire, what good would it be if the person using it was an arsonist? James took a deep breath. To be honest, that was one of the reasons why we wanted you more. There's only one thing that we want, James said. It is for you to grow your company quickly without being destroyed by the manipulation of large pharmaceutical companies and advance human medicine. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't think that Korea will be able to do that properly. Isn't that quite a dangerous comment? Why does it matter? It's not like this conversation is being recorded anyways. And right now, I think your future and the advancement of science is more important than the relationship between the US and Korea or our honor. I want this conversation to be nothing but honest. I understand what you are saying. Dr. Ryu, please think globally. You are not someone who should be limited to Korea. Objectively, the US can support you better. Come to America. James made a move. After a moment of silence, Youngjun spoke. As I said before, there are no borders in science. I also am not really bogged down by what country's citizenship I hold. Then are you coming to America? Even if you are going to give ABIO a lot of support, I cannot move there. The key individuals of ABIO are Korean scientists who first created iPSCs and a glaucoma treatment. It's easier for me to work with people who have good chemistry with me. I don't know about the long run, but if I move my company, I am certain that we will lose time right now. But I understand the part you brought up, Director. I do not want to lose an advantage like that. How about this? I will make an affiliate of ABIO in the US, and I would like it to be partnered with the National Cancer Institute. The National Cancer Institute. We are also considering starting cancer research. We are currently developing a treatment for pancreatic cancer. James looked at him in shock. He did not know this. Pancreatic cancer. James asked. Yes. I cannot give you data about it, but I believe it will succeed. The US is the leading country in cancer research and treatment in the world. And the National Cancer Institute has extensive data about patient genetics. They dominate this field, Youngjun said. If you give us access to all the data, cutting-edge sequencing equipment, all types of chemical, doctors, and technicians, we will continue cancer research there in the future. Please provide all the support you mentioned before to the affiliate company. James thought about it for a moment. You have shown significant results in the stem cell field, but there hasn't been anything you have been acknowledged for in anti-cancer drugs. Then you can wait until we conduct the pancreatic cancer clinical trial. We can discuss this later on. As soon as Youngjun got off his escort vehicle, he ran straight to the seminar room. Kim Chul-kwan ran behind him without difficulty, but Alice quickly ran out of breath. This brings back memories. Youngjun did this when he was going to present about induced pluripotent stem cells at the year-end seminar at Agen. He was worried that he might be late like that time, but he made it just in time. Click. When Youngjun opened the door and walked inside, it was 5 minutes before his turn. The thousands of people filling up the first and second floor of the large lecture room all stared at Youngjun at once. This room was rented specifically for his presentation. It was originally a cultural space used for concerts and plays, but it was transformed into a lecture room for this conference. The capacity of this hall was about 2,500 people. It was bigger than the seminar room Agen had, but it didn't look like there was room to spare. It was because researchers who wanted to listen to this monumental presentation and passionate students came inside even though there were no more seats. They were sitting on the staircase, standing in the aisle, or leaning on the second floor railing with a pen and notepad in their hands. Welcome, Dr. Ryu. Professor Banach said. Sorry I'm late, Youngjun replied. It's all right. There's still 5 minutes left. I should get up there quickly. Youngjun glanced at Alice. She seemed a little flustered because the lecture was bigger than she thought. Should I go up with you? Alice asked. It's all right for now. I will do the presentation and answer questions by myself. Youngjun went up on the stage. It was wide, like a stage for a premiere. He walked across the stage and approached the computer, step by step. He looked small from a seat far away from the stage, but he still looked strong. The presentation data he sent beforehand was already open on the computer. The host handed him a laser pointer that connected to the mouse on the computer. In the tense silence, Youngjun picked up the mic. He pressed the present button and lit up the large screen. The treatment of Alzheimer's disease and regeneration of the brain using stem cells. As the title came up, there was a short round of applause from the audience. Youngjun stood in front of the large audience. Across from him, there were slight commotions and nervousness. There were fingers flipping through papers that were printed beforehand, the sound of pens scribbling, and the sound of keyboards clacking. Youngjun could see desperate or hopeful tears, sighs, and prayers from a few places. Hello, my name is Ryu Youngjun from ABIO. Youngjun spoke into the mic. Even the sound of breathing disappeared as the scientists focused on the presentation. Watching that, Alice felt a little thrilled. Everyone was extremely focused on this presentation, the success of Phase 1 of the Alzheimer's clinical trial using stem cells. I will begin the presentation about the research where we administered stem cells to 8 Alzheimer's patients and improved their symptoms. Youngjun began the lecture. He had used a lot of energy meeting and talking to someone like the director of the Office of Science and Technology at the White House early in the morning, but he was not mentally tired at all. The lecture, which was filled with extensive clinical data and thorough analysis of the mechanism, went on for an hour and a half and captivated the audience slowly, but intensely. And so, through the MRI, you can see that the cerebral cortex has expanded again, the ventricles have gotten smaller, and that we have recovered an average of 97% of the brain's size compared to the normal brain. The beta amyloid imaging also confirmed that the amount accumulated had significantly decreased and was no longer found in the brains of the patients, Youngjun said. We have seen the same treatment effect in all 8 patients, and no tumors have occurred as of now. Thank you. The presentation came to an end. I guess we have about 30 minutes left. I will answer any questions if anyone has any. Clap clap clap. With a round of applause and shouts, hands shot up from the audience from all over. Can this be applied to other brain disorders other than Alzheimer's? Rebecca, a professor at the Johns Hopkins Brain Science Institute, asked. We haven't tested it, but I believe it will be. I think it will be effective for strokes and Parkinson's as well. How did you cross the blood-brain barrier? This time, Aidan, a biology professor at Brown, asked. We attached a RVG29 glycoprotein to it. Questions poured in from all over. How safe is 3K3AAPC? Dr. Ryu, how many people are you considering to include in phase 2 of your clinical trial? Do you have plans to do clinical trials on patients who have a different genetic background than Korean? Is there a possibility of those stem cells going to different tissues? Youngjun answered each question calmly. Then, he got an appropriate question. What's ABio's next target for stem cell therapy? We are going to regenerate the spine. And we will make bone marrow as well. Next, it will be the reconstruction of cartilage and organs. We are going to start clinical trials on them in less than a year. What? The professor's jaws dropped in shock. The entire audience looked dumbfounded. ABio is capable of doing that. I believe that we have proved it today. There is something I would like to create while developing these technologies. Since there are a lot of reporters here, I will also consider this a press conference and announce it right now, Youngjun said. We are planning to build a hospital tailored to individual patients using organoids, tissue that mimics the complexity of an organ, and regenerative treatment that is based on stem cells. Take a picture. The audience had been told to refrain from taking pictures beforehand, but it didn't matter anymore. Cameras began flashing from all over. Reporters' pens and typing began writing faster. They didn't miss one single word and wrote down everything Youngjun was saying. This hospital will be the first new generation hospital. We need a lot of money and people. Please help me. One genome doesn't have a J sound like genome does, but a G sound.